This young man was once a culinary student with a humble dream of becoming a famous chef in a somewhat familiar isekai scenario. He got zapped away and was instantly transported to another world, one with monsters, magic, and an empire at war with the Dragon Clan. Unfortunately, as soon as our protagonist arrived, he was drafted for mandatory military service. For 15 long years, under the name Allison, he survived the war and became a legendary archmage. After so many hardships, Allison could finally fulfill his dream in this strange new world by opening a restaurant in the city of the Jack. While Allison was sobbing like a child in front of his restaurant, he was spotted by a woman. Thinking the young man was in trouble, she approached to ask about him. "Are you okay?" Allison explained while wiping his tears, "I'm fine. I'm just so happy that I was finally able to open my restaurant." Seeing such a young man as the owner of a fine-looking restaurant surprised the woman a little. "Ah, you're the owner of this restaurant? It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Ren." To avoid revealing his identity, Allison introduced himself as L. The two quickly struck up a friendly conversation. "I guess you haven't been here for long, have you? I think this is the first time I've seen you. Are you here alone?" Allison replied, No, I'm here with a friend I met in the army. She sleeps a lot, so I don't think she'll be up until this afternoon." After chatting for a while, Ren suddenly asked excitedly, "Oh right, you said you're opening a restaurant, didn't you? Then you must need a place to get your meat, right? What a coincidence, my husband owns a butcher shop. If you go to the left side of the alley, right by the village's main gate, you'll see Clon's butcher shop." As soon as he heard this, Allison decided to go get meat immediately to prepare for the opening. "Ah, really? Thank you, I'll go right away." But Ren suddenly looked worried and hesitated. I should warn you, he's a bit hot-tempered. Sometimes I get worried. If you think he's too grumpy, you can tell him I sent you." Despite the warning, Allison wasn't too concerned. She's such a kind person. How hot-tempered can her husband be with a wife like her? I've met all sorts of people during my 15 years in the army. He talked tough, but upon seeing Clon's intimidating face, Allison immediately cowered. About that, I'm the owner of the restaurant here, at the butcher shop. I'd like to buy some meat." Before he could finish his sentence, Clon slammed the table and shouted, "I'm not selling." When Allison asked why, Clon yelled even louder, "Are you deaf? I'm not selling that meat. You're a restaurant owner. I've seen plenty of scoundrels like you. You buy meat cheap and sell it for double the price just before it's burnt. You people cheated me for 3 years with that kind of business. I don't know where you all come from, but I'm sure you're just the same. I have no meat to sell to you." Just then, a huge frying pan came crashing down on Clon's head. "What nonsense are you spouting? I came because I was worried." Just as I thought. Although he was furious, the moment he saw his wife, Clon instantly became as meek as a puppy. Truly a lion on the street but a mouse at home. After dealing with her husband, Ren turned to apologize to Allison. "I'm sorry, L. Once he gets angry, it takes a long time for him to cool down. You're looking to buy Bellerant meat, right?" Although reluctant, Clon finally had to surrender. Fearing another encounter with the frying pan, he shuffled to the back to get the meat. At that moment, Ren apologized to Allison once again. "Phew, please let me apologize again." He used to supply a restaurant very carefully because the owner was a friend of his from his mercenary days, so I think he was really shocked to be betrayed like that. Learning the reason behind it made Allison somewhat sympathetic, but he was quite surprised that Clon had been a mercenary in his youth. Speaking of which, Ren then asked, "You don't look that old, L. Have you done your military service yet?" Thinking of the 15 beautiful years of his youth he had lost, Allison couldn't help but tear up. "I've been through quite a bit of trouble." "Well, I've gone through a lot of terrible things over the past 15 years. Just as Allison was about to open up, Clon returned with a bag in his hand. "Here's the meat. Why don't you show off those amazing skills of yours?" When Allison inspected the meat, he was quite surprised. He didn't expect to receive this cut of meat instead of the Bellerant. Seeing this, Clon let out a smug laugh. "Ha ha ha, you think I'd give you precious Bellerant meat? Bellerant tastes good no matter how you cook it. But from now on, I'll only supply meat to restaurants I approve of. Try making something special with that piece of meat. From now on, if you don't satisfy me, you won't get so much as a piece of fat, let alone meat. I'm a tough critic, so you better prepare yourself." Seeing Allison's dazed expression, Clon became even more satisfied. "Hey, are you listening? Hey, scared now, aren't you? Let's see if you can cook anything decent." Just then, the legendary frying pan was put to use once more. Clon was knocked out cold. Women are truly terrifying. Ren didn't expect to be so exhausted by her husband to this extent and was about to give Allison a nice piece of Bellerant meat, but Allison surprisingly refused. "Oh, it's all right. I will cook for the two of you. Please have a meal with me and Mr. Clon at my restaurant this afternoon." Ren was extremely surprised to hear this, because what Clon had given him was the fatty cut of a gooba. Before she could swap the meat for Allison, he had already turned to leave. "This is more than enough. I guarantee I can cook something delicious with this meat. That's all then. See you two later." In this world, animals and livestock were called by completely different names than in Allison's old world. Cows were called guka, chickens were pelanki, wolves were balorant, and pigs were called gooba. Looking at the piece of pork belly before him, Allison finally understood why Clon's ego was so big. This was truly a top-quality cut of meat. In this world, pelanki, unlike chicken, was considered an expensive ingredient. The easiest and most common meat to buy was gooba, or pork, and this pork belly cut was the cheapest of all. People here didn't value this cut of meat highly. Well, Allison had no complaints, since it was cheap, and with the quality of this pork belly, the most natural way to enjoy it was, of course, to grill it. Allison used magic, creating a flame in the palm of his hand to light the grill. With the abilities of an archmage, he could easily apply magic while cooking. This also partly made his dishes more delicious than usual. As dusk began to fall, Clon and his wife were heading to Allison's restaurant, as invited that morning. On the way, Ren constantly questioned Clon. "Why did you say that? Didn't you say you'd only supply meat to restaurants you approve of? Since when did you come up with that brilliant rule? He seems honest and kind. Can't you be nice to a new resident?" Clon retorted irritably, "Ha! You just met him today. How can you be so sure?" Hearing this, Ren grew even angrier. Better than someone who gets blatantly cheated. Don't you think other people's judgment might be more accurate? You didn't even mean to test his cooking skills. That was just an excuse. What you really wanted to see was his sense of responsibility, right? After living together for so many years, how could Ren not know what her husband was thinking? Even though she hit the nail on the head, Clon remains stubborn. "I know you're a picky eater. What if his cooking skills aren't up to par?" The two of them would never know that the person about to cook for them was a great archmage. During the war, Allison had saved countless lives with his magic, his amazing magic. And now, that same magic was being used to cut meat. Every magic has its own use. Scoring the meat helps it absorb the seasoning better. Moreover, when grilled, the surface of the meat will lose moisture, making it even crispier. By the time Allison finished his preparations, the couple, Clon, arrived. As soon as he stepped inside, Clon showed extreme displeasure and complained about everything, until Ren brought out the legendary frying pan. Only then did he sit quietly and wait for the food. Meanwhile, Allison was in the kitchen preparing the dish. When the pan was hot, he poured a little oil. Since pork belly is quite fatty, just enough to prevent sticking is fine. When placing the meat down, he put the skin side down first. Otherwise, the skin would dry out by the time the lean meat was cooked, making it less delicious. While grilling, Allison completely focused his mind on every single step. To him, the kitchen was a battlefield, and cooking was an art. Every action needed to be executed with the utmost precision. A delicious dish can enhance its appetite through its sound. The sizzling of the pork was just like that. He grilled the skin side, then adjusted the heat to give all sides a beautiful color. After sprinkling some salt, he grilled the meat to ensure it cooked through from the inside. Then, he cut it into bite-sized pieces. Next, we prepare a salad to accompany the meat. Perhaps eating only a savory dish like this isn't familiar to the local palate. Vegetables and a sauce, with a fragrant aroma to balance the richness of the grilled pork belly. Mr. Clon seems meticulous, so it's best to avoid adding anything unnecessary. Finally, we beautifully garnish the salad and grilled pork belly. The dish is complete. Allison carefully served it to the restaurant's first two customers. The moment Ren took her first bite, her taste buds exploded. She could almost feel the scene of pigs roaming freely in the fields. Endless fields. "Oh my god, this is so delicious. Is this gooba pork belly? It's slightly crispy on the outside but juicy on the inside, and the subtle sourness of the salad also cuts through the richness of the meat. I never imagined such a perfect combination." This reaction didn't surprise Allison much, as he had tasted the terrible food of this world for 5 years in the army, so he could understand why Ren felt that way. "I'm glad you like it." Ren beamed with a smile. "I love it. It seems I'll have to supply the meat to ensure that I can enjoy your cooking again." Allison was delighted to hear this. "Haha, thank you for your kind words. And what about you, Mr. Clone? Did the dish suit your taste?" Turning towards Clone, Allison was startled. His plate was empty, and his face was scowling with drool flowing like a river. "It can't be. The meat's all gone. Bring more meat here. I need more meat." Just then, Ren promptly stopped him with her legendary frying pan. "If you want more, ask politely." Clone then burst out laughing. "You've passed. Honestly, of all the gooba dishes I've ever tasted, this one is the best. It's a deal. Just name the type of meat you want, and I'll supply you with the finest from the Louvre Empire." In the end, everything went smoothly. Allison had found a good meat supplier, which was enough to consider the first day of business a success. But just then, the troublemaking Lolly woke up, having smelled the food. Things were about to get interesting. Late in the afternoon, in the outskirts of the Jack City, Allison had adapted easily just a short time after opening his restaurant. Although the number of customers wasn't large, it was steady. Everyone who tried the food cooked by Allison came back many times afterward. After seeing off the last customers, Allison prepared to start cleaning the restaurant. At this moment, he realized he was about to run out of seasonings. Sauces and spices, everyone should know how important these are in cooking. However, in this world, they were both rare and expensive, so you couldn't just use them freely. In addition, their quality and variety were not on par with the modern world. Allison took out one gold coin and placed it in the circle. The magic circle he had drawn earlier and recited a spell only he knew. The fastest way to solve the problem of ingredients was simply to use this world's summoning spell to bring objects from the modern world here. Actually, Allison had accidentally created this spell while trying to find a way back to his old world. Magic depends on how you use it. There were limits to the size and mass of the object, but it was useful nonetheless. It wasn't a perfect spell because it couldn't help Allison return to his old world. He felt guilty just taking things like that, so he left one gold coin behind. Additionally, unprocessed products like fresh meat, eggs, or vegetables would spoil upon being summoned here. Processed products also had expiration dates, but they seemed unaffected. Allison also didn't know why. And another thing was that it was very exhausting, despite holding the title of Grand Mage. Allison could only cast the summoning spell once per day. After transferring the ingredients to new containers, Allison put them into the magic-powered refrigerator. But as soon as he opened it, his blood boiled. What the hell? Where's my stash of beer? Allison immediately identified the culprit as the little lolly, Rurine, and went to deal with her. Rurine, who was sound asleep, and next to a pile of beer cans, was woken up by a hard knock on the head. What's that for? I didn't do anything. Allison questioned her, holding a beer can. Look at this. Who gave you permission to drink all the beer in the fridge? You could at least clean up after yourself. Rurine, still groggy, tried to argue back. It's your fault for not saving any tasty food for me last time, and I'm a dragon. Cleaning is something only lower beings do. I'm not going to clean up. Seeing the little troublemaker talk back made Allison's blood boil, so he gave her another knock and dragged Rurine off to work. Go peel this pile of onions. Watching Rurine cry because peeling them stung her eyes, she looked harmless, but Allison was still a little worried. As she just said, she's a dragon, even though she's currently in human form. I found her after she was orphaned and lost her home during the war with the dragon clan. I couldn't just leave her behind, so I decided to help, and we've been living together ever since. Although she has lived for several hundred years, she is still quite young for a dragon. Perhaps that's why she's still a bit childish. So she's a legal loli, huh? Everyone, don't get any weird ideas, because he couldn't bear to see the pitiful Rurine being punished. Allison softened. I'll make steak for dinner if you finish peeling that pile, so stop crying. As soon as she heard meat, Rurine's two eyes lit up. Steak, you promised. This lolly seems a bit easy to bribe. Just then, a sorrowful clone walked into the restaurant. Get me a beer and some snacks. Allison then opened the fridge to prepare them, but since Rurine had knocked back all the beer, he had to serve liquor instead. Luckily, he had summoned this last time, but just to be safe, he needed to switch it to a different bottle. Seeing the clear liquid being brought over, surprised clone. What is this? This isn't beer. Is it water? Allison explained as he poured the drink. No, it's not. If you're curious, why don't you try some? This is soju. Although the smell was a bit strange, Clone still trusted him. He downed a cup and popped a few pieces of meat into his mouth. This is pretty good. At first, it's a bit bitter, but the sweet aftertaste pairs very well with the meat. This snack is excellent with soju. It has a completely different charm from the salad. I already knew it, but your skills are truly extraordinary. Can I have another bottle? Although he was praising him, Clone's face was extremely sad. Allison could tell at a glance that something had happened. After downing 4 bottles of liquor in a row, Clone still wanted more. Seeing this, Allison hurriedly stopped him. Mr. Clone, you've had too much to drink. This liquor has a very high alcohol content, but Clone refused to stop. I said, bring me another bottle. I'm not going home until I'm drunk today. Allison was sure that something was wrong, so he decided to ask. What do you mean? Is something wrong? As if waiting for that cue, he helplessly poured out his heart. Ren. I suspect Ren is having an affair. At first, she said she needed to go out for a bit, but it started happening more frequently. Every month, she would dress up on a specific day. This has been going on for a few months, so the other day, I decided to secretly follow her. And I saw her meet a colleague from her mercenary days. He used to be my best friend. This must be the reason that guy suddenly vanished after I opened my meat shop. He must have felt ashamed to face me while secretly having an affair with Ren. And today, she went out again. Even though it wasn't her usual day of the month, she probably doesn't care about me anymore. Clone's mood shifted from anger to helpless sorrow. Allison didn't know what to do other than console him. First, you need to calm down. Getting drunk won't solve the problem, right? Clone couldn't stay calm and shouted, but I can't face the truth. And you know what's ridiculous? I still love Ren, even in this situation. I can't live without her. What should I do? He was truly a devoted man, which was why Clon had been able to endure it for the past few months. But now, he had reached his limit. Their married life would soon fall apart if something wasn't done. Unable to ignore the situation, Allison decided to help. Please leave this to me. I haven't known Miss Wren for that long, but I don't think she's the type of person to do something like that. You wait here. Allison then went into detective mode to investigate this affair, and of course, he couldn't do without his lowly sidekick. Rurine, that is. At this moment, Rurine was still crying while peeling onions. This is too much. Al is an idiot. After getting changed, Allison told Rurine to stop peeling and come outside. There's something we need to do, or you can just keep peeling. Of course, Rurine chose to escape this boring task. And so, one human and one dragon went off to stake out together, the restaurant Clon mentioned. Wow, those other restaurants are so crowded. Unlike some other places here being Allison's restaurant, of course. Looking at this crowd, Allison could only wish, but the important thing now was to find Wren. Mr. Clon said it was around here. There's Miss Wren and a man sitting across from her. Could that be the colleague Mr. Clon mentioned? After finding their target, it was time for Rurine to be useful. Rurine, do you see that man and woman over there? Eavesdrop on their conversation for me. Of course, Rin won't do something for free. If I do this, I get to eat steak without having to prep the ingredients, right? After Allison settled on the price of 2 steaks, the deal was struck. Rurine focused, using her senses, and her sharp dragon senses to eavesdrop on the conversation and relate it to Allison. Don't you think it's time to tell my husband? Mr. Ment, I think my husband is growing more and more suspicious about our relationship. He's also very sad that you haven't visited the butcher shop. Ment hesitated and then replied, but you know what he's like. If he knew I was helping him, he'd avoid me immediately. Hearing this, Allison was a bit surprised and asked for confirmation. Is that what the person named Ment just said? After it was confirmed to be true, Allison was able to deduce that this didn't seem much like an affair. Therefore, he decided to stop spying and go down and talk to the two of them directly. As for poor Rin, after her usefulness had ended, she was sent home to wait. At that moment, Ren was continuing her conversation. I understand why you think that way, but it's not fair for you to be misunderstood. You're only doing this for the sake of our marriage. Just then, Allison walked up and interrupted the conversation. Excuse me, may I have a word with you? As she said, Mr. Clon had completely misunderstood the two of them. A while later, while Clon was fast asleep in the restaurant, he was awakened by the sound of the door opening. The ones opening the door were none other than Ment and Mr. Clon's wife. Long time no see. Seeing this, Clon trembled with anger. That's right, the two of you look great together. Ren hurriedly explained, honey, it's a misunderstanding, it's not what you think. Seeing his wife still denying it, Clon clenched his fists and shouted, what do you mean it's not like that? It could have been anyone else, so why did it have to be him, Ment? I trusted you, you bastard. Clon couldn't take it anymore and aggressively threw a punch straight at Ment's face, but a magic shield blocked it before things could go too far. Mr. Ment, please clear up this misunderstanding. Why are you just letting him punch you like that? The problem won't be solved that way. Mr. Clon will calm down if you tell him that you were the one who lent him the money when he opened his butcher shop. Upon hearing Allison's words, Clon was so shocked he sobered up instantly. What? What did you just say? Allison calmly carried the ingredients into the kitchen. Everyone, please sit down and talk first. I'll go prepare the food. Allison had already thought of the most suitable dish for the current situation. Right, Mr. Clon has been drinking all day, so I'll make a soup to help him sober up. And since Karen brought me belligerent meat as usual, a pot of shabu shabu is the most suitable choice. Shabu shabu is a Japanese nabemono hot pot dish of thinly sliced meat and vegetables, boiled in water and served with dipping sauces. Allison took out a large, deep pot and began to cook. I'll prepare various sauces along with soy sauce for dipping the meat, and I'll prepare the broth. I'll filter the anchovies and seasoning powder and pour all the water into the pot. The shabu shabu was ready. Meanwhile, Clon still couldn't believe what he had just heard. So he asked his wife again, Ren, what did you just say? Did Ment really lend us the money to open the shop? Ren let out a sigh and explained, it's like you said, when you had no money left after being scammed. Mr. Ment lent us almost all of his savings to invest in our shop. Now that our shop has a steady income, I meet with him monthly to repay the debt. That's all there is to it. Clon felt sick, broke out in a sweat, his voice trembling. But that money was definitely from the Lord, returned to me after they caught the scammer. Are you telling me that was just a lie? Suddenly, everything I've known for all these years has become a lie. It was hard for Clon to accept. At that moment, Ment spoke up. Back then, if I had told you the truth, would you have accepted the money? I'm sorry for not coming to congratulate you on your grand opening. I had no other choice, because if the truth were revealed, it would have looked no different from me deceiving you. I never thought you were having such a hard time. It seems I did something unnecessary. Clon's face darkened as he asked again, but didn't you have plans after retiring as a mercenary? So why did you give that money to me? Just then, Allison brought out the hot pot, interrupting the story and making Clon's blood boil. Sorry, the vegetables can't be boiled for too long. Isn't it better to talk while eating? And so, the suffocatingly tense atmosphere was broken when Ment became curious about the paper-thin slices of meat. Allison explained. That's Belorant meat from Mr. Clone's butcher shop. I sliced it very thinly because this is a dish where you dip the meat into the broth and eat it right away. Please, everyone, try some. After tasting a piece, Ment was extremely fond of this novel dish. He then ladled a bowl of soup, gave it to Clone, and started talking. Do you remember the Battle of Perun? That day, you were stabbed by a sword protecting me. I still remember that day as if it were yesterday. We had run out of all our provisions. Because the battle lasted longer than expected, the only thing to eat was a bland broth. Then, I caught a wild Belorant. Although I fainted right next to you after catching just one. The soup made from that Belorant's meat was very bland. It was also very tough and gamey, but that thing was more delicious than any delicacy. Clone slurped the bowl of soup while reminiscing about old memories. His whole body trembled involuntarily. That's right, yes, it was delicious. Ment then ladled another bowl for himself and continued. A moment ago, you asked me why I helped you despite my retirement plans, right? At that time, I had no plans at all. I had no plan more important than helping you. Clone now understood everything. Tears began to fall down the gruff man's face. I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry. Allison stood by, witnessing the two old friends resolve their misunderstandings. He felt happy for them, but he had run into big trouble, named Rin. A promise to a dragon is absolute, but you don't treat it that way at all. Allison quickly tried to placate her. It's not nighttime yet, but just let me make the steak for you. However, Rurine was still furious. It is too nighttime already. How dare you treat me like this when I only asked you to do your part of the deal? Just then, Ment walked over, so Allison had no choice but to cover Rurine's mouth and lift her into the air. Does this count as abusing a dragon, who's only a few hundred years old? Although bewildered by the scene before him, Ment didn't dare ask many questions and got straight to the point. I came here because I wanted to ask you something. Recently, the mercenary group received a commission to escort a very important figure, and we want to hold a feast to celebrate. That's why, if it's all right with you, I'd like to have a dinner at your restaurant before we depart. Is that possible? This was a great business opportunity, and Allison, of course, would not refuse. The next day, Allison went to Clone's butcher shop to look for some meat, pelanki, also known as chicken, but they didn't have any. If Clone could sell that kind of meat, he'd already be rich. Seeing this, Allison was a bit disappointed. Humph, so you don't have it. You told me you'd sell me any meat I wanted. Where did that confident Mr. Clone from before go? Hearing that, Clone felt resentful, but couldn't do anything about it. This guy. Pelanki meat is a different story. That's right. I heard they've been appearing in the Limung Forest recently, and that was why Allison went to the Limung Forest. But things weren't as easy as he imagined. A palanque is a monster that looks like a chicken. However, in this world, their behavior is completely different. They change their habitat periodically, making them very difficult to find. And they are extremely agile, which makes catching them even harder. That is why the meat of a palanque is a very precious ingredient with high demand. After an exhausting chase that left him breathless, the palanque even stopped to taunt him, making Allison's blood boil. Should I just set this whole forest on fire? He was now regretting his decision to add this dish to the menu for the mercenary group. After struggling for a while and getting nothing, Allison had to give up and ask for Rurine's help. He was going to have to wash a lot of bowls after this. Rurine then released the powerful aura of the dragon clan. It made the palanque so scared it didn't dare to move. With just one black dragon's roar, the premium chicken ingredient was secured. How was that? Terrifying, right? If you hadn't eaten a dragon's heart, you would have met the same fate as that palanque. Because he had eaten a dragon's heart, Allison was able to resist Rurine's attacks and keep her from running around and wreaking havoc. Afterwards, the two of them went around the forest and hunted 15 more palanques to cook. After a hard day's work, Rurine returned to the restaurant and treated herself to a cold can of beer. Having a beer after work is the best. But in reality, she just walked around and glared at the monsters. She didn't really do anything. Meanwhile, Allison was diligently preparing food for this evening's guests. This time, the dish would go very well with beer. At dusk, Mr. Ment's guests arrived at the restaurant and prepared to eat. But since this was a new restaurant, having no reputation, it was met with suspicion. Is this the place you were talking about? Are you sure the food will be good? I don't trust your taste at all, Ment. Only Minten, Ment's junior mercenary, believed him unconditionally. People often joked that he would praise it as delicious even if Ment fed him grass. Just then, Allison appeared and started serving the food. Ment also took this opportunity to introduce Minten to Allison. This is a dear junior of mine. Minten was extremely excited at this moment. I've heard so much about you. You have no idea how much my senior praised this restaurant. I'm really looking forward to this. Although praised to the skies, Allison remained calm. Well then, I hope today's meal meets your expectations. The food is here. Seeing the pile of crispy fried drumsticks and wings before them made every customer's jaw drop in amazement. Seeing this, Allison explained, "You all know what a pelanki is, right? This is fried pelanki." As soon as they heard the name, Minten excitedly stood up and shouted, "Pelanki, that's the legendary monster that even professional hunters can't catch." This reaction surprised Allison a bit. "It's not that legendary. Please eat before the food gets cold." It's unbelievable that something that looks like a chicken is actually a legendary monster feared by hunters. But to Allison, it was just a slightly hard-to-find cooking ingredient. The customers who had just taken their first bite of the meat couldn't contain their emotions. "This is truly delicious. This is not like you at all meant." Minten, on the other hand, wasn't talkative and just grabbed a bunch of food, stuffing it all into his mouth, rendered speechless. And this was just the fried chicken. To think it could get everyone so excited. It truly lives up to its name as a legendary ingredient. Because there were too many customers, Allison had to go to the kitchen to ask for help. "Rurine, we can't let this continue. There are too many customers. Can you help with serving?" But how could a noble black dragon possibly work as a waitress? Are you seriously asking a dragon to serve humans? Rurine was the one who caught the legendary creature that even professional hunters couldn't catch. Having no other choice, Allison resorted to a sob story. "Well, if you don't want to, then fine. But do you remember? We talked about opening a restaurant together after the war ended, that we would overcome everything together. I guess a dragon's heart changes easily. I was so happy every time I thought about it. I can handle it myself. You can go home." Even though she was several hundred years old, Rurine was still just a child at heart, so she was easily manipulated by these words. "I understand. I've changed my mind. Being a waitress could be a new experience for a dragon. I need to bring out the beer, right?" And so, Allison's plan succeeded perfectly. With the help of the lolly waitress, everything was finally taken care of. To reward this hard work, Allison saved some chicken and beer for Rurine. After a long day's work, Rurine enjoyed the fried chicken heartily. At this point, Allison noticed the surroundings and asked, "By the way, I haven't asked you to clean up yet. What's going on? Have you finally grown up?" Rurine leaned her head on Allison's shoulder and replied, "Because this is a restaurant, our restaurant." Taking this opportunity, Allison mentioned wanting to call off the bet about washing dishes for a month. But life is not a dream. The fate of a great mage washing dishes for a month was unavoidable. Hey, right? Just then, a strange figure appeared outside the restaurant. As soon as Rurine sensed their presence, she immediately hid behind. "Allison, what could possibly make a dragon so terrified?" Before Allison could understand what was happening, the restaurant doors slowly opened. How unpleasant. The cities of humankind are always such detestable places to visit. Allison, however, wasn't surprised at all. "It's been a while, hasn't it, Black Dragon, Elder Meridana?" Meridana showed extreme displeasure towards Allison. "My title is not for a mere human to use so casually." Allison stood up, facing Meridana, ready to fight at any moment. "What business brings you here?" Meridana slowly approached. "You're living quite comfortably with a dragon in a small place like this. Is there any inconvenience?" Rurine only dared to peek her head out and answer meekly, "No, sir." It seemed she was very afraid of this so-called Black Dragon Elder. Allison, at this moment, was completely different from his usual approachable self. He seemed to have become another person. Holder. "So, you've come for Rurine?" "As far as I know, no one can challenge my right to care for Rurine. You were punished by immolation last time, remember?" At the mention of this, Meridana also became extremely dangerous. "Your mouth is as impudent as ever, isn't it?" "Well, you're right. I came here for Rurine." Although frightened, Rurine mustered all her courage to resist. "I'm staying with Al. Why are you suddenly doing this? You abandoned me, after all." Meridana lowered his voice. "Child, who said I abandoned you? I was just late. Even though your mother made a great mistake against the clan." Just then, Allison cut in. "You can stop talking about that now. What's important is the promise between you and me. I've heard that promises are very important to dragons." Meridana wasn't angry, but instead gave a sly smile. "You are correct. I came here to talk about that promise. It's true we promised to entrust Rurine to you, but there was a condition attached to that promise. Shouldn't the promise that was made first be fulfilled first?" When Allison asked what the condition was, the old man answered without hesitation. "The age at which a black dragon is considered an adult in our clan is 800 years old. Until then, any dragon without its own lair will be protected and sent to the clan's sanctuary. Rurine was using her mother's lair, but it was destroyed in the recent war. Therefore, Rurine, who will turn 800 years old next year, must leave and find her own sanctuary. This is a clan rule that no one can defy. If you break this rule, it will be considered a declaration of war." After hearing this, Allison sighed. "Let's do it that way, just as you said." Hearing this, Meridana became furious and emitted a terrifying aura, but Allison was not only unafraid but continued speaking. Why was I worrying about trivial things? Can't we just do that? Thinking this was a declaration of war. Meridana couldn't hold back and almost transformed into his true form. You brat, you may have eaten the heart of the demon lord, but you underestimate us too much. As expected of the Black Dragon Elder, this power was truly fearsome. If the old dragon unleashed his power, this entire place would be razed to the ground. Rurine, feeling the fear, repeatedly tried to dissuade him. Al, I'm fine. You can't declare war? Allison, with a dumbfounded look, said, Huh. Declare war? I was just talking about making a dragon's lair. Hearing this, Meridana and Rurine both froze. A war between dragons and humans almost started again because of this young man. Allison then continued, I mean, we have a whole year, right? We just need to finish it within this time. We probably have enough treasure, so we can start right now. We can do that, can't we? Meridana, not knowing what to do, decided to retreat. Well, that is feasible. In that case, I will return in 1 year. And that was the beginning of Allison's project to create a dragon's lair. A dragon's lair, simply put, is a cave for a dragon to live in. A magnificent interior and a hoard of treasure are the symbols of a dragon's lair. Creating one costs a lot of money and time, which is why Allison would have no time even if he started right now. But as bad luck would have it, the restaurant suddenly became unusually crowded. Customers flocked in because of the rumor that the restaurant sold parent meat, even though Allison had said he no longer sold that type of meat as it was a special menu item. But the number of customers didn't decrease even with Rurine's help. But the workload was still overwhelming. Things couldn't go on like this. Allison was forced to find a way to reduce the number of customers. The next day, Allison took Clon into the forest to where the parenks were. Seeing this, Clon still had no freaking idea what was going on. What's this? What the hell is this? Allison explained. It's parenk. What else? I'm going to supply you with parenk. You'll be the only one in the Empire selling parenki meat and attracting many customers. Clon still couldn't believe it was real. What? How are you going to catch parenke? That's difficult even for the top hunters of Greg City. But it wasn't difficult at all. You just need to bribe Rurine with meat, and it's done. Allison then reassured Clon, you don't need to worry about that. Mr. Ment's mercenary group has eaten it once before. The profit will be split 50-50. I'm not giving it away for free, so I'll just take half the selling price. Clon immediately objected. What? You're doing too much. You catch them and deliver them to us, so why are you only taking half? But Allison didn't care much about money. Half is fair enough. I won't be able to provide a large quantity, so I won't take much. Instead, you should use it as bait to sell more of other types of meat and buy her. Rent new clothes and treat her better. Despite being very angry at Allison's unreasonable attitude, but he couldn't do anything, so Clon reluctantly agreed. All right, I'll sell it to you. Don't you change your mind. Of course, Allison wasn't going to change his mind. This was the very plan he had just devised to reduce the number of customers at his restaurant. But there was one problem. The palans would periodically change their habitat, and of course, Allison had already taken that into account. With just a wave of his hand, he created a giant barrier, enclosing the palanks in the forest. Clon's jaw dropped in amazement at the sight. Creating a barrier of this size was no easy feat. This wasn't something that could be done after just a few years of studying magic, Allison. Who on earth are you? Allison then made a gesture for secrecy. A restaurant owner who retired after the war, just like you, Mr. Clon. So please keep my use of magic a secret, okay? And that was how Allison's plan unfolded perfectly. The next day, his restaurant was completely empty, without a single customer in sight, just as he had planned. But Rurine wondered if this was really something to celebrate. Allison, at this point, was already shedding tears. He had thought there would be at least 1 or 2 customers left, but at least now the 2 of them had time to build the dragon's lair. Hearing that, Rurine was overjoyed. Ah, that's right, the lair, hee. You'll live with me once we finish building it, won't you? Allison immediately refused. Of course, he would live here, the place he had worked so hard to build. Hearing this, Rurine threw a fit. What? In that case, I don't need it. Let's just go declare war on the Black Dragon clan. This whole destined enemy of mankind thing isn't working out very well for me. Allison then had to coax her by saying that the lair would be nearby, and only then did Rurine calm down. The location for the dragon's lair was none other than the hill right below the restaurant. Since the restaurant was on the outskirts of the city, all the surrounding land belonged to Allison. Therefore, the 2 of them could do whatever the heck they wanted. However, the inside of the cave had to be reinforced with magic, or else the entire hill would collapse. Rurine was now fired up and decided to start digging the cave immediately, but her partner decided to bail on her right at that moment. Well then, I'm heading back to the restaurant. Good luck. I mean, I can't leave the restaurant unattended for too long, right? Rurine froze on the spot, and even though he said he was going back to work, Allison was just sprawled out on a table, enjoying this rare moment of rest. Just then, a person walked into the restaurant and asked, "Excuse me, is this that famous restaurant?" Seeing this, Allison quickly got up to greet the customer. Welcome. I don't know about famous, but this is certainly a restaurant. The customer continued. I heard that one can eat the legendary pelanki meat here. Hearing this, Allison's spirits fell. I'm sorry, but we are no longer selling pelanki meat. You'll have to try the butcher shop. However, the customer did not leave. But can I have some of their dish? I just want to eat something. Anything will do. Allison told the customer to wait a moment and headed into the kitchen to prepare a dish. From the person's attire, Allison guessed he was the son of a nobleman going through hard times. And since one should never discriminate against a customer, Allison decided to serve him just like any other. Allison then used magic to cook. The only dish I can make that would suit a child's palate is a hamburger. I make it often since Ruri demands it. As for the meat, I'll use finely minced unka tenderloin, shape it, add a little salt, and pan fry it in butter along with the bun. I'll place the patty on the vegetables and top it with a garlic demi, glazed sauce, and finally, the egg I got from catching the palank. And just like that, a hamburger that could even bribe a dragon was complete. Allison recited the recipe in his head while cooking. It had become a habit. The young man was astonished when he saw the dish. Amazing. Is this a sandwich? Too lazy to explain, Allison simply said they were more or less the same thing. Just as the young man was about to take a bite, a man suddenly burst through the door, shouting, Young master, I've been looking everywhere for you. What are you doing in a place like this? What if you get food poisoning from eating the food here? Please, come outside with me. Allison couldn't stand his restaurant being bad-mouthed, so he spoke up. I've been holding back, but you've gone too far, sir. The man didn't back down. Oh, you're the owner of this establishment? I had no idea. Do you have any idea who you are preparing food for? This is the son of the Lord, the Baron of Greg's city. This is the Baron's heir, De'Aaron Greg. But this didn't faze Allison in the slightest. I don't care if he's a baron or a duke. I serve food to my customers. Is there a problem with that? The two of them argued back and forth for a while, with neither willing to give in. Seeing this, De'Aaron quickly tried to stop them. Please, stop it. I'm all right. Feeling guilty, the boy left one gold coin and departed. But this only made Allison feel worse. A moment later, Rurine ran back, covered in mud and crying. It's your turn, El. I said it's your turn now. I had to do everything. I can't do it anymore. My hands hurt so much. But Allison had already changed his clothes and was preparing to go somewhere. Don't be like that. I'll do the digging tomorrow, Allison said. More importantly, I need to go somewhere right now. Hearing this, Rurine wondered, Go where so suddenly? I'm hungry. Allison gazed at the gold coin in his hand and said, I'll cook you something when we get back. I've accepted payment, so this is something I must do. We're going to the Lord's castle. At the Lord's castle, De'Aaron was sitting alone in his room, looking dejected, when suddenly, a teleportation portal opened up. Stepping out of it were Allison and Rurine. Greetings, young Baron Greg. De'Aaron was too stunned to speak as Allison approached him, holding a paper bag. It seems you forgot something. You didn't get to try it, did you? I've warmed it up for you, so go ahead and have a bite. Is this some kind of isekai delivery service? I wish the delivery guys in my area could use teleportation portals like this. Holding the hamburger made De'Aaron's mouth water, and despite his many questions, he decided to take a bite first and worry later. This kid was really about to eat food from a suspicious person, who teleported right into his room. There must be something wrong with his head. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Young master, I heard a noise from your room. Is everything all right? Allison's face was one of pure annoyance. Are you kidding me? Just let the kid eat his hamburger, you damn pest, Allison thought. De'Aaron, trembling, looked at Allison for help. What should I do now? Allison whispered to him. What do you mean? Just tell him nothing's wrong. You are the Lord's heir and a baron. After all, they cannot disobey your command, so be confident. De'Aaron hung his head low, his voice filled with sadness. But they've never listened to me before. They always just ignore me. Since there was no reply, the person outside knocked more insistently. Young master, I'm opening the door and coming in, unable to take it anymore. Rurine used magic to alter her voice and yelled, Nothing is wrong. Go away. I did not give you permission to enter. Hearing a voice that sounded exactly like his own left De'Aaron completely astonished, but he still stared anxiously at the door, convinced that no one would obey his command. The knocking suddenly stopped. I understand, young master. Please call me if anything happens. As De'Aaron stood there with his jaw dropped in amazement, Allison spoke up. See, I told you, you have to establish your own authority. De'Aaron immediately dropped to his knees. Master, please take me as your disciple. Allison had no freaking idea what was going on and his face just went blank. De'Aaron then began to recount his past. My mother passed away shortly after I was born. My father remarried not long after that, so I spent most of my time with my stepmother. She was a very strict woman and always told me to be mindful of my actions, because I am the son of the Lord. Even so, I loved her, because those were happy times for me. However, everything changed when my father became bedridden with a serious illness. She stopped looking at me or speaking directly to me during meals or parties. I want to become a good lord, just like my father was. But the servants, under my stepmother's orders, began to control and restrict all of my activities. I have no one to talk to. Everyone ignores me. Since then, I've had this feeling that I won't be treated any better, even after I inherit the title of lord. But my perspective changed after today's events. Master, please teach me how to become a good lord. Dieren's eyes sparkled with fervent hope, but Allison responded bluntly. That's a rather strange conclusion to come to, isn't it? How did it come to this? I'm just a restaurant owner, Allison thought. Dieren then explained his reasoning. But this is unprecedented. He would have entered anyway, even if I had told him to leave. Allison realized the problem. The boy completely lacked self-confidence. It seemed as if he had deliberately thrown away his own assertiveness and become more withdrawn. Allison let out a sigh and then spoke. Look people in the eye when you speak to them. You said you want to become a good lord, didn't you? The title of lord comes with great responsibility. Therefore, you must take responsibility for every word you say. I'm not telling you to ignore the words of others. Make sure you listen and think carefully before making a decision you completely believe in. If the decision benefits you, then everything will be fine. If not, accept it and take responsibility. In my opinion, that's what makes a good lord. These words seemed to awaken something inside Dieren, but before he could fully understand, Allison was preparing to leave. Anyway, eat this burger before it gets cold and visit the restaurant occasionally, okay? After that, Dieren kept thinking about what was just said. The moment he took a bite of the hamburger, he had an epiphany. Could it be? I understand now. A good lord must be someone dedicated to ensuring all his people can enjoy delicious food like this. It seems this young man misunderstood something. Elsewhere, Allison and Rurine had teleported outside the city. To prevent Rurine from overthinking it, Allison carefully advised her. I hope you don't take his words to heart. Rurine then asked, You mean that little kid? But why do you have to put so much effort into him? I see you seem to care a lot. Allison then took out the gold coin he was paid earlier. I'm just doing the job I was paid for. Holding the gold coin, Rurine couldn't help but be surprised. This is 100,000 runes. A normal hamburger sells for 200 runes. He really paid you this much just to eat one hamburger? Allison replied. That's right. That's why we need to provide him with proper service. At that price, this isn't a rip-off restaurant. He's as rich as a dragonkin. I hope he becomes a regular customer from now on. But Rurine didn't want that to happen at all. I'm not happy at all because the number of hamburgers for me to eat will decrease. What a gluttonous dragon. In a forest on the outskirts of the city of Greg, there's a strange and very famous clinic. The doctor there certainly is. Highly skilled and has even learned healing magic, but that's not the reason it's so famous. The biggest reason patients travel to this remote place far from town is because the owner of this clinic is an elf, not a human. Elena, the owner of the clinic, is currently confiding in Ren about returning to her hometown. I'm thinking about whether I should go back to my home. I really enjoy helping and healing people, so I left my village against the opposition of all my kin. But reality is very different from what I imagined. No one cares about being treated. They just want to see a female elf at all costs. No one sees me as a doctor. Recently, a woman came here and got angry with me. She said I seduced her husband. I know not all humans are like that. And it's not that I hate healing others, but it's really hard to keep it all inside and continue. After listening, Ren asked, By the way, do you dislike me too? Elena hastily explained, What? No, it's not that. I like you, Ren. Besides, you've always treated me well, and that's why. I accept this without any prejudice. Ren then asked, So if there were more things you liked here, would you stay? There are many things I don't like about my husband, his snoring, and he's also very naive. But there are also things I like more. I like his reliability, and that he's only devoted to me. And he always does his best in everything he does. You said you still enjoy healing people, right? If so, then try having dinner at the restaurant on the hillside over there tonight. The reasons for you to love this place might increase, little by little. And Elle's restaurant could be one of those places. Elsewhere, Allison was caught by Clon while digging with a shovel. Hey, Elle, what are you doing here? I was just about to head to the restaurant. Allison greeted him warmly. I was just about to go back there myself. I was in the middle of some construction work earlier. So, who is this? According to Clon's introduction, this is Nellin, his grandson. Since they had something to discuss, the two of them planned to eat and talk at the restaurant. At that moment, Clon mentioned that his wife and an elf would be visiting the restaurant. Hearing this, Allison immediately shouldered his pickaxe and shovel and headed back to the restaurant. On the way, he asked Clon, Usually, elves don't leave their home forests. That person must be very famous, right? Speaking of which, Clon got a bit annoyed. You don't even have to ask. I heard all the boys in town ran over there, even for just a thorn in their finger. It's despicable. Hearing things like that, I finally understand why elves hate humans so much. Allison replied, There are elves who aren't like that. You shouldn't impose such prejudices on them. I admit that elves are a very proud race, but Before Allison could finish his sentence, he witnessed an astonishing sight. Elena, a noble elf, was kneeling and trembling in fear before Rurine. You are a great being. Please forgive my rudeness. At that moment, Rurine's entire body radiated a murderous aura. So you do know you were rude? I will spare you if you live the rest of your life as my subordinate. Witnessing this, Allison's jaw dropped in amazement. Seeing Allison return, Rurine boasted, "Oh, you're back? I found myself a useful elf subordinate, Allison." At that moment, his two hands clenched into fists, covered in flames of anger. What the hell are you doing to our customer? Rewind to a few minutes earlier. While Rurine was lounging on the table, Elena pushed the door open and entered. "Excuse me, is anyone here? Is this Mr. L's restaurant?" Seeing this, Rurine stood up to greet her. "That's right, but he's not here right now. More importantly, you're an elf." Once again being noticed for her race, Elena lowered her head to the ground. "Yes, that's right." Rurine then approached and said menacingly, "The elf race is very beautiful. It's no exaggeration." Elena replied awkwardly, "Ah, you are beautiful too. And you look much younger than me too." Rurine gave a dangerous smile. "Younger? Are you saying I look young? I may be young for my race, but I am still much older than you. Who gave you permission to speak so casually to me? Huh." A terrifying aura was immediately released, causing Elena to kneel on the ground in fear. And this was the very scene Allison had witnessed earlier. After dealing with the troublemaker, Allison opened the door for the guests. "Haha, I apologize for the noise. Please come in." After getting a lump on her head, Rurine was crying her eyes out. Witnessing this scene, Elena's eyes widened in astonishment. Am I dreaming? She's really a dragon. One thing that everyone, from children to the elderly, knows is to never anger a dragon. Dragons are walking disasters that can burn down entire villages on a whim. They are the strongest race, the pinnacle of all species. I've heard myths about the dragon race since I was a child, so much that I'm sick of it. However, he is treating that dragon like a child. Who is he really? While Elena was still bewildered, Allison approached. "Please excuse us. On her behalf, I apologize for what happened earlier. I really didn't expect something like that to happen while I was away." Elena, still frightened, asked him, "Are you really human?" After hearing this, Allison was a bit surprised, but then he realized that Rurine had revealed her identity as a dragon. With no other choice, Allison whispered to Elena, "Ah yes, I am a human. And that girl is a dragon, as you know. Me living with the dragon is quite strange, but it's a bit difficult to explain. Can you please keep it a secret?" Elena trembled in fear. "Of course, I have no intention of messing with a dragon. I don't want to die yet." Allison didn't know what else to say other than to reassure her that she wouldn't be killed here. It seems Rurine has left an extremely bad first impression. At this moment, Allison spoke up. "By the way, are you the elf doctor that Miss Wren recommended?" Elena, with a dazed look, replied, "Ah yes, that's me. I'm Elena." Hearing this, Allison's face went blank. He could imagine the half-star review for the restaurant if this were Earth. "I came here on a friend's recommendation, but I was forced into servitude." Unbelievable. The first impression is really too terrible. If this were Earth, this place would have been review-bombed by netizens. Elena continued, "I heard that you can eat very delicious dishes here, even if they're only made from vegetables." When it came to food, Allison was extremely professional. "Yes, that's possible. Do you have any allergies?" Elena explained. "It's not for any humanitarian reason. My body just can't digest meat, so as long as I don't eat meat, I'm fine." Allison thought for a moment, then got to work in the kitchen preparing the food. There are many delicious dishes that don't require meat, but I think pasta is one of the best. He put thinly sliced onions, garlic, and mushrooms into a pan with hot olive oil and sautéed them. This way, the different flavors will combine to create a harmonious taste. Next, strain the crushed tomatoes through a sieve and then add them to a pan. Season with salt, sugar, and other spices, then reduce the heat and watch the sauce to make sure it doesn't burn. While waiting for the sauce to thicken, cook the spaghetti for 8 minutes. Remember to save a little of the pasta water. Finally, mix the spaghetti with the sauce and add the pasta water to help the sauce thin out, and the spaghetti dish was complete. Then, Allison served the food to Elena saying, "Please, eat this with a fork. I didn't add any meat, so you don't have to worry." Just seeing the dish made Elena want to eat it immediately. She picked up her fork and carefully savored the delicious spaghetti. Meanwhile, Allison went on to serve the gooba meat dish to her nephew, Clon. But Allison noticed that Nellen didn't seem very happy. Could it be that he doesn't like this dish? When she turned to look at Elena, Allison could hardly believe her eyes. The image of a noble elf had completely disappeared, replaced by a gluttonous girl savoring the delicious meal. Absolutely delicious. All this time, I've only ever eaten raw vegetables. I had no idea something this good could exist. Ah, it's wonderful. Elena finished the plate of pasta in just a few quick bites. Just then, Allison approached her side, startling her. "It seems the spaghetti was to your liking, wasn't it?" Elena, flustered and embarrassed, covered her face. "I'm sorry, It was so delicious I couldn't control myself. Allison offered a friendly smile and gave her a handkerchief. Don't worry about it. I'm glad you liked it. You don't often visit other restaurants, do you? Elena replied in embarrassment. No, I attract a lot of attention in the city, so I usually just eat vegetables I buy at the market. It's not that I've never considered having a proper meal at a restaurant, but they don't have many vegetarian options on their menus, and even when they do, the food is no different than eating raw vegetables. So I started to wonder if cooking was even necessary. Allison completely understood Elena's feelings. People here didn't use many spices, so everything tastes so bland. As she said this, Elena suddenly became excited. But my mind has changed since coming here. That last dish was truly delicious. I have to thank Miss Wren. This also meant the earlier bad review was gone. Only then did Allison dare to breathe a sigh of relief. I'm so glad to hear that. At that moment, Clon suddenly stood up and shouted, What? What did you just say? Nellen repeated, I said I just found out that my mother and I are not blood related. Meanwhile, at the mine, Nellen's mother was very worried, so she had brought food for her son deep into the mine, but she had no idea Nellen wasn't even there. Back at the table, Clon calmly sat down and asked, Who did you hear that from? Nellen slammed the table and yelled, That's not important right now. I've been lied to for 25 years. I couldn't concentrate on my work, which is why I left the mine early. I couldn't just go home like that. Meanwhile, Elena and Allison were completely focused on the unfolding drama. They didn't dare make a sound. It's true that no matter what world you're in, you just can't give up on watching drama unfold. Clon then began to earnestly reason with him. Don't you have any idea what Miss May has been through to raise you? She worked day and night just to provide for you, even after your father died as a mercenary. Don't you think her raising a child that isn't her own flesh and blood is a noble act? You're smart enough to figure that out for yourself. At this, Nellen's face darkened and his voice trembled. I know that. I know I'm at fault, but this morning I was so hot-headed and angry that I refused. At the lunch my mother prepared and called her an old hag. Hearing this, Clon furiously grabbed Nellen by the collar. What? There are some things you can say, and there are things you absolutely must never say, you idiot. Things were quickly getting out of control, and Allison was about to intervene. Just then, Wren burst through the door in a panic, shouting, Nellen, it's a disaster. Hurry and follow me to the mine. The mine collapsed right where your mother was. She's trapped inside. Hearing this, Clon shouted frantically, What do you mean the mine collapsed? What happened to Miss May? Wren, in a panic, explained, I'm not sure, but it looks like she went inside to find Nellen. And after that, Nellen lost his composure and bolted towards the mine alone. Allison and Elena also wanted to go, hoping they could help in some way. At the mine, people were trying to hold back the frantic Nellen. He just wanted to throw himself into the rubble to save his mother. Calm down, Nellen. It's dangerous. It could collapse again. Allison and Elena arrived right after. Please, calm down. We will go inside and rescue Nellen's mother. The others saw this and rushed to stop them. Hey, listen, you can't go in there either. We can't predict when it might collapse again. This is an emergency situation. Allison quickly explained. She is a healer trained in healing magic. There could be many people inside who can't move and need healing. We are wasting time. Please, let us pass. After a moment of explanation, the two of them were finally allowed to go inside. Along the way, Elena spoke to Allison, Thank you for helping me. But you didn't have to come in here with me. It's very dangerous. Just at that moment, the mine trembled and countless rocks began to fall, but fortunately, they were all blocked by Allison's magical shield. You see, I'm quite skilled with magic. I'll stop any rocks from hitting you. Elena couldn't help but be amazed. So, you're a mage? Allison spoke as they ventured further in. I was pretty successful back in my youth, but now I'm retired. However, I am curious about why you decided to come here. I heard you own a clinic in the city of Greg. I mention this because one of my friends is also an elf. I don't imagine you own that clinic just because you're an elf, and I'm sure there have been many times when humans haven't treated you kindly. Yet here you are, entering a collapsed mine to rescue people. Is there a particular reason you're doing this? Just as Elena was about to answer, they arrived at a fork in the path. Oh no, the path splits. We don't have time to search down both routes. Allison closed her eyes and began to chant. Spirits of light were summoned, illuminating the entire space. This display of magic amazed even Elena, who was an elf. The spirits then split up, going down both paths, and it wasn't long before they found an injured person. The worker panicked when he saw the moving lights. What's this? I must be on my way to heaven. I'm starting to hallucinate, but luckily it was all real. Allison and Elena arrived just in time. Sir, are you okay? Are you able to move? Luckily, his injuries weren't too serious and only required some magical first aid. After a little treatment, the worker was able to leave on his own. Just then, the spirits reported that there were other injured people, and so the rescue team went into full operation. Allison took on the role of protection, moving boulders with her magic. Meanwhile, Elena concentrated on using her healing magic to rescue the workers. After receiving initial treatment, the injured were transported outside by Allison's magic. After some time, all the workers had been saved. Only Nellen's mother remained to be found. The two of them then proceeded deeper into the mine and discovered Miss May lying unconscious on the ground. Elena immediately went to her side to assess the situation. She's severely injured. I will use a more powerful healing spell on her, but I can't guarantee the results. Elena placed her hands on her chest and began to chant. A gentle, blue light immediately enveloped them all. At the temporary first aid station, Ren was crying uncontrollably, feeling helpless. Clon stood beside her, only able to offer words of comfort. Miss Elena said the magic would work, so please don't worry too much. She will surely wake up. Seeing his mother lying motionless with her head bandaged, Nellen was completely stunned. Allison could only try to reassure him. Don't worry. Miss Elena quickly treated her with a powerful spell, so she is past the critical stage now. Elena now seemed completely exhausted, her entire body trembling. She suffered a severe concussion, but the treatment was successful. The wound near her eye isn't very serious, so she should be able to see normally once the bandages come off. Nellen then opened the basket beside his mother. It was the meal she had painstakingly prepared for him, the one he had cruelly rejected with unkind words. It was too late for regrets now. It was all because of him that his mother had come to find him and gotten so badly hurt. Just then, Miss May's arm twitched. Nellen, are you there? The very first thing she did upon waking up was to call out her son's name. Such is the sacred love of a mother. Everyone could finally breathe a sigh of relief. As for Nellen, tears streamed down his face. I'm here, Mom. Your son is here. I was so afraid that the words I said to you this morning would be our last. Hearing this, tears fell from Miss May's eyes. You called me Mom again. I'm so sorry for making you worry. It's such a relief that you weren't inside the mine. Witnessing this scene, Elena couldn't help but feel deeply moved. She approached and said to Allison, actually, I was going to close the clinic and return to my homeland. I was very disappointed in people after witnessing the horrible things here. That's when Miss Wren told me this. Try to increase the things you like here. Perhaps I was too hasty in coming here to find that. The lifespan of humans is shorter than that of elves, but they can freely express their emotions. That's why people are easily disappointed and hurt. I used to feel that way. But ironically, that's also the reason I opened the clinic. I think there are still many things here that I like that make it impossible for me to leave. I like the genuine emotions of humans, and now I've also learned that the food here is delicious. Today, I've realized many things. Before she could finish her sentence, Elena almost fainted from exhaustion. Fortunately, Allison managed to catch her. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Then, Allison began to transfer mana through his hand to Elena. Feeling the mana flow into her body, she was extremely surprised. Isn't this the mana transfer magic of the elf race? Allison quickly let go of her and explained. The friend I mentioned taught me this magic. His name is Beeden. Upon hearing this name, Elena shouted in astonishment. Beeden, the hero of the elf race? That Beeden? How did you? To avoid trouble, Allison didn't explain much, only saying that he was a well-known sorcerer. Meanwhile, on Burness Hill, at the foot of the restaurant, Rurine was still sullenly digging a cave by herself. Ugh, that jerk. He always leaves me behind. How could he tell me to dig a cave just because I'm not allowed to use magic in front of other people? It's so unfair. I just wanted to recruit a subordinate to help with the restaurant. Just then, a jet of water suddenly burst out, drenching Rurine completely. After returning and seeing this mess, Allison questioned her. You're saying water just burst out from the ground, and you wanted to know where it came from, and kept digging until you ended up in this state, huh? Rurine, covered in mud, stood with her hands on her hips and proudly replied, exactly. Although Allison was furious, he had to hold it in. Don't get angry, he thought. She's not trying to provoke me on purpose. Looking at the mess on the ground, it was clear Rurine had tried to dig further but found nothing. Allison then said, there must be an underground water source nearby. You probably hit the water vein. You dug quite deep, but even with magic, it's impossible to see it from here. Do you remember what we discussed before? We need to reinforce the cave ceiling with a barrier. Of course, Rurine remembered that. Otherwise, the cave would have collapsed long ago. Allison then released an immense amount of mana and created a magic circle. Rurine, standing beside him, reminded him, remember to control your power, okay? Or else you'll blow away the entire hill. The spell Allison used was the level 8 magic prison. In just the blink of an eye, the cave was dug much deeper. Rurine didn't forget her duty either. With just a stomp of her foot, she erected a barrier protecting the cave's ceiling from collapsing. And just like that, Rurine's dragon cave was finished. At that exact moment, the ground suddenly cracked and a jet of water erupted from below. Seeing this, Allison observed it carefully. Magic prison must have hit the underground water vein, so that's why the water is gushing out. This must be a hot spring. But Rurine, without a second thought, rushed forward intending to bathe. Allison immediately shouted a warning, "That's hot water," but it was too late. Engulfed by the hot water, Rurine screamed at the top of her lungs. Afterwards, she had to take off her soaking wet clothes to warm up. "Listen here, you can't just rush into everything like that," Allison admonished her while using magic to create a spherical barrier. By pushing the barrier into the ground, the earth settled down, creating a pool of clean water. Then, by simply removing the top part of the barrier, he created a hot spring bath. Allison then mercilessly tossed Rurine into the water. Falling in, Rurine screamed bloody murder. "It's hot! I'm being boiled alive!" But then she realized the water was only lukewarm. Of course, it was because Allison had already cooled it down. He then took off his outer clothes and joined Rurine in the water. Rurine hesitated for a moment before asking, "I noticed you were gone for a while. Where did you go?" Allison replied that the mine had collapsed, so he went there to save people. However, Rurine was only interested in whether he went with that elf girl. Allison quickly explained, "Of course I needed her. You know I'm not very skilled with healing magic, don't you?" But Rurine was already sulking and turned away. "No wonder you look so cheerful. I had to dig this cave while you know I hate elves, and other races too. I hate all of them, except for you." It seems the little lady was jealous, seeing her man with another girl. Then Allison carefully prepared a cup of hot cocoa and offered it to Rurine. Even though she was sulking, Rurine couldn't resist, so she took the cup of cocoa and drank it with relish. Seeing the atmosphere soften, Allison, while making a cup for himself, said, "Cocoa powder is made from cocoa beans. This powder might look simple, but it takes many steps like planting, fermenting, drying, roasting, grinding, and many others to make it. Many people had to work hard so we could drink this. I have enough power to blow up a mine, but even so, I don't have the ability to heal the injured. I can't even find the simplest ingredients for the restaurant without Mr. Clon's help. Even if I were to use magic to create a space here, I would still have to ask the dwarves to build the dragon cave. People may differ in race, abilities, and personality, but that's no reason to push them away. Even a dragon can't handle everything alone." Hearing these words, Rurine seemed to understand to some extent. "I get it, but I'll still treat you differently than I treat them. You're special." And so, the two of them enjoyed the hot spring together all night long. Elsewhere, Men's mercenary group ran into trouble during an escort mission. They were surrounded by a group of people and cornered against a cliff. Despite their best efforts to break through the encirclement, Men was dragged off the cliff by a bandit in his suicide attack. Back at the restaurant, today Allison had put up a closed sign to focus on other tasks. When Rurine asked for the reason, he explained, "The other day, when we were drinking hot cocoa, it was a shame we didn't have any milk. So, I'm going to build a farm so we'll always have a ready supply." But everything was just starting from zero, and what Allison needed were Baron Erics from the lower reaches of the Varan River. When told to teleport to the lower Varan River, Rurine was a bit bewildered. "Don't you know I can't teleport to a place I've never been to before? Last time, I teleported us to the Lord's castle by following the scent of that kid." But Allison was insistent. "I'll tell you the location and distance, so just do it by feel." Although Rurine was reluctant, she had to comply. And so, the two of them were teleported to the lower reaches of the Varan River. From there, Allison could clearly see a herd of Baron Erics nearby. The only problem was, the two of them were free-falling from the sky. Even then, they were still in the mood to argue. "You're a dragon, so why are you afraid of falling? Don't you have wings?" Rurine immediately clung to Allison's neck and screamed, "I'm not transforming into my dragon form. I'd rather die." It seemed that for some reason, Rurine didn't want to revert to her dragon form. Allison didn't press the issue further. The two of them then landed safely, thanks to Allison's magic. Upon landing, Rurine was immediately in awe by the vastness of the river. When Allison explained that it was the sea, she felt a bit embarrassed. That was understandable, as Rurine had never seen the sea in her life. And so, a plan for a day at the beach was made. Rurine was incredibly excited about this. The task for the two of them now was to catch about 10 Baron Erics. Whoever caught less would have to be on cooking duty for the day. Meanwhile, at the restaurant, 3 people were sitting listlessly outside the door as if they were about to die of hunger. It seemed that Allison's 3 hardcore fans couldn't live without his food. While waiting, the 3 of them got acquainted. Allison, completely unaware of this, had fun with Rurine for a long time before returning. Thanks to the mind manipulation magic of the dragon race, the herd of Baron Erics was extremely docile, following them and staying in their pen. Because of that, the flimsy fence Allison built would hold. He would build a shelter for the Baron Erics later. The priority now was to reopen the restaurant. Just as he reached the door, Allison was shocked to see 3 hungry ghosts lingering there. Luckily, he returned just in time to prevent any casualties. The 3 were then served their favorite dishes. "Honestly, what would you all have done if I hadn't returned today? Just wait in front of the door like this?" Hearing this, Clon nonchalantly replied, "I suppose you would have had to dig 3 graves next to the restaurant. The cause of death would have been starvation." Truly speechless. Meanwhile, Rurine was stuck washing a pile of dishes because she had lost her bet with Allison. When he learned that Allison wanted to raise Baron Eric's, Clon asked, "How do you plan to manage them? Aren't you short-staffed?" Allison immediately replied, "I'm thinking about that, and I plan to hire some staff. The pasture needs to be cared for meticulously. I can't just hire random people, so I'll need to prepare some job postings." Clon immediately came up with a fun idea. "You mean interviews? Haha, don't worry. Don't elves have the ability to see into a person's inner thoughts? And our master here also needs to learn how to tell who's a good person and who's a bad one. I've met all sorts of people back in my mercenary days. We've already bothered you on your day off, so please, let us help. We'll assist you with the personnel interviews. We will select the most talented employees for you, so just leave it to us." And for that reason, the next day, the interviews for the pasture position began. Many people heard the announcement and came to apply. The judges for this occasion were none other than the trio, Clon, Elena, and Rurine. The very first applicant was rejected the moment he opened the door and stepped inside. A young man with absolutely no passion. How could someone like you possibly manage the Barry Erics? Next, good grief. Are they hiring an employee or a CEO? The person after that was a handsome young man who seemed very proactive. Clon saw this and was somewhat satisfied, but the guy's mind was filled with nothing but naughty thoughts about Elena. Since Elena could read his inner thoughts, she rejected him instantly. The next person was a middle-aged man with a pipe in his mouth. "I have 35 years of work experience. I will create the most beautiful pasture in all of Greg." This time, it was Rurine's turn to take the stage. "So, what are your thoughts on the comfort of the Barry Erics?" Before the man could even process the question, Rurine pulled out a scroll. It's crammed with text. "Do you have a plan for the sleep and recreational activities of the Barry Erics yet? What about those who might have designs on the Barry Erics? Have you devised a way to confront them? And what about milk provision? That means you must prepare a clear plan to be ready to compete with others. And I'm also curious about how you would handle it if one of them were to get sick or injured. You would have to write a health report for the Barry Erics and ensure they remain in good health. This is not just a simple pasture. I am a baron who cares deeply for the Barry Erics as well as for my people. You should not look down on them." Allison was truly at a loss for words. The middle-aged man could not endure it any longer, so he got his butt up and left. Before leaving, the man left one parting remark. "What a complete lunatic." Rurine, however, still wouldn't stop. "Where are you going? You must protect the people. People like him don't even care whether the Barry Erics are sad or not." Witnessing the performance of these three, Allison was completely frozen. He had a very bad feeling about this, and so, the interviews continued to take place. As time went on, the reasons for rejection given by the trio became increasingly absurd and ludicrous. Some people were even disqualified before they could utter a single word. At this point, tears were streaming down Allison's face. He could only watch on in helplessness. It's true what they say, enthusiasm combined with ignorance is just sabotage. After a while, there were no damn applicants left. Are there no more applicants? Is it because the salary on the recruitment flyer was too low? Ha ha ha. Clon, at this point, was still oblivious that the applicants had all fled because of the trio. With no other choice, Allison was forced to step forward. "Pardon me, I'm very grateful for everything you've done, but please let me interview the next person." Just then, Minton pushed the door open and entered. "I saw the recruitment flyer. May I work here?" Clon was utterly astonished to see her. "Minton, why are you here? Weren't you on an escort mission?" Minton immediately recounted the events. "We were attacked by a band of robbers, and my senior fell from a cliff while trying to help me." Allison became extremely worried. "That scoundrel, men. Why wouldn't he tell me something like that happened? How is his condition now?" Minton's face darkened at the mention of this. "My senior was injured all over his body. However, he can only move one of his legs now. So, my senior had to retire from his mercenary career." Although Elena desperately wanted to help, because too much time had passed since the injury, there was nothing she could do. The only thing she could do was visit to examine and check on his condition. At that moment, Rurine responded, "But why are you the one looking for a job when it's Mr. Men who was injured?" Allison immediately scolded her. "Watch your tone. She's already stressed enough, and you're complaining?" But Rurine was still puzzled. "But aren't you curious? It seems she has also quit being a mercenary. For her to quit, follow Mr. Men, and ask for a job here is rather strange." Minton explained shyly, "I'm just trying to find a job that's suitable for Mr. Men, so that we can work together." As she said this, her face turned completely red with embarrassment. Anyone looking could immediately understand the situation. Clon, in disbelief, asked again, "Don't tell me you. How old are you?" When he found out Minton was only 29 years old, Clon yelled out, "That's a 13-year age difference." But Minton didn't care about that. She just considered age to be a number. At this point, Elena wondered, but why shouldn't it be possible? Among elves, a 13-year age gap is considered a relationship between peers. Allison quickly explained that you can't view this through the lens of an elf's lifespan. A human's lifespan is much shorter than an elf's, so the number 13 is quite significant. But Minton showed her resolve. Never mind that. I've already made my decision. I have left the mercenary corps. If you don't let me work here, I'll starve on the streets. What a surreal way to ask for a job, Allison thought. But Rurine, on the other hand, showed great interest. That passion, miss, I like you already. You are right. Age is not an issue. You're hired. It seems Rurine wanted to assert that her over 700-year age difference with our dear Allison was not a problem at all. Minton was overjoyed at being accepted, but Allison spoke up. I am also grateful that you and Mr. Men want to work here, but we haven't heard Mr. Men's opinion on the matter yet. Minton's face turned red. That's right, I haven't asked for my senior's opinion yet. I was planning to tell him after I managed to get a jug of milk here. My senior was the one who taught me how to wield a sword, from how to hold it to how to maintain my weapon. Naturally, working in the pasture is quite difficult, but I want to learn how to handle those things on my own. And after that, I want to show him how the work here gets done. She hasn't even been hired, and she's already planning all this. So surreal. This touching love story deeply moved Elena. How wonderful. That is the perseverance of love. A beautiful longing, though it seems her choice of words was a little off. After thinking for a moment, Allison spoke up. When you get your first jug of milk, you say, I've just thought of the perfect dish for our visit to Mr. Men. I'm very much looking forward to working with you. And so, the number of restaurant employees increased by 1. The next day, Minton arrived early, full of enthusiasm for work. Her first task was to lead the herd of Barry Erics out so they could graze on grass. Minton was extremely eager and cautiously approached the first Barry Eric. She was quite surprised because the Barry Erics weren't causing any trouble at all. I don't know what kind of magic they've used, but the Barry Erics are incredibly docile, so there probably won't be any issues. But things were not that simple. Although the herd of Barry Erics didn't attack proactively, a gentle nudge was enough to send Minton tumbling to the ground. Despite trying various methods, all Minton received in return was a world of hurt. After struggling to get the herd of Barry Erics out to the pasture, Allison assigned the next job. Wild Barry Erics are very active, so you don't need to trim their hooves. But since these are being domesticated, you must check their hooves regularly. And of course, Minton was sent flying again and again. Then, the next day, as Minton was preparing dry straw for the evening, the herd of Baron Erics swarmed her again. Don't crowd me, the fresh grass is over there. As the old saying goes, it's like casting pearls before swine. And since these creatures look a bit like buffaloes, they're not going to listen. And so, Minton was sent flying once again. A few days later, Minton, covered in dirt, sat on the ground and lamented, I'm completely exhausted. I haven't accomplished a single thing properly. Herding, hoof trimming. I haven't even managed to get any milk yet. I was so confident in the beginning, but what am I even doing now? What if I get fired before I get the chance to work with my senior? As if understanding her heartfelt plea, the herd of Barry Erics approached and comforted her. They seemed to understand and proactively offered themselves to be milked. And so, a gleeful Minton carried the first bucket of milk to show off to Allison. Master, I did it. I got the milk. This surpassed even Allison's expectations. He had thought it would take about a week to get any milk. Taking the jug, Allison broke into a radiant smile. Well done. We should start preparing, shouldn't we? There's a set of clean clothes over there. Go and get changed. Minton, not understanding what was going on, asked back, prepare for what, exactly? Allison replied, a special dish for Mr. Men, of course. A pizza with a super load of cheese. First, pasteurize the milk at a low temperature for 30 minutes. Then reduce the heat and add vinegar to make the milk curdle. After the milk has solidified, scoop out the curds, leaving the liquid whey behind. After putting it in salt water, knead the curd immediately after soaking it in warm water. Throughout this process, air and the remaining whey will be removed, and after shaping it, we have mozzarella cheese. Looking at this strange thing, Minton couldn't help but wonder, is this cheese? It looks different from the cheese, I know. Allison immediately explained, it's just a different type of cheese. We'll put it on top of the bread and bake it. You need a special gift for your confession, right? Mr. Men really likes food, so this will be a suitable gift, don't you think? At the mention of a confession, Minton blushed shyly. A confession? I haven't even thought about that. No, this could be my chance. Allison boasted while kneading the dough. Trust me, when I was young, many women pursued me. Why do these words sound so unreliable? Seeing this, Minton shyly asked, so, you have a lot of dating experience? Allison casually replied that he hadn't been on a single date, which made Minton almost punch him. Allison then handed her the pizza and continued, however, one thing I know for sure is that sincerity always works. So, put your sincerity into this dish, and Mr. Men will surely notice. Such a love expert, always preaching morals. After finishing the preparations, everyone went to Mr. Men's house to check on his health. Meanwhile, Minton timidly held the pizza and stood outside. What will her decision be? After a while of asking about his health, Allison introduced. This is Miss Elena, who runs a clinic. Men was very surprised by everyone's visit. Oh, the famous elf lady? But how did you all know? You couldn't have known unless you were with the mercenary group. Just then, a blushing Min 10 walked in. Senior, how are you feeling? Now, Men understood the reason why. Elena then used healing magic on Men's leg. Although it couldn't be healed completely, she could help with the recovery process. Men then approached Min 10. Ah, I thought you had something else to say. Min 10's face turned beet red, and she started sweating all over. This is a big deal. It's more embarrassing than I thought. The others were expecting a romantic confession, but Min 10 changed the subject instead. You must be very hungry, right? Let's eat first, then we'll talk. Min 10 was trembling at this point. Calm down. As I was told, sincerity always works, and I will express my sincerity through food. It turned out Min 10 had arranged the sausages on the pizza into a heart shape, but Men didn't understand at all. Seeing this, Min 10 immediately explained, this dish is called pizza. I made it myself. Allison helped a lot too. It's beautiful, isn't it? It looks like. Just as she got to the important part, Men couldn't resist and reached for it. Let's have a taste, shall we? Poor Min 10 was crying silently. When he found out the melted stuff on the pizza was cheese, Men was very surprised. He thought cheese was just that smelly stuff sold in the market corner, but that's just spoiled milk. After taking just one bite, Men was immediately captivated by the flavor. This flavor and chewy texture are so delicious. Everyone, have some too. And so, the plan to confess with food failed completely. Min 10 could only eat through her tears. After finishing the pizza, Men happily chatted with Min 10. Ah, I never thought you could cook so well. How did you do it? Min 10 then spoke with a serious tone. Senior, have you decided what you'll do in the future? Men didn't understand what was happening, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Why is that? I'll think about it slowly. Why don't you come work with me at Allison's pasture? Men was quite surprised by this new information. Allison's pasture? He has a pasture? Allison said with a smile. It's a recent thing, sir, and I would be honored to work with you. Miss Min 10 is also working for me. Hearing that, Men was astonished. She's working there already? What about the mercenary group? Min 10, embarrassed, turned away, not daring to look directly at Men. She gathered all her courage and shouted, I left right after you did, Senior. In the future, I want to be by your side. In the future, Men seemed to have understood something, and he accepted the job at the pasture. Everyone was extremely happy to see this, especially Min 10. But it turned out Men didn't understand a damn thing. I'm glad you came to work at the pasture. At least now you're free to date, right? I don't think you could date anyone while you were a mercenary. You're a grown woman now. You should try dating some guys. I think I owe Allison this time. When can I start working? Damn, I'm speechless. Allison could only reply, right after you've recovered. Just rest for now. He felt very guilty at this moment. Miss Min 10, I'm sorry. I thought it would work. So, in the end, sincerity didn't work. You really shouldn't trust someone who's never been in a relationship for advice. On the way back, Allison tried to comfort her. Miss Min 10, please don't be too heartbroken. The two of you will be working at the pasture together. Min 10 forced a smile. I'm not heartbroken. There will be more opportunities in the future, just like I said. I'm very happy to be working with everyone. I'm heading home now. See you later, boss. Although she said that, Min 10 still couldn't hold back her tears and cried as she walked, but she was determined not to give up, no matter what happened. The power of love is truly intense. The three onlookers could only shake their heads in dismay. There was nothing they could do to help. Meanwhile, Men was sitting by a dim light, sighing thoughtfully. What should I do? It seems Men had realized everything from the very beginning. He just didn't want to face this truth. The next day, the Crown Prince of the Loven Empire, Leon Harris, came to visit this place. Although he was smiling, he showed contempt. So peaceful, huh? This place is so ugly. When he saw two beautiful girls standing by the roadside, he approached them without hesitation and invited both of them to his room tonight. What a piece of trash. Seeing this, Duke Pogo Tamaran asked Archmage Madrin what the Crown Prince was doing. He wants those two girls to come to the castle tonight. Pogo's face suddenly turned extremely dangerous. This is a royal meeting. How disrespectful. Father, tell them to handle it themselves. I'm so tired of looking after the Crown Prince. Meanwhile, Duran was preparing for the meeting with the Crown Prince. Because his mother was not feeling well, he would have to go alone. The butler, seeing his anxiety, offered encouragement. After everything that has happened recently, you have become a true lord, and every word you speak will represent the city of Greg. Please do not forget that. Entering the room, the presence of the Crown Prince and Pogo made Duran a little nervous. Father, please grant me your wisdom. As soon as he sat down at the table, Pogo inquired about the health of Count Greg. Still no progress? At the mention of this, Duran became a little sad. Yes, my father is still bedridden. Leon then spoke up. Unfortunately, if I recall correctly, Count Greg is under Duke Saren. Duran replied, "That is correct, but it has been a long time since they last spoke. I haven't met him either." He was trying not to say anything wrong to avoid giving them any leverage. Leon continued, "I suppose so. I heard Duke Saren is not in good health either." Pogo immediately interjected, "Then isn't it time for you to change masters? I'm saying you should side with me. That way, this territory will receive strong protection and your position will no longer be shaken. Don't you think so?" Duran thought carefully before answering, "That is a very difficult matter to answer immediately." He understood clearly that he shouldn't make any hasty decisions in this sensitive period. Pogo didn't stop and continued, "Then let's talk about something else first. With the large-scale irrigation system and the civil war in the neighboring kingdom, many things are happening. This means that the city of Greg, like other territories, will have to pay more taxes." Diran was immediately stunned. "Is that an official request from the central royal family?" Pogo smiled slyly. "That doesn't matter, does it? Managing the territory is the Count's responsibility. Of course, if you accept my earlier offer, this matter will be reconsidered." "What? Is this also hard for you to answer immediately?" "Being a Count always comes with having to make choices. Whether good or bad, you must make a decision, because there is no option of doing nothing. So, what is your decision?" Pogo was like a venomous snake coiling tightly around Diran. If he did nothing, the city of Greg would be mercilessly torn apart by the whirlpool of power. There was no other way. Diran shouted, "All right, I will host a grand banquet and give you my answer then." Pogo thought that in this backwater place, there couldn't possibly be anything delicious and was about to refuse. At that moment, Leon chimed in, "That sounds good. It's perfect. I was just looking for some entertainment until dinner. So, can you bring me a dish that can satisfy me? I'm sick and tired of the food at the royal palace." Darren could only force a smile. Of course, because in this city of Greg, there is an excellent restaurant. And right now, he could only rely on his self-proclaimed master, Allison, at the restaurant. Allison was serving lunch to his staff. Today's menu featured fried rice, which looked so delicious it made one's mouth water just by looking at it. Before eating, Rurine complained that the amount of food she was going to eat was decreasing. What a greedy dragon. Fortunately, Allison had made a lot, so she could have another plate if she was still hungry. Just then, the door was kicked open, and a squad of knights entered. "You're the owner of this restaurant, right?" They had no idea they had picked a fight with the wrong person. Allison stepped forward without a hint of fear. "That's right, but what is this all about? And please, put away your sword." The knight did not back down. "Who do you think you're ordering around? You realize who we are, don't you?" Allison replied, "I know. You are the Knights of the Empire, the Genesis Knight Order, men." The man was so scared he couldn't even move. As for Rurine, she just focused on eating. She needed to eat quickly so she could ask for another plate. But she didn't forget to eavesdrop on the situation. What's going on?" Allison said he would handle it, so there was no need to worry. "Again, can you lower your sword? Someone is eating here." The knight placed his sword at Allison's neck and threatened, "You don't seem to understand the situation, do you? Kneel, or today will be the last day." You see, the Sunday Allison couldn't take it anymore. "I'm warning you one last time. Get out of my restaurant, now." He was ready to use magic at any moment. The knight, oblivious, angrily swung his sword. Just as the knight was about to lose his head for his foolishness, a voice rang out, "Stop! What are you idiots doing? Who ordered you to do this?" It turned out to be an acquaintance of Allison's, Vice Commander Darian. "Please forgive our rudeness. It's been a long time, Grand Mage Allison." Afterwards, the foolish knights were punished by kneeling with their hands raised to the sky. Outside the restaurant, on behalf of my men, I sincerely apologize to you. I ordered them to keep an eye out, in case you left again, but I never expected them to do this. Allison wasn't a petty person. "It's all right, it's fine. Your men are still very loyal. How long has it been?" Darian replied that 5 years had passed, being called a Grand Mage made Allison a little uncomfortable. After all, he had left the army a long time ago. Darian then recalled the past. "I have never forgotten even a single moment of that day, when the 3rd Division was surrounded and nearly annihilated because of my poor command. Grand Mage Allison single-handedly broke through the encirclement and turned the tide of the battle." Allison smiled. "That's because the division held its formation until the very end. You were able to do that because you fought with all your might with your very life, Darian, and since then, you keep refusing the reward and insisting on being punished. Please, don't do that anymore." Mentioning this made Darian a little embarrassed. Of course, a knight must live and die with honor. At that time, I couldn't believe that a culprit like me could receive a reward, unaware that my wife was suffering extreme hardship because of the war. When I heard the news, I felt as if I had been slapped in the face. I was only thinking about my own honor. A knight who can't even protect the one he loves. The heavy atmosphere was suddenly broken by Darian. But then I learned that Grand Mage Allison had secretly sent the reward money I refused to my wife. "I can't express how grateful I was to you. I've been agonizing over how to repay this favor. What could I possibly do to help Grand Mage Allison? You had already left the army. Then, when I heard you were opening a restaurant, an idea suddenly came to me. Let's shut down all the other restaurants in Greg's City, except for this one. That way, Grand Mage Allison's restaurant will become the greatest restaurant in Greg's City. It's a perfect plan. Truly the words of a blockhead. After hearing this, Allison was stunned. Is your brain working properly? And so, Darien drew his sword and rushed off to carry out his idiotic idea. He's truly a lost cause. Elsewhere, Pogo was extremely worried about Crown Prince Leon's decision to eat at an unfamiliar restaurant. They currently had no escort with them, and it would be very dangerous if something happened, but Leon didn't seem to care at all. Just then, countless arrows flew straight towards Leon, but they were all instantly blocked by magic. That was precisely why Leon was so at ease. The presence of Grand Mage Madrin could overwhelm almost anything. The assassins then revealed themselves. Hand over the Crown Prince. If you do, we'll let the rest of you go. But they would pay the ultimate price with their own lives for daring to confront Grand Mage Madrin. 7 sharp screams cut through the air. The assassins were completely buried under a layer of earth and rock. Crown Prince Leon, without a single scratch, exclaimed, "What overwhelming power!" Looking at the mountain range before him, now severely damaged by a landslide, Leon praised her lavishly. So this is the Empire's strongest Grand Mage. With you here, even a dragon is no cause for concern. Madrin smiled lightly and said he was flattering her. Surprisingly, there was still one survivor after being crushed under the rocks. The man even had enough strength to exclaim that Madrin was a monster. Crown Prince Leon, with a gentle smile, spoke venomous words. That's enough. They'll just keep repeating the same thing anyway. Therefore, this is my command, leave no one alive. After Madrin's, as you command, another wave of earth and rock came crashing down. The last survivor was sent to meet his maker before he could even say his last words. Dioran silently marveled at the extraordinary events before him. It seems the rumors are true. There is only one mage in the Empire who can single-handedly face an entire army, a 7th level Grand Mage, and that is this woman, Merlin. Conveniently, she has flattened the road so the Crown Prince can proceed. Meanwhile, at Allison's restaurant, he was having a heart-to-heart with Darien, saying that Darien has a bad habit. He wanted to know what it was. Whenever I get excited, I just rush forward without looking around at all, Darien confessed honestly. I wonder why someone as knowledgeable as you would do that. It really brings back old memories, doesn't it? Allison said with a smile. But he was using magic to bind Darien firmly in a position with his head stuck in the ground and his rear end pointing to the sky. The blood rushing to his head made Darien see many things clearly, including reconsidering his friendship with this guy. Before that, Darien had shouted, "I'll fix it." Only then did Allison let him return to an upright position, back to the fresh air above instead of smelling the dirt. Oh God, I'm alive. Allison loudly criticized Darien while the soldiers were being questioned. Who was the reckless fool who just pointed his sword at him? How could the soldier have known that in his agitated state, he had poked the wrong nest? A hornet's nest, at that. Over here, Darien was honestly confessing his intention to repay Allison by going to every restaurant and spreading rumors that their food contained bugs. This guy is pretty creative, isn't he? It's just that his creativity is misplaced. Darien, embarrassed, apologized and promised to find another way to repay him. Just then, Darien saw something that startled him. He hurriedly ordered the squad of knights to stand at attention. The Crown Prince was approaching. Seeing Darien, he recognized a familiar face. He also assessed that this was no ordinary restaurant. Darien knelt on the ground and greeted, "Your Highness, the Crown Prince, my sincerest apologies. I heard that you would be at Count Greg's place until the evening. I had intended to do so, but I heard there was an excellent restaurant, so I came to see for myself. And of course, I'm not alone." Introducing the Crown Prince's devoted entourage, Darien seemed uncomfortable seeing Madeline was also here. Crown Prince Leon then turned to greet Allison enthusiastically. Elle greeted him back, but in his mind he was thinking, the Crown Prince of the Empire is here, so that's why the Knight Order. The Genesis Order is in Greg's City, and the woman behind the Crown Prince is a familiar face that Elle dislikes. Wait a minute, this outfit is the old uniform of the Royal Mages, isn't it? This Crown Prince is really sharp-eyed. I used to serve in the Mage Corps back in the day. I wear it because it's comfortable, even though I've been out of service for quite a while now. Leon's face lit up with joy upon learning Allison was a mage. In that case, you must have heard of the person I'm talking about. Madrin over there, a 7th level Grand Mage. If you were once in the service, you must have heard that name, right? The Crown Prince enthusiastically introduced his prized subordinate before Elle could even reply. He had already called out loudly, "Madrin, come over here for a moment. Your former subordinate is here." Oh God, why did this guy have to call her over? Duke Pogo grimaced, so slow. What a waste of time to be in this tiny restaurant. Madrin, the Crown Prince is calling for you. Madrin heard him but was too busy trembling to reply. The terror was written all over her face. as if she could see nothing but Elle standing before her. It's infuriating to be put on the spot by an ally when you're already terrified, isn't it, Madrin? It wasn't until Pogo called a second time that Madrin finally snapped back to reality. But she was still speechless. Were you perhaps too tired just now? Go and see him, the Duke reminded her. Madrin apologized, then dismounted her horse, removed her hat, and approached the Crown Prince. Leon, still oblivious, enthusiastically made the introduction. I heard this man was also once a mage. Do you know him? Madrin broke into a cold sweat and stammered. She recalled the time she had met Elle before, telling herself to calm down. If she made a mistake, everyone here would be buried along with her. Just then, Allison flashed a smile. It's a pleasure to meet you for the first time. I'm Elle. Though it looked friendly, it was a warning signal from Allison to Madrin. She quickly followed his lead and acted accordingly. I am Madeline. It's my first time meeting you as well, Leon realized. They were meeting for the first time and felt it was a pity. He had no idea Madeline was using every ounce of her small brain to guess Allison's intentions. Since Allison is acting like he doesn't know me, he must not want to get involved in any trouble. This means I have to act as naturally as possible. In that case, even a little disrespect will surely be forgiven. With that thought, she summoned all her acting skills. We will be holding a banquet for the Crown Prince at this restaurant. This is a great honor for any chef. So, could you please go and prepare a lavish meal right away? Elle looked at her with a somber gaze, but he still agreed to the request. Min, who was working in the pasture, was also eavesdropping. Now, even the royal family was involved. She couldn't help but wonder what Allison's true identity was. Inside, Leon was praising the restaurant's interior for being cleaner than he had expected. Elle smiled and said he hadn't expected such distinguished guests to visit, so his reception might not be entirely adequate. I hope you'll understand. Leon laughed heartily and told Elle not to worry, because the most important thing at a restaurant is the taste of the food, right? But since everything is so sudden, may I confirm one more time? Does this restaurant serve dishes that can even surprise the Crown Prince? Leon excitedly replied, The heir of Count Greg is very confident in his choice, so my expectations are quite high. Allison's face soured as he looked at the timid, golden-haired leopard without spots sitting over there. So it was this guy who brought trouble to my doorstep. Huh. Allison seemed to have understood this damn situation. He keenly felt that his peaceful post-retirement life was in jeopardy. Because Count Greg was seriously ill and bedridden, the city of Greg was currently unstable. He must have come to me for help because he couldn't withstand the pressure of the power struggle, especially from this old man. Duke Temeran was known as one of the three great powers of the royal palace. The old royal was holding a dinner knife, looking at Dirent with a judgmental eye. I hope this isn't your way of delaying your answer. Dirent Greg and the Crown Prince were also on the same side as the Duke. Leon said half-jokingly, Look at that man over there. You should prepare a sumptuous meal for him. We have a lot to do tonight. Allison thought, I can't ignore this anymore. Just then, the Crown Prince came up with an idea. Hey, little Greg, we trusted you and traveled all the way to this remote restaurant, so shouldn't you also trust us, Dirent? For a moment, he couldn't figure out what this guy was getting at. Let's make a bet. Leon smiled, but he exuded a dark energy. Can this restaurant serve a dish that will satisfy me? If you lose, you will have to walk naked around the city of Greg. Good heavens, this guy has some perverted hobbies, doesn't he? He most certainly does. Little Greg turned pale at the Crown Prince's condition, yet the prince just laughed and said, If you truly believe in this restaurant, then there's nothing to be afraid of. Allison gave a dangerous smile and said he would serve a dish that the Crown Prince would be satisfied with. I'm thinking that both the Crown Prince and this Temeran formula need to understand that not a single AI is allowed to touch the city of Greg. The Crown Prince excitedly suggested everyone seal the bet. A dish that could satisfy the Crown Prince, does such a thing even exist? His opponent had surely tasted countless delicacies of the Empire. Allison brought out the appetizer and introduced it. This is a light mushroom soup to stimulate your palate. The Crown Prince seemed quite excited upon seeing the mushroom soup. Allison also knew that satisfying a diner with a dish was by no means an easy task. Leon praised the dish. It smells wonderful, the flavor is rich, and the perfect temperature control maximizes the essence of the mushroom's taste. But this isn't enough to satisfy me. I've had many mushroom soups like this before. The Duke. Pogo, while wiping his mouth, agreed with the Crown Prince's opinion. Allison smiled gently and said he would also like to hear comments from the other guests. From someone who cannot refuse my request. Madrin, trembling, lifted the lid of her soup tureen and immediately saw a message floating on the surface. Give a fiery review. Seeing this message, Madrin broke out in a sweat so intense it threatened to ruin her makeup. Trembling, she put a spoonful in her mouth and erupted with a dramatic performance. Oh, this flavor. Madrin slammed the table and stood up. What an absolutely exquisite soup. This taste and texture. It's the very essence of rich flavor. I feel as if mushrooms are growing inside my stomach. This is like the 7th level magic of the culinary world. No, it's 9th level. It's definitely ninth level. She looked less like she had just eaten a delicious meal and more like she had just been gifted a passionate night by a certain someone. Madrin's over-the-top reaction left Duke Pogo and Crown Prince Leon dumbfounded. Dirent was also surprised. Only Allison, who knew the whole story, was clutching his stomach and shaking, as if trying to suppress his laughter. Madrin, blushing, continued. "So, Your Highness, could you please try this dish one more time? It's truly delicious." This embarrassing situation made her feel that facing the king of the underworld would be more pleasant. Leon was stunned. He reluctantly said, "If she praises it that much, I'll taste it again." "Madrin, you're more expressive than I thought." Dirent also acknowledged that the soup was indeed very delicious. If it weren't for such a formal occasion, he would have ordered another bowl. But Madrin's explosive reaction seemed to be about more than just the soup's flavor. A high-level mage from the royal palace must have eaten this kind of soup before. So why was she suddenly praising it so extravagantly now? After finishing, the prince and the duke also felt the same way. Is that so? What else could it be? Who would dare force a 7th-level archmage to do such a thing? Could it be the restaurant owner? Looking at his reaction, it seems plausible. Allison covered his mouth and smiled. "Well then, I'll prepare the next dish." Crown Prince Leon still said, "I've tasted it again, but I still don't notice much of a difference compared to the soup in the palace." Duke Pogo also agreed. "I never knew you liked mushroom soup so much. I'll be sure to add it to the diet menu." When we returned to the palace, Madrin, startled, quickly said, "The food here is very special," and proceeded to demonstrate by finishing her bowl of soup in a single gulp for everyone to see. When she reached the bottom of the bowl, another message appeared. "Go to the back of the restaurant when you're done." If I'd known, I wouldn't have finished this bowl. Madrin immediately spat out the soup she had just put in her mouth. She choked and coughed violently. Leon, sensing something was off, quietly asked Pogo, "She's not normally like this, is she?" After she finished choking, Madrin crept out to her meeting spot with Allison. She saw him standing at the railing, gazing into the distance. Madrin hesitated, not daring to get closer. She decided to speak from a distance. You called for me?" A rainbow-colored barrier appeared. Madrin knew immediately it was soundproofing magic. Allison turned his head, smiling harmlessly. "Long time no see, Madrin. Your review of the soup was excellent." Allison's praise sounded like a reprimand to Madeline. She stammered, unable to form words, before he continued. "But you shouldn't have done this." El kept the smile on his lips, but a terrifying magical aura emanated from him. "I'm very happy to see you, but I warned you clearly last time, didn't I? That you shouldn't let me see you again." "I swear, I really didn't know you were here," Madrin retorted immediately. Allison narrowed his eyes and asked her why she had come. Madrin said she was only following Duke Temeren's orders. They were currently traveling to various territories to increase his influence in the royal palace. "I'm not talking about Duke Temeren. I'm talking about the Crown Prince." Hearing this, Madrin was so scared she was drenched in sweat, her face frozen solid. Even in this remote area, Elle knew that Crown Prince Leon's reputation was truly terrible. It was said that he was famous for his moral corruption, not only lusting after women and power, but also having no regard for others, as long as he himself could find pleasure. Until today, I still believe that to be true. Elle sighed, but, although he pretends to oppose authority, he actually knows how to exploit his position. He's threatening the Count's son, Rick, as if it were a game, while using his image as a cover. To me, the Duke's takeover of Greg's city by Temeren is just one small step in a much larger plan. Madrin was biting her lips so hard it was about to tear, but Allison pressed on. "What is the Crown Prince's ultimate goal? That is what I am asking." "I can't say. I beg you, sir, anything but that. Even if my mouth were torn open, I could not reveal it." "Oh? So you won't talk even if your mouth is slit? Let's see if that's true." Rurine, exuding a dark aura, stepped forward. Madrin cried out in anguish, collapsing to her knees. "I want to go home. This place is full of man-eating demons." Of course, there was no damn way she could go back. Madrin returned to the banquet table with a pale face, worrying both the Crown Prince and the Duke. Madrin clutched her chest, trying to calm herself, and lied that she was just savoring the aftertaste of the soup. Hearing this, the Crown Prince sighed. "The soup? Huh. It's quite a surprise to find it in a restaurant in a suburb like this. Perhaps even young Greg is secretly optimistic about this bet." Of course, the Crown Prince wasn't one to let it go so easily. With a flick of his finger, he turned to ask Duke Temeren, what was the condition for this bet again? It was to serve a dish that could satisfy him, wasn't it? Leon chuckled sinisterly. "Ha ha, what should I do now? I'm not in the mood for any more surprises today, ha ha ha. Normally, just this soup alone would have been enough to satisfy me." His intention to make things difficult was as clear as day, making Diren's face darken, but the Crown Prince just kept smiling. "But today we have an important bet, don't we? Ha ha." After laughing, he felt a bit lightheaded, so he held his head and rested for 2 seconds before continuing to pressure Diren. You're not a fool, so you must understand what this means, right? Leon said coldly. Even if your gravely ill father were to rise and invite me to a magnificent feast, I still wouldn't be satisfied. But if I hear the answer you postponed back in Greg City, my mood might just change. Well, can you answer me now? Rurine clenched both his fists, closed his eyes, and blurted out, "A count has a responsibility to his people. I can endure personal humiliation, but I cannot, for the sake of temporary relief from shame, allow the lives of the residents of my domain to be threatened. And above all, I trust this restaurant. Let's continue the bet, and if I lose, I will walk naked around Greg City." How resolute, you little brat. But this was certainly not the answer His Highness, the Crown Prince, wanted to hear. "I hope you won't regret your faith." The afternoon sky was painted a golden orange. Just then, Allison brought out the main course. Seeing the smile on his lips, Crown Prince Leon saw absolute confidence. Allison also said this dish holds great significance, so of course he had to be confident. And tada, lifting the lid, we see a steaming lump of earth. Duke Pogo asked what it was. Allison calmly replied that it was a baked mud pie. Pogo showed a look of clear disdain. "Mud? You dare to serve mud now? Are you sure you want us to eat this?" Allison picked up a hammer. Again, he calmly replied, "Of course not." He decisively struck the hammer down, shattering the mud pie and revealing a layer of leaves inside, which surprised the Crown Prince. Unwrapping the leaves, we have a whole roasted, golden brown pelanki meat. This technique was learned from the beggar's sect. In Earth language, it's called clay-baked chicken. Leon wondered how Allison had obtained this type of meat. He replied innocently, "Normally, we don't serve this kind of meat, but we save it for our most esteemed guests." Allison helped them carve the chicken, speaking as he worked. At first glance, this dish looks like just a worthless lump of mud. Those who don't know might point and wonder what it is. It can hide itself once or twice, even 3 times. As he spoke, he had already cut the meat and placed it on Leon's plate. He smiled charmingly again, but that's only because the chefs don't understand the true nature of the dish. Once you break the outer layer of mud, the fragrant pelanki meat inside is revealed, and then everyone's reaction will be, "Hee-hey." The Crown Prince desperately wanted to know who exactly this guy was taking a jab at, but Allison had turned his back to them. Holding the broken piece of mud in his hand, he examined it, slowly uttering each word. "Oh, it's nothing. It's just that this dish is like a deep conspiracy to eliminate the nobles in order to consolidate royal power. Asterisk, acting like a fool, just like the Crown Prince." Holy cow, he actually dared to say that. Allison left everyone frozen, expressions of horror on their faces. Yet he acted nonchalant, coldly, snapping the broken piece of mud in half and saying, "Of course, just like this dish, even if it is broken, it still retains its beautiful value within, correct, Your Highness?" Crown Prince Leon suddenly felt he was being treated to a treacherous feast. The tables had turned so fast it was unbelievable. Let's talk about the current situation of the Rurine Empire. The Empire has been weakened by the war with the Dragon Clan. The king's control is loose, which has resulted in the counts brazenly carving out territories and expanding their power within their domains. He held the broken piece of mud, stroking his chin and deducing like the famous detective Conan. The king's authority has hit rock bottom, and in this situation, the Crown Prince must find a way to survive. Allison is supposedly a recluse, yet he knows everything as if he's been hiding under their beds. He placed the piece of mud on the table and said, "Therefore, the most logical way is to renounce your authority." The Crown Prince, his secret exposed, froze and broke into a cold sweat. "Look at me. I have no desire for power or anything of the sort. I am completely harmless. Just leave me alone with my wine and women. That was your intention. That is exactly what he did." Under the scrutinizing eyes of others, Leon completely immersed himself in beauties and wine. Faced with Allison's exposé, the Crown Prince sat in dead silence like a guilty child awaiting judgment. Allison then calmly said that everything he just stated was merely his own speculation. Meanwhile, Duke Pogo looked at him with dangerous eyes. "Are you insane? Do you even realize what nonsense you're spouting?" Allison turned his back to them again and said calmly, "Please be patient and listen a little longer. The most surprising part hasn't even come yet. The truth is, everything the Crown Prince has done is just an act. The Crown Prince is secretly preparing, step by step, to counterattack the nobles and reclaim the lost royal authority. Who knows how much he'd guess right, but the Crown Prince was trembling as if he were having a seizure." Allison smirked. What would happen if this plan were exposed? All the assassination attempts up until now would seem like mere child's play. Duke Pogo slammed the table and shouted, "Rurine!" Rurine immediately burst through the door. "Vice Captain Rurine, at your command." Pogo looked at Allison as if he would be drawn and quartered on the spot if he dared to utter another word. He said, "That's an interesting thought, but don't you understand the situation you're in? This restaurant will be wiped out today, including its owner." Rurine was extremely worried, wondering what on earth Sir Allison had done to cause such a catastrophe. "So, you all are planning to eliminate me? You think it's that easy? Allison chuckled lightly. This old man is truly a fool. I could take on 10 Genesis Knight orders, let alone be wiped out. Pogo was furious seeing him sneer like that. The old man said, "You have quite a sharp tongue." Pogo, enraged, continued to mobilize his available resources. Madrin, make him kneel. Now. Help me. Can Madrin please log out of this conversation? Madrin was trembling uncontrollably. She bit her lip in terror. Let me kneel. I'll beg you guys. Just stop provoking that man. She trembled. I can't do it. Perhaps Pogo didn't know, but Madrin knew exactly how terrifying Allison was. The problem was, she had sent so many warning signals, but her teammate wasn't on the same wavelength and couldn't catch on. How painful. Pogo flinched. What? What are you talking about? Unbelievable. Allison no longer bothered to hide his mocking smile and said bluntly, Madrin is still the most sensible one. But Madrin giving up didn't mean Pogo would let it go. The old man was so angry, his face contorted. You dare! Genesis Knight Order, hear my command. Behead this man at once. Letting the Genesis Knight Order wave the white flag would bring shame upon their entire house. At that crucial moment, the Crown Prince took his fork, speared a piece of chicken, and put it in his mouth. He dug in, even using his hands to tear off a chicken leg. The commotion was so great that the other three people stared with their eyes wide open. Leon laughed his head off. Ha ha ha. This is absolutely delicious. What are you all doing? Hurry up and try some. They were frozen solid staring at him, that's what. Pogo stammered, Your Highness. I apologize, but in the current situation. The Crown Prince, making a face, slammed the table and yelled, Sit down and eat. It was clear that Leon's years of pretending to be a fool were not for nothing. He certainly understood the principle that a wise man submits to circumstances. Pogo, seeing him act so crazily, got scared and swallowed hard. Then he sat down, cut the chicken, and ate. How is it? Leon asked. It's delicious. Satisfied? Pogo was stunned for a moment, then reluctantly nodded, yes. The old man had finally seemed to catch his teammate's wavelength. Seeing that everything was settled, Crown Prince Leon decisively declared, It seems the result is decided. It would be a lie if I said I was not satisfied with such an exquisite dish, he said while wiping his mouth. Congratulations, heir of Count Greg, you have won the bet. Diren was startled by the sudden praise, but he quickly thanked him. Crown Prince Leon stood up and said to Allison, Thank you for the wonderful meal. We will be leaving now. Allison replied politely, It was an honor, but didn't you say you wanted to hear an answer from young Greg? The Crown Prince put on his cloak and said, I had intended to stay for another day. As I have an appointment with the ladies, however, I think I have already heard the answer from young Greg. He sighed, assuring there will be no more trouble. Gather all the Knights of Genesis, we are returning to the capital. Finally, the old geezers scrammed. Allison, who had been tense the whole time, immediately went limp like jelly, raising a hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead. Phew, it seems everything went smoothly. I'm glad we won the bet. Diren smiled reluctantly. He was happy, but he also didn't understand the current situation, what exactly had happened, and how you had managed to do it. Allison smiled gently. You don't need to understand yet. What I can say for now is that as long as I am here, you don't have to worry about things like this anymore. Diren wanted to say more, but Allison cut him off. Now that the troublesome guests are gone, you should slowly enjoy the grilled pelanki. You said before that you wanted to try it, right? Ah, yes. I'll enjoy my meal. Oh, and what you said earlier was very impressive. A count must have responsibility. Diren felt shy at the compliment. Allison gave him a chicken thigh, telling him to eat up and grow strong. Outside, the Crown Prince's entourage returned in a somber state. Duke Pogo and Madrin both bowed their heads in silence. Darius Vici had a dumbfounded look on his face, not understanding this situation. Can someone please explain this to Darius? The Crown Prince suddenly spoke up. Madrin, is that chef the one you mentioned before? Madrin had survived the ordeal but was still anxious. It took her a long time to slowly reply. Yes. Duke Pogo was shocked. Impossible. Leon laughed. Haha, I thought so too, but reality has shown otherwise. There is one person whom even my father and the nobles dare not underestimate. Pogo seemed unconvinced. He said, Is that the reason? But the Knights of Genesis and Madrin were also present at that time. Leaving him be like this is too dangerous. Of course, that's not the only reason. What have we done to expand our influence? We pressured the nobles, using the Knights of Genesis and Madrin to tighten the noose, forcing them to submit. But the Crown Prince suddenly reconsidered. He thought about how resolute young Greg was and laughed bitterly. If I were in that situation, would I have accepted a bet like he did? Pogo couldn't answer this question. He could only listen in silence. To trust and entrust everything to a boy I once threatened and controlled. Let's start over. But this time, let's be more patient to build trust. The path we are currently on is more dangerous than walking naked around the streets. It seems that after this meal, Crown Prince Leon had an epiphany. Come to think of it, he didn't lose out at all, did he? Back at the restaurant, on the morning after the tumultuous reception of the Crown Prince, everything was peaceful again. "What is this?" Rurine asked blankly, while Minton marveled from behind. "It's amazing." Allison sighed in relief, wiping his sweat and looking at the structure before him with pride. "This is a barn for Barry and Eric to sleep comfortably." A blameless, innocent cow mooed once, then lightly kicked the wall with its hind leg. The barn door and the barn immediately collapsed into a pile of wood. Allison's jaw dropped, speechless, frozen stiff. If he could have turned to stone to save face, he probably would have. Rurine's face was full of disdain. If they had slept in there, they would have probably all died. Allison hugged the pile of scrap wood and cried out loud. Building a barn without any knowledge of architecture was indeed a bit reckless. Rurine wondered, how did you build the restaurant then? Did you just stand there hammering all day? Allison sighed and admitted, a bit embarrassed. I only hung up the sign. The restaurant was built by professional builders. Well, there are some rare cases. Perhaps I should pay that place a visit. Where is it? Of course, it's the place with the world's greatest architects. Get ready. We're going to meet the dwarves of Mount Miliorex, a place deep within the mountain ranges, containing a vast amount of gold coins and all sorts of rare treasures. It looks just like a treasure trove. I can feel a familiar presence. An interesting fellow. It's quite fun to meet like this when I was bored. It seems this hot lady with a toned body and more abs than a gym bro, with fiery red hair, is the guardian spirit of this place. She belongs to the Red Dragon race. Her name is Serena. Serena smiled, not very friendly. You dare step into my territory, I'll teach you some manners. You guys thought she was a total badass, right? Well, 1 second later, she revealed her clueless true self. Finally, I can get out, she said, standing up. I was getting bored because no insignificant human has come to offer tribute. These ones will be the perfect targets for me to punish, for the crime of daring to trespass on the territory of the Red Dragon, Serena. As she was lost in her internal monologue, she carelessly stepped on a golden crown, causing the tip of the crown to hit her shin. She hurt herself before she could even do anything, and she wants to punish someone? Utterly dorky. On another side, there was also a dragon who was unlucky and facing a new ordeal in her life. I hate mountain climbing, Rurine said with a pout. Allison told her to bear with it for a bit. Rurine wondered, why don't you just hire an architect, a human one? The problem is, Allison has OCD with anything related to his restaurant, even the cowshed. Besides, it's true that no one can compare to the dwarves when it comes to construction. Seeing how certain Allison was, Rurine also became much more excited. Are they that skilled? The dwarf village must be amazing, right? It's been a long time since I last visited, but it should be around here. A gate with a scar on one side and moss all over the other. Does this count as a kind of wild beauty? Rurine marveled. The gate is huge. But something's unusual. Allison also didn't expect the place to be like this now. There are no guards at the entrance, and inside, dry bones are piled up at the entrance. It seems someone has been here before. Rurine immediately got into a defensive stance. Who could it be? A giant shadow enveloped the two of them. Next, something lunged forward, causing an explosion right in front of the gate. A huge, spiky tail, with fur at the end, appeared. What's this? I eagerly rushed out, thinking it was one of my kind, but it's just an arrogant little brat? What a disappointment. The giant red dragon was full of disdain as it looked at Rurine and Allison. So annoying. I thought it was some formidable trespasser on my territory, but it turns out to be just a human and a baby dragon. That's all? Hey, are you the culprit? The red dragon froze for a moment, its face utterly dumbfounded. You there. Did you just speak to me? How dare you show such disrespect to a dragonkin, who stands at the pinnacle of all living creatures? Huh. Allison threw his bag on the ground and told it to answer him. The red dragon instantly flew into a rage. You must be out of your mind. You lowly insect. The red dragon opened its maw and shot out a huge flame. Rurine cried out in alarm. It's the red dragon's roar. Allison, this attack can't be blocked by a magic shield. Allison switched to his cold mode, having activated a magic circle at some unknown point. A bolt of lightning shot from his eye. What he had just used was ninth circle magic. The red dragon's terrifying flame was shrunk down to the size of a torch. The red dragon's eyes widened in astonishment. My red dragon's roar. Allison said coldly, fire extinguish. A powerful beam of blue light shot into the red dragon. Its belly was hit and scorched. The dragon finally realized who was in charge here. Are you even human? How could she see Allison's handsome face? The red dragon was stunned as she remembered something. Serena materialized, clutching her stomach and gritting her teeth. Legend has it that there was a human who slayed many of my kind in the Great War of the past. But why are you with a black dragon? Rurine really disliked the red dragon's description of her. Allison sighed and frowned. I asked first, but you still haven't answered me. Annoyed, Allison prepared to fire another beam of light. Seeing that magic, Serena was so scared, she fell onto the ground, stammering for a while before shouting out her defense. I didn't do it. It wasn't me. When I got here, it was already like this. I'm sorry for being rude. I was wrong. Allison was still scowling. Serena said meekly, I went inside once. But I didn't see any living dwarves. That's why I haven't received any tribute yet. Oh, there's a large door blocking the way inside, so I haven't seen anything beyond it. A door? Where is it? Serena saw this as a chance to turn the tables and came up with an idea. The girl flips her hair. If you need directions. Ah. She wraps her arms around Allison's neck and sways. I can take you there. How about it? It'll be much more fun than going with this little brat. No dragon can understand human men better than I do. Allison is mine. Rurine immediately rushes over to assert her claim while kicking Serena straight in the shin. Seriously, why did it have to be that spot? Serena, in pain, curls her whole body around her poor shin. Rurine yells again, spit out the location, now. Allison is questioning her claim that he's hers. Serena, in too much pain to get up, can only reveal the location to these two unruly guests. Underground, at the deepest level. Allison and Rurine excitedly set off. He had never seen this girl act so swiftly. Meanwhile, at the Count's castle, Rurine is recounting everything that happened at the restaurant to his mother. I heard you weren't well. Are you feeling any better now? The young boy cautiously asks the Countess of Greg. Lady Bona Greg, with a cold expression, says she's fine, but doesn't touch the delicious plate of pastries on the table. Rurine says worriedly, you skipped breakfast again. If you don't like the items on the menu, we can change them. You don't need to worry about that. Bona is truly cold towards Rurine, causing the boy to return to his room, feeling hurt. Sitting by the bed looking at her unconscious husband, Bona begins to confide, I feel so suffocated. This vast space feels like a coffin enclosing me. Even the sweet breakfast tastes like sand. Can you hear me? I can't take it anymore. The gaunt man's eyes remain tightly shut. Every moment with Rurine feels like torture. Back at the ruined dwarf village, the path is littered with bodies. No one survived. This was definitely caused by Dragonkin. We should go back and deal with that red dragon. Rurine is definitely still holding a grudge against Serena for flirting. Right? Allison hurriedly stops this girl, who has more guts than brains. Calm down. I don't think the Dragonkin was lying. Just then, the two of them came across a door. That must be the door she mentioned. A huge, sturdy door with a protruding section and intricate patterns on it. Allison could feel that many signs of life were being blocked. This door doesn't seem easy to open. Rurine even tests its hardness by punching and kicking it, thinking they can just break it down. Suddenly, the orb in the middle of the door glows and emits a voice. Stop! Begone, intruders! You are not welcome here. Allison, witnessing this miraculous sight for the first time, is astonished, but he still recognizes that they are from the wolf tribe and asks them what happened here. The voice from inside replies, the red dragon destroyed this place. Rurine yells, see! I knew it was her. All right, let me go deal with her for real. This girl is as hot-tempered as they come. Raising her is 1,000,000,000 times more troublesome than raising any other species. Allison quickly grabs the girl, stopping her from acting rashly. Wait, it's not too late to let them say more. From inside, the voice speaks again. A red dragon? The more Allison tries to calm the girl down, the more Rurine jumps up and down. Why not? It's easy. Just go and snap their heads off, and it'll be over. Then the wolves will open the door. You say it like it's as easy as picking a blade of grass, huh? Allison tells her it's not that simple. There are traces of a few dragonkin on that door. Inside, a voice trembles. No, dragonkin, the apex of all living creatures. Rurine, hot-blooded and impulsive, shouts, then let's just find another red dragon and crush its head. If this girl gets any older, she probably won't respect anyone at all. Allison whispers to her, calm down, I have an idea. What are you going to do now? I just stopped causing a scene. Hey, peaceful measures are always preferred. Allison laughs meaningfully. When it comes to dirty tricks and cunning plans, then he's second to none. How long have you all been behind this door? Probably about 1 year. In that case, it's not surprising if some problems have arisen. For instance, the matter of food supplies. Are you all really not going to open the door? I'm only saying this because I want to help you. On what grounds should we trust you? Can you prove you're not a henchman of the Red Dragon? Hearing this, Rurine causes a commotion again. How dare you treat us like some servants? It's not comparable. Allison quickly covers the mouth of this troublemaker. He sighs, all right. I will respect everyone's opinion. Thank you for your understanding. Allison tells Rurine to bring the luggage here. Rurine lets out an "oh." Allison arranges some stones and uses magic to create a fire, forming a stove. The people inside start to get curious. What are you doing? It's nothing. We need to get back to the surface, but it's quite a long way, right? It'll be very tiring, so we need to eat something before we go. Eating right in front of the gate of starving people. How cruel. Wait, why are you eating here? Go eat outside. The person inside can't stand it and orders them away. Allison, feigning innocence, says, it's a long way to go outside, so we're eating first. Take it out, Rurine. Rurine immediately pulls out a string of sausages. The people inside get curious again. What's that? This is called sausage. It's made from minced meat that has been seasoned with various spices and then stuffed into small intestines to give it shape. Allison puts the sausages into a frying pan. The delicious aroma immediately spreads. Hearing this is mesmerizing. The group that has been starving for 1 year becomes restless. Enough, we're underground, so the aroma can't possibly spread in here. Allison immediately replies, that's fine. Then we can enjoy the aroma for longer. The person inside jumps. Don't you have any sympathy at all? Do we still need sympathy? The sound of arguing comes from inside. Chief, the smell really is fragrant. Let's just have a little taste. All of you, be quiet. Outside, Allison happily whistles. Rurine realizes this is his peace-loving idea. He says, to be honest, this food was a gift I brought to ask a favor of you folks. But seeing the current situation, it seems this isn't the right time to ask. However, I would still like to know what happened here. You can at least tell us that much, can't you? The people inside still seem stubborn and unwilling to say more. Allison then opens his bag. No other choice. Time to break out the beer. The people inside react immediately. What's that sound? Allison tosses the sausages in the pan and explains, actually, these sausages are quite salty for preservation purposes. So, they go really well with beer. He and Rurine each take a sausage and a can of beer. 1, 2, 3, cheers. Let's eat. At this point, the door starts to open. Allison smirks. Looks like it's working. The large door swings wide open, along with a voice full of craving. Just one bite. The hot, crispy, fragrant fried sausages are laid out before the eyes of 4 drooling dwarves. Allison sees that everyone looks so thin. The food shortage must have been severe. He tells them to eat at their own pace. I've prepared a whole batch. The white-bearded dwarf takes a bite and is moved to tears. A dwarf drinking beer exclaims, it's best when paired with beer. I never thought I'd get to eat something this delicious again. Allison thinks to himself that normally, you shouldn't give alcohol to starving people. But the wolves have a high tolerance for alcohol, and they're not on the verge of dying from hunger. Chief, how do you find the taste? This one in the iron helmet is the chief. Although he was worried about being poisoned, he was the first one to take a bite. The dwarf chief laughs heartily. Ha ha ha, that's an exception. We owe you a great favor. I'm glad to hear that. I plan to share the rest of the sausages with the other wolves. Is Goza here? The wolf chief is stunned. How do you know him? I've met him before. I have something to discuss. The dwarf chief realizes Allison has connections with the higher-ups, so he says he will personally take him to see the person he wants to meet. The dwarves are much more agreeable after having their fill of food and drink. Ah, inside the mine complex. It's a dark entire village with winding roads. An estimated 20 to 30 wolf dwarves are surviving here. Allison really doesn't understand how things ended up like this. Very quickly, they arrive at a room with guards posted outside. The chief speaks to the person inside. Lord Goza, a human wishes to have an audience with you. Meanwhile, Allison asks Rurine if she has distributed all the sausages to everyone. The girl confidently affirms, how could I forget something like that? It's already done. Come in. Goza lets them inside. Long time no see, Goza. Allison greets him warmly, like an old friend. The old man. This dwarf with hoary hair and beard is the patriarch of the wolf tribe, Goza. I apologize for meeting you again under these circumstances, Allison. And the one beside you must be the Almighty, I presume. He's talking about this hot-tempered dragon. Rurine, being praised, politely acknowledges it. Goza is old, but his eyes are still sharp. Hey, I am quite familiar with this aura. The wolf tribe chief wonders who these two are that even Lord Goza has to speak so humbly to them. So, what did you want to talk about? Goza asks. You must already know, right? What happened here? How did the prosperous gold mine of the wolf tribe fall into such ruin? Goza grimaces, struggling internally for a moment before speaking. It was because of the red dragon's attack. We fought for our lives, but it was useless. In the end, only a few survivors remained to defend this place. Allison asked immediately, was that red dragon the one with red hair and backward curving horns? No, it wasn't. Rurine almost nodded in agreement to the wrong person. Goza continued, we were attacked by a group of red dragons. Allison knew it. The marks on the door were indeed from there. Coordinated attack. It's unbelievable for those proud dragonkin to cooperate with each other. Have they gone mad? Or is there some greater issue that would make the dragonkin swallow their pride? Something is going on here, Allison said grimly, startling the leader of the wolf tribe. Goza remained calm, stroking his beard. He hesitated for a moment before reaching under the table to press a secret red button. Allison, you'll be fine. The bookshelf beside them slid open like a door, revealing the entrance to a secret room. Goza went first, leading the way. This way, please, Allison and Rurine. They were still stunned by this secret room. There's something I want to show you, Goza said. Actually, this isn't the first time we've been attacked by dragonkin. Goza explained as they walked, This secret chamber number 7 is quite spacious. It might have been for demanding tribute or just for their amusement, but our mine has been attacked many times in the past. However, we've been able to stay here all this time because we have a guardian deity protecting us. Goza held up a ring with a gem that emitted a mysterious blue light. It illuminated the entire space, revealing a giant skeleton. The old man introduced it as their guardian deity, the noble golden dragon, Kulot, the guardian deity of the wolf tribe. Allison was also taken aback by the enormous size of the dragon's skeleton. At this size, this dragon must have lived for at least 5,000 years. Did you pay tribute to this dragonkin in exchange for protection? Goza immediately denied it. He never accepted tribute. He simply helped us, protecting us from foreign invaders. And he passed on his knowledge to us, all while remaining generous and warm. But in the end, he too could not resist the flow of time. Allison and Rurine were momentarily speechless. Goza raised the glowing ring and turned back to look at them. You're curious too, aren't you, Allison? Why the red dragons attacked us? Why we insist on staying in this dilapidated mine? The glowing ring transformed into a gem. Rurine seemed drawn into its light. Goza said, "It's all because of this, the ancient jewel. It is the essence of magical power, capable of creating a dragon king. We, the wolf tribe, must protect it. The dragon king is said to have commanded the dragonkin. It is said that if the supreme dragonkin were to act as a nation, an independent one, then no country or hero could stand in their way, especially since this carries the will of all species. This world could be destroyed, and it is very rare that only a few dragonkin create an ancient jewel, which is essential for the birth of a dragon king. The golden dragon, Kulot, was one of them. He went into hiding and protected this place to prevent this jewel from being used for evil purposes, as well as to prevent a new dragon king from being born. The number of jewels needed to create a dragon king is unknown, but the dragon king Kulot. Rurine's face grew paler and paler as she recalled some old memories. Back then, she was still a small, cute black dragon, playing happily. Rin trembled violently. She remembered the silhouette of a girl and the black dragon elder, Medidana. That guy cornered her and Allison at the restaurant last time. Just then, Goza spoke another name, Gatira. This name completely awakened the memories that seemed to be dormant within Rurine. That was her mother. Rurine remembered the time she was with her mother, lying in her mother's arms, smiling so brightly. Rurine, I told you not to come here. Rurine just grinned and replied, You've always been a fool. In the present, Rin clutched her chest and collapsed to the ground, her face deathly pale. Her mind flashed to a scene of a river of blood. Tears streamed down Rin's face as she called for her mother. Allison quickly hugged Rin to comfort her, while also answering Goza's question. Three crystals, gathered by a dragonkin, are needed to fully awaken, and a dragon king who can destroy everything. Goza held the jewel, closed his eyes, and said, I understand the pain you must bear. I have been so selfish. Goza hid the jewel back in the ring and continued. The ancient jewel has always been associated with sorrow and suffering. The dragon king Kulo and I tried to find a way to destroy it, but we never succeeded. Allison told him, We plan to build a dragon's lair in the city of Greg. Then come with us to the city of Greg. We plan to build a new village there. Goza was stunned. A new village for the Wufu tribe? As you can see from Rurine's reaction, we have no intention of using the ancient jewel to create a dragon king. And this place has already become a target. The dragonkin will just keep attacking. Goza looked at the dragon bones with a sense of longing. He didn't seem to want to leave this place. Allison said immediately, I'm not forcing you. I know that for the wolf tribe, nothing is more precious than their homeland. The decision is yours. Goza was struck to the core. He stood still, saying nothing. Outside, Rurine had stopped crying loudly, now only sniffling. Are you feeling better now? Rurine wiped her tears and replied to Al with a single word, then asked, But are we just leaving like this? Shouldn't we take the ancient jewel with us? Al said, I've already set up some magical traps for any intruders, so we can provide support if needed. If you say so. Rurine accepted it. Al explained that leaving so suddenly is very difficult for them to accept, because they have so many memories tied to this place. Meanwhile, Goza was deep in thought. Just then, a subordinate came in. Chief Goza, I have something for you. He brought in a plate of hot sausages. What's this? Goza stared wide-eyed at the plate of sausages as if it were from another planet. This is the food that human left for us. The others have already started eating. I told them to wait a bit, but they couldn't control their hunger anymore. The subordinate pulled back the curtain, leading Goza outside. The entire dwarf tribe was feasting as if at a party. Goza was incredibly surprised and moved to see the smiles on his people's faces. He suddenly realized something and recalled a long-lost memory from when he was young. Look here, Goza. You summoned me, my lord. Dragon King Kulot, the old and frail dragon, spoke. Isn't it miserable living in this cramped, dark place? Goza answered firmly. To you, Dragon King Kulot, it may seem cramped, but to us, it's quite spacious. Oh, really? I thought you were here because of the ancient jewels. Ha ha ha. That old geezer is rotten to the core. He choked just from laughing too hard. What are you talking about? We are fully aware of how important they are. Goza was startled by Kulot's joke. Ha ha, Goza. Right now, my magical power can conceal the power of these jewels, but if I do that, the Dragonkin will come looking for them. Therefore, after I am gone, tell all the wolf tribesmen to leave this place. Goza was surprised. What? Why would you tell us to abandon our Dragon King, Kulot, and our homeland? Dragon King Kulot laughed foolishly. Ha ha ha. All that will be left after I pass on is just a pile of dry bones. Please don't say that, my lord. The Dragon King became serious again. Listen here. If no one remembers me, then both I and this homeland will become nothing but meaningless ruins. So, survive. What is the meaning of departure if it only gnaws at the pain of the living? Eat, love, and become happier for the sake of future generations. I am not here to make you suffer. Goza was stunned. What do you mean? You have helped us so much. Kulot burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. In any case, I never expected you to be able to protect the ancient jewel anyway. Lord Kulot. Ah, it's been so long since I last saw my people smile. I'm sorry, Lord Kulot. Goza collapsed. Chief Goza, the subordinate called out in alarm. By this time, Rurine and Allison had already left the village. Master Allison. Suddenly, a voice called out. The two turned their heads and saw someone approaching. Please wait a moment. I was wrong. Allison smiled the smile of a victor. We, the wolf tribe of Mount Milioric, will assist you in building the dragon's lair. Goza, leading his people who were all packed and ready, said breathlessly, please take us in. And so, the dwarf tribe came to live in the city of Greg. Thanks to a few sausages, he managed to trick an entire tribe into becoming construction workers. You're amazing, Al. As soon as they arrived, the members of the dwarf tribe immediately got to work building a dragon's lair for Rurine. With this, they wouldn't have to worry about the black dragon, Elder Metadana, coming to hassle them. The issue of building Rurine's nest was considered settled. They may look small, but their work productivity is damn high. Allison looked at the construction before him with peace of mind. Well then, I'll leave this in your hands. Al was also impressed. They're damn fast. Goza assured him, just leave it to us. But is it all right to start right away? Don't worry, even though they're hungry, everyone is still very healthy. But I would like to have a few more of those sausages. Haha, you don't need to worry about food. El then turned to ask Rurine, what do you think? It looks great, doesn't it? I'm so excited. Rurine smiled, unable to be more pleased. How could I not be pleased, now that I don't have to spend my days digging burrows and getting covered in mud? Now, the only problem left is this. Allison held the ancient treasure jewel hesitantly. I trust that you, Allison, will use it properly, Goza said with a confident smile. That's why I'm entrusting the future of the wolf tribe to you. Allison's face went blank as he looked at Rurine. Absorb it? Rurine snapped. Don't make such a tasteless joke. She repeatedly punched him while El was putting the treasured jewel into his pocket. So, I have to keep it from now on? He patted Rurine's head, comforting the shocked girl. Ruriko did say that the birth of a new dragon king would never happen. El agreed with this. To prevent that from happening, we need to do something. At the same time, someone was crying. I was so excited to get out for some fresh air, but then I almost went broke after being defeated by those bastards. Serena hugged her piggy bank, crying her eyes out. I get it now. I'm never going outside again. Suddenly, she sensed something and scowled, asking, who's there? Don't tell me it's Giat. Get lost. I have nothing to say to you. Giat, who's that? These two figures look somewhat familiar. So, you are hiding something. Serena flinched. Why are you? Allison and Rurine were emanating a terrifying magical aura. They were preparing to overwhelm her. You never accept tributes, but this lair of yours is filled with treasure, isn't it? I came here to ask you a few things, but after seeing this, it seems we won't have to anymore. Serena fell flat on the ground, whimpering as she looked at the two monsters before her. I already told you everything I knew last time. Go away. Why me? Why are you doing this to me? Poor thing. For someone known as the proudest dragonkin in the world, she looks incredibly pathetic now. After all, Serena is the most pitiful one here. Of course, Serena wasn't let off the hook just because of a few tears and a whimpering face. Who is this Giat? From what you said, it sounds like he's one of your own kind, isn't he? Does that mean you attacked the wolf tribe's mine with him? No. Serena immediately denied. She stammered shyly, mumbling, he's my ex-boyfriend. El said he couldn't hear her. Serena's face turned beet red as she squeezed her eyes shut and yelled, I said he's my ex-boyfriend. I mistook you two for him because he's always stopping by. Allison looked dumbfounded and apologized for touching a sore spot. Serena started crying again. I've only been here for half a year, so I haven't encountered any gangs. Rurine, still not believing her, kept pressing. Then, where did all this treasure come from? Didn't you say you don't accept tributes? Serena gritted her teeth and snapped her fingers. The massive pile of treasure vanished like steam, and she screamed, "It's all fake!" Elle and Rurine stared in shock at the empty space around them, as if she had just been stripped bare in front of them. Serena blushed and wailed, "Are you satisfied now? If you want it, just take it all." Poor girl. Watching her cry was both pitiful and hilarious. Back at the restaurant, Elle and Rurine were still talking. "I think we might have gone a bit too far. I've never seen a dragonkin look so miserable. So we still haven't found any information on the dragonkin group that attacked the wolf tribe?" There's nothing left for us to investigate," Elle said. "But since we have the treasured jewel, we'll figure it out eventually. I just wonder what kind of group would do that." Just then, guests arrived at the restaurant, Mr. Ment and Elena. Allison was delighted to see them. "Are you all right without your crutches, sir?" "I'm so happy to see you've recovered this much," Mr. Ment replied while swinging his leg. "Vigorous activity is still difficult, but I'm much better now. It's all thanks to Miss Elena." Elena modestly replied, "I hardly did anything. It was his strong will during the treatment that led to a faster than expected recovery," Elle said with a smile. "Well, everyone trusts Miss Elena after all." His attitude made Rurine, standing next to him, practically turn into a vat of sour vinegar. She was practically seething with jealousy. "Have you had any trouble at the clinic recently?" The oblivious young Allison, unaware of Rurine's mood, casually continued to chat with Elena. Elena smiled and said, "Oh no, it's gotten better now, although the issue isn't completely gone." Nellie and her mother came to the clinic to express their gratitude, and many of the miners came too. "They've even taken it upon themselves to help me fend off any men with ill intentions. I'm not sure, but it seems like it's been happening less since then." After hearing this, Elle immediately guessed that Miss Wren had a hand in it, with just a few casual remarks like, "Has everyone heard the rumors about how much trouble Miss Elena has been going through? Wow, that gossipy old lady is a real schemer." Elena was just about to mention the vegetable sauce Elle had taught her before, when the old dwarf, Goza, opened a tunnel hatch, emerged from the ground in the middle of the room, and laughed heartily. "Elle, is there any of that stewed chestnut you made last time left?" "Oh, these people live to eat." Elena was surprised to realize the newcomers were from the wolf tribe, while Elle just looked dumbfounded. He had no idea when that society of short people had managed to dig a tunnel all the way here. Meanwhile, Goza kindly told Elena, "There's no need to see us as monsters." Hearing this, Elena noted that he was clearly aware of the customs of the elves, but Goza didn't want to hear her say such things. Just then, the restaurant's main door burst open and Mr. Clon was yelling, "Pork belly!" It was a full house now. With everyone talking at once, it became terrifyingly noisy. Elle gave Rurine an awkward smile. "It's starting to look like a real restaurant now." "Huh." Rurine, who had already put on an apron, sighed, "Didn't you say you wanted to live a quiet life?" The food was quickly served: sausages, pork belly, salad, and pizza. Mr. Ment took a bite of pizza, praising it endlessly and saying how much he'd missed it. "I'll have to learn properly from Miss Elena." Just that one casual comment was enough to make the heart of a girl in love flutter, and her face turned bright red. As if her embarrassment wasn't enough, Rurine, standing beside her, kept up the pressure. "Let's leave each other some dignity, please." Of course, the other guests enjoying the delicious food were also completely satisfied and enthralled. Allison chuckled. "Should I make some more?" The dwarves were also happily raising their cups over a plate of sausages. The warm, bustling scene inside the restaurant seemed to make Rurine, who was outside, look quite sad. The boy watched as Elle smiled and served food to Rurine. He slumped against the wall, dejectedly calling out, "Master, were you calling me?" Allison suddenly opened the door and came out, startling the boy so much his heart nearly jumped out of his chest. "Why are you sitting out here?" Master. "Could you make a dessert?" the boy stammered. "A dessert? I can, but..." Rurine bit his lip, knelt before Elle, and bowed his head to plead. "Then please, could you make a dessert that would make my mother smile?" This request took Elle by surprise. He asked, "You mean Lady Berna? This steak looks rather impressive." The head chef was preparing it, asking the sous chef at the same time, "Is the soup ready yet? Remember to check it constantly so it doesn't burn." And this is the kitchen of the Count's castle. Most of the cooking utensils and ingredients are available here, but Rurine still said to Elle to let him know if he needed anything else. Looking at the abundance of ingredients, Elle remarked, "The Count's castle is truly on another level compared to my restaurant. A normal restaurant could never have these kinds of spices. It seems everyone here is very skilled, too. Look at the way the head chef is scolding the sous chef for overcooking this," Rurine said with embarrassment. The atmosphere isn't usually this tense. Elle didn't pay it much mind. It was natural, since the Count himself had entered the kitchen. Normally, head chefs aren't very talkative. Is that so? Look at that head chef smiling at the crying employee. That's a bit hard to believe, isn't it? Anyway, with all of this, I think we can make a delicious dessert. Really? Rurine asked excitedly. Elle assured him it was so, and told him to wait for dinner. Lady Berna wiped her mouth, complimenting how delicious the meal was, but she left the tempting plate of cake completely untouched, not even having a single bite. Seeing the plate of cake return completely untouched, for the first time, Allison began to doubt his skills as a chef. Seeing him frozen stiff, Rurine stammered, I didn't expect that she wouldn't even eat a single bite. Allison replied with a slight tremble, no, it would have hurt even more if she had taken just one bite. I understand now. After composing himself, Allison turned to Rurine and asked, you still keep your distance from the Count, don't you? Since when has the lady? Berna stopped eating dessert. Rurine lowered his head sadly. It wasn't always like this. She used to love desserts, but dessert is the key to opening my mother's tightly shut heart. As you mentioned before, Lady Berna is a strict person. For many years after she left the city of Greg, the father and son never saw her smile again, and Count Greg was very anxious about it. At that time, the Lord of Greg City, Count Leon Greg, was still in good health. During a meal, Leon and Berna had a brief discussion about Rurine's upbringing. It seems Rurine follows you around quite a bit, doesn't he? But you don't have to be so strict with the boy. He's still young, isn't he? I'm teaching the boy to behave like a nobleman. Rurine, be a good boy and eat. Don't get involved in your parents' conversation. Lyddon smiled gently. Behave? So you don't smile because of those rules of etiquette? This question startled Berna. I've noticed for a while now, it seems you're bound by responsibility. The things you like, the things you want to do. I haven't seen any of that for the past 4 years. Can't you be more relaxed? This place is our home now. Lyddon, seeing Berna's empty plate, exclaimed, you've already finished your dessert. Berna was also startled to see only a few crumbs left on her plate. Count Lyddon grinned with delight. Ha ha, I get it. You like desserts, don't you? Berna blushed with embarrassment and was about to deny it, but Lyddon was still incredibly excited. We couldn't have desserts while we were restoring the territory, but now I know what you like. We are still in a time of war, so it's hard to get sugar, but I promise there will always be dessert on the table. Little Rurine, hearing his father say this, also cheered up, and that's how he learned that his mother liked desserts. From that day on, Count Lyddon brought desserts continuously. It started with a tempting 2-layer cream cake and the radiant faces of the father and son. Count Lyddon then presented a menu full of desserts, which left Rurine stunned. Dessert after dessert, it was a matter of course. Lyddon enthusiastically exclaimed, Father, please calm down. The dessert, the result of this craze. For desserts was that after finishing the menu, the two of them, father and son, turned pale from being so overwhelmed. Despite that, Lyddon insisted on keeping the menu, at a crucial moment that would decide whether the whole family would get diabetes or not. Lady Berna couldn't hold it in anymore and burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, you can stop now. Upon seeing her smile, the Count and his son were overjoyed. The Countess's smile was truly beautiful. No wonder the Count was determined to stick with the all-sweet menu despite the risk of diabetes. Ahem, did anyone notice that the father and son in this house are total simps? One day, as Rurine was walking down the hallway, he heard shouting, I can't believe you still don't have an heir. The boy was startled, but then he cleverly stopped, pressed his ear to the door, and eavesdropped. His eavesdropping paid off as a booming voice, as if in a chaotic battle, continued to echo from inside. It seemed the person inside was absolutely furious. It's been 5 years. 5 years. And recently, you haven't even been responding to me. What do you think you're doing? Don't test my patience any longer. As the sentence ended, the person inside opened the door and came out. Rurine couldn't react in time and got hit squarely by the door. He was an amateur eavesdropper, so getting caught was to be expected. The man, however, seemed too angry and stormed off without even checking to see what trouble he had just caused. Berna came out and was very surprised to see Rurine sitting on the floor. Rurine awkwardly asked his mother, Mom, what happened? Berna gently helped her son up and explained, It's nothing, dear. I think he was just upset because I didn't answer him. Him? Do you mean Count Desrin, the head of House Desrin? Berna smiled gently. Hey, you don't need to worry. After all, I still belong to the great family. Now, let's go eat. Berna cheerfully took her husband's son by the hand to eat. Rurine was young and innocent, so he didn't pay much attention. Only now, thinking back, does it seem that things started to go wrong from that moment. Rurine thought that his mother had changed a lot because of the desserts. For example, during meals. When he ate messily, getting food all over his mouth, Berna would still frown and remind him, Rurine, mind your table manners. He knew that, although she was still strict, she was willing to smile now. The proof was that one moment she'd be scolding him, and the next she'd be smiling. She would gently hold up a handkerchief and say, Use this to wipe your mouth. Rurine was very happy whenever Berna did that. He and his father would sit and enjoy it, clapping enthusiastically. Only then did they feel like a real family. But that time was very short. During that time, the two of them, mother and son, even learned to make cream puffs together. Lady Berna might be a good musician, but she was definitely not a good baker. Just look at that messy lump of a pastry. It's a failure again. Lady Berna was dejected. If you were calmer while piping the cream, the result would be better. The head chef offered a little secret to the lady. Berna said she would try one more time. The chef told her to just forget it to save herself the trouble, but Berna was determined to do it because she wanted to make a dessert herself. Just then, Rurine, who was beside her, excitedly shouted, "Mom, I did it!" Rurine held up a perfect cream puff, which made Berna startle and pout. The little boy comforted her. "It's okay, Mom. Didn't you say that effort always pays off, right?" "Yes. I never thought my own words would now be used to teach myself." Berna felt a pang in her heart. Then, she turned and snapped at a household servant. "Who's there? Who dares to wander around the castle like that?" The butler with glasses saw Berna and rushed over flustered. "My lady and young master, there you two are. You two must hurry. The lord has lost consciousness." The cream puff, its filling oozing out, dropped to the floor. The cause is unknown. That was the doctor's diagnosis of Lord Liddon's current condition, but there were no signs of poisoning, and the symptoms were very rare, making it difficult to diagnose. He wasn't responding and wouldn't even take regular meals. Rurine cried, calling for his father to wake up, but Liddon couldn't answer the boy now. It was as if his soul had been taken away. At that moment, little Rurine turned to look at his mother in panic. He still clearly remembered Berna's expression that day. It was as if her spirit had followed Liddon's, filled with both sorrow and anger, and had lost all will. Her eyes looked as if she wanted to cast everything aside. After that, Berna never touched desserts again, and she kept her distance from me. She only expressed her opinions through the servants and no longer talked or laughed. Since then, my life has always been under her control. That's why I ran to your restaurant, Master. Master, it's just that I missed that time. Allison fell silent listening to Rurine's story. The boy was still sobbing, sitting together, laughing, and eating meals. That was my happiness. Rurine cried pitifully. Was that too much to ask for? On the way home, Allison felt that the whole situation was very strange. There were many confusing things about the lady's actions. She became depressed after Count Liddon fell unconscious. But why did she distance herself from Rurine and control him? Was it because he wasn't her biological son? No, if that were the issue, she wouldn't have opened up to him before. Lady Berna had a political marriage, but it seems she truly loved her husband, at least during that period. So, what was the reason she kept her distance from the rest of the family? Loving, yet distant. Allison suddenly had a thought. Is it a sense of inadequacy? Considering the circumstances, it seemed plausible. Allison immediately rushed home and called for Rurine. Rurine, who was enjoying her beer, was startled by Allison's voice. What is it? I didn't do anything." Allison, with his hands on his hips, said, "I'm not here to scold you. I need your help with something." "What is it?" He presented a scenario to Rurine. "Just imagine. What if I suddenly fell unconscious and couldn't speak? Like that, would you be sad?" Without a second thought, Rurine confirmed that she would. Hearing this, he told Rurine to hurry and follow him. Rurine got annoyed and said he had left out too many details, so Allison added, "And although you like desserts, you stop eating them. Have you been drinking too much?" Rurine was completely bewildered, having no idea what this guy was rambling on about. "Oh, come on. If you don't get it, just come along and you will." At the same time, in Count Liddon's room at the castle, Berna was spoon-feeding porridge to Liddon. Liddon was now just an empty shell, not taking in anything from the outside world. As a result, the porridge she fed him just dribbled out. Berna had no reaction, like a robot. She just wiped the spilled porridge from her husband. Just then, a servant with a very punchable face entered as if he owned the place. He said, "We should get ready. Count Desrin has arrived." Hearing this name, the color drained from Berna's face, looking more horrified than if she had been struck. She froze for 2 seconds, then put the porridge bowl down. "I understand." Then she stood up and followed that jerk. As soon as they left, Allison's spatial gate appeared. This time, he brought Rurine with him and went straight to Count Liddon's room. Phew, I was wondering when she would finally leave this place. It seems they had been waiting in that spatial gate for quite some time. Rurine looked at the man on the bed and began to assess him. This is the Lord? His condition. Could he have been cursed? Allison guessed. I don't really understand. Rurine couldn't make a diagnosis just by looking. Allison walked around, looking for something, and asked again. So, you don't know the cause either, Rurine? Rurine said it had been a long time since she had encountered a case like this, so I'm at a loss. But she also wondered, what made you come here? I thought there might be a clue here. But I can't understand Lady Berna's true purpose, Elle said while rummaging through the drawer. And just as he turned around, he caught Count Liddon staring off to one side as if in the final stages of overthinking. So Elle felt that something wasn't quite right. It wasn't just his empty eyes. It was as if he was looking at something. Where though? Rurine didn't know either. Following Count Liddon's gaze, it seemed to be the piano. It had to be. While Elle was still wondering why there was a piano here, Rurine cried out, Elle, over here. She moved some white panels on the piano, searched, and pulled out a scroll, a secret document. At this point, why was the main detective just spacing out? Had Elle been cursed like Liddon? Hurry up and open it, Rurine urged. All right, but calm down. The two of them silently examined the contents inside. Elle and Rurine were utterly astonished and shocked. So this was the secret. These documents indicated that Lady Berna had embezzled taxes from the city of Greg. Furthermore, it detailed exactly how much she had embezzled from almost every source. A shocking truth, but it didn't stop there. The person who compiled the document was. Elle folded the scroll. Rurine, could you go to the imperial capital for a bit? Rurine was surprised. Right now? Take one person with you, in another room. Father, you called for me? Bona, with an emotionless face, greeted her father, Walter Desrin, who shouldn't have been there. Count Desrin stopped looking at the view outside the window, turned, and gave a vile smile. Come in, Bona. Hello? Whose house is this that he's acting like he owns the place? Who knows what devilish tricks this old geezer with one foot in the grave has up his sleeve in his daughter's husband's house? Sitting alone in his room, Diren heard a knock on the door and wondered who could be visiting at midnight. At this ungodly hour? Hamburger delivery. Allison pushed the door open with a bright smile. Diren was startled to see him. Master, why are you here? Weren't you at the restaurant? Allison handed him the scroll he and Rurine had just found. Read this. What is this? Diren was bewildered. After unrolling it and reading the contents, his face gradually turned pale. What? My mother transferred taxes from Greg City to Desran City? He was so shocked that he raised his voice. Elle had to remind him, Shh, Count Desran is here. Diren quickly covered his mouth. Then, his spirits completely sank, his face as pale as a ghost, and he couldn't help but tremble. So everything my mother did was for this? Who could have gathered this information? There's a name at the end. Elle also fell silent as he reminded him. Diren looked down at the end in surprise. The name on it surprised him even more. Diren dropped the scroll to the ground. Elle said gravely, no one could have gathered this kind of information. It's a confession written by Lady Berna herself. The last lines of the scroll read, With this, I, Berna Gregg, admit to all of the tax embezzlement mentioned above. Diren trembled, unable to understand. Why would Mother confess? Allison used a magic spell that could only be used in a few special situations. He said to Diren, we have to investigate. As you know, Count Desren is here, right? Elsewhere, in a cold father-daughter reunion. Why are you here, father? Berna asked coldly. Desren replied nonchalantly, Do I need permission to see my own daughter? Berna maintained her cold demeanor. Since when were we so close? Desren stroked his mustache and remarked, You're so cold. I've heard some interesting news recently. The expression on the old man's face suddenly turned frightening. The Crown Prince and Duke Temeran have arrived in Greg City, and Diren was the one who welcomed them. And the boy behaved very well. That little rascal, isn't he a bit different from what you told me? Berna immediately denied it. I don't know anything. Desran tapped his head, acting like a senile old man. Huh. Father thought the boy was useless. Has he regained his confidence? Ha. What should I do? Should I turn him into a second Lydon? This sentence made Berna freeze in utter horror. She trembled and asked, What are you talking about? The old man threw his head back and cackled like a madman. Ah. You don't know? Well, it seems I did it without telling you, didn't I? But it's not that hard to understand. I was the one who poisoned Lydon. Desren's smile made him look exactly like a monster, and I planned to do the same to Diren. At this moment, Berna couldn't hold back her fury. You bastard! I won't let you touch Diren, my dear daughter. I wasn't asking for your opinion. As soon as he finished speaking, the man who had summoned her appeared behind Berna. In his hands was a rope. Anyone could guess what happened next. While all this was happening over there, back here, Diren and Allison heard everything. Desran was telling his henchmen to be careful. They couldn't let Lady Berna get hurt. Allison grimaced upon learning that Count Desran had poisoned Lydon. The reason for Lady Berna's confession was now clear. Meanwhile, Count Desran was still proceeding with his plan. Lock her in the basement so no one can find her. Diren was furious. He slammed the table and demanded to summon the Lord's castle guards immediately, but he was bound by Elle's magic. He screamed, Master, what are you doing? Elle, with a cold expression, told him, Observe the situation. Count Desran's spies have infiltrated deep enough to poison the Lord's meal and have even kidnapped the lady. Can we trust the soldiers in the castle? Just as he said, the butler wearing a monocle was also being blocked by the soldiers. Allison held Lady Berna's confession and said to Diren, Of course, we could capture them with my help, but the chances of Count Desran carrying the poison are very low. Even if we catch him, we won't have any proof. We can only charge him with kidnapping, not with poisoning the Lord. Or do you plan to use this document as evidence? By doing that, we would end up imprisoning the Count along with Lady Berna. Diren felt helpless. Then what should I do, Allison? Allison suggested a plan. We must create a situation with irrefutable evidence carried out by a person of high status. As he finished, Rurine dragged that very high-status person here by the collar. Who else but poor Madrin, who had been minding his own business in the middle of the night, only to be tied up and brought here? Is this the one? What the heck? Diren was stunned. I have an idea, Allison said with a smile to a bewildered Diren. Can you act a little? The long night passed, and a new day dawned. At Count Greg's castle, Berna's hood was removed. She was tied up and gagged. Count Desrin, putting on the air of a concerned father, came to ask, Are you all right, my daughter? It's already bright outside, but it's still dark in here. There's a place we must go. Follow me for a moment. Berna still hadn't recovered from the shock her father had caused the previous night. The moment her gag was removed, she screamed. Why? Embezzling taxes from Greg's city and constantly reprimanding Diren's every action. Father, you already got everything you wanted, so why did you have to touch Diren? The old man laughed as if he'd just heard a funny joke. Ha ha ha, I told you, I can't stand his behavior. Oh, by the way, I originally planned to poison Diren first. After securing an heir, I was going to take over all of Greg's city. Was it because the count changed, or because you weren't charming enough? Skug. The old man spoke as he walked, leading Berna up from the basement. Suddenly, Desrin turned around, grabbed Berna's hair, and yanked it hard. But this is my judgment. You knew I was the one who poisoned him, didn't you? Speak up. Getting that ugly face so close is terrifying. Look at Desran. He ruthlessly threw Berna to the ground like a piece of trash. You need to learn how to act. If I say I poisoned him, you should at least pretend to be surprised. Berna, ignoring her bleeding forehead, pleaded in agony. Please, please, I'm begging you. Father, please spare Diren. Desrin's eyes crinkled with laughter. It was as if the more his daughter trembled, the more delighted the old man became. Humph. Even if you say that, I've already poisoned his breakfast. Desran excitedly opened a door, showing Berna the result of his actions, decided upon just last night. It's better if you witness it yourself. At that moment, Diren wore an expression identical to Count Liden's. Desrin sneered when he saw Berna's stunned face. But don't worry too much, because you'll never know what I'm capable of. Ha ha. Berna shed tears. You're a monster. Sharing the same blood as you is disgusting. Ah! Berna broke down, sobbing, continuously screaming and calling Diren's name. Desran remarked, watching this scene is so heartbreaking. But his face was beaming with a wide smile. Just then, a soldier next to the old man pulled out a scroll. My lord, what is this? Desran was quite surprised to see it. This was found in Count Liden Greg's room. The lady gathered evidence of the tax embezzlement in the city. Greg, under your orders, Count Desrin. Count Desrin. Shocked after reading the contents of this scroll, Bana looked at it as if all hope was lost. No, this is impossible. Bona wanted to rush forward and snatch back the scroll, but was stopped by that soldier. Count Desrin laughed like a madman. Ha ha ha, is this what you were relying on, my dear girl? Ha ha ha. And then, the scroll containing all the evidence was taken by the Count, and ruthlessly burned by Desran. Berna watched the scroll burn brightly, frozen in place at that moment. Desran was narrating the end of this tragic love story. After her husband was poisoned, the only thing she had left was her son. And when her son also became like her husband, she drew a dagger in utter desperation. So she ended the lives of her husband, her child, and herself. A perfect story, old Jun. Desran marveled at his own genius for fabricating stories. Meanwhile, the soldier who had been holding Berna tightly whispered in her ear. It's all right. Desran wanted to finish off Diren quickly. The old man wanted to send him to the afterlife with a word of praise. You did very well too, Diren. The soldier also removed his steel helmet, revealing a devastatingly handsome face. He flashed a killer smile. A perfect story? I don't think so. Allison had used magic to block Count Desrin's stab, incinerating his weapon. Desrin clutched his sprained wrist from the backlash. He couldn't understand what kind of attack had just hit him. At that moment, Madrin burst in. Count Desrin, I accuse you of plotting the murder of the Greg family. Mamadrin, the captain of the mage squad. The old man's face turned pale upon seeing her. Diren immediately dropped his act, terrified, as the final judgment was delivered. It's over, Count Desrin. Lady Berna, seeing her beloved son was unharmed, trembled uncontrollably, unable to contain her emotions. Tears once again flowed like a broken dam. It was as if she couldn't quite believe what she was seeing. Lady Berna didn't even notice that she was still tied up. Trembling, she bowed her head and thanked Allison profusely. Thank you. I truly thank you so much. Diren's face looked like he was about to murder someone. Old Desran still couldn't understand how his brilliant calculations had led to such a disastrous failure, but the most incomprehensible thing was that Diren was still sitting there, completely unharmed. Madrin frowned and told the old man not to bother resisting anymore. Just be quiet and follow the orders from the Empire. Desrin gritted his teeth. This old man might be old, but his mind was still sharp, and he thought on his feet. Kneeling on the ground, he said with a straight face, What are you talking about? This dagger was just for self-defense. I accidentally dropped it. I swear I had no intention of harming Diren. Madrin cut him off coldly, and no intention of murdering the Greg father and son, I suppose. But isn't Count Liden Greg ill? I knew you would say that. With a wave of her hand, Madrin had a steak sandwich brought out. I brought the breakfast that was given to Diran earlier. Eat it and prove your innocence. Desran was stunned. How could he dare eat what he himself had created? He tremblingly reached for the sandwich, crushed it in his hand, and threw it away. This time, he had completely revealed his true nature. So what? The old man knocked over the entire plate of food. Do you think I'm the only culprit? Berna has been embezzling taxes from the city of Greg for years. If we're talking about crimes, then throw that wench in prison first. Lady Berna could do nothing but weep. She couldn't believe that the psychologically twisted man before her was her own father. I don't know what you're talking about. Diran picked up the scroll that detailed all the evidence, which Desran had burned just a few minutes ago, and asked, "Where is your evidence?" Desran was cornered by his own actions again. He cursed Diran. "You shameless bastard. You've been watching from the very beginning, haven't you?" Desran puffed out his chest as the group of soldiers saw this and in unison shouted their slogan, "By the Count's command." They are loyal, but let's see how long they can last against Madrine's magic. Ha! She angrily summoned earth and stone, preparing to bury these fools along with Count Desran. There are always things in this world that one should not touch. Even if you are the captain of a Duke's Knights, or even the king of this empire, everyone is the same. And yet, a mere nobleman like you dares to act so recklessly? Below in the courtyard, a cape fluttered, and a familiar voice was heard. It was none other than Darian, the captain of the Genesis Knights. "Knights, hear my command. Quickly eliminate the pest that has infiltrated the city of Gregory." The knights advanced into the castle like zombies, as if it were deserted. Inside, old Desran burst out laughing, as if he had gone completely mad. He was bound tightly by Madrin's magic, yet he still acted dangerously, screaming and asking how they dared to do this. The disloyal soldiers in the castle had all been subdued. The treacherous servants were also tied up, crying that they were only following Count Desran's orders. Allison watched this scene through the window and smiled, relieved that everything seemed to be settled. He turned back to untie the lady. Allison smiled and said, "I should be leaving now." "I'm glad that you are safe, my lady." "Wait a moment, who are you?" Berna asked. As Lady Berna was still wondering about Allison's true identity, she heard someone call out, "Mother," in a choked voice. It was Diran. He approached her with a worried expression. "Mother, are you all right? You're injured here." Berna bowed her head and sobbed. "Don't worry about me. I'm so glad that you're safe." Diran knelt down in front of his mother. He didn't seem very happy that it was all over. "Why won't you look me in the eye, Mother? Because I am a criminal. It's because of me that Count Greg became like this. Not to mention embezzling taxes from the city of Greg, I've also been living brazenly in this castle. After knowing that Count Desran was the culprit, and I even put you in danger, I only feel guilty for still being alive." Lady Berna confessed all her sins. "So please, son, don't forgive me." For a moment, Diran didn't know what to say, hearing these words firsthand. "Mother, you've always had to live under the burden of guilt. Why would you use the word forgive? It's all Count Desran's fault, not yours." As expected of a member of that soft-hearted family, Diran inherited all the emotional weakness of his parents, but one had to admit, the boy was truly understanding. Seeing his mother acting weaker than usual, he couldn't help but get angry. "Why did you leave this file without saying a single word? Did you think you would feel less regretful by going to prison with Count Desran? You should have told me. No matter what the situation was, you had to talk to me." Diran couldn't control his trembling. "Me. And father too." He dropped the blackened scroll to the ground and covered his face, sobbing. "We will always be by your side, Mother, because that's what a family is. So please, lift your head." Lady Berna reached out and hugged him. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Diran. I'm so very sorry, my son. I was so foolish, I'll never do that again." The two of them, mother and son, hugged and wailed to the heavens. In the afternoon, Count Desran was locked in a cage and transported to the city lord's castle. Even now, the old man showed not a shred of remorse and was even more aggressive. "Untie me, you fools. Don't you know who I am?" The two soldiers in charge of the transport acted as if they were deaf. They asked each other if the belongings in the city lord's castle had been moved out yet. Of course, everything has been moved out, not a single thing left. "You've made a huge mistake. Do you think I don't have connections in the Empire?" The old man gritted his teeth and threatened. "When I get released, I will finish the two of you first. How dare you look down on me? I am Count Desran. Who are you, you say?" Allison had used magic to fly here at some point. Hearing that line was so irritating that he decided to show himself. This old man needs to be taught a bigger lesson. Allison was extremely furious. "Who do you think you are to say that?" Seeing him like this, Desran broke out in a cold sweat but still tried to act tough. "Who are you? Are you a mage sent by the Empire?" Allison didn't answer him. He averted his eyes, then said, "To obtain such a large land and castle, you laid your hands on the city of Greg? Now watch closely." Allison coldly cast his magic. "The things you've painstakingly built your entire life are truly despicable. The magnificent castle and the beautiful, fertile land began to shake and crumble as if they were being hit by a world-shaking earthquake. Count Desrin trembled, not from the cold, and asked blankly, "What are you doing?" "Impossible. It can't be. Impossible. There's no such thing as impossible. Once I make a move, I grind everything to dust." "Look, Diren!" "What is it?" Lady Berna, with half her head bandaged, looked blankly at an excited Diren sitting at the dining table. Next to him was Count Leiden. "I wanted our whole family to have dinner together after such a long time. So I ordered a whole table of desserts for you, Mother." "Oh my goodness, so much sugar. The whole family will probably get diabetes after this meal." Diren had also invited a whole crowd of acquaintances to celebrate. Most of them were Allison's acquaintances. Miss Wren looked at the cakes with sparkling eyes. Mr. Clon reminded her that eating a lot would make her gain weight, so she shouldn't complain. He immediately received a punch to the middle of his head from his wife. Over here, Elena and Rurine couldn't take it anymore either. And as for a dessert addict like Lady Berna, it goes without saying. Her mouth was practically watering down to her chin. Just then, Madrin, standing by a tree, shouted loudly, "Everyone, your attention please. Please look towards Lord Desrin's city. There will be a special performance for tonight's party." Diren excitedly turned Count Leiden's chair in the indicated direction. Berna was startled, not understanding what the heck was going on. When she looked over, she froze solid. Oh my god. Lord Desrin's castle was uprooted from its foundations, flying like a saucer in the air, enveloped in a strange light. The castle began to explode from within. In the blink of an eye, a cataclysmic explosion occurred. Count Desrin, sitting in the stocks, wailed, "Stop! Stop! My castle! Please stop!" Unfortunately, that was impossible. Allison smiled in satisfaction. Pointing his finger, he said, "You won't be seeing the light of day anymore, so enjoy it while you can, Desrin." No wonder Madison is so terrified of him. With this level of destruction, even 10 times her amount of earth and stone couldn't fill the hole, let alone fight back. Allison turned Count Desrin's entire castle into a brilliant fireworks display to celebrate the Gregg family's return to a normal life. Diren watched the fireworks, amazed and delighted. "What do you think, Mom?" Lady Berna's clear eyes were now completely captivated by that one-of-a-kind fireworks display. Berna picked up a cream puff and ate it with trembling hands. Tears streamed down her face as she replied, "It's wonderful." The brilliant fireworks exploded, dazzling a vast expanse of the sky. This was the most wonderful party of their lives, even though all the dishes were a bit too sweet. But it seemed everyone really liked these dishes. Everyone was stuffing their faces, filling their bellies with sugar, and probably had to take turns visiting the restroom. Ha! After they finished eating, the moon was high in the sky. "Honey, today was so much fun, wasn't it? I don't know how long it's been, since the last time I could carelessly eat dessert to my heart's content. The castle had always held me captive, but now I'm finally free." Lady Berna stood by the window, gazing at the moon with excitement. Then she turned to feed Leiden, chattering away. "You don't need to worry about Diren. I've realized how foolish I've been. No matter what happens in the future, I won't run from my sins anymore." Count Leiden was showing a better response now. He was accepting the food. Lady Berna gently wiped her husband's mouth. There's something I haven't told you yet. I really should have told you sooner, but I'm glad I can tell you, even though it's late. It took a lot of courage for me to say this. So please, listen." Lady Berna took Count Leiden's frail hand. "I, Berna Gregg, dearly love my husband, Leiden Gregg, and I always will." Diren, who was listening from outside the door, heard this and judged the situation. This time, he could finally let out a truly satisfied smile. While the family of 3 was confessing their feelings for each other, Count Desrin was taken by carriage into the middle of the street for the townspeople to throw discarded vegetable scraps and rotten eggs at him. Enduring countless harsh curses, Count Desrin could only mutter in confusion, mourning his gigantic castle. Not far from the Count stood the dynamic duo, Darian and Allison. They were watching the festive scene. "We've caught many spies, but we still shouldn't let our guard down. You should be careful in the future as well, Your Grace," Darian advised. El put his hands on his hips and praised his friend. "You did a great job, but Madrin did all the work. To be kidnapped in the middle of the night like that." Allison gave a strained laugh. "Sorry, it was so rushed. Haha. What about Duke Temeran? Did he say anything?" At first, he was surprised, but he fell silent after hearing it was your plan, Your Grace. He'd probably want to come here himself if he saw that thing down there. Darian turned back to look at the crater, the deathly crater behind the two of them, and couldn't help but marvel. No matter how you look at it, he's so powerful. He's always been this strong, but he's not one to show off. "That's how you live a long life, my friend," Allison said to Darian with a triumphant smile. "That was a spectacular performance I created. The city of Gregg is about to see some beautiful days." But reality proved that while Allison might be a great mage, he was certainly not an outstanding prophet, because the next day, it poured rain as lightning struck the ground. El stood there, looking dumbfounded at the sky. thinking about the beautiful and happy days he had just mentioned. Rurine, beside him, yelled angrily, "I just hung out the laundry." A truly universal struggle. Meanwhile, Mr. Ment and Miss Minton were struggling to hold up the fence, and despite her best efforts, Minton couldn't withstand the horrific wind and was knocked over by a falling fence post, knocking the wind out of her. Mr. Ment cried out in alarm, but it was too late. By the time they got her into the restaurant, they were tracking in a large puddle of water. "I told you not to go out to the farm in weather like this, so for today, I forbid anyone from working outside anymore." Allison felt 3 parts helpless and 7 parts paternal towards these workaholics. He handed them towels to dry off, trying his best to talk some sense into them, but Mr. Ment and Miss Minton still seemed more upset about the fence, and Rurine was still pining for her laundry. Allison suggested that instead of battling the harsh weather outside, they should just help him serve the customers. The restaurant seemed quite lively today. Allison worriedly put a towel on Rurine's head to dry her hair. "You should dry yourself first, or you'll catch a cold." Mr. Ment and Miss Minton stared, rooted to the spot, as they watched the affectionate interaction between the 2 young people, being more intimate than was proper. And yet, Elle was casually drying Rurine's hair, the 2 of them flirting in broad daylight, without a hint of shyness. Just then, a customer who had braved the rain entered the restaurant. What a peaceful scene. The person's remark immediately caught Elle's attention. He looked up to see it was Benin, who was taking off his cloak and ordering something warm for the rainy day. Chilling out. Not long after, Elle brought out a bowl of noodles, introducing it as, "This is pelanki meat noodle soup," which is basically chicken noodle soup. Benin was surprised and excited. "Oh, didn't you say you stopped selling pelanki meat? A lot of customers have been going to the Preston Butcher shop, so I've started using pelanki meat to cook again. More importantly, how's your orchard? Is it holding up?" "Ho ho, you've asked about it before. You tried to buy my orchard land, didn't you? Wouldn't it be better for you if I gave up my orchard?" Elle burst out laughing. "What are you talking about? The price you offered was several times higher than the market price. I'd be very disappointed if the orchard had to close down because of bad weather like this." Benin laughed, conceding. How could he possibly win an argument against Elle's sharp tongue? "It seems the rain isn't going to let up. I've already done everything I can. There's not much more I can do by just standing in the orchard." Benin took a bite of the noodles and exclaimed in blissful satisfaction, This is truly delicious. It was worth coming here in the rain." Rurine suddenly ran over with a towel, whining, "Hey, why aren't you drying my hair anymore?" "Just a moment, we have a customer," Elle coaxed, but the girl kept pouting and making a fuss. Benin stared at the scene for a moment, then called out to Elle, while pouring himself a glass of wine. "Have you ever, in your life, made a decision that you came to regret?" Elle was momentarily taken aback and asked, "I'm sorry?" Benin tilted his head back, took a drink, and continued. "A decision you would take back if you could travel back in time? A decision that you always think about, every time you close your eyes, one that leaves you heartbroken. I suppose you haven't experienced that yet, have you? I see you get along so well with your wife, so you probably haven't." Elle's face contorted as he replied, "Wife? Rurine and I are not in that kind of relationship." But Benin didn't seem to hear him. "Though I live a lonely life now, there was once someone I loved with all my heart." He innocently continued with his life story. "I fell in love with her when I was 10 years old, and it has now been over 35 years. You could say she was my childhood sweetheart. No one else could ever make my heart flutter except for her. Mayan. No matter how much time passes, I can never forget that name." Elle was surprised. "Mayan? That's the person you've loved for 35 years? Why didn't you ever confess your feelings to her?" Benin gave a bitter smile. "That's exactly what I'm talking about. A regrettable decision. I was young and immature back then. I just assumed that she and I would end up together, because we had shared so many happy moments. That's what I thought at the time," Benin said, reminiscing. "Until she grew older and started talking about marriage. That's when I finally woke up. But it was right before. Mayan decided to move to a neighboring village to get married. I arranged to meet her on the outskirts of the city of Greg, and told her I had something to say. I planned to confess my feelings to her then. Benin had excitedly carried a basket late at night. However, I never saw her again. A dragon attacked. At that same moment, Allison had arrived in this world for the first time. Hearing this, he was also quite shocked. Could it be? That's right. It was 15 years ago, right when the war with the Dragon Clan began, and I ran for my life. After that night, I found out she was safe, but I no longer had the courage to look for her, because I'm a coward who couldn't even keep his promise. For the past 15 years, I heard no news of her at all. And just recently, she returned to the city of Greg. Benin looked at Elle with sad eyes, as if searching for sympathy. Do you understand the situation I'm in? I am tormented by regret every single day. I can't forget or fix what happened. I've thought of her every single moment we've been apart, but I'm afraid to go outside in case I run into her. So please take care of your wife with all your heart. Man, I was getting emotional, and this cold just had to ruin the mood. Just then, Rurine sneezed and coughed dramatically, whining that she had a cold and felt so weak. Your wife is about to kick the bucket, and you're not even going to come and take care of her. At that moment, Bennett had already put on his raincoat and was preparing to leave. Before he left, he was still enthusiastically sharing his experience. That way, even if you have to leave tomorrow, you won't have any regrets. Elle tried to explain that Rurine wasn't his wife, but the man wasn't listening anymore. That night, Rurine slept soundly while Elle was wide awake. He looked at her and wondered, what are 15 long years of a human's longing compared to 155 years for a dragonkin? Then he felt something was off. This wasn't really his business, was it? Remembering what Bennett said about that girl recently arriving in the city of Greg, he knew he had to ask around tomorrow. Mian? Ren seemed surprised to hear the name. Then, she smiled brightly. Of course, I know her. She just opened a tailor shop nearby. We even became friends. It seems I came to the right person to ask. But why are you asking about her? It seems like she's had a lot on her mind lately. What? On her mind? The last time, she asked me something with a very sad expression on her face. Ren was trying to remember. Mian had asked if she had ever made a decision in her life that she came to regret. Damn, how can the phrasing be exactly the same, word for word? That's the same thing Mr. Bennett asked me. Ren was surprised. Bennett? Isn't that the guy who manages the orchard? Allison saw that the young woman seemed to know a lot, so he asked her to tell him what Mian had talked about, so he'd know how to handle things for Mr. Bennett. Have you always lived here? Mian asked Ren. Ren said she moved here because of the war and settled down with her husband. Mian said she had left the city of Greg 15 years ago and had only recently returned, so Ren seemed a bit unfamiliar to her. 15 years? Why did you leave? Ren was surprised. There was someone I once loved. No, I still love him, but I can't see him anymore. 15 years ago, he wanted to see me one last time, but I couldn't make it. I ran away from that place, but he had bought flowers and came to our meeting spot. I ran away from there like a coward. Even retelling the story from 15 years ago, Mian was still trembling with a heavy heart. Hearing this story, Allison was absolutely certain that the person Miss Mian was talking about was Mr. Bennett. What? Ren was so shocked she forgot to control her expression. Wait, so she also has regrets about Mr. Bennett? That's right. Both of them went to the meeting place, but they both fled from the Dragon Tribe's attack. Both of them thought they had run away, and abandoned the other, leaving with regret for 15 long years. It's truly heartbreaking for them both. That's so unfair. Although the love story was a bit cliché, Ren seemed extremely moved. Mian said that she had lived alone ever since, and had also refused every confession her father forced her to accept, but she chose to live in solitude for so long just because of a misunderstanding. Don't worry, Miss Ren, Allison smiled. You can tell Miss Mian this for me. Elle brought a box to Bennett, who was harvesting apples at the time. Elle told Bennett, this is a pair of prescription glasses as a gift. Miss Mian said her eyesight has been a bit poor lately. If her eyes get tired when using them, she can bring them to my place, and I'll adjust them for her. A gift? For Mian? Elle gave him a meaningful smile. Tonight, Miss Mian will be waiting for you on the outskirts of Greg. You can give it to her then. Bennett froze, his eyes wide. You? Elle. What are you talking about? I can't see her. Didn't you say it was a regrettable decision? I believe everyone makes mistakes. No one wants to make mistakes, and no one can predict the future. But worrying about the same problem only creates another one. You know what to do. That evening, Bennett walked step by step down the old road, his feet feeling as heavy as lead. With every half step, he imagined countless scenarios. Will she be angry with me? If she calls me a coward, I'll just run away again. It's been 15 years. But what if she doesn't come? I miss her. I miss her so much. But good Lord, before you die of love sickness, my good man, you might just perish from terminal overthinking. Seeing the familiar silhouette of a woman under the tree, Bennett immediately burst into tears. It was all so pointless after all. He was still the same. Just then, Mian turned around. Mr. Bennett? Bennett was stunned. Is it really you, Mian? Bennett clutched the glasses case, scolding himself for being a fool who almost ran away again. That wasn't what he should do. Mian was also incredibly moved. I have something to tell you about that day. Bennett bit his lip, startled. His heart, which had been hanging in suspense, could finally be at ease. Bennett smiled in resignation. Me too. He thought that even if Mian yelled or blamed him, it would be okay. Because the biggest regret of his life was not being able to apologize for that day. I'm sorry I didn't come to our meeting place 15 years ago. I'm sorry I didn't come to our meeting place 15 years ago. They both shouted in unison, their eyes squeezed shut. Tears were already welling up in the corners of their eyes. Then, they both froze solid. Bennett was so surprised he forgot to cry. Mian also stopped her tears, looking bewildered. What? You too? We both? Then they both burst out laughing. Ha ha! Oh my god, there are two crazy people here. Now the misunderstanding has been cleared up. Ren was overjoyed. She and Allison had found a nice spot to witness the entire reunion of the terminally overthinking lovers. Ren looked at Elle, puzzled. Anyway, why didn't you just tell them the truth beforehand? He smiled. That was a problem they had to solve themselves. We couldn't just tell them. If we did, there wouldn't be a good show for us to watch. But don't you think it's unfair that they were lonely for so long just because of a small misunderstanding? But isn't it great that the misunderstanding has been resolved? That was what had tormented them for the past 15 years. Allison looked at the successful outcome of his meddling, smiling gently with deep satisfaction. And so, they met again. Bennett gave Mian the round glasses, and they were holding hands, laughing joyfully. They held hands the entire way back, and nothing would make them let go again. A few days later, Bennett and Mian visited Allison's restaurant together. They came to sell the orchard that Mr. Bennett had cultivated all this time. But of course, there was no damn discount here. Fuck. This time, Bennett decisively sold the land for cash to build a house in the center of Greg and bring his beautiful lady home. He kissed Mian's hand. I've hesitated for 15 years. I won't hesitate anymore. Mian blushed so hard her whole body turned red. And not because she was thinking about living in a house right in the city center, right? But anyway, that was what Bennett wanted to do so he wouldn't have any more regrets. After buying Bennett's orchard, Allison obviously became a real estate tycoon. A vast area around the restaurant now belonged to him. In short, he was rich. And yet, Elle was still complaining. Although the land around the restaurant is mine, there's no more space to build a dwarf village. Luckily, I've already found a place to build it. Rin, while munching on an apple, agreed with Elle's plan. The reason was that she didn't like the idea of the dwarf clan living in the dragon's lair. Above all, that place belonged to Rin and she didn't want to share it with anyone else. Except for one person, of course. Rurine looked sad. Even though you'll be at the restaurant, the lair is still very spacious. Seeing her sad, Elle felt sad too. Remembering Bennett's advice, Elle blushed, cleared his throat, and called out to Rurine. Should I live in the dragon's lair after the construction is complete? At first, Rurine was stunned. Then, her eyes lit up like car headlights, and she grinned from ear to ear. Then she launched herself at Elle's neck like a spring. Really? Are you serious? Are you sure? Well, the more space, the better. Besides, you can totally build a tunnel leading to the restaurant, so transportation won't be an issue. This time, Rurine was the happiest one of all. Remember, you can't go back on your word. Now I'm looking forward to the lair even more. To be completed soon. Golden leaves fell, autumn arrived. The dragon's lair was already 70% complete. It will be finished next year. Goza reported on the construction progress. Rurine was extremely satisfied, praising their good work. Just then, Elle brought out a sizzling steak and also praised their good work. Goza beamed, saying they hadn't even paid off their debt yet, but Elle had already found land for them to build their village. At another table, Min-10 spoke up. Hey, the number of Baroneric has increased a little. Really? Yeah. It looks like we'll have to upgrade the farm. And just like that, everyone started discussing the farm's expansion. Outside, the siblings Linte and Matt were standing quite far from the restaurant. Although they were far away, the sister with her sharp nose could still smell the delicious aroma. And of course, her brother smelled it too. Excuse me, my name is Linte. I heard you're hiring people for the farm. Can we apply? And I'm Matt. They held out a dirty and tattered piece of paper. Allison's eyes widened. Oh, we threw that paper away a long time ago. Where did you two find it? Linte stammered, blushing beet red. The two siblings froze on the spot. Allison laughed. But we were just about to make a new advertisement. To hire more people. Let's eat first, and then we'll talk, okay? The cooking class began. Io said he would prepare something hot because it was very cold outside. A piece of goka meat, also known as beef, was seared with butter. In another pan, he sautéed minced onions, garlic, and mushrooms. When they started to brown, he added tomato sauce. He added some spices and beer to the meat and cooked everything together. A fragrant aroma arose, making even Io exclaim, "There's no need for MSG anymore. This is natural MSG." He said that, but his hands still added some MSG anyway, because adding some wouldn't hurt. Oh, it will? The whole lot of them will go crazy after eating it now. And after cooking for a while, the guga stew was ready. Linte scooped up a piece and was astonished. That's meat. Io told the two siblings that he had made plenty, so they shouldn't worry and should eat until they were full. Linte and Matt joyfully agreed. The meat was tender, and the sauce was rich. They could feel the warmth, flowing through their bodies with every bite. It was so warm, it made them blush with happiness. I feel like this is the most delicious food I've ever had in my life, that I've ever eaten, Linte said solemnly. Thank you so much. Io saw they looked hungry and told them to take their time and not feel shy. Besides, you said you wanted to work on the farm, right? Is there any particular reason you want to work here? Io took the opportunity to interview them right away. Linte, his face full of determination, replied, Yes, we love animals very much, and, besides that, I don't know anything else, but my sister and I are very resilient. We don't easily give up. That's spirited, but it's a bit vague. Elle called for Elena to verify. He's telling the truth about their resilience. However, they are hiding an important truth. The two siblings' faces paled. Linty tightly gripped his bandaged wrist. Io smiled coldly. I'm sorry, but could I see your wrist for a moment? Linty gritted his teeth. The white bandage was removed from his hand. On the wrists of the two siblings were fresh red marks. Omen immediately recognized them as shackle marks. Are you two criminals? Io asked sharply. Matt stammered, wanting to explain, but Linty cut her off with a sharp yell. He lowered his head. I'm sorry for hiding the truth, but please, believe me, we mean no harm. And I know we've asked too much of you. After saying that, Linty immediately stood up to leave. Matt wanted to stop him, but her brother had already stormed out of the restaurant. What are you doing? They seem like good people, don't they? Shouldn't we at least clear up the misunderstanding? Linty rebandaged the marks on his wrist and told Matt that no matter the reason, a criminal is still a criminal, and I don't want to talk about what happened. Matt looked sad, her eyes welling up with tears. Linty patted her head. However, I don't regret what I did. Do you regret not finishing the food? Would it be embarrassing if I said yes? But they couldn't have finished the meal in that atmosphere anyway. That evening, the villagers dispersed after finishing their dinner. Io was washing the dishes while Rurine stood nearby, striking up a conversation. So, the interview for a new subordinate was a failure, huh? It seems they have their own secrets, but if they aren't willing to explain, there's nothing I can do. You should also think about how that would make Miss Min, Ten, and Omen feel awkward. Rurine agreed that finding subordinates was indeed very difficult. Elle figured they just needed to make more flyers. Looking up at the kitchen shelf, he realized the restaurant was out of spices again. It was probably because they had been so crowded with customers lately. Time to use the old trick. Go buy supplies from the modern world. The magic was activated. After summoning the pile of items, Io winced, feeling dizzy. Is this from exhaustion? Summoning was the only magic that left him this exhausted. Never mind, casting this magic should have been impossible anyway, because I haven't absorbed the Dragon King's heart yet. Suddenly, Elle felt something was off. He swayed and staggered, causing a worried Rurine to call out to him. Elle panted, his eyes sunken. This feeling was a bit different than usual. He couldn't absorb any more magical power. Hey, what's wrong? Rurine panicked. Elle collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Ah, if only I had known this would happen. I would have listened to you back then. Something felt like a heart shattering. His blurry vision slowly came into focus. Rurine, tears streaming down her face, called out, Io, Io. His face was flushed red and he was sweating buckets. Are you okay? Can't you see he's not? What a silly question. I'm fine, don't worry. I've just run out of magical power. Out of magical power? But you're a level 9 mage. Rurine was in a total panic. Io comforted her. I'll be fine with just a little rest, so please, calm down. Rurine pressed her lips together, then said, Is there anything I can do to help? Just let me know. I'll take care of you today. Rurine's bold declaration made the exhausted Io startle. Then, Io smiled happily. In that case, could you do one thing for me? Rurine, now in an apron, stared at the familiar cooking ingredients. She had indeed offered to help Io, but why did he ask her to cook? Rin wailed. For her, this was worse than being captured by those dragons again. He had said he wanted to eat something she made with her own hands. What could you possibly expect from me? I don't know. He must be delirious from fever. Meanwhile, some lost souls were wandering in the cold night. It was the siblings, Linty and Matt. Even if we try to find a job, no one in the city will hire us because we're former criminals. That's why we went to that restaurant on the outskirts of town. How are we supposed to survive the winter? It would be warmer back in prison. Who asked you to be so proud and not talk about your past? Just spitting it out would have been better. They would have taken you in, right? Happy now? Linty gritted his teeth and called out to his sister. I can't take this anymore. He was filled with indignation and frustration. We've been through too much. I don't care about other people anymore. This time, Matt completely agreed with Linty, and their anger, hunger, and the cold drove them to fight a stray cat for food in a trash can and steal food from Marin's house. We've become real criminals now. That's right, nothing can stop us anymore. Who knows if the food from the trash can had some side effects, or if the hunger and cold had simply broken their minds. Linty knew they were rummaging through the trash, and that was also where the two of them had found the restaurant's flyer. At that moment, he noticed the stray cat crying pitifully. Meow. His compassion surfaced. It seemed he really did love animals, as Linty said to the cat. All right, we'll search the trash can more thoroughly. Over there was a fat nobleman with his subordinate. Are you sure Linty and Matt were released from prison today? Yes, sir, I'm certain. Then find them at once. These two siblings are really something else, even getting into trouble with gangsters posing as nobility. How are they supposed to handle this? The moment Linty saw the fat nobleman, he looked like he was going mad, his face contorted with hatred. Matt felt the same. She clearly remembered that man. It was the construction site supervisor, Rotanda. I can't believe he's still searching for us. Linte gritted his teeth, the flames of his fury raging. He never once admitted he was wrong. He was so enraged that he jumped up, but Matt pulled him back down. Brother, we have to bear it. This time, it won't be just for 2 years. 2 years ago, in a certain room, unpleasant sounds echoed. The fat man, Rotunda, was pinning a girl against the wall. Despite her sobs, he laughed vilely. Get away from me. Isn't it unreasonable to push me away while work is going on? He sneered, reaching out to stroke the girl's cheek. Think about your husband. He's working himself to the bone out there without pay. It must be so hard for him. The girl bit her lip tightly, remaining silent. Rotunda continued, I'm more of a man than you think. There's no need to be so worried. Just at that moment, 2 people burst through the door, calling for him urgently. It was the siblings, Linte and Matt, both with bleeding head wounds. The scaffolding in Section 3 collapsed. Many people are injured. We need medical treatment. Hearing the words Section 3, the crying girl in Rotunda's clutches found a sudden burst of strength and ran. He couldn't stop her in time. He then turned to vent his frustration on the siblings. Linte and Matt, you idiots! Not only were you completely useless, but you also caused this whole mess. His angry face looked like a distorted slab of fat. So terrifying. We followed the plan exactly as instructed, but the scaffolding suddenly gave way. He grunted, muttering to himself as he schemed. It must have been the shoddy materials. Then, his expression changed in an instant. He had his men restrain Linte. What are you saying? Are you accusing me of embezzling funds from the site? Rotunda kicked Linte squarely in the chest. He beat him repeatedly, cursing all the while. I even take in orphans and give them work. You're fired. And the damages from this accident will be deducted from your pay and converted into debt. Seeing her brother being beaten so viciously, Matt cried and begged, I'm sorry, Sir Rotunda. Please, forgive us. The lecherous fat man, having just let his tasty prey escape, turned his gaze to Matt. He sneered, walked over, and lifted her chin, inspecting her as if she were goods for sale. It seems you have another way of earning money. Many nobles have. Peculiar tastes. What do you say? Seeing his sister being humiliated like this, Linte instantly went berserk. With one powerful struggle, he threw off Rotunda's sluggish guards, much to the fat man's astonishment. Linte rushed in like a flash, punching the guy straight in the face, making him see stars, his nose bleed, and a few of his teeth fall out. The fat guy was hit so hard he landed headfirst, crying out in pain. 2 of Rotunda's subordinates rushed to stop Linte, but they couldn't. With his fighting spirit ignited, Linte took on all 3 of them by himself. The fat guy was beaten to a pulp after that glorious fight. Linte and Matt ended up in prison together. From then on, even in jail, he was always fighting with other inmates and getting injured. I don't want to see you like that anymore. Matt held her brother's hand, trembling. Linte thought about it and realized she was right. If he went to jail again, how could he ever get married? So he admitted he had been too rash and gave up on the idea of beating up that insolent pig. We should run before we get caught. Meanwhile, Rotunda was grinding his teeth, cursing, those scoundrels. Do they think spending 2 years in prison means it's all over? Bring them to me now. Just beat up any of those bastards you find for me. The man in the turban said awkwardly, Lord Rotunda. You know, Lord Desron has been transferred to the capital. Making a big scene wouldn't be good. Rotunda was furious. What did you just say? He swung his hand and slapped the man who had just spoken. Do you think I wouldn't dare do anything without someone backing me up? The turban-wearing subordinate was resentful after being hit, but only dared to glare at him silently. Rotunda continued nagging incessantly. Useless bunch, if I don't intervene. Just then, he saw someone's shadow flit past. It was none other than the Lady Elena. Hey there, lady. What are you doing out here at night? Rotunda sneered. Look at him. He immediately set his chubby body in motion, rushing towards Elena. Just ask the person who just passed by. Check if there's anyone else around here. At that moment, El was taking out the ancient jewel. He now understood why he couldn't accumulate mana. It was a side effect of absorbing this ancient jewel. El sat on the floor, absorbing the gem's energy, panting heavily. His whole body was drenched in sweat. He had to use all his strength to crawl back to bed. El hadn't intended to absorb it, but it seemed that using a large amount of mana for the summoning magic had triggered this side effect. Now, he could only wait. But once the absorption began, it would continue for a while, even if he were to stop it. El happily pulled up the covers and chuckled to himself. In any case, all he had to do was wait here, for Rurine to bring him a late-night meal. And Rurine had said she would do anything. El was certain he had been cooking for her for 1 year now. She must have grasped the basics by now. Perhaps because of his high fever, El's mind was no longer clear, and he was a bit delulu. Shannily optimistic about Rurine. Just then, he saw the last leaf clinging to a tree branch outside the window. El's cheerful spirit vanished by more than half. Have I reached my limit? He thought he was about to die of hunger, but Rurine hadn't arrived yet. How could Rurine possibly come? The toast was burnt, the eggs were broken, the tomatoes were smashed, and oil was everywhere. The food on the plate was one half burnt black and the other half an unrecognizable mess. In's face was all smudged. She looked at her creation and whimpered, "I can't let him eat this. It'll kill him. What kind of care is this? Necessity is the mother of invention." Rurine came up with an idea. If I can contact that elf lady with the mana transfer skill of the elf race, then Elle will recover immediately. Although she didn't like being with her, for Elle's sake, Rurine resolved to endure it this one time. However, she didn't know where Elena lived, so she had to go to the old bench where she ate to try and pick up a scent. It's said that Rurine's sense of smell is keener than a dog's, but the bench didn't retain any scent. Rurine kicked the bench in anger. If it goes on like this, I'll have to kidnap a chef from another restaurant. As she was thinking about the kidnapping plan, Rurine judged herself for always seeking others like this. She recalled what she had once told Elle about a dragon's body, being able to resist the effects of healing magic. She had casually asked him to cook for her. Rurine trembled and bit her lip. After all, I can't use healing magic, and I can't cook either. She remembered Elle once saying there were differences in race, ability, or personality, but there's no reason to alienate people. Even a dragon can't live alone. Back then, Rurine hadn't paid any attention. Now, she could only blame herself for not being able to do anything for Elle. Meanwhile, Elena had been caught by the man in the turban. She was frantically begging for mercy. Ratanda was stroking his chin, looking her over and sizing her up. No matter what, elves are always so beautiful. I've been to the clinic a few times. Do you remember me? I'm looking for a couple of people. If you answer well, you can go. He patted Elena's shoulder, then licked his lips despicably. If you can't answer, hey. Honestly, I'm really looking forward to that. Linte and Matt. Do you know where those two siblings are? Hearing those two names, Elena froze. Aren't these the two who just came to Elle's tavern to apply for a job? The man in the turban thought. This pig-brained boss must have eaten so much his brain has gone soft. How could an elf living in the suburbs possibly know about two people who were just released from prison yesterday? It's obvious she wouldn't know, but the boss just keeps harassing her. It's so tiring. And yet, Elena said she knew, leaving the two men dumbfounded. The man in the turban swore he would never guess blindly again. Ratanda asked her how she knew. Elena silently recited an incantation and then shouted, "But I won't tell you!" A blinding light burst forth, dazzling the scoundrels. Elena seized that brief opportunity to escape. Ratanda ground his teeth, cursing Elena, "You lowly creature, daring to run away. If I catch you, things won't be so simple. Know your place." Just as Elena turned her head, she saw the fat guy's hand was already very close. Holy crap, he's fat. So how is he so fast? Logically, he should be able to roll faster than he can run. Just at that critical moment, he really couldn't hold back any longer. It was Linte who acted again. This time, just like before, he aimed straight for that despicable fat guy's mug and punched. "I'm sorry, Matt." Ratanda was sent flying by the punch, right to where his two henchmen were standing. I couldn't hold it in anymore. The blood from the mouth and nose of Ratanda was still on Linte's hand. "It's okay. I'm glad you did it." This time, Matt wanted to go along with her brother. Thanks to that, we were able to live through the winter in peace. "Why are you two here?" Elena, trembling on the ground, still recognized the familiar faces. Matt looked back and told her to leave quickly. "That pig is already after us anyway." Linte cracked his knuckles, grinding his teeth and cursing, "This piece of trash. Is he really giving trouble to someone unrelated to us? I'll remind you of what happened 2 years ago." Ratanda was knocked flat on his back, but he still had enough strength to pull out a whistle and blow it, sounding an alarm. A very loud one. The damn fat guy got up, laughing. He. You talk about memories from 2 years ago? You think I came to catch you unprepared? You're all about to die." The newcomers made the siblings Linte and Matt curse out loud. The three thugs who had just appeared filled the scene with gangster vibes. "Oh my, our client is in trouble." The one with the unbuttoned shirt leading the group was the gang boss of the city of Greg, Roman Hodder. "Are they the ones you want us to handle?" Meanwhile, a young girl was knocking on a door in the middle of the night. Lady Wren, who was in a warm bed with her husband, had to get up. "Honey, I think someone's at the door." Mr. Clon, his eyes barely open, drowsily asked, "Who would come to our house at this hour?" Wren opened the door, yawning, and asked, "Who is it?" Seeing the pale-faced Rurine standing there, Wren was startled. "I can smell it from here. This is the closest place. Can you tell me where the clinic is?" The person who could treat patients was currently at a brawl scene. At that moment, Linte had just taken a full punch to the face. His lower jaw didn't look good at all. Linte was furious and wanted to fight back, but before he could do anything, Roman landed a gut punch on him. Linte grimaced and coughed. Seeing her brother getting beaten up so badly, Matt aggressively came at them with a club, but she alerted them before she could even strike. As a result, Roman caught the club with his bare hands as easily as catching a fly and even sighed. "This isn't a joke." Roman snatched the weapon, grabbed Matt by the throat, and threw her to one of his underlings to hold. Meanwhile, Linte was already beaten and staggering. Seeing his little sister being bullied, he couldn't do anything because he couldn't even get up. Ratanda laughed with great satisfaction. Don't think of Roman as an ordinary person. He's a mercenary with a lot of combat experience. Roman cracked his neck and said, should we rough them up a bit more? Don't touch him. He's still useful. And don't lose track of that elf. Roman grimaced at the fat pig's taste, but since he had already been paid, he could only go along with it. Linte gritted his teeth and grabbed Roman's leg. Let the others go. But Roman got furious, spun his leg, and kicked Linte mercilessly in the stomach. Matt, seeing her brother beaten so miserably, was on the verge of tears. That Roman guy still wasn't satisfied. He wanted to break Linte's wrist next. Elena was scared to death, but still trembled as she begged, please have mercy on the two siblings. Lady, do you even understand the situation? These thugs are about to break someone's arm. One of Roman's men, seeing Elena talking nonsense, pulled out a knife as a reminder. You'd better keep quiet. On the other side, Linte was being pummeled with countless punches. He was beaten to the point of questioning his own existence. Linte wondered, what did I do wrong? Should I have just walked by and pretended not to see? Should I have covered my ears and my eyes? Maybe I should run to another village as if nothing happened? No, if I were going to endure it, I would have done so 2 years ago. At this moment, Linte's arm was twisted behind her back by Roman. Linte gritted her teeth, refusing to submit. Just when the situation was hanging by a thread and they were all subdued, a voice called out, found you. Rurine appeared like an angel. Not using teleportation magic because we're deep in the forest was the right decision. But who would have thought I'd come looking for you? Hey, elf girl, we need your abilities, said the goon restraining Elena. He wondered who this brat who just appeared was, acting so casually. Elena trembled and said, Rurine, I want to help too. But based on the current situation, I really can't. Rurine walked past. Just one glance from her made Roman break out in a cold sweat. His intuition told him that this girl was far more dangerous than she looked. The only way to survive was to bow his head and retreat. That was the best course of action. Rurine's expression was as cold as ice. Should I deal with this bunch? Roman immediately raised his 2 hands in surrender, trembling as he told his underling, that girl, let her go now. The underling let her go at once. Matt immediately called out to his brother. Ratanda, watching this scene, was frozen, not understanding what was happening. He clearly took my money to beat people up for me, so why the hell did he just drop everything? What are these guys doing? Why are you all just standing there watching? Drag that bitch over here, now. The gang of thugs led by Roman had all vanished, leaving only a stunned Ratanda. Where did those guys go? With no one left to command, the fat guy reached out to touch Rurine himself, intending to capture her and sell her off, but he happened to mess with the wrong person. Rurine didn't even bother to move and coldly said, gravity. Why is this piece of trash even talking like a person? Ratanda's arm was twisted into an unnatural shape. The fat pig was now wailing, tears streaming down his face. Hearing his screams, Roman's gang, who were hiding nearby, nervously gave him a moment of silence. Rurine decisively ran over to Elena. Hey, are we done here? I've taken care of everything. Let's go, there's another urgent matter. And so, Elena was carried back to the restaurant to treat Io. Ha, that's enough. After the treatment, Elena's whole body was trembling. Rin, with tears in her eyes, rushed to Io. Are you okay? Io patted Rin while sighing, thank you. I'm in your debt again, he said. Elena, still trembling, spoke. You won't have any problems with daily activities, thank goodness. Elena had used up all her magic. She wondered just how strong Io was to sustain such an injury. Rurine frowned, sitting up from the bed. Your name? You said it's Elena, right? That's right. Well, thank you for your help. Thank you. Rurine stammered and blushed just from saying the words. This shocked both the patient and the doctor. Rurine is saying thank you. What's with that expression on both of your faces? Oh, it's just that I was so surprised. Forget it. I was being very kind to even consider it. That's right, I was surprised too. Io paused for a moment, then asked, oh, and how long have you two been out there? Matt and Linte, who had been peeking from the doorway, were startled. Ah, you knew? The two siblings came inside to talk with Io. I just wanted to thank her for saving us. What do you mean? Didn't you two save Elena? Io was bewildered. I even know that the construction site supervisor's name is Ratanda. I didn't know anyone saved you too. Matt sighed. No, from the very beginning, Ratanda was chasing us. We got innocent people involved in our troubles. It's not your fault. Don't think you did anything wrong. That construction site supervisor is a notoriously evil man. Why didn't you tell me when you came to see me? Lind froze, clenching her fists. Even if it were 2 years ago, I would have done the same. I don't want to lie about my sins. Elle smiled. Do you two have a place to sleep tonight? Elle took out 1 gold coin and said, if you don't, this will be useful. Linte and Matt were stunned. Seeing an amount of money that could last them for several months, Linte took it, still in disbelief. Why are you giving this to us? What do you mean? Because starting tomorrow, you two need to work at the farm. Linty and Matt were stunned for a second time, but, we're criminals. While Rurine was thinking she was about to get new underlings, Io sighed and explained, "We pay our workers, and we know who's truly at fault. I don't think there's any problem." The two siblings immediately knelt on the ground. "I will serve you for the rest of my life. I also pledge to follow you for life. Just think of me as the manager." Early the next morning, the siblings Lint and Matt came to start their jobs. "From today onwards, we, Linte and Matt, will be helping with the farm work here. We are very happy to be working with you, our seniors." Ha! After changing clothes, the two of them looked much brighter. It's true that fine feathers make fine birds. Miss Minton, being called senior, was so shy she stammered. "Senior. Ahem, that's right. I'm a senior now, aren't I? My father is also very happy to be working with you too." Mr. Men looked at the shackle marks on Linta's wrist with a disapproving gaze. Then he sighed. "It was Manager L's decision, so I have no objections. But I don't completely trust you two yet. Yes, sir. However, if it were me, I'd definitely have beaten that Ratanda guy to a pulp too." Linte, who had been downcast, immediately cheered up. "This way, start by stacking the hay. We will work very hard." Inside, Io took out the Dragon King's heart to look at it. He looked at it and thought, "My magic is about to recover. There probably won't be any reaction when I use magic." Io suddenly remembered that in just a few days, the item he ordered would arrive. This time, it was for Rurine. Elle turned and saw Rin hugging the door, peeking at something. He was puzzled. "What are you doing? Observing the customers?" "I see a lot of unfamiliar faces." Elle froze. "Rurine is paying attention to other creatures? What's going on?" Last time, she even thanked Miss Elena. "What happened?" Rurine suddenly asked. "Human women wear a lot of shiny things. Why is that?" "Well, maybe because they're beautiful?" Elle also noticed that Benin seemed to be holding another event. "Dragons also fill their lairs with treasures and jewelry. My father doesn't know much about that, but my mother's lair wasn't like that. Have you ever wanted or received things like that?" Just then, Rurine saw Benin giving Mian a necklace. She looked wistful. "I don't know either." A new customer arrived. This time, it was an acquaintance. Dirin, overjoyed as if he'd struck gold, ran in holding a scroll and shouted, "Master, I have good news. This morning, we arrested that Ratanda guy who was in the hospital. Tax evasion, harassment of women, rape, assault. He was arrested on multiple charges. He definitely won't see the light of day for the rest of his life." Dirin said it all in one breathless rush. Elle brought out a hamburger for him and remarked, "He's even more disgusting than I thought." Dirin continued. His close associates betrayed him and provided information. It turns out the one backing Ratanda was Count Deshan. Even though Count Deshan had already been arrested, that Ratanda guy still acted recklessly without considering his own position. It's surprising to learn that not all of Count Deshan's accomplices were in the castle. No matter how many we catch, more just keep appearing. Dirin looked like he was about to collapse. It's a wonder he wasn't out of breath after talking so much. But you're still doing a great job. By the way, are you free on the evening 3 days from now? If it's an invitation from you, Master, I'll make time." Io leaned in and whispered something to him. Something mysterious is about to happen at this restaurant. After hearing it, Dirin immediately cheered. "Wonderful. I'll definitely be there. Ho ho, you just wait and see." 3 days later, Goza, with a grim expression, sat in silence for a while before speaking. "Mr. Allison, you're right on time. What I want to say is, hand over the items first." Io cut him off. "I've completed them." Goza pulled out a bag. "Ho ho, very good." Io looked at the contents and smiled with satisfaction. "I've gathered everything, nothing is missing." Several bags and barrels were brought out. "Everyone, come and eat. We have delicious sausages and cold beer." The wolf tribe got a feast to recharge after their hard work. Was it necessary to put on such a show? "I just wanted to try it. It would be great if everyone could participate," Elle said with great regret. Goza could only scratch his head. "But the construction is in its final stages. I can understand." Late at night, the moon was bright and the wind was cool. Mr. Clone remarked as he walked, "This is the first time I've received an invitation like this." Ren was also excited. "That's right, I'm really excited." Linte was also surprised to hear the news. We get to participate too?" He said the farm staff should also join in. Meanwhile, at the restaurant, Rurine saw Io setting out a large number of plates and asked blankly, "What is this?" Io was surprised. "Hey, you don't know what day it is? Everyone, I'm so glad you could all make it. To show our appreciation to everyone, we've prepared a small event." Rurine, standing next to Elle, realized the restaurant was having an event today. "The name of the game is What Did You Put in My Mouth?" The rules are very simple. You put on a blindfold, taste the food, and guess what it is. Whoever guesses correctly gets a prize. So, the first person is Miss Minton. Minton was startled when her name was called, but she still participated in a state of confusion. This is edible, right?" "Of course, everything is edible. Although it also depends on how she feels about it." "Why didn't you just say so from the start? Geez." The food arrived. and something was brought right to Mintang's mouth. Because Elle said that, she was quite worried. She could feel something hot and soft, having no idea what it was. She had never felt a texture like this before. A moment later, she felt something gooey inside, which terrified Mintang. She spat the food out. Elle grinned from ear to ear. Ding! Miss Mintang is eliminated. The dish she just ate was this. It's called a marshmallow. With tears and saliva streaming down her face, a horrified Mintang asked what that was. It's made from sugar and is a treat you can't find anywhere around here, as it originates from a very distant place. Ho ho, that Elle plays too dirty. Mintang fumed. How was I supposed to guess that? I couldn't have guessed even after eating it. Mr. Men tried it and said it was delicious. Mintang grumbled resentfully. Well, being blindfolded made me too scared to taste the sweetness. The next lucky contestant was Mr. Clon. He declared he would conquer this entire feast, and Ren cheered enthusiastically for her husband. Unfortunately, after eating a chili pepper, Mr. Clone was also eliminated instantly. Ren munched on the chili as if it were a vegetable and became indignant. It's not even that spicy. How can you not eat it, huh? You can't handle spicy food? Mr. Clone cried his eyes out. Meanwhile, the party's host was laughing his head off, exclaiming, "This is so freaking fun. I'm wondering if anyone will manage to guess correctly." The next dish was brought out, and Rurine was the candidate for it. While she was feeling bewildered, Elle pushed her into a chair and blindfolded her. He said, "Of course. Isn't it obvious? And using magic is forbidden. What are you going to feed me?" "This is a game. Just try to guess," Elle said as he fed Rurine. She chewed very seriously, racking her brain to figure out what Elle had given her to eat. She was determined to guess correctly using her dragon consensus. "First, it's soft. This must be bread. And I can also taste cream, the fresh kind I had at the recent party. The bread has many layers and is sweet. Moreover, the refreshing taste I sense definitely means there's fruit inside. I know. It's cake. It's cake." Rurine excitedly ripped off her blindfold. "How about that? My senses are." Rurine trailed off because before her was the sight of everyone setting off party poppers. Elle grinned from ear to ear. "Exactly. This is a birthday cake. Happy birthday, Rurine." Rurine was so surprised her jaw dropped. Everyone cheerfully congratulated her, while she just stood there, completely dumbfounded. "So, today is my birthday. I thought you would have realized it when I said we were throwing a party, but apparently not." Elle was delighted his little game was a complete success. Rurine stammered, now blushing beet red with embarrassment. "So, everyone came here today for me?" Elle discreetly covered his mouth and whispered to Elena. "Looks like Rurine is about to say thank you again." "But no," she suddenly yelled. "Don't you dare think I'm going to say thank you, you jerk." It seems Elle had celebrated too soon, but he understood she was just too shy to say it in front of everyone. Elle was very understanding. Saving her from embarrassment was also saving himself from the awkwardness. "All right, since you guessed correctly, I'll give you a present. The wolf tribe worked very hard to make this for you." Elle pulled a luxurious box from his bag. Inside was an exquisite earring. Rurine blushed and asked, "When did you prepare this for me?" While casting a spell and holding the earring, Elle leaned close to Rin and smiled. "How could I possibly forget your birthday? This might hurt a little." Elle helped Rin pierce her ear and immediately put the jewelry in. Being very thoughtful, he brought a mirror for her to see and asked, "What do you think?" Rin's face, as red as a tomato, turned away without a word, leaving Elle to keep asking under the watchful eyes of Elena and Ren. Those two are not normal at all. Rin touched the earring and stammered, "Well, it looks quite elegant." Now Rurine understood. She recalled the moment she had witnessed in the restaurant, earlier this afternoon. She let out a bright laugh. Hey, it's very beautiful." Now she understood that feeling. After the main event, Elle immediately resumed the game. "All right, that's enough birthday wishes. On to the next person, Ren." Miss Ren's dish was quite crispy. Mr. Clone immediately chimed in, "Ha, it's a bug." Ren instantly spat out what was in her mouth, and Elle laughed his head off. Oh my god, the dish Miss Ren had just eaten was fried shrimp. Ren flew into a rage and punched Mr. Clone on the head for making her lose. As for him, not wanting to fail alone, he accepted his wife's beating. Next up was Linte. His dish was pitch black and smoking heavily. Linte chewed with all his might but couldn't guess what it was. Elle announced his failure. The correct answer was gooba meat grilled by Rurine. Currently, Rurine was furious that Linte couldn't recognize the dish she had made. After the devilish game came to an end, everyone happily finished off the birthday cake. As the night grew late, this is the first time that people have gathered to celebrate my birthday. This is your last birthday before your coming-of-age ceremony. But are you okay? You're sprawled out on the table. Rurine blushed and replied, "Yeah." Just then, Elle looked out the window and beckoned Rurine over. "Look, it's snowing. Let's go outside and see." Rurine. Snow. All right, hot drinks were prepared. Elle and Rurine went outside to sit, drink, and watch the snow. Sigh, winter arrives so fast. Time really flies, doesn't it? Hasn't it only been 1 year since you came here? It's been a whole year already. 1 year is a short time for you, but for a human, it's quite a long time. Rurine's face fell as she retorted, but won't you be different? Because you absorbed the ancient jewel? No one can confirm that it has any life-extending effects, because I'm the first one to ever absorb it. Besides, I didn't consume all of it. Just then, a very bright star appeared in the sky. Ren exclaimed, "A shooting star? Oh, it's your birthday. Why don't you make a wish?" Rurine gazed at the star for a moment, then said, "I already did." Her wish was to be with Elle for a longer time. Seeing how serious Rurine looked, Elle teased her. "What did you wish for?" "I'll wish for the same thing. I'm not telling you. Make your own wish on your birthday." Rurine, being stingy with her crush over a single wish, how lame. Meanwhile, in the territory of the Black Dragons, one of them ran hurriedly to report, cursing continuously. "Uncle. It's Knees. Uncle, how long are you going to tolerate that arrogant human? Is a promise to a mere human that important?" The one seething with rage was the Black Dragon, Knees, while the uncle on the throne was the Black Dragon, Dehema. He calmly asked Knees, "This is about Rurine, isn't it?" Having been hit right where it hurts, Knees froze. The uncle immediately scolded him, "You fool. If you wanted the girl that badly, you should have cherished her more when she was still here. You used to bully her constantly, but now that she's grown, you think letting her be is humiliating?" Knees' face darkened as he growled, "Ugh, this isn't just about personal revenge. It's about the very survival of the entire Black Dragon tribe. Most of the women of our tribe, especially the young ones capable of bearing children, died in the last war. There's no telling how long this peace will last. We cannot depend on a single promise. So, what is your point? Do you want me to force Rin to return?" His eyes lit up. "If you'll allow it, Uncle, calm down. He is not someone you can go up against." Uncle Dehema let out a long sigh at his troublesome nephew. "You're lucky he doesn't send you to an early grave. If you haven't seen it for yourself, you wouldn't understand." Knees gritted his teeth and thought, a mere human can't possibly be that strong. But his uncle continued, "Furthermore, breaking a promise would ruin the honor of the dragon tribe. I will not permit it. Lord Mediana would never allow you to do something so unreasonable." Knees furrowed his brow. "What you mean is, as long as it's justifiable, it's fine, right? It seems you've come up with an idea. Very well. In any case, a promise like that doesn't sit well with me either. But if things go sideways, then I will act as if this conversation never took place. Do you understand?" Knees, finally getting his way, smiled sharply. "Of course, Uncle. We are benefactors, not conquerors." Snow fell heavily in the Milioric mountains of the Arctic. Rurine, wrapped up like a cocoon with only her eyes visible, glanced over and asked Elle what they had come for. Elle, extremely excited, said just one word. "Mushrooms." "Mushrooms? Why did we come all this way just for that?" "They aren't ordinary mushrooms. They're extremely rare. I overheard someone talking about them at the restaurant while I was clearing plates." Elle had accidentally overheard a conversation between two men about a rare type of mushroom found in the Arctic. A certain nomad was following a few goobas, when suddenly, one of them began to dig frantically. That gooba had found the rare mushroom. The nomad reported it to his chief, and received a lot of gold coins in return. If I could get that kind of money, I'd be set for life. Elle thought about it, stroking his chin and chuckling to himself. Hey, a type of mushroom found by a pig, and it's so rare it has never been discovered before. It has to be a truffle. It's definitely a truffle. There must be a mushroom similar to a truffle in this world. So, how do you plan on finding it? Rurine wondered. The mushroom scent is stronger than usual, but it's very hard to find because it grows deep underground. But I have you, Rurine. You have the senses of a dragonkin, so you're using me again. So, what does it smell like? Elle scratched his head. Well, it smells like a chaffo mushroom, I think. He became flustered by the circular logic he had just realized. Between the three tasks. To find the chaffo mushroom, we need to know its scent, but to follow that scent, we first need a chaffo mushroom. He slumped in defeat. Do I have to summon chaffo oil from the modern era? What if the chaffo here smells a bit different? Rurine was exasperated with this fool. Just then, a howl echoed from the distance, from a pack of goblins wielding boar spears. They were ganging up on a giant cat by the cliffside. The cat trembled and cried out as it was being fiercely cornered. The mutant cat thought its time was up when a red flash of light zipped past. No miracle happened at all. The cat's leg was slashed, making it collapse to the ground. Stop. A thunderous shout echoed from above. The brawl froze instantly. I'm sure you're all fighting for a reason, but you can't do it here. Elle's act of meddling in others' affairs made the goblins shift their target, launching an all-out assault on him and Rurine. But they only managed one glance before Rurine's stare made them tremble and drop their weapons. The entire group crumpled and scrambled to flee. This shocked the mutant cat as well. Elle immediately said, They didn't run away because they saw me. Rurine, not getting arrogant from the praise, told Elle to think more highly of yourself. At that moment, the cat charged forward with a somewhat fierce expression, but instead, it dove to the ground, wagging its tail. Elle was instantly reminded of Rurine back home, who looked just like this, when asking to become his disciple. The cat meowed continuously. What's it saying? Rurine reluctantly became the interpreter. Thank you for saving me. It wants to repay you for your kindness. The cat looked at Elle with shimmering eyes. Huh, repay me? Now, these two cats are playing with each other. Rurine and Elle sat at a round table, discussing things while watching the cats flirt. Ah, so that's why you wanted to stop those blockheads. But what do you get from it in return? It's just a precaution. It might be able to find treasure for us. There's been a strange scent around here for a while. The cat brought back a pile of something, chirping excitedly to show them. Rurine immediately covered her nose with a cloth. That's the smell. What is that? That's not treasure. You're wrong, Rin. This times the treasure. Meanwhile, in some ruins that resembled a battlefield, Nise wondered, what the hell is going on? You called us here. All at once, 3 black dragons arrived. The one with the long hair and high forehead was Daba. The handsome, gray-haired one with several bandages on his face was Niku, while the scowling guy with the spiky ponytail was Hoven. Nise's face was as grim as could be. Nise declared that he would bring Rurine back to the Holy Land. Hoven was the first to be so shocked his face went slack, while Niku burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, are you looking for a mate? Well, Rurine is certainly good-looking, but isn't she, with a human mage named Elle? In the city of Greg, right? Nise gritted his teeth. I don't like that one bit. We are bound by a promise to a mere human. And what's more, there's Rurine's overconfidence. I have received permission from Lord Dihema. He said we can attack if there's a just cause. Niku asked, so what's your plan? What do you intend to do? Daba also chimed in. This is rather difficult. The treaty's ban on attacking humans is no joke. The only exception is to retaliate for the killing of one of our kind. But isn't that completely unreasonable? Even if he's a great mage, he's still just a human. He can't possibly harm the dragon race. The treaty is there to keep him safe from us. It's true what they say, you don't fear the Reaper until he's at your door. That's why he can stand there so arrogantly. No, he can. What? Is that true? So the rumor was real? Hearing this, the group of young bloods was startled. Just then, someone cut into the conversation. If that's the case, I believe I can help you. Nise immediately turned, asking the shadowy figure in the iron cage what he meant. Niku frowned as soon as he saw him, thinking a guy like that was utterly useless and couldn't help with anything. Don't lose your temper, just listen to me first. I know a red dragon. Her name is Jiat, a red dragon, said the one in the cage. She lives near the city of Greg. You can use her. Elsewhere, Elle was over the moon. This is it. This is the Chafo we were searching for. This is called a Chafo. The large cat sighed. This is our food. It's buried all over this land. It seems only they can find this stuff. But it stinks so much. Throw it away. Rin casually tossed the mushroom aside, making the large cat panic. But Elle shrieked, stop. Do you have any idea how expensive these things are? He was mentally calculating what would happen if this cat found enough Chafo mushrooms for it to eat. He then asked Rurine to translate for him to communicate with the cat. What is it you want to say? Thank you for repaying my kindness. I can't simply accept a gift as valuable as this. I will appoint you as the guardian of the dragon's nest. What do you think about leaving this dangerous place and moving to a peaceful village? Rurine immediately started translating, but then she realized something was off. Wait, what did you just say? You plan on keeping this thing? The dragon's nest needs a guardian. The cat knelt and bowed to them. Elle grinned from ear to ear. All right, I have no idea what you just said, but I'm sure it was something wonderful. Rurine, on the other hand, was not pleased. Isn't the nest supposed to be just for you and me? Elsewhere, Serena was sitting alone and sad in the old village of the Wolf clan, recalling the time Elle and Rurine had accidentally visited. Her illusion of a nest filled with gold and treasures had been exposed, and she had cried her eyes out, throwing a tantrum. Back then, Elle had gently apologized to her, saying he didn't realize it was an illusion. And it was true, her nest didn't have much treasure. Rurine, with a look of disdain, had said, now this nest is what I'd call truly shabby. Elle winced at his tactless companion, while Serena fumed, oh yeah, and how magnificent is your time's nest. I don't have one. I'm in the process of building one. Serena turned purple with rage. You don't even have a nest and you have the nerve to scorn me? Rin smugly linked her arm with Elle's, making him blush, while she declared with her chin up, I run a restaurant with Elle. Even though it's not as spacious as your nest, I've never once felt disappointed. Rin stuck her tongue out at Serena, while Elle, flustered from having a beautiful dragon girl clinging to him. Well, Rurine, you can let go now. Recalling this memory made Serena wonder, maybe I should go see that human again, just to kill some time. What would happen after that, she didn't specify. Suddenly, a powerful tremor startled Serena. Thinking it was the two she was waiting for, she immediately put on an act. What is it? What do you want now? And if you were going to visit, you should have done it sooner, not after a whole month. Serena's face creased as if she'd just heard the voice of a real bastard. Long time no see. And indeed, it was a real bastard. A haggard Giat appeared. Serena instantly flew into a rage. Why are you here? She gripped her chair, and flames began to flicker around her. Do you think my threats are some kind of joke? No, I have something to say. I want to go out with you. This Giat character really has a death wish, doesn't he? She was already seeing red, yet he was still talking about love. Being this shameless is a talent in itself. I've realized after all this time, he said, that you're the only one who has ever truly loved me. If you'll have me, I want to spend the rest of my life as your mate. He continued his heartfelt act. Maybe in his next life, he shouldn't be a dragon, but an actor. It's a waste of such talent. The more Serena listened, the more chilled she became, not touched in the least. She clenched her jaw, spitting out each word. And when, exactly, did you arrive at that conclusion? Was it when I begged you not to leave? Wings and a tail erupted from her back as Serena continued to scream. When you vanished without a single word? Or was it when your cronies attacked the human village and abducted women? Serena fully transformed into her red dragon form, roaring, You bastard! You never change! You shouldn't have come here alone. She looked ready to tear that scoundrel to pieces, but just as she said, he hadn't come alone. So, he gave a smug, ghastly smile. Well, you've always been good at noticing things, haven't you? Just then, several holes were smashed through the roof of the cavern, along with Giat's exclamation, Regardless, it's time. 3 dragon heads immediately poked through the holes. 2 of the 3 dragons opened their maws, gathering energy to attack Serena in unison. Everyone, attack! Damn it. 4 scoundrels ambushing a single girl. How despicable. Serena's odds were looking grim. Look at her, frozen in place as a pack of males appeared in her nest. A blast of purple, hellfire-like energy struck Serena. Unable to dodge, she collapsed to the ground, coughing up blood. You all know about the treaty. Are you prepared to face the consequences? The 3 majestic black dragons stood there like 3 demon lords risen from hell. Giat, who was nearby, quickly took advantage of the situation. Don't worry, Serena. As long as you keep your mouth shut, no one will ever find out. He cast a spell, forming a magic circle around Serena's neck. Serena let out a huge scream, shattering the magical shackle around her neck as she roared. How dare you use their magic as well? Taking this chance, Nies, who was waiting behind her, landed a powerful blow. A purple light flooded the scene, and it looked like Serena was in a bad spot, while Goza stared blankly up at something very tall. So that's why this monster is called a mercenary? Rurine, that mutated cat, excitedly introduced itself, with 2 kittens on its shoulder. Elle confirmed with certainty. Yes, that's right. It's a species called Rurine because it's a monster that once lived in a cold climate. So please, help me raise the temperature in Rurine's room. Rurine looked at Elle as if he were a con artist and spoke bitterly. No matter how I look at it, I still think you brought it here for the truffle mushrooms. So how should we cook these truffles now? Hee, that's an interesting question, Elle said, holding the pitch-black mushroom and explaining to Rurine. This type of mushroom has a very distinct aroma, so no matter what dish you make with it, the flavor will be incredibly unique, and it's guaranteed to be a completely different experience from the dishes we've been eating lately. Hey. Aren't you curious to see how the customers will react? Elle tested the new dishes as if hosting a village feast, making everything from pizza and pasta to hamburgers and sandwiches. Most people exclaimed in amazement as they ate, Oh my goodness, this is so delicious. Is this really a mushroom? This is the first time I've ever tasted a flavor like this in my life. This dish is truly captivating, isn't it? The taste is quite unique. I'd say it's magical. It even seems to be good for you. Mr. Clon didn't need to exclaim. You could tell it was delicious just by the way he ate. However, Rurine and a lady named Min had less positive reactions. Rurine grimaced. Seeing the mixed reactions, Elle couldn't bring himself to smile brightly. As expected, opinions were divided. I guess I can't put truffles on the regular menu, he thought, watching Elena and Rurine order their food as if they were arguing. The smile on Elle's face grew more strained. I guess I'll only be able to use the truffles to serve special guests. Elsewhere, specifically in Serena's lair, there were some very displeased individuals who were cursing. I can't believe she escaped using teleportation magic at the very last moment. Her casting speed was too fast, as if she had everything prepared beforehand. She was never like this in the past. Giat hastily defended his intelligence report, but Nies just chuckled deeply, as if Serena's escape was nothing to be concerned about. There's no need to worry. I've already traced the teleportation's magical flow. It connects to the city of Greg. What do we do now, Nies? Nies looked at Master Mew with a cold expression and a sinister smile. I'll find my own way to the city of Greg. We don't need to teleport directly. Are you certain no other dragonkin will answer her call for help? Her call, right? With all his knowledge of Serena, Giat was certain of this. He also knew that she couldn't teleport to the Holy Land because she is the only female dragonkin in the Red Dragon clan. It was also for this reason that he felt a bit sorry for Serena. Knees sighed at their gossiping. I assume you've also seen them. Enslaving humans, haven't you? Just like us. Knees waved his hand impatiently. Stop the idle chatter, Knees. I don't care about their hobbies. As long as I can connect to the city of Greg, I'll be satisfied. If you can do that, I will overlook the things you've done, just as I promised. Now, get lost. Jiet waited for these words as if for a pardon. He immediately scrambled away as fast as he could. Instantly, Knees' eyes turned incredibly vicious. Even if she did escape, after losing that much blood, there's no way she can recover. In the end, that red dragon bitch will die. Allison has killed a red dragon. Coo-hoo-hoo. What a perfect story. Back at Elle's restaurant. What do you think about cooking the rest of the mushrooms? Many people found them delicious, after all. Suddenly, Rurine's face soured, making Elle look over. What's going on here? Is this your restaurant? Why are you ignoring me? Serena appeared, radiantly beautiful, without a single scratch. Is it because I look too haggard? Elle steadied her. Are you the red dragon who once lived on Mount Midorix? Rurine snapped, asking Serena what she was doing here. Serena casually pulled out a chair and said, I came to a restaurant to eat. What else would I be doing? What do you think I came here for? Just bring me a serving of whatever you've got. I'm in a bit of a hurry. In such a hurry? Elle brought out a plate of meat. I have something that was already prepared. However, this is the fastest dish I can prepare. I'm not sure if it will be to your liking. It looks decent enough. Rurine was getting very annoyed. She slammed her hand on the table impatiently. All right, what are you here for? Just say it. Serena calmly speared a piece of meat, sighing as she ate. The service here is quite poor, isn't it? But this is the first time I've seen your earrings. Did someone give them to you? Rurine immediately broke into a wide smile. Hee, you have good taste. Elle gave them to me. Serena focused on chewing her food before remarking, this dish is delicious. It's a flavor I've never experienced before. It suits me well, just like those earrings. He must be a very cherished man to you, huh? If Elle hadn't held her back after that comment, Rurine would have lunged at Serena. She's just jealous because I'm so kind. That's right, you'll go your whole life without ever knowing this feeling. Unable to get physical, Rurine resorted to a verbal assault. Serena lowered her eyes. Perhaps. But we'll just have to see, won't we? Although I don't have much longer to live. Thank you for this meal. It's a truly fitting dish for my last supper. The other two were completely shocked. What? Your final meal? What are you talking about? I don't know what true love is. I wonder if it even exists in this world, or if it's just a lie told in a fleeting moment. Of passion? Perhaps? To find out, I've dated both dragonkin and humans. I once said that no dragonkin understands human men better than I do, but now I'm starting to reconsider. It was all a waste of time. I only acted that way because I was so lonely. Serena was crying, sweat pouring down her face. She looks like she's about to die, yet she's still trying to stir the pot. But I hate being alone, so I made a scene. In the end, I still haven't found a way to earn the trust of my own kind. I must look ridiculous right now. The back of Serena's clothing was scorched black. Only then did he realize something was wrong. Wait a minute. The wound on your back. Maybe I should try to find something I love. Besides love, there are so many other things to try. That's right, cooking could be one, couldn't it? Serena began to cough up a dark fluid and collapsed to the floor. Elle and Rurine panicked. Hey, wake up. But Serena lay still, continuing to cough up the dark fluid. She's dying. There's no way she can wake up. She's too badly injured. It looks like her bones are broken too. Even a dragonkin can't recover from this. She's going to die. Rurine's diagnosis was faster than any doctor's. Elle was also worried for the dragon woman. This crazy woman hid her wounds with illusion magic, so I didn't notice in time. I can't imagine who would do something like this. Just at that moment, a red portal materialized outside the restaurant. An extra large armored foot stomped down with a thud. A voice boomed before anyone could be seen. Archmage Allison, you have all crossed the line. How dare you murder a red dragon? A group of strangers, their faces and origins unknown, had come to corner Elle at his own restaurant. This happened just as Serena had collapsed, bleeding all over the floor. Rurine looked at Elle with suspicion. Hey you, those people outside. That's right, I can sense it too. They're all dragonkin. What's more, there are 5 of them, with all sorts of builds from fat to skinny. This was clearly all set up beforehand. It's a trap. Rurine, do you remember? What this red dragon said before she fainted? That she'd lost all trust? She clearly knows something. Take her to Miss Elena's clinic. She'll definitely be able to save her. Rurine immediately opened a portal. I get it. I memorized the clinic's location from our last visit. So that's the plan. What about you? As his military cloak fluttered, Elle's expression grew serious. Well, I have to greet my customers, don't I? The restaurant door swung open, and Allison poked his head in, looking as foolish as a thief caught in the act. Hello there. Why have so many particular customers all arrived at once? What can I help you with? I am a red draw. Luckily, El dodged just in time, or he would have been hit by that magic circle. The restaurant doors burst open, revealing the scene where she had collapsed. Serena's blood was clearly visible to everyone. El hadn't expected it to come to this. He bit his nail. First, why don't you all sit down for some tea, and we can talk this over. You, I will deal with you. Allison and all the red dragons launched a full-scale assault. El cried out, "You customers brought this on yourselves." Meanwhile, in the forest, Nies and his group were laughing with delight. I can feel the magical shockwaves all the way from here. Just as I'd hoped, the battle seems to be quite intense. I doubt the Red Dragon faction will be fooled by Allison's attack, though. Who was it that gathered them, then? Nies sighed confidently. With him as the captain of the young Red Dragons. His personality is a perfect fit for this plan. He finds focusing on a single individual to be a great bother. Therefore, he places great importance on solidarity. Besides, with his reputation. I thought he would charge in recklessly once he found out his kinsman was attacked, right? Well, that's exactly what happened. This old dragon opened his mouth, letting out a fireball to threaten El. How dare you attack my kinsman? Ben launched a fireball, but El casually waved his hand, casting a 5th-tier spell. He effortlessly turned the fireball into a toy, and while at it, shot a colossal pillar of energy into the sky, opening a teleportation gate. Let's go. You don't want others to get caught in the crossfire, do you? Ben was red with rage, his face contorted. At the same time, Elena was sorting medicinal herbs when Rurine arrived carrying Serena. Elena trembled as she looked at Serena and asked, "Is she also an all-powerful being? Can you save her?" Elena was terrified, but she quickly cast a spell to staunch the bleeding for Serena. A brilliant green light flared. Meanwhile, El had whisked the hot-tempered dragons away to a desolate wasteland. "This place? It's a fitting grave for you," Old Ben declared swiftly. El furrowed his brow, trying to figure out what was going on. "They think I killed a dragonkin from the Red Dragon clan. This is definitely a trap to frame me, but there's still something to consider. Did they set up a trap specifically for me? Or are they being deceived by the one who created this trap? If it's the latter, there's still a chance to talk. Everyone, please calm down for a moment. First, about the bloodstain in the restaurant. Before El could finish, Ben didn't disappoint. Nies's expectations and jumped down his throat. Don't think you can persuade us. That is definitely the blood of a dragonkin. Who doesn't know that? It's true a red dragon came to the restaurant to dine, however, she was already injured before she arrived. I am not the culprit. I am currently treating that red dragon to save her life. Ben was immediately shaken. He demanded that if she was still alive, he must be allowed to see her with his own eyes. But El couldn't let that happen because he suspected all of them were involved in this. This is highly suspicious, and more importantly, before she passed out, she said she had been betrayed. Just then, a dragon claw slashed straight at his handsome face. This audacious dragon was none other than Giat. Of course, his claw couldn't reach El. How much longer are you going to stand there listening to this human's nonsense? This man murdered Serena. Serena told me directly. This human drove her out of his cave. When she refused, he killed her. El grimaced. So the red dragon's name is Serena. At this moment, he was certain in his heart that Giat was the one who set this trap. Right? But that's not enough. Hearing Giat's words, Ben became so enraged that he revealed his true form. He furiously roared El's name. El's name had been called quite a lot this evening. You dare use lies to escape your crime? What a disgrace. We now have the testimony of our kinsman, so your words are meaningless. Damn it, this old dragon is old but still a fool. This made El start to get heated, losing his cool. A terrifying magical power radiated from him, forcing Giat to step back. Are your kinsmen that important to you? If so, you shouldn't treat them like this. You shouldn't abandon them when they're injured. Shut up. Ben was truly skilled in verbal combat. After just a few words, he was already opening his mouth to breathe fire. What do you know about the laws of the dragonkin? Ben's fire was extinguished by El's water in an instant. He was furious. If you want to accuse me so badly, then stop pretending to care. What's that? Blue energy and red flames clashed violently with each other, terrifying the other dragonkin. El fought one-on-one with Ben without showing any signs of fatigue. Giat was so scared he fell to the ground. How can a human be this strong? The smoke and dust from this clash and flames dissipated, revealing in the sky the super squad of 4 brothers led by Nies, instead of protecting world peace. These 4 brothers specialized in wreaking havoc. Nies, in particular, arrived and immediately started spouting arrogant insults. You arrogant fool, a mere human daring to attack the dragonkin. Nies, why are you a black dragon? I sensed the magical shockwave, so I came. Based on the law, I will assist you. Nies? El's expression darkened. He knew that name. Nies seemed surprised that El appeared to know him, but he quickly laughed arrogantly. Haha, I've heard rumors about you too, among the humans. They say you're quite strong. El sighed. He thought, I'll have to change my plan. Just then, Knees transformed into his true form and sneered, but in the end, you're still just an ordinary human. You will pay the price for not knowing your place. As the battle situation grew tense, the medical situation on the sickbed was also becoming critical. Elena was gasping for breath, and blood was still seeping onto the floor. I'm sorry. Sob. I'm truly sorry. I tried to heal her, but it's too late to save her. Rurine frowned, looking at Serena dying on the bed. No way. Rurine grabbed Elena's hand. It's not too late yet. Rurine's purple magic was transferred to Elena. Why? Why are you transferring your magical power to me? Continue treating her. This time, you won't be short on magical power. At that moment, 3 black dragons were opening their mouths to fire cannons. El used earth and rock to block these flesh and blood cannons. He was thinking that although he was pissed, he couldn't send this whole crowd to their graves, because if he did, even if Serena survived, he would still be in trouble. But this crowd was too large to handle. For now, the situation was still under control. El needed something to control the upcoming developments. El unleashed a golden magic, and earth and rocks flew into the air. A black dragon bowed its head and exclaimed, Lord Dehema was right. It's too late to realize it now. You kids are all grown up but have no wisdom. Nek, Ku, Daba, assist me. At Nisa's call, the trio of troublemakers took a breath and gathered a massive energy sphere. Let's see if you can block this attack. Seeing this, El also knew this was getting intense. The red dragons saw this and joined in, trying to pin El down by continuously launching fire. El waved his hand, using water to douse the flames. Knees didn't miss this golden opportunity, gloating that the battle had reached its end. Then, a startling voice boomed out, Stop! 4 teleportation gates opened. Before anyone was seen, a curse was heard. You fools! Are you trying to start a new war? Why are you here, my lord? Ben seemed very intimidated. The treaty negotiations just ended. What the hell is this? The ones who arrived were all bigwigs. Among them were Rurine's grandfather, the black dragon elder Meridana, and also the red dragon elder Didanki. Meridana stroked his chin. You're always at the center of conflicts, aren't you? You have such a silver tongue. So, please explain the situation. El gave a wry smile, took off his hood, and said, You finally arrived. I never thought I'd see the day I'd be happy to see you. After this affectionate greeting between acquaintances, Knees reluctantly transformed back into his human form, feigning respect. He greeted the elders, Elder Didanki, Elder Meridana. Knees thought unhappily. Right now, that human must be overjoyed at the appearance of the elders who came to protect him. Rurine is Elder Meridana's granddaughter, and he is the one staying with Rurine. That is a great transgression, and this is exactly the situation I wanted. There's no way that red dragon bitch can survive. Even the elders will take my side. If I insist that the human murdered a red dragon, then I can have him publicly executed. Knees was indeed very confident in his flawless plan, but he had no idea that El was reading him like a book, and El was letting him think that way. In any case, El was certain that Rurine and Elena would definitely save Serena. They absolutely had to. Looking at Elena's face, the situation wasn't that optimistic. Although the bleeding had just stopped, it wasn't enough for Serena to survive. From behind, Rurine called to Elena. This is just like before. The magical power I transfer to you and the magical power you use. Aren't we just using a small amount of magical power like before? Yes. I also feel uncomfortable saving this wench. But El is in trouble, and we need a witness. Therefore, I will change my method. From now on, what I will do with you is not just transferring magical power, but synchronization. The magical power of a dragonkin will flow through your body. To be precise, if you cannot convert all of the magical power into healing magic, your body will explode from the overload of magical power. Elena was stunned to hear this, but Rurine pressed on from behind. The choice is yours. What will you do? Elena trembled, but in the end, she decided to follow Rurine's words. She accepted the magical power synchronization. Rurine smirked and praised her. I really like this courage of yours. Brace yourself. A massive amount of magical power entered her body, causing Elena to jolt in shock and collapse to the ground. She had felt what the magical power of a dragonkin was like, and her own magical power was merely a speck of dust compared to this immense power. Lady Rurine, please reduce the synchronization a little. Please, I can't take it anymore. Rurine frowned and shouted, Get a grip. Aren't you a healer who saves lives? Hurry up and increase your magic output. As if snapping awake, Elena gritted her teeth and got up to continue. She couldn't empty the ocean with a bucket. Elena bit her lip, focusing all her magic power on the healing. Purple and blue lights flared brilliantly at the same time. Rurine yelled at the top of her lungs, You better recover quickly too, Red Dragon. Show me the resilience of the dragonkin. Serena's gaze wavered, while the other women strained with all their might. Nice had reported the situation to the Dragon Clan elders, and Elder Meridana was now summarizing. Allison has murdered the Red Dragon, Serena, and you are in the process of punishing him. You noticed the red dragon was under attack, and you helped her in accordance with the treaty? Yes, that's right, Elder. Ben also chimed in, Elder, what are you still hesitating for? Serena's blood was splattered all over his restaurant floor. If he were just an ordinary person, I wouldn't dare make such an assumption, but he is an archmage. Elle calmly suggested, Everyone, please calm down, sit down, and have some tea. Let's have some cake and clarify the matter. But Ji had hastily cut him off. I am a witness. I am certain he murdered Serena. If you don't believe me, then all of us can go inside the restaurant, right now. Dihema immediately realized this was Nisa's plan, and in any case, the Black Dragons would have helped in this situation. Serena when she was attacked, so even if Allison's charges are dropped, there won't be any repercussions for us. Didanki turned to ask Meridana, since Serena's lair is near the city of Greg, it seems there is reason enough to start a war. What do you think? Allison, do you have anything to say? Elle shrugged. Finally, someone said something reasonable. Of course, I have a lot to say. First, he claimed I murdered Serena because her lair is near the city of Greg. Anyone who has been through the war knows that I would never kill a dragonkin for such a reason. Isn't that right, Lord Didanki? That's correct. The only condition I set during the war was not to kill members of other races. I swear I have never laid a hand on those who followed that rule, not even the red dragons who started the war. But to murder her simply because her lair is near Greg is absurd. Ben argued that this was just Elle's one-sided declaration, but he ignored him and continued with his second point. The Black Dragons appeared right after the attack happened. Since when were the different dragonkin clans so friendly with each other? They showed up as if they were already waiting, as if they knew this would happen. Nis frowned. I sensed a clash of magic and went to investigate. As per the treaty, what are you trying to imply? Meridana spoke up. That the red dragon and the black dragon set a trap, and you were framed. Is that what you're trying to say? Elle immediately gave him a thumbs up, exactly as the elder thinks. Didanki flew into a rage. I cannot let this slide. Do you have any proof? Proof? It's coming right up. Everyone. A teleportation gate opened behind Elle, accompanied by his smile and Nisa's deathly pale face. It's best you hear the story from the people directly involved, right? It wasn't just Nis, but his cronies were also stunned, as if they were seeing a corpse come back to life. Giat also trembled as he looked on. Surprise, everyone! It's me, Serena. Serena struck a beautiful pose with a charming smile. Oh, there are so many familiar faces here. Behind her, Rurine and Elena were trembling. Your expressions are priceless. Meanwhile, Elle was immensely praising Elena. She was just terrified because there were so many powerful beings here, dazedly counting how many dragons were present. Meanwhile, Rurine happily boasted about her achievement. I tried a different application of mana transfer, called synchronization, because it seemed to be a wound that couldn't be fixed with conventional healing magic. Elle scratched his face, recalling that she had learned the mana transfer skill from him. This made Rurine even more excited. That's right, and Elena is quite talented with magic too. That's why Nisa's face now looks the way it does. Elle leaned close and whispered to Rurine, You see him? That's Nis. This whole thing might be his doing. Wait a moment, I have an idea. Elle turned to greet Serena. Serena, are you okay? She turned to him with a radiant smile and replied, Of course, I'm completely fine. You all are doing quite well too, right? Elle immediately gave her a knock on the head. This is for being fine. But first of all, how do you know my name? Serena clutched the bump on her head, whining, Why? Oh, why? Why did you hit me? Elle was absolutely livid. Why? Can't you see what's happening? It's because you collapsed in my restaurant and sprayed blood all over the place that this whole mess started. Now, start explaining. After that painful knock, Serena quickly said what needed to be said. It was them. 4 black dragons and Giat. Huh. Where did he go? That ex-boyfriend of hers was quick. The moment he smelled trouble, he fled. Anyway, those 5 broke into my lair and ambushed me. This black dragon lady and that elf lady here were the ones who healed me. They are my benefactors, not my assailants. The 2 elders of the Black Dragon and Red Dragon clans stiffened. Serena asked Elle, Was that enough? Elle nodded, Yeah, that's fine. Rurine prompted her to add more praise. At that moment, Ben cried out, Allison, and rushed to kneel at his feet. I am so sorry for doing such a terrible thing to you. I am ready to accept any punishment you deem fit. Elle gritted his teeth and sighed. Your apology is as quick as your accusations. But fine. However, it's a different matter when it comes to liars. Hoven hastily begged the elders for a chance to explain everything, but it was too late. No one here wants to hear it. Meridana's face was incredibly grim. What I want to hear right now are not some pathetic excuses. Tell me the reason why you did such a thing, even when you clearly knew it would violate the treaty. The mastermind was now so terrified that his eyes rolled back as he panted heavily. He still couldn't believe what was unfolding before him. That was clearly an unrecoverable wound. Even her internal organs had been incinerated. No, was it because our side took too much time trying to kill that human? Why? Why did it turn out like this? For a mere human to have such immense power, that kind of power, and Rurine as well? It's far too much for a lowly human. Nis instantly teleported behind El. With a horrifying murderous aura, he screamed, "Know your place, you lowly human," and launched a terrible blow towards El. Blood sprayed into the air. El had hastily pushed Rurine aside and took the full brunt of Nis's attack. Having successfully struck El, Nis laughed hideously while a stunned Rurine watched him collapse to the ground. His back was covered in blood, and he wasn't moving. Elena broke out in a cold sweat, dazed and confused about what was happening. Seeing El lying still on the ground, Rurine called his name with a trembling voice. "Why, blood?" Rurine's face went pale, tears welling up in her eyes. "Ah, no, this can't be happening. Why did you push me away?" Ben immediately turned to confront Nis. "Nis, to launch a sneak attack from behind. Have you no honor at all? No matter what you do now, your sins will not be forgiven." Nis yelled, "I am the one who saved the Dragon Clan from the brink of extinction." "What?" Ben was stunned. "Has this guy lost his mind?" And indeed, he was losing it. "All of you, open your eyes. What was the reason we established the treaty? What was the reason we did not create a Dragon King? It was to prevent a single entity from wielding too much power, was it not? But look at that human there. He withstood the combined attacks of Dragonkin without even retaliating. If we leave him alone, he will undoubtedly become a major threat to our Dragon Clan." Elena tried her best to heal El, but to no avail. She pleaded through her tears, "Lady Rurine, please synchronize your magic with me again." Rurine was so panicked she was speaking gibberish. Staring at the blood on her hands, she became even more terrified. "El, come on, get up. The dragon's lair is almost finished. Without you." Seeing Rurine in this state, Nis gave a twisted smile. He thought to himself, "That's right, that expression suits you perfectly. Whatever you do is futile, elf." This is different from Serena's case. Even if his magic rivals that of a dragonkin, his body is still only human. Without a barrier, he can't possibly withstand my magic. "What is it?" Serena suddenly burst out laughing, but it was a laugh of contempt. "Is this your specialty? A sneak attack from the back? You did the same to me before." Serena sat down and said to the devastated Rurine, "Hey, you fool. I know you're in shock, but what do you plan to do when you can't even grasp the situation?" Instead of getting weaker, his power is actually growing even stronger. The wound on El's back was healing at a dizzying speed. He reached out to wipe Rin's tears. "Don't cry." A brilliant blue light exploded outwards. Nis was once again stunned. Elder Meridana immediately recognized the energy source. It's an ancient gem. Io had stood up, the gem shining on his head. This was truly a gamble. The light continued to radiate, blinding the eyes of those nearby. A pair of wings sprouted from Io's back. "I was worried you'd lose your will to fight and give up, but thankfully, you attacked me first, Nis." Rurine was still sobbing, tears streaming down her face. El patted her head affectionately. "Rurine, from now on, watch very carefully." El's brilliant smile threw Nis into a greater panic. "Huh. How is this possible? The magic you just used happened to awaken the ancient jewel. When he attacked Io, he had allowed the ancient jewel to absorb all of that energy, and it was so weak it couldn't kill me instantly." Nis was seething. He gritted his teeth, revealed his true form, and opened his mouth to condense a new attack. "You. I will use all my magic power to destroy you." El blocked Nis's desperate attempt with one hand, sneering. "Your magic is too weak. You understand the terms of the treaty, don't you? Dragonkin are not to murder humans, nor kidnap or attack other races. However, the use of magic for self-defense is permitted, if one's life is in grave danger. Nis, I permit you to defend yourself. Let's see you block this." A meteor shower, blazing with intense fire, rained down. Even at this final moment, Nis stood there lamenting. This is absurd. Lamenting that Io was merely a lowly human, he was gone in an instant, completely buried under the pile of flaming rocks. He was burned to ashes. Watching this horrifying scene, the group of henchmen who had initially followed, Nis were filled with both pity and bitter regret. He had killed a dragonkin as if swatting a fly. Io turned to look at Rurine with a tender gaze. "Rurine, let's go home." Rin still hadn't stopped crying. She immediately threw herself into Io's arms, replying, "Okay." Naturally, no one else uttered another word about the decision that had been made. All subsequent judgments were carried out by the elders, Neku, Daba, and Hoven. "You will be imprisoned in the deepest part of the sacred forbidden land for 3,000 years. That is the judgment of Elder Meridana." And so, the criminals were punished, and the victims were compensated. Serena's compensation was having her lair filled with treasures. "Your lair has been completely repaired. There are only a few treasures left inside. Your attackers must have taken the rest. Although it's not a great deal, please accept these items as compensation." Serena was thrilled but had to play her part, indeed. "Those scoundrels stole all of my treasures. Oh, by the way, has Gias returned yet? The pursuit team is on his trail. They'll catch him soon. The mere mention of his name made the other's blood boil. I swear, when we catch him, I'll make him suffer many times more than you did. Serena felt a bit sorry for the guy, but brushed it off. After all, she had nearly died because of him. I'd like to witness that. And just like that, the terrible incident that shook the restaurant came to a peaceful end. But things weren't so peaceful for one person. It's such a pain having a sulking dragon in the house, and Rurine had every right to be sulking at Io. She had panicked when he just had a slight fever, but this time, he was lying there, looking half dead. Who could possibly endure that? Rurine, what's wrong? Io asked cluelessly, seeing her sitting with her face to the wall. Rin just grumbled at him. What you did this time was so foolish. If Nissa's magic had been even a little bit stronger, you would have died before the ancient jewel could awaken. I really thought I had lost you. Only then did the young man realize what he had done. Rurine, her eyes welling with tears, was startled when Io hugged her from behind. The girl's face turned bright red. Why so suddenly? I'm sorry, Rurine. I didn't consider your feelings. I should have explained it to you beforehand. The reason I took such a risk was because from now on, that's enough. Elder Meridana appeared out of nowhere, interrupting the young couple's romantic moment, startling the two of them, because he had jumped in at the worst possible moment. Elder Meridana was punched right in the face by Rurine. What is it? Why are you here? She demanded. Elder Meridana was stunned, his face completely dented. But I'm an elder. El scratched his face and finally explained, calm down, Rurine. I was the one who called him here. Rurine was startled. What, you called him? So, what is it? Elder Meridana cradled his bright red face, not out of embarrassment, and asked about the matter. Io's expression became serious. He said, to put it simply, you must have seen that I have awakened, but this is about the ancient jewel. Io thoughtfully prepared a drink. Is this whiskey? Elder Meridana recognized it instantly. Io took the opportunity to advertise it. Whiskey is a type of infused liquor. I've been aging it for a long time, but because it's so precious, I am only now bringing it out to treat you. Elder Meridana grunted and took a tentative sip. He was immediately struck by the sensational flavor. It was like the scent of spring flowers and grass, simultaneously smooth, intense, and refreshing. This is truly a liquor that has been aged for a long time, hasn't it? It has such a complex blend of flavors, I never thought a human like you could age. Liquor like this. I'd wager it's been about 6 or 7, maybe 15 years, right? Exactly, Io said with a faint smile. He guessed the aging time correctly with just a single taste. The senses of a dragonkin are truly on another level. Rurine eyed the bottle curiously. Is it really that good? Her hand was already creeping towards it, but she was intercepted by Officer Io. He scowled, gave Rurine a light chop on the head, and scolded, Hey, you can't drink this. The alcohol content is really high. You'll get drunk instantly. Geez, you only ever let me drink beer. You should be grateful I let you drink it all, and now you're asking for more? Don't you know how much trouble you cause when you're drunk, missy? And who has to clean up and suffer for it? Me. You're already a menace with just beer. If you drank this liquor, it would be a complete disaster. Elder Meridana chuckled and sighed. You two are truly shameless, aren't you? Sometimes watching you, I forget that we are dragonkin. Is there any difference? All right then. That is the very principle you established after the last war. This time, you've also performed a great service by dealing with Niz in front of everyone. Rurine was still pouting from being bopped by Io, but she still spoke up to defend him. It was that bastard Niz's fault. If Io hadn't done it, I would have done it myself. Io was silent for a moment before asking, So, are you saying I almost died? How can someone who told me not to approach Niz until he was about to attack now deceive me like this? Huh? Is that really true? Rurine sensed something was wrong and immediately asked, if one absorbs a single ancient jewel, they gain power superior to other dragonkin. Absorbing 2 jewels grants the power to rule over the pure-blooded dragonkin. And if one absorbs 3 jewels, they gain the power to rule over all dragonkin. In the previous war with the Dragon Clan, the Dragon King at the time had only absorbed 2 ancient jewels, and half of a third, right, Io? This time, you should take this opportunity to absorb 1 more ancient jewel. If my suspicions are correct, then that one contains the heart of the Dragon King. Io agreed with Elder Meridana's suggestion. He had already absorbed 3 ancient jewels. If you were a dragonkin, you would have already become a sovereign lord. But this is also what puzzles me the most. Even if someone were to completely absorb 3 ancient jewels, why do more ancient jewels continue to appear? That shouldn't normally happen. Only when a dragonkin awakens as the Dragon King should the appearance of any new ancient jewels cease. Even if someone were hoarding many ancient jewels, the moment the Dragon King is fully reborn, all remaining jewels would vanish. However, there has never been a case of a human absorbing 3 ancient jewels, so your situation is difficult to confirm. El fell into deep thought after hearing this. Elder Meridana wondered, why are you suddenly asking about this? El hesitantly voiced his suspicion. I think There might be people plotting to resurrect the Dragon King. Elder Meridana's heart skipped a beat. Rurine, however, quickly voiced a thought. Don't tell me it's the ones who attacked Raphael's village? That's right. I saw a group of dragon carrying out an organized attack on the place where I found the ancient jewel. That's why I want to ask you to investigate that place. Meridana understood what needed to be done. He also surmised. Could the reason you've been absorbing ancient jewels everywhere be? Yes. If there really are people trying to resurrect the Dragon King, they will undoubtedly target me. Because there's no telling if another ancient jewel will appear where I am. The elder suddenly sighed heavily. So you've been using yourself as bait. You're such a fool. After sighing, he once again got whacked on his poor, bald forehead. Don't talk nonsense. The assailant was none other than his granddaughter, Rurine. The elder wondered to himself. He was supposed to be an elder, but Rurine didn't seem to care. Such an unfortunate clan, such a helpless leader, he muttered. I hope you will investigate for me, Io said. The next morning, at Elena's house. This amount of herbs should be enough for a little while. What took you so long? Serena suddenly appeared behind Elena, scaring the timid girl so much that she jumped and let out a loud scream. Why are you so startled? I find this place quite to my liking, so I plan to stay a little longer. Serena declared brazenly. It was only then that Elena saw it was Serena. I heard that you had prepared a place for me, and the repairs are finished. Serena's face fell. Because it's too spacious over there. Besides, I'm still a patient. How dare you try to kick me out? You're colder than I thought, Serena said, brazenly flopping onto the bed. No, that's not it. I didn't mean it like that. But haven't you gotten better? Serena pulled Elena's hand. Did you know? Elena fell onto Serena, who used her knee to catch her. Serena grinned mockingly. If you show me that thing called mana conversion, I might help you with treatments from time to time. I'm a dragonkin who knows how to repay favors. And also how to take revenge. I'm not sure about the favor part, but seeing you two in this position feels a bit off. Well then, Elena stammered. If the food is all vegetarian, how would you feel about that? Hey sisters, someone outside the door is watching you too and judging. You're so caught up in the moment you don't even notice. Then let's go to the restaurant to eat from now on. You really know how to enjoy yourselves. While everyone was having a good time, a pair of feet were running frantically. Giat was struggling to escape when a mocking voice rang out from behind. Your escape skills are quite impressive, aren't they? Giat stopped and looked over, only to recognize an acquaintance. Sydney, Giat, what should I do with you? Sydney leisurely took a drag from his cigarette, his hand on his hip, as he asked him. While Giat stood there, panting and shocked, Sydney casually listed off a few of his failures. I had them break down the gate to the wolf village, but you couldn't even get past it. After searching the human town, you let the black dragons get a hold of your weakness. Tell me, what reason is there for me to spare you? Sydney's face darkened as he interrogated him. Giat hurriedly strained his neck to defend himself. Wait a minute. On the contrary, this is an opportunity. On this occasion, that human named L has absorbed all 3 of the ancient jewels. If we capture him, won't our plan proceed smoothly? This news made Sydney visibly more excited. Makes a lot of sense, right? Giat smiled as if he could see the 4 words, life is spared, right in front of him. But Sydney quickly swung his arm, and a blast of draconic wind sliced past his neck. Giat's eyes rolled back as he collapsed. That's not a reason for me to spare your life. Meanwhile, at the restaurant, someone had just finished a delicious meal and left. At that moment, Elle and Rurine were cleaning up 8 plates, pots, and pans. Rurine turned to ask him, are we still opening as usual today? I've already asked Elder Meridana to investigate, so there's nothing urgent for us to do right now. Just then, someone came looking for him, calling out from the door. Nellen arrived, carrying an orange-colored rock, and said cheerfully, I brought a gift. Actually, I don't know if you can call it a gift, but this is something I dug up while working in the mines. The seniors told me that if I brought it to your restaurant, Elle, you would probably like it a lot, so I brought it here. Elle was indeed very fond of this piece of rock salt. Nellen was the one who brought it, but he didn't know it was rock salt. Rurine quickly and sneakily tasted a little bit. Is this natural salt that has been mineralized? Ah. So that's why the seniors said it would be perfect for your restaurant. Elle, this brings back so many memories. You said back then? While the 2 men were chatting animatedly, Rurine was yelping because the rock salt was too salty, and she had foolishly gone and tasted it. Elle said he was nostalgic for his time as a soldier thanks to the rock. It was this salt that helped him survive at that training camp. Rewind time. At that time, Elle, having just been transported to this world, was shoveled off to a training camp. He was still bewildered when the drill instructor there demanded his name. Seeing him just standing there dumbly, the instructor got angry and slammed the table. But when Elle said his name, it came out as a strange language that the instructor couldn't understand a single word of, so he sighed. What? Elle? Elsa? How the hell do you pronounce your name? Come to think of it, you haven't even written down your hometown. The instructor thought Elle was nuts, so he decisively waved his hand. From now on, your name is Allison. Take this form to the counter next door and get your basic supplies. The things Elle received then were all very strange to him. The red-hatted instructor saw him trembling, unable to even lift the sack, and sneered. This guy. Oh my god, can't you even lift it properly? Not to mention, Elle also had to go through being bullied by people he had just met. In a tent where over 10 people slept together, they had agreed to be quiet while sleeping, but there was a cacophony of all sorts of snores and hiccups. Elle's eyes shot open. He couldn't damn well sleep, just wishing that tomorrow would never come. At that time, he was so damn homesick, he could only pull the blanket over his head, bite his lip, and cry for his mom. Yes, you heard that right. He really missed his mom. However, that wasn't what hurt Elle the most. The thing that assaulted his mouth every single day was none other than the food here. After training like he'd been rolling in mud, he'd get a bowl of food that looked worse than pig slop, making Elle so upset he couldn't even bring himself to eat like everyone else. He sat at the dining table and began to wonder in despair, what the hell is this? It's been 2 whole weeks, and I still have to eat this stuff. How can everyone eat this without any problem? Or am I the only weird one here? But the food really has no damn taste at all. I can endure other things, but this lack of salt, I just can't. Just a little bit of salt would make it taste so much better. Surely, there must be someone else who feels the same way I do. It can't be that only my palate is strange. While he was doubting his own sense of taste, Elle overheard 2 instructors sitting nearby complaining about the food, but in general, they were still indifferent about eating. After 1 or 2 weeks, the training became a bit less difficult. To open a restaurant and succeed, first, I have to endure it here. But Elle had forgotten that. However, no matter how much time passed, he still couldn't get used to the constant torture of the meals served 3 times a day. So he wondered listlessly, isn't there anywhere I can find rock salt? If only there was a sea nearby. Damn it, I don't want to go back to the mess hall anymore. While living miserably day by day, one day, an opportunity that could change everything came to him. It was during a magic class. Cheer up. Today, you will finally learn attack magic. I am Venin, a 5th rank mage. That's him, the old guy with the slicked up hair and twirly mustache. As a 5th rank mage, he acted very pompously. Normally, for rookies like you, just hearing my lecture on magic is a miracle in itself. But with the current situation, if you can learn successfully, consider this a golden opportunity to become an official Imperial Mage. Let's begin by closing your eyes and focusing on your inner senses. You might be able to feel the flow of mana around you. Venin created a green orb of energy and introduced, this is mana. It is the fundamental basis of all magic. The effect of this magic circle is very simple. It gathers mana into one spot. By applying other magic circles here, you can manipulate the properties of the mana. The power of all magic is determined by the perfection of the mana. This makes it the most basic, yet also the most difficult, magic. The young man Elle was listening very attentively at this moment. For example, if you add the fire attribute here, Venin demonstrated, creating a fireball effortlessly and launching it at a wooden dummy. He explained, it will turn into the basic attack magic, Fireball. Now, who wants to try first? The soldiers used all their might just to create a small flame, but it went out before it could even reach the target. Venin scolded angrily. Not strong enough, the fireball. Can't maintain its shape. Where are you aiming? Open your eyes. How are you sensing the mana? Humph. The mana isn't activating correctly, Venin scolded relentlessly. But the soldiers were still as clueless as could be. The old man gritted his teeth, thinking, even with the shortage of troops due to the war, what can I possibly do with these amateurs? How can I let a bunch of people with no potential use magic so carelessly? Only the chosen ones, like me, can use magic. Just as the old man was feeling smug about himself, a brilliant golden light shone forth. An absolutely massive fireball was launched. It incinerated the training dummy and then exploded with a huge bang. The creator of that cannon-like shot, Allison, had a dumbfounded look on his face. The cliff face behind it was so affected by the explosion that it collapsed. Everyone there, including Elle and Venin, was stunned. Huh? How? How did you do that? Venin excitedly grabbed Elle and asked, did I mishear you? I just focused my mana and launched a fireball as instructed. Elle replied with innocent naivety. How did you focus the mana? Aren't all those wisps of smoke floating around us mana? So, Elle was transported here, starting over with a bewildered soul, but was blessed by the heavens with the talent of a genius, causing Venin to break out in a cold sweat. It was like a slap to his recent smugness. You can see the magic power in the air? Ah, yes. In the evening, the new recruit Allison seemed to be able to sense an unusually high level of magic power. What? Venin was even more shocked to hear this then, missing the explosion in the afternoon. This is a rare case that sometimes occurs during magic power evaluations, similar to how people living at high altitudes have developed stronger respiratory lung capacity. Those from places with sparse magic power often exhibit very high sensitivity. That said, this is also the first time the black-hatted instructor has seen it at such an exceptional level. Forgot to introduce him, this gentleman is the head instructor at the Barzaran training camp. Venom was so angry he slammed the table. No, I've also studied magic on my own, but it's too strange to explain it so simply. If it were just high sensitivity, he wouldn't be able to use such powerful magic instantly. Humans are influenced by both environment and talent. It's not that high sensitivity makes him a genius, but rather, think of him as a genius who happened to be born in a place with sparse magic power. I've never considered him a genius. Considering his achievements, it would probably be better to postpone his deployment to the front lines and send him for training. Advanced magic training would be better. El, overhearing this from outside the door, was overjoyed. Who in their right mind would want to go to a battlefield? As he was listening, the door opened, startling him before he could hide. Venom warned him resentfully. Don't get cocky just because you managed to cast a fireball, you new recruit. This training camp is funded by taxes that the citizens of the Empire work very hard to earn. Since you've damaged it, you'd better work hard to restore it to its original state. Isn't this taking your anger out on an innocent party and bullying a subordinate? Although he felt it was unfair, El still had to clean up the mess he had made. He wasn't finished even by nightfall. As he swept, he clicked his tongue and muttered, I don't know how high a 5th rank mage is, but it seems to be quite high. However, his heart is so narrow-minded. He should be praising the new recruits if they receive good evaluations. El couldn't help but recall a time back in his old world. Oh my, our son passed the entrance exam for high school. The culinary department? Yes, the results were just announced. Oh my, what a surprise. I'm so proud of you. Hee, I think it was just luck. It's not luck, that's your talent. I know it. In my eyes, the food you make is the most delicious in the world. El collapsed as he remembered these things. A little praise wouldn't kill anyone, would it? And just as he was staring at the ground in silence, he saw some glowing orange-yellow stones. El picked one up to examine it and discovered it was a fragment from the cliff, but it had strange angles and sparkled. Thinking no way, El tasted it and was so shocked he fell to the ground. It's rock salt. Is this really rock salt? El immediately thought of a way to use this rock salt. The next morning in the mess hall, a slogan was hung. Eat with all your gratitude and leave no leftovers. The soldiers receiving their food were complaining about having to eat this dish again, but today they were in for a big surprise. But has the flavor changed? Really? I want to eat 8 more bowls. Me too. The food is so delicious today. Hearing this warmed El's heart, so even dullards like them could notice the difference. Just adding a little salt changed the flavor so much. El silently made a resolution. He would continue to improve the food here little by little. Joran also asked his colleague, head instructor, did they change the chef? The chef hasn't changed, but today's meal is quite delicious. The red-hatted head instructor guessed that salt had been added to the food. Joran was very curious to know where this change came from. So, El had been working very hard, cooking at night to improve the meals little by little. Of course, he couldn't help but grumble at times. These people, they don't even bother to wash the potatoes before cooking. It's so dark in here. Ouch. They probably just throw the vegetables into the pot without a care, so I'll prep them a little. Should I make some soup? It went on like this until his hands were covered in cuts. Right? El had shed tears when he received his food. This is it. Do you people understand now? This is the minimum standard for a meal in the military. This is exactly what El had been longing for. Ideally, I'd add some other spices or mushrooms, but I'm not sure if the ingredients in this world are the same as back home. So this is good enough. Can't be too greedy. Just as he put his spoon into his bowl of food, El's name was called again. Joran, with a grim expression, said, come see the head instructor after you finish eating. You yourself know the reason best, don't you? Who the hell knows anything? So, El went to see the head instructor. The two faced each other, and the tension was extremely high. Joran stroked his chin and spoke first. Recruit Allison, I heard you displayed extraordinary magical talent. El reluctantly admitted that this was correct, just as he had heard. That's good news. Strengthening the power of the soldiers will bring a strategic advantage on the battlefield. However, recently, there have been some unsettling rumors spreading in the kitchen. El felt a prickle of unease. El was feeling very uneasy. It seems someone has been sneaking in during the night and leaves before the chefs start using the kitchen. If he leaves the kitchen before 5 in the morning, there's no way to catch him. But if caught, he would face severe punishment. El bit his lip, sweating profusely. Seeing this, Joran relaxed his facial muscles and smiled. But that's not why I called you here. I called you to congratulate you on your achievement during the magic training. Could you dispose of this for me on your way out? This is the result of my personal investigation. You can use it if you want. Yes, I understand. As the two of them held the paper scroll, Head Instructor Jerome asked again, do you understand, Recruit Allison? If he leaves the kitchen before 5 in the morning, there will be no way to catch him. El kept to himself until evening, when he lit a fire in the forest. He opened the scroll to look at it and then burst out laughing. Haha, so he knew everything all along. You can use it if you want. It means the scroll lists edible mushrooms and spices. It means to cook properly, right? And so, with the tacit approval of the instructor, the meals became more delicious and varied. Eventually, the training camp in the north became famous for having the best food among all the camps. Even after I was discharged, the chefs continued to pass down the recipes and maintain that reputation. Thinking back, it all started with that piece of rock salt. What a nostalgic feeling. Nellen asked Elle if he was cooking that dish. Elle grinned broadly. That's right, it's that very flavor. The recipe is exactly the same. Let's relive some old memories together. Rurine looked at the pot of food and asked, is this the dish you ate when you were in the military? From the academy that exists for some reason. Oh, I came here to give a gift, but it seems I'm the one being treated. Nellen ate first. It's just okay. Enough to fill the stomach. This was the best meal at the training camp. Rurine complained harshly. Even Elle, as he ate it again, felt that the taste of nostalgia wasn't as good as he remembered. Food really does taste different depending on the circumstances, doesn't it? Elle wondered if his old instructor, from back then, could hear these words. How long has it been since I've experienced these old memories again? To be honest, Elle didn't miss it that much. Meanwhile, in the forest, someone was constantly crying out for food. It was none other than Serena, lying on a table and grumbling. I need food, but where did she go? Oh, I'm so hungry. As she was lamenting, two small children arrived. Excuse me, is Sister Elena here? My little brother fell and got hurt. Serena told the two children that Elena wasn't there. The little girl then asked Serena to treat her brother in Elena's place. Serena looked at the scrape on the boy's knee. This is just a small scratch. It'll heal on its own. Go home quickly and ask for a bandage. The little girl's face crumpled as she said their parents were at work, and the little boy just kept crying. Serena clicked her tongue, struggling internally. Why do humans always make me feel so annoyed? When Elena returned, the two children were standing outside the door, chirping. Thank you, sister, thank you so much. Elena turned to the kids and immediately asked, Oh, you too. Are you hurt? Ah, Sister Elena, we're fine now. The sister over there treated us. Hee hee, the new staff member seems very kind. New staff member? While Elena was still bewildered, Serena stormed out. Why are you only showing up now? My lady, did you treat those children? Humph, I can use simple healing magic, but this is the only time. Elena's eyes crinkled into a smile. Oh, Lady Serena, you're truly very kind, aren't you? Serena's face was beet red as she immediately retorted, What are you talking about? Don't be ridiculous. You're mistaken. Where have you been? Huh. I'm about to starve to death over here. I went to the Lord's castle for a medical examination. Oh, is that the person you mentioned before? The one in a coma? Yes, that's right. They say it was due to poison. But it was so unusual that at first, they didn't even realize it was poison. It seems the Lord's brain has been severely damaged. So they've tried various treatments, but there's been no progress at all. Brain damage from a poison, you say? Serena pondered for a moment, then said, Now that I think about it, there is someone who knows a lot about that. A researcher of the brains of other species. What? Really? Elena was incredibly excited, but Serena quickly poured cold water on her hopes. But it's been a very long time, so I don't remember their name anymore. Elena's face fell, completely frozen. I'm not even sure if that person is still alive, but I'll let you know if I remember later. Yes, thank you. Just then, a blue bird flew to Elena's window. A piece of paper was tied to its leg. Serena noticed it too and asked where it came from. Elena explained, This species of bird only lives in the elven forest. It's a letter from my homeland. I haven't received any news from them until now. Reading the letter from home, Elena was more shaken than if she'd faced a natural disaster. What's wrong? What does it say? Elena trembled, sweat beading on her forehead. The elven forest. The forest is in danger of being destroyed by a dragonkin, and to avoid annihilation, I have to become that dragonkin's bride. As Elena finished speaking, her eyes welled up with tears. If they don't find a suitable bride, they'll burn down the entire forest. Serena sighed. What? Oh dear. And here I thought it was something serious. What should I do? I've heard that marriage should be with someone you love. At the very least, I should get to know them a little first. Hey, you fool. Calm down. Them saying they'll destroy everything if they don't get their way is just a common threat from the dragon tribe. So the elven forest is still fine, at least for now. Elena finally stopped crying and asked Serena if this information was true. She pulled up a chair leisurely. And what's there to be afraid of? I'm here, after all. Serena radiated an overwhelming aura. If only that were true when we were attacked by those 4 black dragons, it would have saved us a lot of trouble, wouldn't it? Take me to the elven forest. I'll teach that arrogant dragonkin a lesson. Meanwhile, in the elven forest, the messenger bird has returned. Another elf saw it and said, Lady Canaria, it seems the letter was delivered safely. What a relief. We couldn't be sure if the letter would make it out of the forest. Neria is the elder of the elf tribe. Although it's a bit sudden to ask, wasn't the letter a bit too detailed? Will Elena really return home in the face of the dragon tribe's threat? Neria believed that Elena would return. She knows she is a very selfless person, but as soon as the child returns, I'm not so sure if she can solve the current problem. Elena can't even solve the problem right in front of her. Serena scowled and yelled, "Hey, Elena, don't you trust me?" "Ugh. I was trying to look cool, so why did you bring them along?" "Oh, the restaurant is closed." "Rurine, what? Do you have a problem with this?" Elena said. "Please calm down, my lady. It's not that I doubt your abilities, Lady Serena. I just want to be prepared for any situation." "That's right, if we bring her along and end up coming back with holes in our backs again, Elena will be the one who has to carry the burden." That's so true. The three of them huddled together, talking, not noticing Serena fuming behind them. "Hey, that was only because they all ganged up on me. Anyway, let's go see what kind of person this husband candidate for Elena is. Come on, stop teasing me." While everyone here was having fun, someone else was not very happy. In other words, he was furious. "Surrender now, or you will all die." Finally, the group arrived at the elven forest, just the edge of the forest. It's quite a long way without instant teleportation. It's daytime now, right? Let's just fly. I'm sorry. There's a magical mechanism in the elven forest that nullifies instant teleportation. It's fine. I've experienced this before in the wolf tribe's mines. Stop. Stand still or you'll be shot. What business do you have in the elven forest? You intruders. An elven archery squad, led by a very cool-looking woman, appeared. Elena quickly spoke up. "Lelena, lower your bow. It's me, Elena. These people are..." "Lady Elena, I don't doubt you, but the others need to be identified. You, the boy over there. Tell me your race and your purpose for coming here." Elle made a face and said, "I'm a human, here to assist Lady Elena." Elle realized that the faint blue light that just flashed was from eyes capable of reading the thoughts of others, a trait unique to the elf tribe. Although he didn't think it would cause a major problem, it was still very important. "You pass. Next, you, the red-haired woman, standing next to him. Tell me your race and purpose." Serena was about to reveal her identity when Elle cut in. "Oh right, I forgot to tell you. My name is Allison. I live in the city of Greg. I run a small restaurant with very good reviews." "That's right, you should stop by for a meal sometime." Liliana grew impatient. "Hey, I wasn't asking you. I was asking the red-haired woman next to you. Answer me." A masked elf rushed forward to stop her, saying something. Lilina was surprised to receive a verbal order from Neria. Very quickly, the command to lower weapons was given. Rurine tilted her head and glared. "Their attitude is driving me crazy. Try to hold back a little longer. Everything is going smoothly." Lilina immediately apologized. "We apologize for not recognizing our honored guests. It was disrespectful of us to act in such a manner. Please, come in. Chief Neria is waiting for you. Welcome to the Elven Forest. I apologize for what happened at the entrance. When I first heard about it, I was very surprised that Elena knew Lord Allison. It must have been a long journey for all of you." Elle thanked Neria for her hospitality. Elena also noticed and was surprised. Lord Allison and Chief Neria actually knew each other from before. No wonder they let the whole group in so easily. Elena thought that she shouldn't be surprised by something like this. After all, what happened that day with those dragons was even more shocking. Even so, Neria said sadly, "Elena, that must have been a difficult decision, yet you still came. I feel terrible for placing such a heavy burden on your shoulders." Elena asked with a tremor in her voice, "Is this about becoming a bride?" Serena interjected again. "By the way, what's the deal with that guy? What kind of idiot would want to marry her?" Hearing Serena say that, Neria's face went pale with fear. "What do you mean, idiot? He might hear you?" "He's a dragonkin, an all-powerful being." Rurine, radiating dark energy, spoke up. "Oh, please, we're dragonkin too." Serena also chimed in, "Our mission here is to kick that noble creature's butt all the way to the moon." Neria froze, then winced. "I'm sorry." "Oh, my head hurts." "Ah, about that. I was planning to talk about it." Elena also bowed her head. It's a bit of a long story." "About? Ah, yes. They are also all-powerful beings." Neria suddenly felt a headache, her heart pounded, and her face turned pale. "What?" Meanwhile, that monstrous dragon was still causing a ruckus. "Humph, your life force is fading." "Fine." The fat dragon was breathing out smoke through its thick hide. "All right, if death is what you desire, then I shall grant it to you." "Damn it, this dragon is ugly as sin. It's an insult to the eyes. His name is Iridium. He's a gold dragon who has received tribute from the elf tribe for many generations." Neria recounted with a tremble. Rurina gritted her teeth in anger, cursing that the dragon was a beggar. For over 100 years, he refused to accept tribute. However, he recently started demanding that I find an elf to be his bride. Neria knelt on the ground as she explained. Elle told her to sit comfortably. Why is that necessary? Rurine wondered. But why does it have to be Elena? There are many other elves in the forest. Initially, I tried to solve the problem myself. I intended to sacrifice myself for everyone. But at that time, the other elves stopped her from doing so, because Neria is the chief, after all. The elves kept crying, but Neria was determined, ready to make the ultimate sacrifice for her people. Don't be sad. To sacrifice for my race is my honor. Chief Neria. Who would have thought? Before she even stepped out the door, she heard the dragon's voice. Go away. Iramantium's single sentence made Neria freeze. I don't like your hairstyle. Next. Neria thought she had misheard. Iramantium spoke again. Didn't you hear me? I don't like you. Next. Next. The other elves also returned one by one with smiles on their faces after being rejected by that dragon. The whole tribe was in an uproar preparing the next candidate, but they went and came back until there were no candidates left. Neria cried out. He wasn't pleased with anyone, and in the end, I had to ask Elena. In that case, I think I'll be rejected too. Rurine declared, if he dares to hurt you, then just stay calm and lead me to his lair. Serena, however, seemed to be thinking deeply about that dragon. Suddenly, she exclaimed, That's right, Iridium. I remember now. It's him, a dragonkin who researches the brains of other species. He might even be able to cure the Lord of Greg. This information shocked everyone. You mean Diren's father? Rurine immediately decreed, then we don't need to drive him away anymore. We have to capture him. El also agreed. That's right, we can't let him get away. Just then, another elf rushed in, shouting loudly, reporting that Iramantium is heading this way. Neria immediately guessed that he must be furious because they hadn't sent another candidate yet. Now, since you're talking about capturing him, he's extremely cautious and always stays away from other dragonkin, even though he has demanded tributes from us for many generations. But he has never let anyone protect him. He'll flee and abandon his lair whenever he senses the energy of other dragonkin nearby. Because of that, it's very likely to happen again. Serena immediately thought they needed something to attract his attention. El also agreed with this plan to lure the tiger out of the mountain, so he wouldn't pay attention to anything else. And so, everyone looked at Elena. As always, Elena thought, I'm the one who has to suffer. Wait a minute, didn't you all come here to do the opposite? Elena protested, but it was futile. Meanwhile, that wicked dragon was still trampling the forest. The elves were fighting furiously. Get all squads over here, now. Humph. You wretched elves, you dare to insult me? This dragon with the pig-like snout was truly an assault on the eyes. Iramantium roared as he opened his mouth to breathe fire, Dai trembling in regret. Wait, Sir Iramantium. Neria appeared with the bride. I apologize for the delay, since she is the most beautiful elf. In our tribe, it took some time for her to prepare. I am certain she will meet your standards. As Neria spoke, she removed the veil. Elena was revealed, a beautiful and shy bride. She stammered her introduction, my name is Elena. Oh my. The pig-snouted dragon blushed furiously. How magnificent. You pass, you pass. Ha ha ha. He cackled like a madman. You should have brought a lady like this from the very beginning, he said, amidst the hearty laughter of an old dragon who had finally found a beautiful wife. 3 figures in mid-air were maintaining a safe distance to observe everything. El instructed them, try to conceal your presence. All right, I think he's captivated by Elena now, Serena remarked. Prepare to capture him once he's far from this place. And so, the group followed him all the way to his lair. As she walked, Elena wondered, why aren't those 3 ready yet? Just then, Iramantium turned back and asked, your name is Elena, isn't it? Startled, Elena replied, yes, Sir Iramantium. Don't call me that. The old dragon took out an outfit with his claw. It was a maid outfit. He blushed and requested, from now on, call me master. In that formal way, hey. Elena took the outfit. She felt like crying but told herself to endure it. They'll definitely rescue me soon. In the pitch-black cave, a small, soft voice called out, Master. Iramantium grunted dazedly and turned to ask Elena, what is it? I told you not to enter my research room. Elena, shyly wearing the maid outfit, spoke. Isn't this research room a bit messy? It looks very cluttered. Please allow me to clean it for you. What do you think, Master? If it's all right, could you please leave the room for a moment? Her lovely appearance made Iramantium uncontrollably excited. He excitedly shouted, that's not it. His powerful words made Elena shrink back in fear. Her voice trembling, she asked, what? Isn't this right? I'm sorry, Master. Iramantium angrily scolded, you look far too timid. And stop apologizing to me constantly. Be more confident. Do as I do. He coldly raised his claw, demonstrating, humph. It's not like I'm lonely. Just like this loathsome body of mine. And even though I act so cold at first, you'll eventually open up to my friendly personality. Elena made a disgusted face and nodded. Yes, seeing her expression, he said with delight. Yes, that's exactly the expression. Iramantium posed, now, glare at me with that expression. This made Elena secretly terrified. This is so weird. They clearly said they were going to hide, she thought. She quickly looked for Allison's group. Where on earth are they? But when she looked up, she saw 3 pairs of eyes watching intently. Serena whispered excitedly, "Look!" Her face is turning red. Rurine also whispered. He told her not to apologize anymore. Their gossipy eavesdropping made Elena furious. She shot a sharp glare at them. Suddenly, Elena screamed, "You've been watching me from there?" Iridium looked blankly in the direction of her gaze and asked, "What is it?" The 3 of them panicked. "We're busted." Seeing Allison's group, Iridium asked in alarm, "What are you doing here? Do you know Elena?" In an instant, the 3 of them took their battle stances. Allison coldly commanded, "Capture him." Terrified, Iridium turned to flee, cursing angrily. "This damned group, they aren't even dragonkin." Just as Iridium was about to use teleportation to escape, he suddenly saw his magic shatter. He let out a confused, "Huh!" The teleportation magic to escape failed as he saw the 3 people below preparing to strike. Iridium shouted in frustration, "Hey, if that's the case, I'll only make it to the cave entrance. Stay put, you fools." But in an instant, he was bound by their magic and thrown down inside the cave. Serena glared at him with sharp eyes and asked, "Where did you think you were running off to, you bastard?" Iridium stubbornly cursed back, "Let me go. How dare you, scoundrels, invade my private residence?" At that moment, a murderous aura suddenly appeared behind the 2 of them. Serena and Rurine felt a chill run down their spines. Elena asked with a dark expression, "Just how long have you 2 been watching me?" The 2 of them immediately denied it, because, like we said, the teleportation magic this guy set up wasn't just 1 or 2 kinds. That's right, because we already destroyed it. Allison, standing nearby, lightly covered his mouth and nodded in agreement. "I suppose there wasn't just 1 or 2 types, huh?" Elena frowned, turning to him and calling out, "Allison." He immediately threw the others under the bus. "Sorry, those 2 dragonkin thought your reaction would be interesting, Miss Elena, so they told me to stay and watch a little longer." Serena angrily rushed over and hit him, yelling, "Hey, how dare you sell us out? You clearly said you wanted to see Elena's new outfit too." Rurine also shouted angrily, "You've got some nerve." Allison immediately retorted, "What are you 2 talking about? Someone might hear and get the wrong idea." Just then, Elena suddenly blushed and shyly asked, "So, does this outfit really suit me?" Allison quickly replied, "No, they're just making that up." Seeing her, Serena grew a bit curious. Meanwhile, Iridium was muttering nonstop to the side. Rurine asked curiously, "What has he been muttering this whole time?" Suddenly, a magic circle appeared, surrounding him. He laughed loudly and said, "You fools have made a grave mistake." At that moment, over in the elf forest, a voice called out, "Lady Neria." After the call, it was silent for a few seconds. Elena hesitantly asked, "Will Elena be all right?" Neria gently reassured her, "You don't need to worry," she said confidently. "Elena has some incredibly capable people with her." Suddenly, everyone started gathering in one direction. This made Neria look over curiously. The 2 of them walked over to take a look. A blue orb had suddenly appeared, floating in the air. Neria wondered aloud, "What is that?" Just then, the orb unexpectedly exploded, releasing a cloud of black smoke. Its powerful blast terrified the 2 of them. Elena quickly covered her nose and called out, "Lady Neria." But unfortunately, Neria had already inhaled the toxic gas. Her eyes suddenly glazed over. Immediately after, everyone else in the tribe also became dazed. Suddenly, they all drew their swords in unison. Each one unconsciously pointed their sword at themselves. Back in the cave, Iridium laughed and issued a warning. "If you want to destroy the magic I've set up, you can't just check this place. You have to check the entire elf forest as well. Release me now. Leave Elena and get out of here," he shouted. "If you don't, you'll witness every last elf in the forest commit suicide." Upon hearing this, everyone was horrified into silence. Rurine then looked over towards the forest. Seeing the green gas, she whispered, "It looks like something is spreading throughout the forest." "Ah, this." Her expression turned grim. "It's real. It feels like a knife is being held to our throats." Serena wondered aloud. "Can high-level beings perform wide-area mind control?" Hearing this, Iridium answered confidently, "I have researched the brains of living creatures for 100 years. This kind of control is a simple matter for me." His eyes welled up with tears as he shouted in an anguished voice, "This is the magic I perfected, while gritting my teeth as countless bridal candidates abandoned me and ran away. No one understands my pure love. Elena, do you want to be the one I use this magic on?" At this point, Iridium's sanity seemed to have completely vanished. He threatened, "You must decide now. Will you abandon your elf tribe or not?" He grew increasingly agitated. "Or will you let those bastards leave and become my bride?" Elena burst into tears, trying to stop him. "Wait, I understand. I'll become your bride, so please." Suddenly, Allison unleashed a colossal source of magic. He said, "You don't have to do this." He sternly placed the magic circle on the ground and spoke, "Are you Iridium? If it were pure love, it wouldn't be this threatening, and there would be no need to force her. The magic circle suddenly appeared right in the elf tribe's forest in an instant. A brilliant source of magical power suddenly descended straight onto every member of the tribe. When affected by the magical power, it seemed their consciousness was resisting the action. The hand Neria held her sword with began to tremble uncontrollably. After finishing, Allison smiled and told her not to worry. Everyone will be safe. Elena joyfully collapsed to her knees and said, "Thank goodness, thank you, sir." Elena spoke with a voice that wouldn't stop trembling. "Sir Allison, I am truly so grateful." Iridium looked at him in disbelief and asked, "How is this possible? What is this?" Rurine glared at him angrily, then cracked her knuckles and said, "Anyway, it seems this guy hasn't been taught any manners, has he?" Serena sighed in agreement. "That's right. First, we need to beat him up. Elena will be all right, won't she?" Elena burst into tears. She looked at him with cold eyes and replied, "Yes, he's the worst dragonkin I've ever met in my life. I hate him so much." However, Iridium was thrilled by the scolding. That's some sincere slander, and an expression mixed with anger, so that means Elena is that. At that moment, he silently screamed with joy, "Wonderful." But immediately after, he received countless blows from Rurine and Serena. That night, after dealing with Iridium, everyone returned to the forest. The elves cheered joyfully, "Long live." They eagerly lit a bonfire to celebrate their liberation, and then they held a truly grand feast. The sound of lutes echoed everywhere. As soon as she returned, Elena burst into tears and threw herself into Neria's arms, while Iridium had to bear his wounds and lie beside the forest. Watching them celebrate, he wearily wondered to himself, "I was just trampled by a bunch of elves. Is this really okay?" Inside the party, Serena looked at the food before her and hesitated, asking, "You call this a feast? It's all just grass." Rurine ate a piece of vegetable with relish and said, "It's pretty good, isn't it?" Rurine offered a bottle of seasoning to Serena. She asked curiously, "What's that?" Rurine replied, "It's a sauce Allison gave us. It tastes better if you mix it with the vegetables." Serena immediately lunged forward, wanting to grab it. "If there's something delicious, you have to share it with me. Were you planning to eat it all by yourself?" Rurine angrily snatched it back, saying, "Then go get it yourself. You fool." At that moment, Neria stepped forward and bowed her head respectfully, saying, "Esteemed guests, I don't know how to fully express my gratitude, but the elf tribe will absolutely never forget this favor. Thank you, our almighty ones." She continued softly, "You solved the problem and even freed us. You were under a mind control spell." But Rurine, while eating, countered, "You seem to be mistaken about something. We just escaped from that beggar." She said calmly, "The one who freed you was Allison." Upon hearing that name, Neria was utterly astonished. Serena chuckled and said, "I thought you already knew it was Allison. We can't control all the magic here, you know." Neria asked blankly, "What?" At that moment, at the banquet table, Allison was happily holding up the sauce bottle and asking, "Who needs some salad dressing?" Everyone smiled and replied, "I'll have some, please." As he poured the sauce, he thought to himself, "I thought this might be needed for the meal, so I brought it along. Who knew it would actually come in handy?" After eating, everyone excitedly discussed, "What is this sauce made of? This refreshing taste is wonderful." But Allison quietly walked over to the statue and said, "Here, you have some too." He looked at the statue and said, "It's been a long time, my friend. I'm so happy to see you." But the only reply was the silence of the atmosphere. But Allison still spoke gently, "You look more like a statue than a living person." He suddenly remembered the old days, when this person had suddenly walked up, shoved him, and said, "Hey, Allison." Back then, Allison was just a level 7 mercenary mage. Chewing on a chicken leg, he forced a smile and asked, "What is it, you bastard?" That person angrily shouted, "How many times do I have to tell you for you to get it, huh?" Allison angrily shouted back, "What are you getting so worked up about?" The nomadic dwarf, Darren, sitting beside them, said nonchalantly, "There they go again." That person was the elf hero. Vernon casually threw away the entire salad, saying, "I told you I don't eat grass. Isn't there any meat?" "Meat." Allison glared at Vernon and asked, "You can't even digest meat, so why do you keep demanding it?" Vernon frankly admitted, "You cook so well that I can digest it." Darren, at his side, chimed in, "I think a war between elves and dwarves would make more sense than this. Fight." Suddenly, the two of them turned to look at him and shouted in unison, "What are you rambling on about, old man?" Darren grimly pointed to the other side and said, "I mean you two should stop arguing and look over there." When they saw a horde of monsters attacking people, Darren immediately recognized them. He spoke up, "Those are bandits." Allison saw the panicking refugees and said, "The refugees are under attack." Vernon sighed in annoyance, "Can't even eat in peace. Let's go." At that moment, a poor villager was being held by a minotaur and was about to be put into its mouth. The villager screamed in terror, "Don't eat me." Immediately after, a colossal force struck the creature right in the face. It caused the creature to stagger, which in turn enraged the horde of minotaurs, and they charged forward. They furiously slammed against the refugees' shields. A girl behind the shield was so frightened she burst into tears, but then something appeared that left her utterly confused. Huh? A man saw Allison's group and shouted, "It's the three heroes!" The bearded man next to him exclaimed with joy, "We're saved!" Darren heroically declared, "From this moment on, you Minotaurs are forbidden from killing people. Kidnapping and attacking other races is also forbidden. If you obey this rule, we will spare your lives. But if not, then we have no other choice but to annihilate all of you." Vernon beside him quietly called out, "Hey, you should tell them they're allowed to counterattack when their lives are threatened." Allison said in frustration, "Don't ruin the mood." Darren pointed at the Minotaurs and yelled, "Whatever, just add it in. If you don't want to die, get lost immediately." Back to the present. Allison laid out the food and said, "I've followed that rule ever since. You must be relieved." He looked at the piece of meat before him and said, "Or perhaps, you wouldn't want me to do that." When he saw someone approaching, Allison asked softly, "What do you think? You don't resent me, do you?" Hearing this, Nereus slowly replied, "Sir Vernon wouldn't do that." Allison smiled and asked, "You think so?" He suddenly became serious and asked, "Miss Neria, what do you think?" Allison recalled the past and asked, 2 years ago, when I brought Vernon's body back, did you resent me?" At that time, as soon as she saw Vernon's body, Neria's face had become vacant, as if she had lost her most beloved person. Snapping out of that painful memory, Neria replied with a tremble, "Sir Vernon held my hand and promised that." She burst into tears and said, "No matter what, he would return. You helped Sir Vernon keep his promise, so how could I possibly resent you?" This time, Neria was the one to ask, "Sir Allison, today you saved the entire elf tribe. Do you think that Sir Vernon contributed a small part to the immense power you displayed today?" "No." Hearing this, his hand, which was pouring wine, suddenly paused. Then, he slowly calmed himself, poured the wine, and replied, "It wasn't just a small part. I owe Vernon not only this power, but my entire life as well." Allison gently handed Neria a glass of wine and said, "Therefore, the one who saved the elves was not me." He raised his glass high and said, "Let's raise a toast to the hero, Vernon." Early the next morning, as dawn began to break, a crisp air spread throughout the elf forest. Neria bowed respectfully. "I want to thank you once again for saving the elves." "Thank you, everyone." Rurine pointed at Iramantium and said, "Don't worry about this guy. He won't be able to return to his den anymore." Elena looked happily at the elves and said, "Everyone, I'm so glad we could see each other again after such a long time." Iramantium screamed in fear, asking, "Where are you taking me?" Serena scowled and scolded, "Shut up. You'll find out when we get there." Suddenly, Rurine called out, "Allison, your conversation with the chieftain yesterday was quite long." Allison asked, "Your hearing is quite good. Did you hear everything?" Elena quietly wondered, "Sir Allison had a conversation with Lady Neria?" Rurine walked beside Allison and said, thinking back, "It seems she doesn't know that you absorbed the ancient sacred jewel." Allison said, "Hey, that's a secret from the others." Serena, Elena, and Iramantium were utterly bewildered by this. "Huh? What?" Rurine ignored them and continued, "Serena and Elena already saw you absorb the ancient sacred jewel." At that moment, Iramantium, from behind, asked curiously, "He absorbed the ancient sacred jewel?" Serena replied, "It's not that surprising. He's already this strong," Elena said, flustered. "That's right. It's not too surprising, given what's ahead." Allison nodded in understanding. "I see," he then asked. "Cornelia didn't realize that, did she? Do you think she could have guessed from what happened?" "Because you demonstrated that kind of magic," Rurine exclaimed. Allison glanced towards Iramantium and said, "Anyway, from the beginning, we came here to help Miss Elena," yet Iramantium, still stunned, asked, "Did he really absorb the ancient treasure jade?" That night, at a certain castle, a voice rang out as the door opened. "I've received a gift I never expected." De'Aaron Gregg excitedly rushed forward, calling, "Master." Allison slowly entered and said, "Pardon the intrusion." De'Aaron Gregg smiled and said, "It seems the restaurant was closed for a short time, but it's open again now," he said in amazement. "I was very surprised to hear that you were visiting my castle, Master." Allison nodded in agreement. "Yes, this is the first time I've officially visited you." Stepping inside, Allison looked around and asked, "Where are the others?" Meanwhile, Serena and Elena were sitting to one side, chatting. "Will everything go smoothly?" "I don't know, but considering his magical abilities, it seems he is very skilled." Hearing his question, De'Aaron Gregg replied, "They are in the next room." He then led him to his father's room. After introducing Allison, Bernard Gregg asked blankly, "Master, De'Aaron, is that a guest?" De'Aaron Gregg pointed at him and said proudly, "Ah, mother, this is the one who has helped me so much." Allison said, "My name is Allison." Upon seeing his face, Bernard Gregg was suddenly reminded of someone else. She shrieked in shock, "It's you!" Bernard Gregg hurriedly ran over and asked, "Where have you been all this time?" Allison smiled and said, "It seems you remember me, my lady." He leaned down and whispered to De'Aaron Gregg, She doesn't know I'm the one who destroyed the castle of that. Dutran, does she? He gave a forced smile and replied, no one knows but me. It's really hard to explain. She emotionally grabbed his hand, saying, I have always wanted to find you to express my gratitude. Thank you for saving me and De'Aaron. Allison calmly released his hand and said, there's no need to thank me yet, my lady. His face suddenly grew serious as he asked, there is still one person I haven't saved, isn't there? The question left the mother and son of the Gregg family completely bewildered. What? At that moment, Rurine roughly dragged a man in and said, move, you fool. That person lowered his head and said, I understand. Iramantium looked around and asked, so, where is the person I need to treat? Rurine gave him a kick and said, over there. Don't you dare try anything funny. He walked over to Lyden Gregg's bed and asked, is it this person? De'Aaron Gregg glared at him angrily and said, wait, I don't know who that person is, but he. Allison gently patted his shoulder to calm him down. Just watch. Iramantium gently touched the man's head and said, this person's brain is severely damaged. I don't know who the poisoner was, but they concocted a very dangerous toxin. Iramantium said in a low voice, let's see. And then he suddenly blew a breath onto the man. Instantly, a magical formation appeared on Lyden Gregg. After a moment, he slowly regained consciousness. Bernard Gregg emotionally called out, my Lord Count. De'Aaron Gregg, with tears in his eyes, cried, Father. Lyden Gregg opened his weak eyes to look at them. He slowly uttered, my lady, De'Aaron. The moment they heard his voice, the two of them were immediately moved to tears, sobbing uncontrollably. They rushed to hug him. Lord Lyden, Father. Allison watched them with a kind smile. He was suddenly reminded of his own mother, of a memory from long ago. Allison had to force himself to hold back his emotions. As Rurine dispelled the magic on Iramantium, she warned, if I hear about you doing anything strange, I won't spare you a second time. He nodded and replied, all right. Allison walked over and called out, Rurine, let's go. She asked in confusion, you healed the Count and you're not staying for a reward? He replied, we have enough money. He looked at the family's reunion and added, and how could we possibly interrupt a moment of reunion like this? In the end, they departed. They left the space for Count Gregg's family. By the time they returned to the restaurant, it was late at night. Allison let out a sigh of relief upon arriving. Let's get ready for tomorrow, then we can go to sleep. Rurine agreed, okay. He placed a coin on the magic circle on the table and said, there's a beer thief. That's why we always run out of beer. Hearing this, Rurine flinched. He gently used the coin and thought to himself, come to think of it, this is my first beer summon since absorbing the ancient treasure jade. It's a bit less tiring now. The coin on the table vibrated non-stop. A surge of black magical energy appeared, making Allison gasp in surprise. He stared in shock at the darkness before him. What is that? That night, amidst the darkness, a figure walked slowly down the street. Allison yawned as he walked. So sleepy. I was just preparing ingredients, and it's already gotten this late. At that moment, a trembling voice echoed from a street corner. I give up. Seeing this, Allison shouted, hey Rurine, what are you doing over there? The girl turned to look at him with sharp eyes. She asked angrily, Rurine, what are you talking about? At her feet lay the figure of a badly beaten man. He was all bruised up. She looked at him and asked, who are you? The question left Allison completely baffled. What? He stared blankly at the familiar street corner around him, then let out a gasp. Allison looked at the girl before him and silently wondered, why is Rurine wearing a school uniform? When he didn't answer, she yelled angrily, hey, who are you? Allison buried his face in his hands, asking, why am I here? A thought suddenly struck him. He silently recalled, this is where I was right before I was transported to another world. At that moment, a car appeared behind him. Upon returning to this place, Allison burst into tears, sobbing uncontrollably. I've always missed it. He whispered softly, I wanted to come back. Just then, the car from before pulled up in front of him. In an instant, Rurine suddenly appeared and shook him awake. Allison, wake up. Allison looked at the girl in front of him and softly called out, Rurine. Seeing the strange vehicles all around, she cried out in shock. What is all this? Rurine screamed in fear. Where are we? Allison, now stunned and awake, asked, this isn't a dream? The girl from the street approached them worriedly to check on them. Excuse me, are you two all right? The kind girl took out her phone and asked. You're not hurt, are you? Should I call 911? Rurine quickly interjected. What's a 911? But Allison cut her off mid-sentence. We're fine. We're not injured. Allison shouted, we're sorry, everyone, then grabbed Rurine and ran away. The girls stared blankly at their two retreating figures. What strange outfits. Allison immediately took Rurine to a safe place and then promptly introduced her to this place. After hearing his explanation, Rurine exclaimed in shock, what? This is your hometown? She looked around curiously and said, no wonder it looks so strange. There are things like iron carriages and skyscrapers. Allison calmly replied. It's been a long time for me too. It looks very interesting. His eyes suddenly grew more somber as he spoke in a gentle tone. I never. He gazed at the beautiful city here and continued speaking. I thought I would be able to return to this place. Rurine looked around with great interest and asked curiously, if this is your hometown, you must know it very well. Where are we right now? Allison replied, well, let's see. He suddenly remembered the girl from earlier and thought, what I saw just now was definitely a mobile phone, right? It looked like a new model. Allison looked up at the cluster of high-rise buildings and thought, seeing how different the buildings and vehicles are, time must have passed here just like in the other world. Over 15 years have gone by. Suddenly, another thought flashed through his mind, but after observing more closely, he felt doubtful. No, even if the buildings have changed, the layout of the streets should still be the same. Maybe if I compare the locations of intersections and highways, and with my memories from 15 years ago. In the end, Allison scratched his head cluelessly and replied, I don't know where we are either. Rurine said in amazement, but you said this is your hometown. Allison replied in a comforting tone, don't worry too much. He softly recalled someone and said, I know where we can go. Suddenly, he reached into his pocket, pulled out an item, and said, and fortunately, Allison held a gold coin in his hand and said confidently, we don't have to worry about money either. The next morning, back in the other world, at the horse farm, Lin saw Min-10 and Ment approaching and greeted them. Hello, seniors. Ment smiled in reply, you're here early. Min-10 went to open the farm gate and said, the mornings are still a bit chilly. Ment nodded and replied, that's right, if the dwarves hadn't rebuilt the stables, we would have really suffered. At that moment, Lin walked over and said, it looks like the restaurant is opening a little late today. It's pitch black inside. He asked in surprise. Really? Ment was doubtful, and asked, he's not the type to oversleep, is he? Meanwhile, in the present world, Allison had taken Rurine to change their outfits. Rurine looked at the unfamiliar clothes with fascination and said, so, these are the clothes of your world. He replied, that's right. The clothes we were wearing earlier attracted too much attention. He let out a small sigh, thinking to himself, I didn't get as much money for the gold as I'd hoped. Earlier, Allison had gone into a money exchange shop. The shop owner looked at the coin and said, this is pure gold. He smiled and said, it can be exchanged for 4 million won. He continued, if you can show me some identification, I can give you the cash. Rurine asked blankly, what else? Hearing this, Allison stiffened and asked, identification papers? Well, what about this? Allison looked at the stack of money he had just exchanged and couldn't help but take it out to see. In the end, he had to accept selling at half the price, and on the condition that the man wouldn't ask for identification. Since when did they have a 500,000 won bill like this? Rurine rubbed her stomach and asked, Allison, aren't you hungry? Allison put the money into his backpack and asked, what do you want to eat? Allison hurriedly looked for a place to eat. Are there any good restaurants around here? When he saw a certain restaurant, he got all excited. A Chinese restaurant. That's right, black bean noodles are always the best choice. He said, let's eat there, Rurine. She asked excitedly, what are we eating? As they stepped inside and tried the black bean noodles. Rurine was completely amazed. She laughed happily and said, this is delicious, Allison. This dish is so good. Rurine naively told him, you should eat too. But when he looked at the price of the food, Allison completely froze. He cried out in anguish. It's not just the clothes that are expensive, is it? He continued miserably. In my time, black bean noodles only cost 4,000 won. Rurine said helplessly, you sound like an old dragonkin. In the end, Allison decided to close the menu and said, all right, what's the point of saving Rurine? Next, we'll have rice cakes and blood sausage too. We're going to eat everything we want, Rurine asked excitedly. Everything we want to eat? Then don't you regret saying that? The two of them ate and played around happily. You drink this. Ah, it's so spicy. It's almost like I just used the black dragon's breath. When the shaved ice was brought out, Allison smiled and reminded her, you'll get a brain freeze if you don't eat it slowly. Rurine said happily, it's so sweet. I love this. It's amazing. After eating at the restaurant, the two went to the street food stalls. Rurine quickly took a big bite. It's hot. Allison held the food and introduced it. It's called hotioke. Rurine excitedly pulled him to another spot, saying, Allison, this too. Allison looked at the sign and hesitated. This place doesn't have food. Meanwhile, in the other world, at Allison's restaurant, Serena banged on the door shouting, hey Allison. When there was no response after calling for a while, she asked angrily, where did they go? Serena said irritably, their day off ended yesterday. Elena clutched her stomach in misery and said, I'm so hungry. Clon also said sorrowfully, we're definitely going to starve to death. He looked at Ment and asked, Ment, did you hear anything from them? They've never gone anywhere without telling us before. Ment sighed and replied, I don't know either. We're confused too. Customers arrived one by one, only to leave in anger. Are they taking an extra day off? so I came here for nothing. I'm not even sure if the food is good. Ment watched the customers leave and thought miserably. This is a big problem. We don't even know when they'll be back. If the regulars keep leaving, it will seriously affect the restaurant's reputation. Minton asked worriedly, do you think something happened to them? Ment replied, I suspect so too. But even Barry and Eric's group listens to them. Lin spoke up and suggested, why don't we do this? He said, all 3 of our meals are cooked by Manager L, right? And everyone must know what the food at this restaurant tastes like. Lin made a bold proposal. Since all the ingredients are available in the kitchen, why don't we manage the restaurant? While he's away, Ment and Minten asked blankly, what? Over on Allison's side. After a long day, he said tiredly, I don't think I can eat any more. Rurine happily rubbed her belly and said, I'm full. So full, I've eaten everything here. Allison smiled and said, I'm glad you liked it. While on the train, Rurine asked curiously, what is this? A bigger iron carriage? He replied, it's called a train. Our destination is quite far away. So we have to use this means of transport. If we use teleportation magic, it would cause a commotion. Rurine admired the beauty outside and said, we're going. She asked seriously, to meet your mother, right? Allison was a little surprised. He smiled and asked, you knew. Rurine replied, how could I not realize when you look so excited? Suddenly, the scene in front of her made Rurine widen her eyes. Outside, the sky was tinged with the color of orange as the sun was slowly setting. She took a deep breath and then laughed excitedly. Your hometown is quite beautiful, isn't it? The peaceful image before her eyes made Rurine express, I like it. In contrast to Rurine's excitement, Allison seemed much more subdued. His gaze became distant. He was lost in thought for a long time before calling out, Rurine? She asked, puzzled. Huh, what is it? Allison looked straight at her and asked, what would you say if I asked if we could stay here? Allison's voice faltered as he asked, if we could live here forever and never go back? His question made her let out a blank. Huh. On that train ride, Allison began hesitantly. I've been thinking about it ever since I came to this world. The peaceful scenery outside made him continue to falter. Now that I'm here, the ancient jewel jade no longer exists in that world, and the threat from the Dragon King has also vanished, right? His eyes suddenly grew sadder as he said, that's why I'm wondering. After a moment of contemplation, Allison spoke up. What would it be like if we started a new life here? Hearing that, Rurine began to fall into deep thought, unconsciously drawing circles on the window pane. When he didn't receive an answer, Allison said, flustered, of course, you don't have to answer right now. I surprised you, didn't I? Feeling that he had been tactless, he said shyly, just take your time and let me know after you've decided. Rurine called out to him. She asked in a low voice, if I refuse, will you give up this life here and come back with me? You don't really intend to live here, do you? Back in the old days, when he was in the forest with Vernon and Darren, while Vernon was fast asleep, Allison was secretly drawing a magic formation. Vernon woke up groggily and asked, Allison, what are you doing at that moment? Allison's body was so tired that it was trembling all over. He answered slowly, I finally succeeded. He weakly touched the magic circle in front of him and commanded, take me home, take me. Vernon, stunned, rushed over, grabbed him by the throat, held him tight, and scolded him. Damn it, this bastard is at it again. Vernon quickly turned to Darren and ordered, quick, stop him. Allison struggled and shouted, let me go. At this, Darren couldn't hold back and angrily scolded, that thing will close very quickly. Do you want to lose a finger? Hearing that, Allison was terrified and decided to test it with a piece of paper first. I understand. Now let me go. As soon as the paper was inserted, an explosion occurred. A powerful blast spread throughout the forest. After the tremor, the magic circle also slowly faded away. Allison collapsed, exhausted and panting. Seeing this, Vernon angrily yelled, Allison, I told you to give up on this spell. This is a problem that not even your magic can solve, Vernon warned. Now you won't be able to use magic for a few weeks. At that moment, Allison suddenly asked Darren, you'll go back to the mines after the war ends, right? He slowly sat up and continued to ask Vernon, and you'll go back to the elf forest. Your fiancé is waiting for you to return, right? Vernon nodded and replied, that's right. Hearing that, Allison said in anguish, what about me? He burst into sobs and said, where am I supposed to go now? His trembling voice echoed throughout the forest. Someone, please answer me. When everything is over, where the hell am I supposed to go? Back in the present, that painful memory made Allison fall silent. Finally, he spoke up and answered, have I ever abandoned you? Hearing that, Rurine's eyes lit up. She smiled excitedly and said, you wouldn't do that, right? After that, Allison made a decision. Let's go to my house first. Rurine agreed with delight. Great, let's go to your nest. At the same time, in the other world, customers excitedly asked each other, I heard the restaurant is open again? The other person replied doubtfully, but is the owner away? The two of them glanced at the restaurant in front of them and discussed, I think so too. This probably isn't it. Let's come back next time. Inside the restaurant, everyone was bustling about, preparing food. Chloe looked at the thinly sliced pieces of meat in front of her and asked curiously, "Is this much meat enough?" Seeing the beautifully cut meat, Ment praised, "Your work experience is good." Lin looked at the meat before them and said excitedly, "Perfect." And then, he quickly bent down to look for something. "Now we just need to grill it." "Huh? Where did I put the wood?" At that moment, Min-10 naively asked, "I thought you did everything with magic." Lin stammered, "Magic?" Min-10 replied nonchalantly, "That's right, magic." With that, both of them turned to look at Elena in unison. Elena quickly understood what they meant. She immediately created a flame with magic. But the fire she created was tiny. Elena said shyly, "I learned this for when I go camping." Lin whispered, "It's too small." Serena added more magical power and said, "Ignite." The flame immediately flared up, burning fiercely. Serena said confidently, "Don't worry about the fire, just focus on cooking." Seeing this giant flame, Lin thought in amazement, "I don't know who she is, but the problem is solved." Once the problem was solved, Min-10 immediately put on an apron and said, "Great, the ingredients are also prepared. You can start cooking now. Let's open the restaurant." The first customer walked in, but the first dish that came out was burnt to a crisp. The customer was speechless after seeing it. He said slowly, "Listen, I'm a miner, you know. This is called charcoal. This is what I see at my workplace, but why are you feeding me this?" Lin said awkwardly, "I'm sorry. We'll remake it." The customer asked suspiciously, "This is strange. Are you feeding me charcoal because I'm a miner?" Inside the kitchen, Clon held a spice jar and looked at the plate of vegetables, asking, "Should I sprinkle some of this on?" Min-10 asked worriedly, "What is that?" Before she could finish, he generously sprinkled it on. When the dish was served, the customer immediately spat it out. "What the heck is this? Isn't this dish supposed to have a light flavor? Why is it so salty?" Min-10 immediately brought the sugar jar to him and asked, "Clon, that was salt, right?" Clon replied innocently, "I think so." After it was reseasoned, the customer took another bite. He spat it out again. "Why is it so sweet now?" Next came countless other complaints. "Remake it. Call the owner out here. I want a refund." Inside, Lin was restless. What should I do? At this rate, the restaurant will go bankrupt before the owner gets back. He looked fearfully at the raging fire in front of him, thinking, I have to deal with this fire first. As soon as I put the meat in, it burns to a crisp instantly. Lin suddenly turned to look at Serena's excited expression as she created the fire and whispered fearfully, "But I don't think she has any intention of lowering the flame. If the meat isn't grilled, how will it cook?" Lin whispered in a panic. "If I pour water on it, I won't be able to cook anymore." Suddenly, he looked at the pot of soup next to him and said, "Wait a minute, I might be able to do it." Meanwhile, in the real world, that night, Allison and Rurine were strolling down a wide street. Rurine called out, "Hey," she asked curiously. "We haven't gotten lost since we arrived, right?" Allison replied confidently, "Of course." He glanced at the surrounding buildings and said, "Although the buildings have changed, some things haven't. Even after 15 or 35 years, I wouldn't get lost in my own hometown." The two of them continued to walk and talk until they reached a certain street. Allison looked thoughtfully at the familiar street. "I miss this place so much. I'm my home." Finally, the two of them arrived at a familiar apartment complex. He smiled happily, looking up at that room, the place he could return to. Allison whispered, "I'm home." The two of them immediately went up to Allison's mother's apartment. Standing in front of the room, he nervously raised his hand and knocked gently a few times on the door. Seeing Allison's relieved expression, Rurine teased, "Look at you, all nervous." Her voice made Allison jump, and he remembered something. He asked, "Now that I remember, Rurine, how should I introduce you?" She answered honestly, "Shouldn't we just tell her the truth, that I'm a dragonoid?" Allison scratched his head and asked, "Are you kidding?" He couldn't help but feel anxious. "She can still recognize me, right? Even after 15 years have passed, my hairstyle is still the same." He called out, "Mom, it's me." However, there was no response at all. A quiet atmosphere enveloped the two of them. Rurine said hesitantly, "It's really quiet here." Allison wondered, is she sleeping? "Let me try calling again." But just then, the door to the next apartment slowly opened. The woman, Mrs. Donghua's neighbor, asked, "Who are you?" "I'm sorry, but..." Seeing Allison, she thought blankly, "I've never seen this person before. Did he just move in?" He replied awkwardly, "Excuse me. I came to visit my mother who lives in room 604. Mrs. Donghua's neighbor glanced at the room and uttered two words. "Oh my God." Her eyes widened as she asked, "You're Miss Donghua's son?" Allison replied excitedly, "Yes, that's right, I'm her son." He quickly asked, "Do you know where my mother is?" The woman answered hesitantly, "She doesn't live here anymore. Can you come with me for a bit?" A while later, on the way, the woman explained as they walked, "When I moved here 5 years ago, I got to know her because I was so busy with work that I only ate instant noodles every day. After that, she started making side dishes for me. So we became close. She glanced at Allison and continued. Whenever we ate, she would always talk about her son. She said he was about my age, and now I see it's true. Mrs. Donghua's neighbor introduced herself. By the way, I'm a writer, although I'm not very famous yet. Suddenly, Allison interrupted. I'm sorry, but... He looked at the unfamiliar road ahead and asked, where are we going? The woman paused for a moment and said, Mrs. Donghua missed you a lot. I advised her to hand out flyers, but she refused. At this, the atmosphere suddenly grew heavy. The woman said, why? She led him to a grave and, with tears in her eyes, asked, why did you decide to come back now? Her trembling voice was filled with reproach. You should have come back 2 years earlier. Mrs. Donghua's neighbor took a drink out of her bag and said she was battling stomach cancer. Even before we met, she slowly placed a bottle of alcohol down and continued in a trembling voice. She had to have a gastrectomy, so she couldn't eat or drink. She said she loved watching other people enjoy their food. That's why she took such good care of me. At this point, tears streamed down her face. She said, but 3 years ago, the cancer returned and she had to be hospitalized. Then, looking at the grave in front of him, Allison's eyes immediately blurred with tears. His heart ached with unbearable pain. Why couldn't I even reunite with my mother? Memories of her flooded his mind. The image of her smiling and asking him, are you hungry? Sit down, son. That gentle voice and those caring words. Mom's home-cooked meal. Perhaps they would only exist in his memories now. Allison broke down crying, whispering, I never imagined it would turn out like this. The woman gently wiped her tears and said, honestly, I don't care what you were doing. It's too late now. She said sorrowfully, no matter how you explain it, she can't come back. Suddenly, she reached into her bag, took something out, and said, but... She handed him an old letter and said, this is the letter she left behind. After handing it over, she turned to leave. Before leaving, she said it fell into her house. You wrote it, didn't you? She thought you might come back to get it, so she wrote her reply right below it. Allison slowly hummed in response. She said angrily, but it seems you didn't even think about getting it back. As soon as she left, Allison slowly opened the letter. As he read the contents, his eyes grew sorrowful. Rurine hesitantly spoke. This paper, it's from the Rubin Empire. She asked, is this letter from you? The heartfelt words in the letter felt like they were tearing at his heart. Mom, you won't believe this, but I'm in another world. Everything here is so different from our world. I'm telling the truth. After reading that line, Allison collapsed in pain, saying, the magic was unstable, but I wanted to send a letter to my mother. Even though I couldn't return, I still wanted her to know that I was okay. I wrote everything, from becoming a ninth circle archmage to my plans of opening a restaurant. He trembled, gritted his teeth, and said, but even though I had a way to send the letter, I soon gave up, because I thought there was no way to get a reply. Allison cried in anguish, tears streaming down his face as he spoke in a choked voice. But here, Mom replied to me, go ahead and open that restaurant. You've become an archmage, have you? If you open a restaurant, remember to invite me, okay? I love you, Allison cried, blaming himself. How? How could I have been so foolish? He blamed himself immensely. After I obtained the dragon's heart and could use summoning magic, why didn't I think of retrieving this letter? His broken voice echoed endlessly. Why didn't I try to send more letters? If I had, maybe I wouldn't be regretting it this much. Rurine slowly embraced him and comforted him. The next morning at Allison's restaurant, customers were flocking in. After finishing their meals, the guests were all happy and full of praise. This is delicious. Another plate, please. Minten laughed and looked at Lin, saying, that's great. That dish is delicious. Lin replied, the fire was too strong, so I thought of a way to avoid burning it. Then I saw this pot, Lin said. I thought, why not render the fat from the demon boar's belly and turn it into a dish? Serena looked at the result before them and cackled. It's all thanks to my firepower. Elena also said cheerfully. I helped a little too. Suddenly, Minten spoke thoughtfully. Now we don't have to worry about customers anymore. We just have to wait for the manager to come back. The next morning, in the real world, under the trees rustling in the gentle breeze, Rurine sat quietly beside Allison. She just watched him silently as a way of quiet comfort. Finally, Rurine gently picked a leaf from his head and spoke. You should eat something. For your health. Allison suddenly cut her off, saying, I'm sorry, Rurine. I told you earlier, Allison said, if you say you don't want to stay here, I won't go back to that world with you. His words made Rurine's eyes widen in astonishment. Allison's voice trembled as he said, it's been 15 years. My mother only had me. No matter what you say, I'm staying here. He said sorrowfully, I have nothing left now. Rurine took his arm and asked, is that what you think? She asked seriously, do you really think you have nothing left? Rurine gently rubbed Allison's hand and said, when you were on that thing you called a ship, you asked me how I would feel if this place became our new home. She warmed his hands with hers and slowly spoke. I had no intention of refusing your offer. Besides, leaving you here and going back alone, that's completely impossible. Rurine said warmly, if you want, I'll stay here with you forever. Suddenly, she thought of something and spoke up, but Rurine paused for a moment, then slowly asked, what about the people at the restaurant? At that moment, in the other world, in the home of Count Greg Deeran's family, Greg asked in astonishment, really? That mage isn't at the restaurant? The subordinate nodded and replied, yes, I only saw the others. Luna Gray was frantic. Why now? Leiden Gray suddenly spoke up. How can I not express my gratitude to him? Someone, prepare at once. I must visit that restaurant in the Dwarven territory. The red-haired man banged on the door and asked, Goza, have you heard? He said hurriedly, Allison has suddenly disappeared. Contrary to his worried expression, Goza calmly said, you're worrying too much. What we need to be concerned about is the construction deadline and the quality of the nest, only those two things. The red-haired man awkwardly admitted his mistake. I'm sorry, I'll get back to work right away. After the man left the room, Goza gently looked up at the ceiling and wondered to himself, Allison isn't the type to abandon us, don't you think so, Darren? Back in the real world, Rurine stood up and said, everyone is waiting for you. Humans, dwarves, elves, even dragons might be knocking on the restaurant's door. She retorted, you have nothing left? What you said is so meaningless. Rurine gently asked, aren't 15 years there enough of a reason for you to go back? After hearing this, Allison was silent for a while before replying. The things I wrote in the letter, he asked weakly. Do you think Mom believed them? Rurine smiled and answered, of course. I've never seen any parents who would doubt their own child. She eagerly pulled him to his feet and said, let's go back to the place where we belong. At that moment, on a wide street bustling with people, Mrs. Dong Hua's neighbor was thinking worriedly. It's been 2 days since then, but there's still no sign of him. Maybe I was too harsh? She angrily said to herself. No way. Dong Hua went through so much, and he wrote such nonsense like becoming a ninth circle archmage. In that letter, it's unforgivable. Suddenly, a voice called out, excuse me. Allison suddenly appeared, and with a smile, handed her a pouch of money, saying, please take this. She took it in alarm and asked, where did you come from? What's with these clothes? Allison replied, I was recharging my mana to summon this. The mana here is so scarce, so it took a while. She sighed and said, mana? You still haven't given up that weird act? But when she looked inside the pouch, it was full of gold. Allison spoke up, it's not much. I hope you'll accept it. She let out a bewildered, huh. Allison created a spatial portal and said, we're going back to the restaurant. There are people waiting for me. He stepped into the portal and disappeared before her eyes, only his voice echoing back. Thank you for taking care of my mother's grave. The scene before her left the woman completely stunned. She suddenly remembered the time she was taking care of Allison's mother. She had asked with concern, Dong Hua, are you feeling better? She replied weakly, a little better. Suddenly, she spoke up, there's a restaurant I really want to go to. The woman asked excitedly, really? I'm so happy you want to eat. She asked enthusiastically, where is this restaurant? The mother smiled and replied, it's very far away, but it should be open now. She imagined the place and said, the restaurant of a ninth circle archmage. At that moment, she collapsed to the ground in fear and said, is it true? The people around were just as startled. Suddenly, someone asked, what's going on? When she saw the remnants of the spatial magic, she slowly uttered, it's true. Only then did she truly believe those words. He really is a ninth circle archmage. In a distant, mountainous region, a gentle whoosh could suddenly be heard. An emotional voice spoke up, it feels like lifetimes ago. Allison looked at the majestic mountains before him and said, this place is too far from the restaurant. Where are we? Hearing that, Rurine immediately opened a teleportation gate and said, I can take us back to the restaurant. But Allison raised a hand to stop her. Wait. Suddenly, Allison created a massive spatial portal. Rurine touched it in amazement, her voice filled with shock as she exclaimed, huh, it's just like spatial magic. As soon as Rurine stepped through, she angrily demanded, you have to teach me. Allison replied bluntly, huh. You said you didn't want to learn. She immediately retorted, that's because all the other dragons know how. After stepping through the spatial portal, Allison let out a helpless chuckle and said, by the way, the regulars at the restaurant must be pretty upset, huh? The workers at the farm must be shocked too. I've been gone for days without any notice. Rurine turned and replied, I doubt there will be many people at the restaurant, but the noisy commotion ahead surprised her. She let out a puzzled, huh? At the giant statue in front of the restaurant, people had suddenly gathered and were talking. They were all chattering excitedly. The statue in Allison's likeness made everyone exclaim in surprise, it's amazing, a hero's statue. Witnessing this scene, Allison asked blankly, we didn't come to the wrong place, did we? Rurine was just as stunned as he was. What is this? Inside the restaurant, Lynn was emotionally telling a story. Everyone, do you know who it was that saved Lord Deer and Greg? That's right. Lynn burst into tears and shouted with pride. It was the owner of this very restaurant, Mr. Allison. The customers below were also moved to tears by the story. Oh, what a respectable person. Unbelievable. Taking this opportunity, Lynn presented the dish before them and promoted it. And this is the very dish that cured the night all those years ago. Why don't you all try a bite to regain your health? Immediately, everyone was eager to try it. Me, I want to eat that first. I have money right here. At that exact moment, Allison suddenly walked in and stared intently at Lynn, sending a chill down his spine. Seeing him, Lynn fell to the floor in fear and yelled, "Mr. Allison." Allison commanded in a cold voice, "Explain. Explain this to me right now." Suddenly, a voice spoke up. It was I who suggested this. A moment later, Allison was sitting at a table, trying the special dish. However, Lynn looked utterly miserable. As Allison savored the food, he thought to himself, but simply putting meat in boiling water isn't enough to make it delicious. Perhaps this suits him more than working on the farm. After finishing his meal, he slowly stood up and admitted fault. "Ah, I was wrong this time, so I won't blame you." Allison walked out and pointed at the statue outside and asked helplessly, "But what in the world is that statue?" Lyden Gregg replied excitedly, "Ah, that's a statue erected to honor your achievements. Don't worry, the Knight's Castle will take care of it." His excited demeanor made Allison ask blankly, "No, I'm not worried about that. What achievements are you talking about?" But the man just laughed and said, "You're too modest." Lyden Gregg gently recounted, "Long ago, I heard stories of a legendary warrior from the Dragon War. A powerful figure appeared in his mind, making him say emotionally he didn't listen to his superior's orders. Instead, he ran everywhere helping people. He was a skilled mage, but the worst soldier." His next words made Allison freeze on the spot. "From what I heard, his name was Allison." Lyden Gregg looked at him and asked, "Although this is a story not many people know, what if I told you that the city of Gregg was one of the villages you saved? Would you believe me?" He recalled that day and recounted, the day Diran rampaged and stormed the castle. Lyden Gregg said confidently, "The moment you entered my room, I guessed your identity." Hearing this, Allison could only sigh and admit, "I didn't think you were conscious at the time." The man's eyes suddenly filled with sorrow as he said, "You saved my city and my family. I will do anything to help you. Therefore, I will use all my strength to support you." Allison. After finishing his story, he asked, "Do you understand now?" Hearing this, Allison let out a soft, small laugh. Then, he coldly used magic to attack the statue and said nonchalantly, "No, I don't understand." In an instant, the heroic statue was completely destroyed. After destroying it, Allison spoke in a quiet voice, "I don't want people to bring up other matters when they judge my restaurant." This time, it was Lydia Gregg's turn to be silent and speechless. He chuckled awkwardly a few times, whispered, and then said, "All right, the statue was a bit over the top, wasn't it? Haha, I went a bit too far?" Allison, with a dark expression, looked at him and asked, "Can you also handle the rumor about my food being able to cure illnesses?" Lyden Gregg replied in confusion, "Of course, I will explain the truth to everyone." Early the next morning, another beautiful day began at a certain academy, when suddenly there was a collision between two female students. The two girls awkwardly picked up their books and apologized. "I'm sorry, I didn't see you there," said the girl who was bumped into. The other one used magic to pick up the books, helping the brown-haired girl, and asked with concern, "It's all right, are you hurt?" Marin looked at the book and exclaimed, "Oh, are you studying magic? Good luck with that, but be careful when using it indoors, okay?" The brown-haired girl shyly took the book and said, "Thank you." After Madrin left, the brown-haired girl blushed and exclaimed, "Madrin, talk to me." The blonde girl beside her laughed excitedly and said, "She's so amazing. Did you see the speed of her magic? I didn't even notice it at all." The two girls continued to discuss enthusiastically. "The rumors about her are all made up, right? I don't believe them." At this moment, Madrin hadn't gone far, and when she heard those words, she flinched. The other girl continued, "There's no way Madrin could be kidnapped, tied up, and left crying. Who would spread such ridiculous rumors?" Those words made Madrin tremble. She was touched, silently admitting, "That's right. I wish those things were just rumors," Madrin thought as she walked away. "Once I find the one who did this." Suddenly, as she approached a room, she stopped in her tracks, startled. Madrin looked inside gloomily and whispered, "There's someone inside." Her eyes darkened as she thought wearily. "Only Duke Tamarin is allowed to enter my room without permission, but the Duke is not home right now." The demonic figure of Rurine suddenly appeared in her mind, so it must be. Just as she stepped inside, Leon Harris, who was sitting inside, spoke cheerfully, "Madrin, you're finally here," she suddenly screamed. I'll go with you," Madrin cried and begged. "So please, don't tie me up and drag me away again this time. The rumor about it has already spread all over the city. Please be a little gentle this time, okay?" Hearing this, Leon Harris looked at her blankly, holding his teacup. He asked in alarm, his voice trembling slightly. Madrin, what are you talking about? When she saw that the person inside was Leon Harris, Madrin felt a little embarrassed about her earlier actions. A moment later, the two of them sat down calmly to talk. Madrin had to be the one to break the awkward silence. Crime in the city of Dutran is on the rise, and it will surely affect the neighboring cities, she continued. Manpower has been dispatched to handle the situation, but there have been quite a few problems. Leon Harris hummed in response. It's good that you're aware, he said, looking at her flushed face and asking, then why don't you lift your head? I can't hear a word you're saying. Madrin, with her head down, asked, why didn't you say you were coming to visit? Leon Harris promised, I won't tell anyone. Suddenly, he asked seriously, the city of Dufran is currently in a critical state. Isn't that right? How many of the dispatched people have died? Madrin finally lifted her head and replied, 3 people, Leon Harris asked in surprise, in such a short time, so no one else wants to go? Hearing that, she nominated herself, can I go instead? Leon Harris refused, replying, no. If a stubborn person like you goes, they will just run away. He suddenly took a vial of potion from his coat and said, then we won't be able to find out who created this poison. Madrin lowered her head again and spoke, but we also don't have much manpower to dispatch to the city of Dutran in this situation. Suddenly, Leon Harris gave a strange smile and said, however, there is one person. The image of that person appeared in his mind as he spoke. Although he looks like an ordinary person on the outside, he's actually a monster. As he said this, Madrin realized who he was talking about. You're talking about. That morning at Allison's restaurant, a voice called out, get ready to hit the road. Allison happily brought out the food and said, after so long, I finally get to eat a proper meal. Allison carefully sliced the meat. Each delicious and juicy piece of meat was laid out. Then he meticulously chopped the vegetables. Once done, he carefully arranged the dish to be visually appealing. After making 8 fragrant plates of fried rice, he smiled with satisfaction and said, gooba fried rice is here. Allison slowly handed them to Rurine. Rurine, take this out to the customers, he said. She nodded with a, in reply right after. Rurine quickly brought out a bowl of plain white rice for the customer. Serena looked at the empty bowl of rice and asked in bewilderment, where's the meat? Rurine, while chewing, casually replied, this is all the bowl of rice has. Serena was so furious that her whole body trembled. The angry Serena lunged forward, wanting to throw a punch at Rurine, shouting, are you trying to trick me? Rurine immediately retorted, just eat it, you talk too much. While those two were arguing fiercely, Greg was happily enjoying her meal at this restaurant. This is really delicious. She turned to Allison with delight and asked, so, has Deeren come here by himself many times? While cleaning the table, he nodded and replied, you could say he is a regular customer of ours. Hearing this, Greg said shyly, actually, I don't want to make a big deal out of this. Allison gently reassured her. You don't need to mention that every time you come here, ma'am. The king has already explained everything. Just then, someone suddenly walked in and asked, do you have dessert here? Allison immediately replied, yes, we do. The person walked to a table, sat down and ordered, hey, give me 2 more portions of this. Allison sighed and replied, yes, please wait a moment. A while later, after making 2 bowls of fried rice, Allison carefully brought them out, placed them in front of them, and said, here are 2 portions of gooba fried rice. Leon Harris quickly scooped up a spoonful of rice and brought it to his mouth, saying, let's see. As soon as the grain of rice entered his mouth, the rich flavor spread throughout his body, leaving him stunned and exclaiming, this is surprising. Madrin, sitting next to him, laughed and replied, isn't it? It's absolutely delicious. Suddenly, Allison casually leaned down and asked, why are you so surprised? You're not one to be easily surprised. Leon Harris frowned and said, you've recognized me already, but I was in disguise. His quick perception made even Madrin exclaim in admiration. There's truly no getting past Allison. The two of them were none other than the master of disguise, Crown Prince Leon Harris, and the mysterious archmage Madrin. Allison shouted in frustration, what kind of disguise is this? Leon Harris pointed to Greg, who was engrossed in enjoying her meal, constantly murmuring in delight. So delicious. Truly delicious? He raised an eyebrow and asked. But that lady over there doesn't seem to have noticed. Allison, uninterested, asked curiously, by the way, what's going on? Why did you have to disguise yourself so thoroughly? Leon Harris scooped up a spoonful of rice and slowly replied, first, I wanted to try the delicious food here. Second, he suddenly took a vial of potion from his coat pocket and asked, do you know what this is? Edison asked back, puzzled, what is it? Leon Harris's face suddenly turned serious as he said, poison. This is a type of poison that can destroy the human brain. He revealed a piece of news that left him utterly shocked. It was the very poison that had left Count Leon Gregg bedridden for many years. After that, Leon Harris quietly put the vial away, continued to chew, and then slowly spoke. This poison is spreading throughout the empire. It's a miracle that the Count woke up, but we can't hope that everyone will be so lucky, Leon Harris said slowly. Moreover, It's very difficult to find evidence because this stuff leaves no trace on the victim. Suddenly, two robbers burst in, shouting, "Freeze!" They authoritatively ordered, "Hand over all your money and food." Seeing the two of them, Bernard Gregg screamed in terror. "Robbers? Oh no!" They raised their swords, their cold eyes issuing a threat. "If you don't want to die, then listen obediently." "You think we're kidding?" The two of them were the robber duo, Milan and Voy, seeing the crowd standing still, with no one moving. They laughed loudly and jeered. "Looks like they're too scared to move," Milan and Voy shouted. "You've been warned. Don't mess with us." At that moment, Madrid, radiating a murderous aura, slammed the table and stood up. In just a moment, they were beaten to a pulp. Milan and Voy groaned in pain endlessly, their bodies bruised, their heads planted upside down on the ground. Madrid slowly spoke. "So, you're from the city of Ditron." She sat on Milan, her foot pressing down on his head. Voy said, "Tremble in fear." They screamed in terror. "We're sorry." Only then did the two of them panic, their trembling voices begging, "Please spare us, Archmage." Their weak words made. Madrid laughed excitedly, saying, "That's right. I am the Archmage. So you know who I am?" She laughed loudly. Her assertive voice declared, "I am the only 7th level Archmage in the Empire." Her grand demeanor made Leon Harris explain awkwardly, "Madrid has been under a lot of stress lately. Please understand." Allison, holding the vial of poison, asked, "So the reason you came to me? You want to assign me a mission?" "To investigate the origin of this poison in the city of Ditran, right?" Leon Harris spoke up, reminding him, "No matter how we interrogate Count Dethrin, he won't confess. And all the commanders sent there have died. So the security in the city of Dethrin is currently terrible," he said in a firm tone. "This is definitely the work of the same group, and they're expanding into Gregg City, while Madrin couldn't care less about the two of them. Instead, she was happily toying with the bandits, asking with a teasing smile, 'Who am I?' They immediately replied, 'The Grand Mage, ma'am.'" A moment later, Allison frowned and asked wonderingly, "Why assign such an important mission to a mere restaurant owner?" Leon Harris smiled meaningfully and replied, "Just recently, the Dethrin estate was destroyed. I wonder who would use magic so foolishly." He glanced at him and said, "And I wonder if you feel any responsibility for the current situation that is getting out of control?" Hearing this, Allison curiously asked, "Who told you that?" Leon Harris casually replied, "I can't say. It must be kept top secret." He suddenly mentioned Madrin. "Only a 7th grade mage of the Empire could tell you this." Madrin, startled, hitched up her skirt and ran over, calling out, "Your Highness." Leon Harris laughed and said, "Then I'll leave it to you. Just tell me what you need." Allison gritted his teeth and endured. "This time, I will follow your plan. Meet me later, Madrin." That night, the atmosphere in the outskirts of Ditran City was eerily silent. The people were suffering, huddled by fires to keep warm in the cold night outside their tents. Their faces were etched with exhaustion and despair, while bandits rampaged freely, smashing houses at their leisure. Seeing this, Allison murmured, "This problem is more serious than I thought." Rurine looked at him quizzically and asked, "Why are we here?" Allison scratched his head and replied, "To catch the person who created the poison used on the Count." Rurine frowned and asked further, "Is that why this city has turned into such a mess?" He looked at the surrounding ruins and slowly answered, "Perhaps. I heard all the commanders here died from poisoning." He began to think carefully, "What should I do? If I try to catch them all at once, they might escape, but I can't just ask someone for help." Suddenly, an idea flashed in Allison's mind. He called out, "Rurine." Rurine looked at him blankly and said, "Huh?" Allison slowly said, "I have a plan." She looked at him curiously, tilting her head and asking, "What is it?" He said, a bit embarrassed, "But it might make you uncomfortable." Rurine laughed, her eyes confident, and said, "You worry too much. I've already told you." Rurine smiled happily and said, "I'll do anything for you." Allison, moved, said, "Rin." She asked curiously, "So, what's the plan?" A while later, just as planned, Rin was successfully captured and locked up. Earlier, Allison had whispered the plan to her, and now, inside the prison, Rurine stared wide-eyed at her captor and asked, "You?" He sneered, his eyes full of contempt, and ordered, "Follow me quietly, prisoner." The other inmates in the cell with Rurine saw her, and their two eyes lit up as they said, "Hey, there's a girl in here today." The big guy in the middle quietly asked, "Whose birthday is it today?" The one with the long jaw suddenly spoke up, "Hey, Rurine, do you want to know what happened to the first girl who came into this cell? I'll show you." Rurine said contemptuously, "This place is disgusting. This prison doesn't even separate men and women." Suddenly, sharp claws emerged from her hands. A cold voice spoke, "I wasn't told I had to endure this. After this, you'll all be part of the story that spreads to the next cell. I will eliminate every prisoner in here." The terrified captor tried to calm her down. "Calm down," he sighed and said, "Lean against the wall." Right after that, as he opened the cell door, a grand voice rang out, "The steward has arrived." Upon seeing Rurine, panicked voice cried out, "Damn it, there's a female prisoner in here." The steward slowly approached and asked, "Is this the place?" He stepped inside, looked into the cell, and said, "They said there's new merchandise today." This man was the steward of Detron City, Ricardo. The captor pointed at Rurine and said, "It's this prisoner." She was arrested for assaulting a passerby. Rurine angrily gripped the iron bars and cursed, "So, you're the bandits." An interested voice went, "Oh." Ricardo looked at her with shining eyes and said, "That's right. She's a bit defiant, but that's her charm. Take her out and separate her from the others." He said, "Rurine and the others might treat her badly. It's a waste to leave her here." Suddenly, a maidservant approached and called out, "Sir Steward." Ricardo asked, puzzled, "What is it?" The servant came closer and whispered in his ear. After hearing it, he exclaimed in alarm, "Again, tell them I'm on my way." That evening, as night completely fell upon the citadel, Ricardo walked while muttering angrily to himself, "Damn it, don't these bastards ever learn?" Despite this, he maintained a smiling face on the outside, but inside, he was cursing endlessly. After 3 people have come and gone, they should understand, right? Ricardo slowly opened the door and entered the room, where someone was waiting for him. He maintained a calm expression, smiled benignly, and said, "My apologies for keeping you waiting. I am the steward here." Pausing for a moment, he hesitated. "I heard you came from the royal palace." Suddenly, the person cut him off. "Oh, so you're the steward?" It was Allison, disguised as Revoke, who smiled and introduced himself. "A pleasure to meet you. I am Count Revoke. Starting today, I will be in charge of managing Detron City." After hearing Revoke's introduction, Ricardo bowed obsequiously, his voice full of apology. "My apologies for being late. I was busy dealing with the prisoners." Revoke took out a notice and handed it to Ricardo. As he read it, he began to speak. "A very strange thing has happened in the Lord's castle. This is a rather chaotic time, so I hope for your understanding." Revoke smiled and said, "I've already heard about it." Ricardo stared intently at the notice. Upon seeing the familiar red seal, Ricardo said suspiciously, "This is the royal seal." Revoke asked, "Do you think it's a fake?" He slowly folded the paper and replied, "No, but we thought it would arrive sooner than expected." His eyes suddenly turned cold. Ricardo said with a hidden meaning, "Unfortunately, for unknown reasons, 3 of the dispatched officials have passed away." He slowly handed the paper back to Revoke, the corner of his lip curling into a sneer. "I thought the nobles would stay away from this place, but it seems that's not the case." He chuckled, took it back, and casually retorted, "Are you trying to say that I should be careful not to become the 4th? Ricardo smiled, his voice uneasy, and replied, "You have a good sense of humor, my lord. How could I dare to think something so disrespectful?" Revoke suddenly gave a devilish smile and repeated Ricardo's words. "Disrespectful, you say?" He nonchalantly tore the notice to shreds right in front of Ricardo, then gently said, "This." That action left him completely dumbfounded. Speechless, Revoke continued casually, "Is what you call disrespectful?" Ricardo was terrified. He asked in a panic, "What are you doing? How dare you tear a letter from His Majesty?" Revoke calmly scratched his nose and replied, "The content is so obvious that there's nothing interesting about it anymore." He silently refuted Ricardo's words in his mind. It was written by the Crown Prince. Revoke brazenly propped his feet up on the table. His gaze swept over the shredded paper as he said, "It's just about protecting security and caring for the people, and eliminating corruption in Detron City. I can read it in a flash, but I don't care about that." He rested his head on his hand, the corner of his mouth twisting into a meaningful smile as he spoke in a threatening tone. "I want to make this place more interesting. I don't think you'd want to see new officials being constantly replaced, would you?" Revoke raised 3 fingers and asked, "Aren't there areas where we share common interests?" He slowly said, "I also heard many rumors before coming here." Hearing that, Ricardo's expression relaxed, but he still watched him warily. Meanwhile, at the prison, the captor entered and called out, "You, come out." Rurine looked up, her face bored. She asked, "You suddenly moved me into this cell. Now where are you taking me?" He replied coldly, "You don't need to know." Rurine muttered angrily to herself, "If it weren't for Allison's request, they would have been dead long ago." Before she was imprisoned, Allison had instructed her that the city's criminals would know the source of that poison. So, just endure being imprisoned for a bit. Just then a savage laugh rang out. "You have to go already?" The male prisoners inside the iron cage jeered. "Let me tell you, you'll soon be crying and missing this place, because this place is like heaven compared to where you're going," he said excitedly. "If I were you, I'd bite my tongue and die right now." The captor angrily yelled, "Shut up." After that guy shut his mouth, Rurine was led away. At that moment, Ricardo slowly approached, his eyes following Rurine. He couldn't help but think, "What should I do? Count Revoke seems different from the meek ones before." He suddenly took something out of his pocket. Then he silently and carefully considered, "I can't just keep killing all the officials who are sent here. And unlike before, I like the fact that he's a count. Ricardo looked at the vial of poison in his hand, an excited feeling stirring within him. It might be worth the risk to see if he really has guts or is just trying to act tough because he doesn't want to die. In the quiet night, after observing Ricardo, Rivok frowned and thought, he's not reacting at all. He quietly looked at the vial of poison in his hand and whispered to himself, people rarely make this kind of poison themselves, so they must have connections to the underworld. I've acted like a corrupt official, but I'm trying to show that I understand. Is it okay to be completely in the dark? Rivok slowly put the vial away, muttering to himself, if I suddenly bring up the poison, he'll definitely play dumb. The only hope now is that something happens on Rurine's end. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. The person outside asked, may I come in for a moment, Count Rivok? He answered, come in. A maid, holding a tray with tea, entered and said, I have prepared tea for you, sir. The butler sent me. Rivok hummed an acknowledgement and replied, thank you. You can just leave it there. But the maid spoke up again, my apologies, but her sharp eyes met his as she said, the butler requires that I only leave after confirming you have taken a sip of tea. The maid said in a cold tone, he calls it a sign of trust. Hearing that, Rivok's expression immediately darkened. He thought to himself, look at this. Unbelievable. He's brazenly poisoning an official. He wants me to trust this cup of tea if I want to work with him. Rivok watched the maid approach with the teacup, his mind racing. If I use my position as a count to refuse, the butler will never reveal his true intentions again. He gently picked up the teacup and thought, if there's poison in the tea, I'll drop the act and use this to threaten him. If there's no poison, I'll have to continue playing the role of Count Rivok. He nonchalantly raised the teacup. Without hesitation, he downed the entire cup in one go, saying, all right. He calmly thought, whatever happens, happens. After finishing, a look of bewilderment appeared on his face. Rivok said in alarm, this tea. His eyes lit up as he exclaimed, it's delicious. It must be a very high-grade blend. The maid smiled and replied, I knew you would like it. He stared thoughtfully at the teacup. There was no poison in the tea. So, did I pass the test? The maid walked to the door, paused, then turned to him with a smile and spoke. There is one more thing. He asked me to present you with this gift, now that you have passed his test of trust. He said this is a symbol of his sincerity for you, Count Rivok. Upon seeing the gift, Rivok's pupils contracted and his eyes flew wide open. He sighed, resting his head on his hand, thinking, this is more complicated than I thought. Rivok looked at the woman the maid presented as a gift, an involuntary sense of exhaustion washing over him as he said, I can't believe they have slaves. The maid slowly turned, walked out of the room, and said, I hope you will find it to your comfort. Rivok stepped forward to observe the female slave. She looked dazed, as if hypnotized. He called out softly, hey, but when she didn't respond, he asked, can you hear what I'm saying? Suddenly, she pushed him down and then brazenly sat on top of him. Meanwhile, in a dreadful place, a cold voice spoke up, all right, so you're trying to say, the man sitting in the main chair asked indifferently. You broke into an empty house, and then some woman appeared out of nowhere and started a fight with you? He looked at their swollen faces and asked, why do your faces look like this? The two thugs, Milan and Voy, answered in pain, she's incredibly strong. That's right, she's not like a normal person. The man spoke coolly. I already told you. I said you should lay low because I just killed those officials. If you can't keep yourselves from fighting, then at least don't get caught. You should have done at least one of those two things. He slowly called out, this won't do, Vernito. The man beside him replied, yes, sir. He coldly ordered, take them to the training room. Hearing this, they begged in terror. Please spare us. We won't cause any more trouble. Please give us one last chance. Their anguished voices echoed endlessly. Manager Redden. That ruthless man was the human trafficking manager, Rurine of Deadland City. He asked indifferently, why do they keep asking for one last chance? The fact that you're still alive is your last chance. At that moment, Vernito spoke up, announcing, and Ricardo wants another slave. Ryden's face darkened, a dangerous glint in his eyes as he asked, doesn't that guy ever get tired? He should know his place. A thought flashed through Ryden's mind. It will be dangerous if we attract more attention. Should I deal with him? He suddenly remembered something and asked, wait a minute. Didn't Ricardo say he was sending a female prisoner here today? Veneto replied as he hauled the two thugs up. That's right, I heard she was charged with assault. Ryden's eyes suddenly lit up. His low voice murmured, if it's assault, she might be the one who defeated my lackeys. He immediately asked, is she in the sorting room? At that very moment, Rurine was being led in by his subordinates. Following her were countless other slaves, all of them walking with exhausted steps. Their eyes were vacant. The controller sat calmly in his chair and casually read from a list. 3 for the training room, 2 for the nobles, 5 for the black market auction. After finishing the first batch, he ordered, next. Rurine looked at the crowd before her with annoyance, thinking, this is quite a surprise. Even though I don't fully understand the ways of humans, I know that the slave system is illegal throughout the empire. She subtly raised her eyes to observe the place. A storm brewed within her. I never expected them to have such a large-scale trafficking operation. Rurine quietly considered, I'm not sure if they're the ones who created the poison, but perhaps I should inform him about this. I know how to connect to Allison's room. Rurine carefully observed her surroundings, then opened a small spatial portal to send a message. She leaned close to the portal and called in a low voice, Allison, can you hear me? This is bigger than we thought. But the scene that met her eyes made her gasp. Huh! The sight of Allison, looking exhausted as he tied up the female slave, caused Rurine to misunderstand. Allison quickly tried to explain, it's a misunderstanding. Furious, Rurine radiated a murderous aura and asked, a misunderstanding about what? Just then, the female slave spoke, adding fuel to the fire, Master, please give me your order. Allison replied in a panic, whatever you're thinking, it's a misunderstanding. Immediately, Rurine's rage shattered the chains on her hands. In a cold voice, she asked, and what do you think I'm thinking? Allison shouted, feeling wronged, it really is a misunderstanding. She was like this from the beginning, I didn't do it, he said resentfully. If we keep talking like this, don't you think we'll be discovered? It was hard enough to get in here. Rurine gritted her teeth and said, go find out what the training room is, we'll talk about this later. Before closing the spatial portal, Rurine gave a cold warning. You had better prepare yourself. At that moment, a guard outside sensed a surge of magical power and was bewildered. What was that? He immediately rushed in to check. Hey, what are you doing? Rurine calmly turned her head and replied, nothing. She angrily crushed her manacles. The manacles broke. Get me a new pair. Just then, two people above were watching Rurine's actions. Is that her? Yes. Below, the guard stared blankly at the shattered pieces of the cuffs and asked, how did you break them? Rurine replied nonchalantly, because you used shoddy goods, of course. The two men above spoke cautiously. The brown-haired man asked, should we interrogate her? Rurine replied, of course not. Tell the ones in charge of her not to provoke her. Rurine said coldly, she is not human. The brown-haired man asked in alarm, what? He looked at Rurine with a pensive gaze and said, I don't know what her purpose is, but she is an incomprehensible existence. If we provoke her, all of our efforts will be for nothing. Handle things here first. I need to meet with that person. The next morning, a fresh day arrived. Ricardo cheerfully called out, good morning, as he entered the room. He looked at Rivok with an expectant gaze and asked, did you receive my token of sincerity? Rivok, though furious, still managed to smile and replied, I am very satisfied. I felt uneasy, as if I was being tested, but I have forgotten all about it. Inwardly, he reminded himself, don't laugh. I was misunderstood because of you. Ricardo chuckled awkwardly and said, I apologize about the tea, but it would have been too risky to simply cooperate with you. Rivok replied politely, I told you, I've already forgotten about it. He glanced at the female slave lying on the bed and said slowly, but I will have to keep the girl for a few more days. I'm quite fond of her. Ricardo replied indifferently, as you wish. Rivok took a sip of tea and said, by the way, this isn't the first time I've seen a slave, but there seems to be something different about her, he said with a confident tone. She seems rather strange. Ricardo laughed and replied, you must have noticed. That's what makes the goods from Detron City different. He thought of the other slaves and shouted excitedly, a slave who obeys completely due to being brainwashed. We don't need to worry about them escaping or rebelling, so we can handle them without any concern. They will follow any command you give. The more Ricardo spoke, the more excited he became. Who in their right mind would refuse this? Hearing this, Rivok's expression darkened completely. It was truly difficult to hear. He looked at him with eyes full of disgust, cursing inwardly. He's rotten to the core. Forget about finding the source of the poison. Should I just destroy the slave market right now? Rivok quietly reassured himself. I have to be patient for just a little while longer. If we don't uproot it completely, it'll be no different from when we destroyed the city of Detron. He suddenly gave a meaningful smile and asked, so, you want to expand this slave market, don't you? Rivok didn't wait for his answer and continued, high-quality goods and my status as a count. You want to combine these two things to create a trade route with influential nobles in the empire, right? Having been hit right on the mark, Ricardo awkwardly scratched his face, chuckled a few times, and replied, I was right to cooperate with you. Suddenly, Rivok put down his teacup and said in a low voice, but before that, I want to confirm a few things with you. He looked directly at Ricardo and asked, are those slaves related to a place called the Cultivation Room? Upon hearing him mention the Cultivation Room, Ricardo was utterly shocked, his face turning pale. He exclaimed in astonishment, how do you know about that? Rivok calmly replied, I told you. I've heard some rumors about the city of Detron. He scratched his head lightly and reminded him, nobles are inherently very cautious. I need a clear confirmation and an introduction to the distribution process. If you don't dare, then you don't have to show me. The trade route will just have to be delayed for a while. Ricardo suddenly burst out laughing and said, no. He gave a sinister smile and said, aren't we partners already? I see no reason why I can't show you that place. It's closer than you think. At this moment, the sound of footsteps echoed again in the spacious hallway. Rurine slowly walked towards a room. He knocked gently a few times. The person inside said, "Come in." Rurine slowly opened the door, entered, and said, "Excuse me, it seems there's a problem on my end that's a bit difficult to handle." The red-haired woman inside the room let out a surprised "Oh." How unexpected, especially from someone who doesn't even care about the official sent by the royal palace like you do. "What's the problem?" he said with a serious face. "There's a special creature among the slaves. Although I'm not entirely sure, as she's hiding her energy. I see a dragon, just like Lady Sydney." By now, Ricardo had led Rivik to see the place called the cultivation room. Entering the room, he slowly said, "This place is." Rivik's eyes briefly scanned the intricate magic circles on the ceiling. Ricardo confidently introduced it, the cultivation room that the city of Deathrun is proud of. Because the scent in here is a bit peculiar, the two of them put on face coverings. Ricardo gleefully watched the slaves engrossed in their work and said, "We make drugs by mixing various herbs and mushrooms, grown here. That's how we create goods that are loyal to their masters." Rivik frowned, looking at the magic circles above, and wondered, are those lights magic? How could I not have expected them to be right under this mansion so blatantly? He suddenly saw the slaves who had died from the toxic scent here and said with concern, "They don't look very well." Ricardo laughed and replied, "There are many poisonous herbs. We can't stay here for long either." Rivik stopped and slowly spoke up. "So, these ingredients." His eyes lit up as he asked excitedly, "Can they create a poison that leaves no trace?" Ricardo looked at him as if seeing a kindred spirit. He smiled and asked, "Are you interested in a different kind of product?" Ricardo slowly put his hand in his pocket, about to take something out, saying, "I was planning to show you this." Suddenly, a voice called out, "Butler Ricardo." Rurine walked over. His sharp, cold gaze stared at the two of them. He glanced indifferently at Ricardo and asked, "What are you doing here?" Upon seeing Rurine, Ricardo excitedly called out, "Lord Rurine, I apologize for the late introduction. This is Count Rivik, who will be joining us." He continued enthusiastically, "Don't be offended, but the top nobles of the Empire will finally—" Suddenly, a sword swiped across his neck. Rurine angrily retracted his blood-stained sword, his cold voice ringing out. How could you be so foolish?" Rurine continued in frustration, revealing all this to an official who just arrived. Rivik, standing beside them, was utterly horrified to see Ricardo's head fly off. Next, the magic circle on the ceiling suddenly burst into flames. Rurine stood there imposingly and said, "My apologies. I'm not sure if you're really on our side," he said coldly, "but it's better to deal with you first." Rivik calmly removed his face covering and retorted, "Don't worry, your suspicion is correct. The game of playing Count is over." Meanwhile, at the slave-holding area, everyone was diligently cleaning their living quarters. Inside her cell, Rurine muttered in frustration, "Too quiet." She frowned slightly, thinking to herself, "What did I hear about this place being shut down? Was that Allison?" Suddenly, a woman opened the door to Rurine's cell and walked in, saying, "So it's true. I thought Rurine was mistaken." Sydney looked at Rurine with amused eyes and said, "A dragon slave. Looks like I've hit the jackpot." Rurine, sitting in a corner, sighed and asked, "I never expected to meet a dragon in a place like this. My infiltration has been discovered. Who are you?" The woman laughed and replied, "You don't know me, but I know you very well." Sydney then revealed Rurine's identity. "Rurine, daughter of Vizin." She asked in astonishment, "How do you know my mother's name?" The woman burst out laughing and answered, "I don't just know her name." She looked at her covetously and said, "I even remember when she took her last breath." Sydney asked excitedly, "Do you want to hear about it?" Rurine's face darkened. She whispered softly, "It's a good thing Allison isn't here." She unleashed a powerful murderous aura and said, "He would try to convince me to give someone like you a chance." A powerful surge of energy erupted, instantly shattering the small cell. Rurine transformed into a black dragon and roared angrily, "I will tear you to pieces and leave only your mouth." She rushed forward to face Sydney and declared heroically, "Let's see if you can still talk then." Sydney was not to be outdone. She unleashed her own murderous aura and retorted, "Why don't you try?" "But I do know. Her mother had quite a mouth on her." Fearing Rurine wouldn't understand, Sydney added, "I mean your mother." Rurine angrily yelled, "Shut your mouth." Unable to hold back any longer, she immediately let out a roar and charged straight at Sydney without any hesitation. Rurine's immense power exploded, leaving a long gash on the ground. The terrified guard screamed incessantly. His face turned pale as he stammered in fear. Impossible. Before he could process it, Rurine charged at them. They were instantly terrified and turned to flee, shouting nonstop, "A dragon! Run!" But Sydney's mocking voice spoke up again. "Are you angry now?" Amidst the thick black smoke, a red dot faintly glowed. A cold and menacing voice echoed, "How insolent! A mere slave dares to run rampant in here." Suddenly, a blazing red stream of power appeared, striking straight towards Rurine. She quickly dodged, weaving through the billowing smoke. Sydney transformed into a giant red dragon, her blazing red eyes staring directly at Jurin as she asked, "Why are you wandering around here? You should have stayed in the city of Greg, playing house with that man you brought with you." Suddenly, she shouted excitedly, "If a fly gets into your house, you have to catch it, right? So why don't you just keep living like that?" Without a moment's hesitation, the two of them clashed fiercely. Jurin furiously roared, "Because your foul stench reached all the way here." Back in the cultivation room, a guard saw the fire and panicked, shouting, "Fire! Put out the fire!" "Wait," Rurine called out, "No need, let's go." He hesitated, "Lord Rurine." Just then, an ice magic formation appeared on Rivok's hand. With a light wave of his hand, the entire flame was frozen solid, turning into cold ice sculptures. Rivok said nonchalantly, "Let me put it out myself then. It would be a shame if it erased all the evidence." Rurine looked up at him and spoke, "Just as I thought, you're not an official." He lightly swung the sword in his hand, a sharp glint in his eyes as he spoke. "A mage, huh? I knew there was something strange about you." Rivok casually cleaned his ear and asked in a lazy tone, "Are you talking to me?" Suddenly, a sharp sword cut through the air toward Rivok but was blocked by a shield. He narrowed his eyes and mused, "That swordsmanship." Rurine retreated slightly, his gaze darkening as he said slowly, "Your shield is quite impressive." Rivok frowned and spoke in a cold tone. "When you launched that surprise attack on me, I recognized it from the second strike." He suddenly asked a question that made the man freeze. "That's the swordsmanship of the first-class Knight Order. You're from the Royal Palace, aren't you?" Rurine's eyes blazed with a look of fascination. He said with excitement in his voice, "You're getting more and more interesting. But also," he paused for a moment, then added, "too dangerous." As soon as he finished speaking, he drew his sword. The sharp steel blade struck down forcefully on the shield, creating a sharp, clanging sound. But Rivok just stood there nonchalantly and cast 3 magic formations. And yet, Rurine effortlessly dodged them all. He said confidently, "It's easy to avoid binding magic if you can see the flow of magic." Rivok, while drawing a magic formation, said casually, "Even Polinius knows how to do that." Rurine dashed through the thick smoke like the wind and retorted confidently, "And you can't use overly powerful magic because you want to preserve the evidence." Rivok waved his hand, and a stream of yellow magic appeared, striking straight at Rurine. He quickly jumped to dodge. Rurine sidestepped, then slowly spoke, "You are different from me." He suddenly swung his sword, slashing towards him without hesitation. In an instant, Rivok was enveloped by sharp sword slashes, but his shield remained solid. It blocked everything for him. He glanced at the slashes and thought to himself, "This is not the skill level of a first-class knight." Rurine seized the opportunity to advance, his voice firm, and the wider a defensive spell, the weaker it is. A thought flashed through his mind, especially if I concentrate the attack on a single point immediately. The flaming sword swung up, charging towards him like a tiger. The blade pierced through the shield, and in just an instant, it was covered in cracks. It was a sign that the defense was about to collapse. Yet amidst those cracks, Rivok stood calmly inside. He spoke in a calm, firm voice. "In theory, that's the right way to do it. So, you know how to kill a mage." Seeing that he was still unharmed, Rurine panicked, thinking, "His shield is completely undamaged." Suddenly, like a gust of wind, Rivok appeared right in front of him, preparing a magic spell and speaking coldly. But this is where it ends. He unleashed a powerful punch straight at Rurine, and a terrifying destructive force exploded. It created a violent tremor, forcing Rurine back. He painfully got to his feet and said, "You're strong." Rivok, confused, walked closer and asked, "Getting up already? You're tougher than I thought, even though I didn't intend to kill you." Suddenly, the sight before him made him freeze. His eyes widened in utter astonishment. Amidst the thick cloud of smoke and dust, Rurine had somehow managed to get back on his feet, standing tall. Rivok asked, his voice filled with suspicion, "What are you? That body of yours?" That morning, at Allison's restaurant, a man stood outside the restaurant on the phone. "Ah no, my lord, I have arrived." Darien Ober stepped inside, holding a scroll in his hand. He said, "Just as you requested." Leon Harris, sitting casually at the dining table, replied, "I suppose you've already figured out his true identity." "Since I've been here for a few days, I was bound to be discovered." Berna Gregg, sitting beside him, was terrified, her trembling voice asking, "Why? Why? Why is your highness here?" He smiled faintly, turned to her, and said, "Countess, as I have already explained, I did not come here to arrest you, so you are free to go." "I know you were not conspiring with Count Detran." Berna Gregg replied emotionally, "Thank you for your mercy." She immediately fled. As she ran, she called out with reverence, "Long live the Crown Prince." Meanwhile, Darien Ober slowly approached. He casually sat down and asked, "Is the restaurant still open even though Allison isn't here?" Leon Harris replied, "There's a farm manager who's quite a good cook. The boiled gooba, right? It's delicious." He glanced at him and hesitantly asked, "So, what about Detran?" Darien Ober replied, "He still hasn't said anything. He faintly recalled Walter Dutran's pathetic state and said he must be in deep shock after seeing his castle destroyed. He just keeps muttering, "Blue, blue clothes. The mage in blue is coming." Leon Harris, lost in thought, suddenly asked, "Let me ask you a silly question." Leon Harris paused for a few seconds, then said bluntly, "If you and Allison fought, without considering rank, who would win?" As soon as they heard the question, both Madron and Darien Ober choked, spitting out the water they were drinking. He asked in a panic, "Your Highness, what are you saying?" Leon urged impatiently. "I'm serious. Answer the question." Darien Ober coughed a couple of times to compose himself and then replied, "I don't understand why your Highness would ask such a foolish question, but..." He looked Leon Harris straight in the eye and stated firmly, "I could never win, even with Madron's help." Hearing this, Madron's face fell. Leon Harris asked, "Is he really that strong?" He replied, "He is a monster, far beyond common sense." Darien Ober stroked his chin thoughtfully and continued, "However, I do know one other person like that, but because I'm an infantryman, I can't serve him directly." Leon Harris asked in surprise, "What?" He replied with a respectful expression, "A great master and genius who redefined the swordsmanship of the first-class Knight Order, Commander Edrin Pierce. I have never seen a swordsman as talented as him." Darien Ober's eyes suddenly became distant. He said in a low voice, "He is the reason why I am still only a vice-commander." Upon hearing this, Leon Harris sighed and said, "The commander of the first-class Knight Order, but we are talking about people who are still alive. This might not be very accurate, because I was away from home during that period." He asked with a look of innocent confusion, but didn't he go missing at the start of the war? Meanwhile, in the training room, Rurine stood calmly facing Revok. He slowly picked a scrap of cloth off himself and asked, "What is your name, mage?" Revok was silent for a few seconds before answering. "Allison," Rurine said in a low voice. "Allison, huh?" Then he suddenly added, "You're that deserter, Allison." Hearing this, he was startled and wondered, how does he know so much? Revok quickly formed another magic circle and said, "With a body like that, I have quite a few questions for you. But I suppose I'll have to hear the answers from you in prison." Rurine raised his sword and said confidently, "That will be difficult. I have things to do. See you next time, Allison." He quickly swung his sword, slashing 2 times at the ceiling. Revok looked up in alarm at the collapsing ceiling. The ceiling. Rurine stood there nonchalantly and said, "Don't you want to protect the slaves, the innocent ones, and the evidence?" He gave a devilish smile and said, "It's a real shame. If I had people like you on my side, perhaps I would have walked a different path." At that moment, in the prison, flames raged amidst a hazy smoke. A demonic laugh echoed through the cramped space. Seeing that Rurine had reverted to her human form, Sydney sneered and said, "Look at you." She spoke nonchalantly. "I told you she talks too much." Rurine suddenly stepped forward and said, "Tell me what you know about my mother." Sydney didn't answer, instead retorting, "Did you really think I wouldn't know? No secret can be kept forever." Sydney looked at her with sharp eyes and said, "For example, that your mother created the ancient stone and was imprisoned because of it." She smirked, her voice filled with contempt, "And that she died a miserable death in prison with no one to help." Sydney continued casually, "And finally, the ancient stone is..." At that moment, Rurine unleashed a powerful surge of energy in a fierce attack. Cutting Sydney off, Rurine severed the woman's head with her sharp claws, her voice dripping with killing intent. "Why don't you keep running your mouth? If the secret gets out, I'll just have to kill everyone who knows about it." A blue shield of interconnected hexagons materialized, and the falling rocks crashed against it. The slaves cowered, covering their heads in fear. Someone spoke up to reassure them, "Hey, everyone, stay calm. This place isn't going to collapse." A curious slave looked up and asked, "Huh?" A female slave looked at Revok, her eyes welling up with tears. Her voice filled with emotion. She said, "You're Count Revok, aren't you? Thank you so much." Revok pointed to the shield above and replied, "It was nothing. Please tend to the injured." Suddenly, a gasp from the crowd drew everyone's attention. 3 slaves stared in confusion at a body lying on the ground. There's a body here." Someone recognized it and was instantly filled with rage. "Wait a minute, that's Ricardo." A wave of fury erupted, and feet began to stomp violently on Ricardo's body. Their stomps were accompanied by curses. "I thought it was someone else. Stomp on him. That perverted noble. This piece of trash noble did so many disgusting things to me." Seeing how violent the reaction was, someone gently tried to calm the others, sneaking a glance at Revok. "Calm down, everyone. Let's not do this in front of the man who saved us." The girl looked unwilling to stop. But Revok, noticing the commotion and realizing they were holding back because of him, put on an innocent expression and said, "How about we all stomp on him together?" In the palace, a strong tremor caused objects in the room to fall with a clatter. The maid looked very worried, her face filled with confusion. What in the world is happening underground? Lord Ricardo is still down there. She noticed a figure appearing behind her and asked, "Who are you?" The hooded man stretched out a hand glowing with blue light and said, I heard there was a patient here. The maid frowned at him warily. I'm sorry, but I wasn't informed of any visitors. Please leave. She couldn't finish her sentence as a blue mist swirled before her face. She immediately fell into a deep sleep, slumping to the floor. The man said smugly, Of course you weren't, because no one was told I was coming. He opened a door and entered. Looking at the female slave lying on the bed, he wondered to himself, this must be the girl. Underground, Rurine stood nonchalantly in front of the iron bars of a cell. Using her bare hands, she bent 2 iron bars apart, opening a way for those inside. The guards are gone now. Everyone, escape. Seeing the blank expressions on the faces of the enslaved people, she realized it was the same here. Rurine muttered in frustration, Damn it, this is why they can never escape. A cheerful voice called out to her. Rurine. Seeing him, Rurine immediately asked, You're here too? Rivak adjusted his clothes and replied, You said you infiltrated, but it looks more like you've wrecked the whole place. Rurine explained helplessly, I had no other choice. A dragon found out who I was. Revik understood at once. Ah, are you talking about the beheaded form of Sydney's red dragon over there, he asked. Rurine replied, That's right, so I made sure it won't be a bother anymore. Suddenly, her voice turned serious. That's not the problem. Rurine looked at him worriedly and shared her concern. That dragon knew that my mother created an ancient stone, and that I have absorbed it. The ancient stone inside Rurine's belly began to glow. Rivak scratched his head and muttered, Damn, things are getting more complicated. He put his hands on his hips, looked at her, and said, Since I've confirmed the source of the poison, let's just end things here. Rurine looked around and asked, What about these other people? Their faces were dull and lifeless, probably because they had been brainwashed, but they wouldn't react to anyone, except for those they recognized as their masters. Rivak said confidently, I've already called someone who can handle this. Then, he shouted loudly, Over here! The hooded man from before made his way underground. He took off his hood, looked at Rivak, and spoke. About this. You said you would let me go if I could heal the Count. Rurine asked suspiciously, Who are you? This person was none other than Iramantium. He continued, You're taking advantage of my favor a bit too much, don't you think? This is the last time, right? A healing orb floated in mid-air, releasing waves of green gas throughout the cellar. The focus returned to a female slave's eyes. This green gas was dispelling the curses afflicting everyone. Those who regained their senses realized what had happened. I think I was kidnapped. Someone said emotionally, I'm free. Immediately, everyone erupted in cheers, as if it were the day the country gained its independence. We're free. The curse was broken. People hugged each other in happiness, cheering. This is wonderful. Edison is free from his status, Rivak shouted. Everyone, line up. Next to him was a pot of boiling water and many bowls. He stirred the water and said, We will now serve a meal for everyone. Rurine looked at the item with strange packaging in her hand and asked, What is this? Allison said mysteriously, It's cup noodles. I brought it from another world, he thought to himself. After awakening, the magic of summoning doesn't make me tired anymore. He added, This is the best thing to eat when you're hungry. Boiling water was poured into the appealing cups of noodles. Each person held their cup of noodles, lining up for hot water. Allison instructed, Close the lid tightly and eat after 3 minutes, okay? A girl stammered in reply, Thank you. The golden noodles looked delicious, piping hot and ready to be cooled with a breath before eating. The female slaves sat on the iron bars of their cells, eating the hot cup noodles and slurping with delight, praising the warm soup. It's so good. It really is. While everyone was clamoring for more, someone shouted, I want another bowl. Let's go get more. At that moment, Sydney's corpse made a slight noise, but no one noticed. Rurine touched her lips and softly called, Allison, knowing what she wanted, replied, I've already prepared your portion. A figure in black stood in the middle of the cellar, listening to the lively, bustling chatter. Someone asked, Please, can I have another bowl? A voice replied, Of course. Iramantium stood there silently, reminiscing about his past. Words of scorn and criticism replayed in his mind. You want to date me? You don't even know your place, the noble ladies had uttered contemptuously. You think being good at magic is everything? I can't stand the sight of your face. Iramantium looked at his own hands, the hands that had used magic to save so many people. He remembered the mother and child of the Greg family, crying as they tightly gripped his hands with reverence and gratitude. Thank you, sir, for saving my husband. Dear and Greg even suggested, Should we erect a statue of you, sir? A female slave, saved by him, lay on a bed. She also held his hands, crying as she said, Thank you, sir. I thought I would be trapped here forever. Iramantium looked at the hands being tightly held by those he had saved. He stood against the light, which cast a large silhouette of his figure. It seemed his mind had been greatly enlightened. Night fell with a sky full of stars. A sigh of relief came from Allison's house. We're finally back. Who would have thought that reversing the brainwashing would be so easy? Who would have thought that reversing the brainwashing would be so easy? Iramantium is quite skilled in that area. I heard he already treated the person who came to my room. Rurine's eyes flashed dangerously as she looked at him. Now that she thought about it, she recalled the scene where she saw the tied-up female slave sitting on top of Allison. I forgot something about what happened back then. Allison's face was full of bewilderment, not knowing what to say. He nervously stepped back when he saw Rurine lunging at him, her voice extremely dangerous as she asked, "Are you ready to pay the price?" It seemed like the Third World War was about to break out, but Rurine just suddenly threw her arms around his waist. Allison, his face slightly red, looked at her and softly called, "Rurine." She buried her face in his stomach, hiding her face, which was as red as fire. "This is your punishment," she said. Seeing no reaction from him, her tone changed completely as she snapped, "Hurry up and hug me." I said, "This is your punishment." Allison, flustered, patted her head. All right. The two shared a warm hug. Rurine said gently, "Don't do that again." Allison, also knowing he was in the wrong, said, "Okay, I'm sorry. And here I thought you were a decent man." Allison said shamelessly, "But if this is the punishment, I wouldn't mind receiving it a few more times." Rurine called out, "L." Suddenly, he asked, "By the way, you cleaned up the dragon's corpse, right? Did you do it so the prince wouldn't see it?" Rurine asked, confused. "Huh? I didn't do it." This time, it was Allison's turn to be baffled. "What?" Rurine stood up and said, "I thought you were the one who cleaned it up." They both realized something was wrong here. Allison rubbed his neck and thought to himself, "Damn it, I have a bad feeling about this." The scene changes to another place. A hand was channeling blue mana. Sydney looked at the blue light on her hand and exclaimed, "Is this the limit of a clone with only half of my mana? I thought it would fight more fiercely. But it seems a clone is still different." She looked at the person behind her and asked, "What about you?" Adrian, his clothes in tatters, looked at her and said, "I'm sorry. He was very strong." Sydney reacted as if she had heard a funny joke and laughed out loud. "This is the first time I've heard that adjective used to describe a human." Then, she picked up a pipe and said coldly, "Forget it. I should have told you about Allison sooner. It seems we'll need to adjust our plans." A steaming cup of tea was placed on the table as someone spoke. "As expected, you did a very good job." Darian Ober, sitting opposite Leon Harris, replied, "The more I think about it, the more absurd it seems to me. Not only was there poison, but they also treated people like slaves, and even created a brainwashing drug. It's truly unimaginable." Leon Harris rested his chin on his hand. He looked at the teacup in front of him, agreeing with what the other had just said. "You're right." He brought the cup to his lips and took a sip, thinking to himself, "Even so, I didn't expect him to resolve it so easily." Allison brought out pastries for dessert, looked at him, and asked, "Do you have other business in the city, sir? You've even changed your clothes." Leon Harris looked at him and replied, "There's one more handover that needs to be taken care of." He asked back, "A handover?" Leon Harris spoke. "What's more surprising is that the main culprit was a dragon." Darian Ober remarked, "Furthermore, the accomplice was a user of the techniques. As a sword of the First Night Order, I truly want to see who has dared to dishonor the First Night Order." Someone asked, "I heard the dragon's corpse has disappeared." Allison replied, "Perhaps it's still alive." He looked at Leon Harris and said, "I already informed you that it's related to the Empire's territory. But you know not to get involved in the affairs of dragons, right?" He rested his chin on his hand and laughed loudly. "Of course, I don't want to die young. Let's just end this matter here." Allison sighed. "If you think so, why not send a proper supervisor this time?" He then pulled out a scroll. "I knew you'd say that." He held it out in front of Allison. "But there's no need for a supervisor anymore." Allison took the scroll, opened it, and read it. After he finished, his face was filled with surprise. "Wait a minute, what is this?" He rolled the letter back up and asked, "Did you prepare this from the very beginning?" Leon Harris, holding his hot teacup, disagreed, replying, "Saying it like that could be misleading. Forcing someone so blatantly is very troublesome," he commented. "If other nobles received this letter, they would immediately bow their heads to such an offer." Inside the magnificent palace, there was a considerable commotion as apologies rang out. "Please forgive me." "Your Highness," Leiden Gregg said emphatically, "my wife is innocent. It was all Detran's doing." Berna Gregg stood beside him. She held out both her hands, crying as she spoke. "It seems you finally changed your mind. I am ready. You can take me away." The prince and the vice captain looked dumbfounded. Leon Harris, holding the scroll, angrily enunciated each word. "No, that's not it at all. That's not why I'm here." Darian Ober, standing beside them, waved his hands to calm them down. "Calm down, both of you. I'm not here to arrest you either. Read this letter." Leiden Gregg tremblingly took the letter and opened it to read. An indictment charging Darian Ober with making a veiled threat, saying, "Stop it, or I will indeed arrest you." Leiden Gregg was utterly astonished as he finished the letter. Seeing her husband's silence, Berna Gregg asked, "What does it say?" Leon Harris turned and began to explain. Since the Lord of Ditran was arrested, the administrative capabilities of the city's territory have been highly praised. He glanced at the two of them. The poverty rate has decreased, and security has also stabilized. Based on these evaluations, the central government realized there is a better way than sending a new supervisor to Ditran. He turned to face the two of them directly and delivered a weighty statement. From this moment on, Ditran and the city of Greg will be merged. The administration of Ditran will be entrusted to the city's lord. That is the announcement. Berna Gregg covered her mouth, unable to believe the news. Leon Harris beamed and said, "Congratulations, Count. Your domain has expanded significantly." He grew pensive at his question, "How do you feel?" After a moment, he replied, "I cannot." The statement shocked Leon Harris. "I cannot take on the administration of Ditran." Agitated, he scratched his hair and asked, "Why? Why not? This is supposed to be good news." "So good, in fact, that you should be bowing on the spot." Bona looked at her husband as he elaborated, "To be more precise, I am saying that I will not accept it. There is someone more suitable for the role than I." As time passed, the golden afternoon sun filtered through the leaves. The prince and the vice captain were riding horses on their way back. He clicked his tongue. That was an unexpected answer. Darian Ober agreed, "I feel the same way." Leon Harris remarked, "I thought this would help strengthen my relationship with the Lord." Darian Ober looked at him and voiced his thought. "But at least you received a proposition, did you not?" He replied coldly. "You could say that. I didn't expect him to see it that way." Darian Gregg stood before a door, opened it, and entered with a smile, saying, "Father, you called for me?" Lyden Gregg smiled gently, a piece of cake already in his hand. "Come in, son, sit down. I've prepared dessert." The delicious smooth cake was already 1/3 eaten. The two of them, father and son, sat opposite each other. The boy put a piece of cake in his mouth and asked, "How is your health, father?" He answered honestly, "I probably won't need to use a cane for much longer." Hearing this, Darian Gregg said joyfully, "That's wonderful. We should thank Miss Elena again." He added cheerfully, "More importantly, I've heard the news. Ditran will be merged with the city of Greg. Your responsibilities have grown heavier, but congratulations, father." Lyden Gregg listened to his son, lost in thought. Afterward, he took a bite of cake and asked, "Son, how old are you this year?" The boy answered obediently, "I am 17, father." Munching on his cake, the father said casually, "You're all grown up now. It wouldn't be strange for you to be taking a wife soon. Is there anyone you fancy?" Hearing this, Darian Gregg's face flushed bright red. "Huh? Why are you asking that?" With the fork in his mouth, his father spoke. "It's time to think about an heir. I have already notified the palace." Hearing his father's declaration shocked Darian Gregg. "From now on, you will take on the administration of Ditran." He looked at him coolly and added, "While I was bedridden, you often came to visit my room. I heard the worries you spoke of back then." In the past, he had visited his father and shared his deepest concerns. He continued, "Even with such limitations, your concern was always for the people of the domain, and they weren't just idealistic dreams, but practical and effective ideas based in reality." Feeling exposed, Darian felt embarrassed and lowered his head, listening to his father speak like a reigning lord. He took his son's hand and said, "Therefore, this is what I want to tell you." His expression was filled with gentleness and trust. He held his son's hand tightly with both of his. "From now on, as the official lord of Ditran, you can implement all the ideas you've had." Darian Gregg bit his lip, his eyes welling with tears as he tried not to cry while listening to his father. "I am certain you will become a much better lord than I." Darian Gregg pressed his lips together, wiping away the tears that threatened to fall. Instantly, his expression changed to one full of determination. He thumped his chest and said, "I understand, father. I will ensure Ditran prospers with my own two hands." Pitch black night fell upon the town, which looked utterly desolate. The houses showed faint glimmers of light, their glass windows shattered. Rats ran freely everywhere, making it no different from a slum. Darian and his attendant were there. Beside him, the Gregg family butler unrolled a scroll and said, "I've conducted a small investigation myself." Along the road stood tall, desolate, and gloomy buildings. Security in Ditran is still awful. Compared to the city of Greg, it's downright shameful. He looked around and saw for himself how dilapidated the place was. Although the largest criminal organization was dismantled, many other groups are now vying for its position, and the situation is starting to revert to its former state. Seeing the deserted streets, Darian Gregg asked in frustration, "What the hell are the troops doing? Are they not even on patrol?" The butler pointed in a direction, telling him, "Please see for yourself, my lord." In the soldiers' barracks, there was no sign of strictness or order. There were only disorganized, dead-drunk men, drinking and gambling. Two of the soldiers noticed someone entering and whispered, "What are you looking at? Who's that?" "This is the first time I've seen them." Darian Gregg stared, stunned at the sight before him. A flustered Kinza stood beside him, trying to explain. "My lord, we aren't normally like this." His eyes were filled with panic upon seeing the disastrous state of this place. "It's over. What should I do?" Kinza gave the two gambling soldiers a swift kick. He urged, "You idiots, clean this up immediately." Unafraid, they retorted, "Chief, this is our first time today." Terrified, Diren slumped to the ground. "What do I do? Where do I even begin?" The next day, a commotion echoed from Allison's place. All done, Lin presented a beautiful plate of beef, asking, "Does it look okay?" Allison stroked his chin and remarked, "The color is gorgeous. You cooked it very well." Hearing the praise, Rurine mumbled, I think I could cook just as well." Lin replied with innocent bluntness, "Not necessarily." Rurine asked angrily, "Have you even tasted it?" He answered firmly, "Lin has tasted it." Ren, sitting outside eating breakfast, asked, "Did you hear? I heard young Master Diren went to Detran." Clon Preston, eating salmon across from him, replied, "That's right. The young master has really made a name for himself." Ren continued, "But he's been through quite a lot." Suddenly, the restaurant door swung open, interrupting the two of them. Given the current state of Detran, it was no surprise that it was none other than the very Diren they were speaking of. He looked completely haggard and said, "One hamburger, please." Then he immediately slammed his face down onto their table. Hearing the sound, Allison asked Rurine, who just ordered a hamburger. Peeking from behind the curtain, Rurine replied, "A corpse." "What?" Allison asked again. Time passed, and Allison finished making the hamburger. He brought out the food. "Here you are, my lord." Diren immediately snatched it and devoured it. "So good. This is amazing." The three of them watched Diren eat. Allison thought with pity, "He must be starving." Ren, sitting beside him, reminded him, "Please, slow down a bit." He asked with concern, "You don't look well, my lord. Have you been facing some difficulties lately? Is there anything I can do to help?" Hearing the offer of help, Diren immediately looked up. He stopped eating, lowered his head, and said, Actually." In his mind, he thought, "No. I can't just rely on Master every time I'm in trouble. I can't keep doing this." Allison furrowed his brow, looking at him with worry. His brain thought one thing, "No, I'm fine. I just dropped by because I was craving the food here." But his mouth said something completely different. "I'm about to die. Save me." A bewildered Allison asked, "Is it that bad? Is the food so terrible that it's making you die?" Diren Greg froze. He then realized something was terribly wrong. "Oh no, I was so out of it. I didn't mean to say that out loud." He quickly tried to explain, No, I was just kidding just now. I'm fine, really." He placed one coin on the table. "I'm busy now, so I'll be going." Then he hurriedly took the hamburger and left. Thanks for the meal. See you next time." Allison rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought, and asked Rurine, "Do we still have that thing?" She peeked out. "Huh? What thing?" The dark attic was cluttered with things. Rurine said, "Now that I think about it, we finished it but never used it. I think I stored it in the attic on the 3rd floor." In the Lord's office, Diren Greg sat on a chair, wringing his hands and muttering, "What am I doing? I ended up unconsciously relying on Master again." Suddenly, he slapped himself hard across the cheek. "I need to get a grip." This startled the butler. "My lord." His left cheek was already red and swollen. Pulling out a scroll, he thought, "Calm down. If a few simple measures were enough to improve the domain, it would have been done long ago. I need to clearly establish my priorities." He recalled the gloomy, desolate state of Detran and analyzed the situation. The most serious problems are corruption among the officials and the domain's security. These are the issues that directly affect the lives of the people. It's a vicious cycle. Both of these problems are interconnected and are getting worse. Corrupt officials lead to weak security, while criminals use bribery to further fuel the corruption. Reading the documents, Diren realized, the top priority is clear. He remembered the soldiers' barracks, but the state of the army, the force meant to maintain order. He rolled up the report, feeling disheartened. Isn't there anyone who can quickly capture the criminals? Allison's face appeared in his mind. Instantly, he slapped his own right cheek hard, scolding himself. Don't rely on the master anymore. Don't be dependent on him. The butler, startled, backed away and exclaimed, "My lord, why do you keep doing this?" He looked at him as he heard him say, "I've made up my mind." Diren clasped his two hands together on the desk. He ordered, "Summon every official in charge of each department. We'll start with them." The butler complied. "Yes, I understand." Then he added, "And my face hurts so much." The man hurriedly attended to him. "Let me get a cold towel for you, my lord." At the barracks, where the soldiers lived, shouts echoed, "You idiot, run faster." The two soldiers who were drinking and playing cards earlier were sprawled on the ground, whining, "My legs hurt so much. I drank too much. My stomach also feels terrible." Kin was furious, yelling, "And you call yourselves soldiers?" One of them retorted, "Why have you been so strict lately, sir? Is it because of the Lord's inspection last time?" Kin put his hands on his hips and looked at them. "The Lord was too merciful with you. You have no idea how lucky you are to still have your heads on your necks," he yelled. "How long do you plan to live like this?" The two soldiers' faces were full of discontent. No, Captain Kin, we're confused too. You used to be so lenient. Why are you so different now? The words seemed to strike Kin's weak spot, causing him to freeze. One of them looked up at him and said, "We tried, but what's the point?" he said, voicing the long-festering problems. "Just one order from above, and all our efforts go down the drain. Maybe it's time to accept this reality." Night fell upon the town. Kin was patrolling the streets, his heart filled with conflict and doubt. He recalled the soldier's words from earlier. "You used to be so lenient. Why are you so different now?" He blamed himself. "Yeah, it's my fault. Damn it." He wanted to blow off some steam. "Maybe I'll find a place for a few drinks tonight." A brightly lit tent caught Kin's attention. "Huh? What's this?" He was curious. "What's that delicious smell? There was nothing here yesterday." Then Kin approached, lifted the curtain flap, and said, "Excuse me." A cheerful voice rang out, "Welcome." It was none other than Allison and Rurine. "Welcome to Elle and Rurine's mobile eatery. This is a mobile restaurant that can go anywhere." Kin, bewildered, came closer and asked, "This is a restaurant?" Allison replied, "That's right. You can have a meal or just a few drinks." He saw Kin eyeing the delicious-looking meat skewers in front of him, stimulating his appetite. Allison asked, "So, want to try some?" He had no choice but to answer, "Then give me a few drinks and some snacks." Allison used magic to breathe fire and said, "Just a moment." "Rurine, get some more meat skewers." She replied, "Mem." The marinated, glossy, sweet-tasting skewers were grilling on the stove. Emitting plumes of smoke, below were logs burning fiercely and hotly. He poured a glass of wine. Allison cheerfully brought over a plate of skewered meat. "Here are your food and drinks. Enjoy your meal." Kin drooled looking at the delicious plate of meat on the table. He picked up a skewer, sniffed it, and praised inwardly. "The charcoal grilled smell is so rich." Taking the first bite, his face filled with happiness. "Oh, this is so tender. The sweetness of the vegetables blends perfectly with the meat. It's divinely delicious." His face was slightly flushed. He picked up his drink. "Time for a sip." He exhaled, "Amazing." Allison smiled and asked, "Is the taste to your liking?" He replied, "It's perfect." He got to the heart of the matter as he listened to Kin confide. "I was really stressed out today, but now I feel like I've been healed." Allison said, "Please enjoy your meal. If you have anything you need to share, I'll listen." On a sunny afternoon at the Lord's manor, a voice rang out. "Greetings, new lord of the land." A long-haired, bearded man introduced himself. "I am Vendon, the treasurer in charge of taxes and finance." Dioran unrolled a document and read it without looking at the man. "A pleasure to meet you." In his mind, he was calculating the taxes. Damn, almost nothing in Detran's administrative records is in order. He opened his eyes wide and looked coldly at Vendon. "Most of the funds are unaccounted for, and the figures don't match up," he spoke up. "For example, over 20 million was used for road repairs 4 months ago, but when I checked, I saw no place that had been repaired. What's this about?" Vendon, who already had a small wooden box ready in his hand, immediately presented it upon hearing the question. "I knew you would ask about this matter." He opened the lid. Inside the box glittered gold, silver, diamonds, and precious gems, so I have prepared the perfect explanation right here. A blatant bribe. Dioran suppressed his anger, frowning as he looked at it. How brazen. He was about to raise his hand. Should I call the guards right now? He imagined himself slamming his hand on the desk and ordering, "By order of Count Detran, assemble the soldiers in the castle immediately." Instantly, he was bound by magic. Dioran cried out, "Master, what are you doing?" Allison, standing beside him, reminded him, "Assess the situation first. We need concrete evidence and thorough preparation." Dioran immediately came to his senses, his hand slowly lowering. He looked at the treasurer before him. "If I arrest him now, rumors will spread, making the other officials wary. Eradicating the corruption would be even more difficult then." His hand touched the lustrous gems in the box. In that case, he put on the air of a greedy man and said, "You're smarter than I thought. I love bribes. I'm counting on you, Vendon." At the mobile eatery, Kin slammed his glass on the table. It seemed he was drunk. "Me too. I joined Detran with so many ambitions." He was truly drunk, confessing, "And I swore I would make this the safest territory. I promised to create streets where people could walk safely, even at night." Allison noticed the sword at Kin's hip. He continued, "Even when I'm not on duty, I still patrol." Allison stroked his chin and spoke up. "You're a soldier. It sounds like you've tried very hard, but the situation in your unit has only gotten worse. Is there a problem?" Hearing this question, Kin didn't know how to answer. Just as he was about to explain, well, that is, he was cut off by a large man who walked in from outside. "Hey, what's going on here?" The thug rubbed his neck, looking menacingly. "Who gave you permission to do business here?" Allison didn't even look at the guy, calling out, "Rurine. Rurine handled this for me." But she was completely drunk, holding a bottle and slurring. "Not like beer, like you said." "It's a great match." Allison was alarmed. "Hey, since when were you drinking?" Seeing himself being ignored, the thug got angry. This kind of joke isn't funny. His words were cut off by the sound of a table being slammed. I'm gonna tear this place apart. Kin slowly stood up. How pathetic. The state of Detran's military is so bad. His body was seething with rage. His eyes looked coldly at the thug. That even low-life thugs dare to commit crimes right in front of me like this. He had just finished saying, "All of you are under arrest," when he took a punch right to the mouth. The single blow immediately knocked him out. Allison judged, so weak. The thug clenched his fist, saying resentfully, "All talk and no action. Some people don't understand until they get hit and only listen after you speak with your fists." The guy aggressively threw a punch at Allison while he was still stroking the head of a drunken Rurine. Lord Dioran must have it tough, huh? Rurine, drunk, mumbled nonsense. Yeah, you all deserve to be punished. A bolt of lightning struck down on Allison's mobile tent. The thug was electrocuted to a crisp, charred black. Sitting dazedly on the ground, Allison stroked his chin and expressed, "I'd like to go and smash this guy's base, but I can't interfere directly, can I?" It seems Dioran wants to handle this situation himself. Rurine hugged his waist tightly, chuckling to herself, "You smell nice." Allison glanced over at Kin. "In the end, we still have to help, I guess. He was passed out, sleeping on the table," Allison remarked. "But his attitude is quite respectable, because he did try. Maybe giving him a chance wouldn't be a bad idea." The past replayed, showing a Kin, young and full of passion, stepping into the guard. "I believe in you, sir. I am Kin, and starting today, I will be joining the guard." The old guard lay with his belly out, picking his teeth, and said, "I'm Gavin, captain of the guard. There's no specific instructor to teach you weapons or arrest techniques, so take care of your own training." Kin was stunned to hear these irresponsible words. "Wake me if someone from the castle comes down," because for him, this isn't what I expected. The young men, full of spirit, were led by Kin, who raised his sword and said, "They're robbing people openly in the streets, and you're all just standing by and watching. So what if we haven't learned to use weapons? There is strength in numbers." Everyone then chimed in, "That's right, let's try it ourselves." The young men, not afraid of getting hurt or shedding blood to catch the criminals, celebrated with each other. "Look, we caught one," the criminal said spitefully. "Who are you people? Do you think the Lord will let this slide?" The Lord at that time, however, threw cold water on the guard. "You guards always doing things I didn't ask for. Release him and send him on his way." The young men, injured for a just cause, were stunned by this corruption. Gradually, everyone lost their initial purpose, discouraged by the rot from above. Kin had encouraged them many times to try again, but they all shook their heads. "I can't do this. I'm sorry. It's not fair to suffer and be criticized for it. I'm just doing what I was told." Kin watched his comrades gradually drift away. They cut salaries and provided no supplies. "So, the more we patrol, the more we lose." He called out softly, "Guys," but was met with hesitation. "Captain, let's just stop." The flashback ended as Kin jolted awake, one of his cheeks swollen. Ah, there was no longer a hut in sight. He was on a pitch-black street when someone spoke from behind Kin. "So you're finally awake, huh?" Kin remembered the street vendor, Allison, who pointed to the right and said with a smile, "I left a gift for you over there. Make sure you get it." Was the thug, tied up and unconscious next to him. Allison, still smiling, advised, "On your way back, take him straight to prison." Kin was surprised. "That's the thug," he asked. "What did you do?" Allison didn't answer but asked back, "You're Kin, right?" He brought up Kin's old ambition, the desire to make Detran safe again. "Do you still believe in that?" His hands clenched the ground, leaving scratch marks. Kin replied in a trembling voice, "Yes." Allison smiled upon receiving a fitting answer. "Yes, I still haven't given up on my dream." A person in armor emerged from an alley and said, "Then seize this opportunity." Kin was stunned. "No. You're the vice captain of the First Night Squadron, Darian Ober." Darian raised his hand in greeting. "Nice to meet you. I am Darian, the one assigned to be your swordsmanship instructor." The Lord's mansion was still brightly lit. An angry voice echoed. Darian rested his chin on his hand, smiling helplessly. His expression was terrible as he recalled the people who had bribed him. A man in a beret holding a sack said warmly, "Greetings, new lord. I've heard much from Treasurer Vanden, as a humble token of my sincerity." A fat man lifted a chest. "I am delighted to welcome such an incredible lord. Please accept this gift." A curly-haired nobleman, holding a cup filled with gold coins, joyfully exclaimed, "I don't know what others have done, but they can't have offered more than me. Isn't this sincerity?" Behind Darian was a mountain of bribes. He said sorrowfully, "What is all this?" The butler stood beside him. The butler's wary gaze startled him. "No, don't look at me like that." Darian pursed his lips. "I'll call the next person." He thought dejectedly. With corruption this deep, once we start making arrests, the backlash will be fierce. The next person was a girl with short hair and round glasses. "Greetings, my lord." He asked her, "Who are you?" She adjusted her glasses and introduced herself. "I am Mohan. I am in charge of land management." Her attention was drawn to the pile of gold coins behind him. Moen pursed her lips, resentful. She thought, I really thought it would be different this time. Diren asked, is there anything else? Moen clutched her coat, bowed her head, and said, I apologize. My means are limited, and I haven't been able to save much money, so it will be very difficult for me to show my sincerity, or give you a gift, my lord. Diren's eyes lit up brightly. As if he had found the light of his life, he asked, you have nothing to offer? Moen replied in confusion, yes, you may dismiss me. Diren, with a blank face, stood up and said, approved, leaving Moen stunned. He tightly grasped her hands with both of his. I've been waiting for someone like you. Moen was bewildered. What? Someone like me? What kind of approval is this? Diren, as if mad with joy, declared his ambition. We will confiscate all the bribes together. From the corrupt officials. Moen trembled in fear, thinking, he's crazy. The Lord has gone mad. I have to get away immediately. Qin was swinging his sword, one stroke after another, his entire body drenched in sweat. On the deserted training ground, he was all alone. Qin was still swinging his sword diligently. Allison asked, so, how is he? Darien Ober, with his arms crossed, replied, what do you think? He needs to relearn how to hold a sword. He said casually, with Darien here, what's there to worry about? On the grass, Rurine was fast asleep while the two men continued to exchange information. But how can I get back to the palace? I'll arrange your transportation. How long will it take to complete the guard's mission? Darien said, it's surprising to see you taken down by a common thug. Even if I trained him every day, it would take at least 3 months. Allison leaned against a tree trunk and sighed. That's a long time. He thought, I shouldn't interfere anymore, but I can't just leave the people to suffer. Suddenly, he realized something, and a silly grin appeared on his face. Darien observed, it seems he's got an idea. I'd better not ask, lest I get dragged into it. The full moon hung high in the night sky. A lamenting voice was heard. It's really a young woman, holding a loaf of bread, was walking down the street at night. I meant to go home early, but I got lost. The glint of a sharp knife startled the girl. Hey, is this your first time here? 2 thugs moved to extort her. We've never seen you around here before. The one with the goatee asked, do you have any idea whose territory this is, to be walking around so confidently? The terrified girl cried as she stared at the tip of the knife right in her face. I'm sorry, I didn't know. The goateed man put on a murderous, intimidating face. It's all right. It's all right. Don't be so scared. You can pay back your debt slowly. This isn't the kind of place. A shout from behind caught the thug's attention. Hold it. A single finger was raised. This person said, put that sword down now. You are villains. Allison and Rurine were completely cloaked, with only their 2 eyes visible. He shouted, we are the vigilante squad that brings justice to Detran, the street vendor squad. Rurine, beside him, chimed in, that's right. The 2 thugs looked at them. The vigilante squad? The blonde thug asked fearlessly. You show up in these raggedy clothes and want to play hero? Before the thug could even finish his sentence, Allison pointed one finger at them and shouted, Ray of Justice. A brilliant golden beam shot out, shattering the sword in the goateed man's hand. The beam shot straight up into the night sky. The girl with the loaf of bread was stunned in disbelief, while the 2 thugs, they were dumbstruck, breaking out in a cold sweat as they stared at the sword, now just a hilt. My sword. They immediately turned and fled. They didn't forget to leave a classic parting shot, you. I'll remember this. Allison smugly put his hands on his hips and said, have you witnessed the power of the street vendor squad? Rurine, standing beside him, poked his arm. Please, can we change the name? The rescued young woman with the bread spoke in a trembling voice. That voice, and that magic. It can't be. Allison froze when he heard her ask, Count Revoke? Allison scratched his head. That woman. I remember now. You're the one who came to my room. The girl asked again cheerfully, you are Count Revoke, aren't you? Allison inwardly groaned, I'm busted. I shouldn't have been found out this soon. At a dining table, 3 people were discussing matters by candlelight. McCain spoke first, Ricardo is dead, Lord Rurine is missing, and the cultivation and sorting rooms have both been shut down. The one-eyed man named Vanto, the leader of the Detran human trafficking ring, asked, and a new lord has arrived. For now, our people are causing a disturbance, but that won't last forever. McCain, leader of the Detran assassination squad, spoke up. It's time to decide our next move. You were the one closest to Lord Rurine. Vanto Veneto, the vice leader of the Detran trafficking ring sitting in the middle, thought for a moment and then spoke. We will inherit the legacy that Lord Rurine left behind and rebuild our kingdom. A plate with slices of dry bread sat on the table. Qin's hands were bandaged from his diligent sword practice. He picked up a piece of dry bread, thinking sadly, I can't forget the taste of those meat skewers from that day. I don't know what kind of meat it was, but the flavor was incredible. His hands were covered in wounds as he picked up the slice of bread. Still, I have to eat this, to get through the training. Some soldiers approached him to chat. Captain Qin, where have you been? Look, your hands are dirty. He replied, just training. His answer made a blonde soldier ask doubtfully, repeating, "Training." He didn't believe it. Impossible. Kin picked up his bread and took a small bite, then said with determination, "Everyone, I haven't given up yet." The two soldiers listened as he said, "I still have hope for Detran." The two of them whispered, "Captain." The high moon shone down on a dilapidated, cracked building where many people lived. Someone suddenly spoke up, "Oh my goodness, I was so grateful at that time." The girl was equally surprised. You're Count Revoke." Allison, feigning innocence, took off his cloak and admitted it. "That's right. The secret behind the food cart team is Count Revoke." He looked over at the former slave girl he had just saved, who was holding the loaf of bread. "Everyone is gathered here." She looked at him and replied, "The new lord has provided temporary shelter for all the former slaves. Once the investigation is complete, they will be able to return home." Allison was surprised by this information, thinking to himself, "The lord is doing a great job." The former slave girl said hesitantly, "But the meals are so bland, so I decided to buy some bread." A plate with 2 slices of bread on it looked tasteless. Allison asked, "Is that when they caught you?" He rubbed his lips, calculating, then called out to everyone, uttering words that made the girl freeze. "Doesn't anyone want to get revenge on those scumbags?" She couldn't believe her ears. "What?" The other former slaves listened to him speak. "Aren't you frustrated that you have to avoid their territory even after they kidnapped you?" He turned towards the door, leaving them with one last sentence. "If anyone feels that way, then follow me. There is an excellent weapons instructor on the training grounds." Kim was sparring with Darian, who was using only one hand and his sword to instruct him. A slash isn't just about swinging the sword. The swordsmanship of the Night Squadron is not about just swinging your arm quickly. Instantly, he swung his sword, breaking Kin's attack sequence, and knocked the sword from his hand. Both looked to where the sword was embedded in the ground. Darian instructed, "Adjust the direction of your blade. A sword that can't do that is worse than a simple club." Kin was covered in dirt and scratches. He sighed wearily, picked up his sword, and replied, "Yes, please teach me more." Darian looked at him and said, "I would love to, but I can't give private lessons anymore." The sound of many footsteps on the ground was accompanied by a question. "Captain Kin, did you do all of this by yourself?" The former slaves also came to the training ground, holding whatever weapons they had. "Don't be like that. Let us join in." I remember the urging words to run. Kim, panting with his sweaty face, looked in surprise at the crowd that had arrived. You all." The former female slaves also spoke up. "Please teach us too," the girl said. "We want to show those kidnappers our true strength." Darian scratched his forehead helplessly and said, "I thought I only had to teach one person, but now it's different." Allison, putting on an innocent and cunning look, replied, "I never said it was just one person." After that, he covered his head completely again, revealing only his 2 eyes. "The number will continue to increase. I plan to give a chance to all who were victims of crime." Darian suggested, "Perhaps I need to bring more people from the capital." At the Detran Guard barracks, land manager Mohan was present here. She held a roll of documents in her hand. "I thought I was being told to collect money as a bribe for some shady business." She recalled the old conversation. Darian had said, "Among the officials who gave me money, there must be those who, despite not wanting to, had to pay bribes because of the previous situation in Detran. Your mission is to investigate the origin of that money and find out whether it was coerced or obtained through embezzlement, or if it was money from exploiting the populace." Mohan received the document, still bewildered. "Yes, sir," she asked worriedly. "My lord, why? Why are you entrusting me with such an important task?" Darian smiled and replied, "Even in that situation, you said you had nothing to give." Mohan hugged the document, thinking, "This lord is truly different. Can Detran really change?" She approached the guard barracks. Unclear noises came from inside. She snooped around outside. Peeking inside through the window, she heard, "Ah, it's simple," said the completely drunk Gavin. "You want to withdraw the guards from the sorting and cultivation chambers? They don't do much anyway. Tell them I agree." He chugged his drink. "You know the deal, right? Send me a beautiful one after everything is done." The masked soldier, with his hands behind his back, replied, "I will inform you when everything has been handled. It's easier with Ricardo here." Outside, Mohan heard the entire conversation. She thought fearfully. The sorting and cultivation chambers? What's happening inside the Detran sorting chamber? It was filled with waste. Thugs had chosen this place as their base. A man holding a torch looked around and said, "Completely destroyed." The bald man carrying things on his shoulder added, "There's no one left here." A hand with sharp claws appeared. "Excellent. Gavin has completed his task." Mekins coldly ordered, "Rebuild this place." The day the sorting and cultivation chambers are rebuilt, Detran will reclaim its former glory. That night, something happened in the Lord's room. Darian was still working diligently, reading documents. The butler beside him was pouring tea. The origin of the bribe money is gradually being clarified. In just a few more months, everything will be complete. But handcuffs, swords, and axes appeared before Darian's eyes as he calculated. The biggest problem is the army. When they start to regroup, I must act quickly and cleanly before the other officials find out. He sighed to himself, but the condition of the guards is too poor, as he wondered. To do this, I might need help from the city of Greg. A spatial vortex appeared next to him. The person who jumped out was Allison. Deeren called out in surprise, "Master." Allison said casually, "Hello." "What are you talking about? I'm just with the food wagon group." He invited Deeren. "Could you come with me for a moment? There are some people I'd like you to meet." A sword was swung. The former slaves were training diligently under the dark night sky. Allison led Deeren to this place, and he was astonished when he saw them. "Who are they?" Allison crossed his arms and replied, "From guards to former slaves, all of them are training voluntarily." Deeren was personally giving instructions, his hands on his hips in frustration. "No, I told you not to do it like that. It's so frustrating." In the old days, this was handled very quickly. Allison's voice continued to ring out. "At first, it was just one team, but look how many people have gathered now." He looked at them and said, "It seems." Deeren's eyes welled up with emotion. Allison finished the sentence, "It's not just the Lord who wants to change Detron." The soldiers were still training hard. Deeren was moved with pride as he watched everyone practicing for the future of Detron. "Yes, I am not alone. Detron will change." 3 months passed. In a dilapidated slum, the masked soldier said, "Lord Vernetto, there's a new report." He began to report, "The sorting and cultivation chambers have been completely rebuilt." Vernetto laughed smugly. "Excellent." He leaned his hands on the table and said, "I lost some income because I couldn't touch the populace, thanks to that food wagon group, but that's over now. It's time to seize all the facilities in the region and take control. Inform McCanns and Volta that from now on." His sentence was cut short as a subordinate rushed in frantically. Lord Vernetto." The two people in the room looked at him, confused. Outside the human trafficker's base, Deeren had ridden up with his troops standing before the place. He shouted, "Vernetto, listen up." He declared heroically, "If you surrender peacefully, you will face trial according to the laws of this land. But if you resist, only severe punishment awaits." Vernetto was surprised. "The army? Are they serious?" "The guards are nothing but scarecrows without proper training." The subordinate, sweating bullets, stammered, "About that. Something's not right." The tip of a sword was thrust firmly into the ground. Kim was now a different, hardened person. He was better now. He rested his sword on the ground and said coldly, "All you criminals, come out." The former slave girl, also transformed and full of fighting spirit, yelled, "You kidnappers, come out right now." Vernetto stood on the fortress wall, looking at everyone's fierce aura. His face went blank. "Huh? What's wrong with them?" Mohan raised her hand and pointed towards the corrupt officials. She gave a cold command, "Arrest all the corrupt officials." Before she finished her sentence, 2 soldiers quickly moved forward and seized Vendon. Without stopping, Mohan continued to order, "Arrest all those who gave bribes and were involved in corruption." Vendon, before he could recover, said in stunned anger, "What is this? Who gave you permission to act so insolently?" Suddenly, a voice from behind rang out, angrily cursing, "You scoundrel." The newcomer was Gabin. He stepped forward angrily, his sharp voice ringing out, "Are you trying to rebel?" He tried to remain calm and persuade them. "Remember, I am your leader." As soon as he finished speaking, the group quickly replied, "Our apologies. But we are only following orders from our superiors." One of them continued, "Isn't it a soldier's duty to obey the orders of their superiors?" Hearing this, Gabin's face was stunned, his eyes wide in disbelief. He exclaimed, "What?" Deeren Greg rode forward on his horse. His face was calm but resolute. He said, "Today." He slowly opened his mouth, his steady voice ringing out, "Today, we will wipe out all the evils of Detron." The crowd below was ready, hands gripping their swords, their eyes burning with determination. Deeren Greg began to speak. His voice was calm yet powerful. "My army." Suddenly, he growled and shouted, "Show them the justice of Detron." The moment he finished, not one person hesitated. Everyone immediately rushed into battle. A powerful sword strike swung down. The other man hurriedly raised his sword to block, his face strained, letting out a grunt. His face was drenched in sweat. He thought to himself, "Are these really Detron's soldiers?" Those thoughts kept circling in his head. He couldn't shake them off. "I thought they were just a bunch of weaklings," Kim said in a cold tone. "All criminals will be crushed." Suddenly, from above, a large figure swooped down. The person who had just appeared was Vernetto. With a weapon in his hand, he slammed it into the ground. The powerful impact created a terrible sound. Earth and rock flew everywhere, cracking open a wide area. Vernetto noticed the difference. He said, "It seems they've gotten a little stronger, but in the end, they're still just a bunch of idiots without proper training." He swung his weapon, rushed forward, and shouted, "Charge." Seeing his arrogance, Kim bowed his head, sighed, and then replied coldly. "Never been trained," Kim continued in a steely tone. "We have been through hell for the past 3 months. Do you have any idea what that's like?" Without a word in response, the two of them clashed in a fierce battle. Veneto was surprised to see a completely unfamiliar technique from Kim. He blurted out in shock, You're just a brat. How do you know that sword style?" The fight grew more intense. The sounds of weapons clashing sent a chill down the spine. A strained grunt of resistance was uttered, "Ag." One of them shouted, rallying his comrades' morale, "All right, stay calm and advance. Don't forget your formation." Before he could finish his sentence, his face showed clear panic. A powerful attack sent him flying. He groaned. Just then, a bewildered voice exclaimed, "What is this?" Volta was tightly gripping a chain. He looked at everything with utter astonishment, muttering. "They said the new lord exposed the bribery, but could it be that's not the case?" At the same time, the female slave fighting beside him couldn't hide her confusion. A command rang out from behind. "Soldiers, block the other side." A soldier turned around, his face full of questions, and muttered, "Hey." The female slave, as if driven mad, her eyes sharp as daggers, rasped, "That guy, we have to catch him." As a hand struggled to reach up, blood splattered everywhere as a body lay motionless on the ground. A questioning voice rang out, "Why isn't Veneto making a move?" McCain frowned slightly, his voice low. "I don't know who taught them, but they're using some sword techniques. Do they really think they can defeat me with just a little practice?" he said, looking at the person before him. His cold eyes continued to warn, "This one isn't like the others. Everyone, be on your guard." McCain remained vigilant, saying arrogantly, "Remember your place." But before he could finish his sentence, a cold voice cut in, "Then allow me to stoop to your level." A figure gradually appeared. It was Darien Ober. He spoke coolly, his gaze as sharp as a blade. "Initially, I only planned to observe from afar, but now everything has changed." Darien Ober slowly drew his sword, his gaze cold and sharp, and continued, "The Mohan assassins, the ones who have continuously targeted the Crown Prince. You're their leader, Makane, aren't you?" McCain exclaimed in shock, "You!" Before he could even compose himself, Darien Ober had already swung his sword down forcefully. In an instant, a sharp slash from his blade cut through McCain, sending blood from his body spraying across the ground. Darien Ober simply taunted coolly, "Oh, my hand slipped." Darien Ober turned and walked away, his voice ringing out coldly. "Reaching my level is far too difficult for you," he thought to himself. "If one of the three main figures is at this level, the current soldiers can probably handle it, but it will take a lot of effort. This will be over soon," he told himself. Meanwhile, Vanta was struggling against his chains, his body trembling. The female slave raised her sword, her eyes sharp, ready to finish him. Vanta faced them, bewildered, his mind racing. "These brats, they're the slaves I captured before. How did they learn weapon skills like this?" Beads of sweat dotted Vanta's forehead as he struggled to speak. "The way they look at me is unsettling. Don't you dare look down on me," he said, then roared. Using all his strength, he swung his weapon toward the female slave and yelled, "You damned slave." But just before his weapon reached her, Vanta's expression suddenly changed. "Huh," he muttered in confusion. The female slave's sword had already pierced through his chest. Before his weapon could touch her, he screamed in pain, "Gah." The female slave, her face filled with hatred, said in a steely voice, "You should keep your voice down, you piece of scum." The whole team cheered, "Vanta is captured. Round up the rest of them." One by one, they were rounded up, and shouts echoed, "We've cleared this side. We've won." Veneto watched as his side fell, his expression tense. Kim charged at him, shouting, "Where do you think you're looking?" Veneto sensed something was off. Something strange, he thought to himself. "My attacks keep getting blocked by these bizarre magic circles," he thought, gritting his teeth. "Today was supposed to be the day I take everything back," he thought, then roared. But with things as they were, he frantically unleashed his attacks, causing the earth and rocks to fly everywhere. He growled, "I can't let it end like this." Kin hastily parried and yelled, "He's running away. Get him." Veneto fled with all his might, thinking, "As long as I'm not caught, there's still hope. I'll try again 10 times, even 20 times. His figure gradually faded into the distance as the thought spun in his head, to reclaim our kingdom at Detran. Suddenly, a look of bewilderment crossed Veneto's face. Allison had appeared, sitting on a corpse, blocking his path. His appearance made Allison sigh. Veneto asked in confusion, You're from the carriage?" Instead of answering, Allison asked him a question. "Are you a criminal?" He then declared authoritatively, "Turn back, you won't get past here." As soon as the words left his mouth, Veneto was stunned. He thought to himself, "Wait a minute, that voice." That voice echoed in his head. "A vile creature like you dares to leave?" It swirled endlessly, reverberating in his mind. "And this place, it's all rotten to the core, I'll burn it all to the ground." The memory made Veneto's body tremble. He opened his mouth but couldn't speak, only managing to stammer, "You're." He was trembling so much his words came out in broken fragments. His current state also made Allison very curious. He wondered, what's wrong with this guy? Veneto collapsed to the ground, screaming, "Dragon! Allison responded nonchalantly. Oh, so my cover's blown? How did he realize? Unable to control his fear, Veneto said in a panic, He's here. A footstep approached, followed by a tired sigh, Ah. Allison removed his face covering and said cheerfully, Looks like everything has been taken care of. Suddenly, a voice responded, Indeed. Allison turned in surprise. Really? Darian Ober replied wearily. Sorry. Our side suffered some injuries while subduing McCain. Allison asked gently, How are the injured? Darian Ober immediately replied, Their lives aren't in danger. Then, he suddenly stammered, But Allison, didn't we agree to leave this matter to the Count? Darian continued to press, So why did you decide to intervene? Allison smiled and replied, That was my intention. But it seems I have a soft spot for requests. At a certain mansion, a voice cried out as Lyddon Gregg joyfully rushed into the room, praising breathlessly. I've heard the news. You did an excellent job, my son. You succeeded in apprehending the criminal organization and the corrupt officials. That's my son, he praised admiringly. But Darian Gregg, who was drunk, slurred, I'm just a good-for-nothing. He was so intoxicated that he slumped over the table. He mumbled, Unworthy of being a lord. Absolute trash. His words left Lyddon Gregg utterly perplexed. He softly called out, Darian. A tray of fresh, delicious meat was sizzling on the grill, filling the air with a fragrant aroma. Rurine, while tending to the meat, asked, So, that's why you use magic to protect the soldiers, huh? Allison smiled faintly, his voice warm and low as he replied, Well, that wasn't the only reason. He then added, But Darian doesn't seem to be doing very well. Rurine asked with curiosity, Why? Didn't everyone survive? Hearing her question, Allison replied, I have a pretty good idea why. I just hope he doesn't blame himself too much. At that moment, Lyddon Gregg walked into the room. He began his announcement. The operation to capture the bandits and the corrupt nobles was a success. He continued, his eyes fixed on the somber-faced Darian Gregg. However, you borrowed Sir Allison's strength to achieve this victory. He then asked, That's what is tormenting you, isn't it? Darian lowered his head, his voice full of sorrow. I was determined to resolve this by myself. I thought that to become a true lord, the first step was not to depend on others. He sighed, his voice choked with emotion. But before we set out for battle, my heart changed. He recalled the faces of his people and continued speaking. I became afraid that my decision would cause my soldiers to be injured or killed. I had so confidently declared that I would change Detran, but in reality, I only had determination and was completely unprepared. He lowered his gaze and said sorrowfully, I'm sorry, Father. Perhaps I cannot continue to govern the city of Detran. I am not qualified to become the new lord. Lyddon Gregg was silent, his eyes thoughtful. After a long moment, he spoke gently, Come with me. Darian Gregg looked up, his eyes filled with confusion, and asked, Why? Lyddon didn't answer right away. He opened the door, walked out, and then replied to his son's question. Take a walk with me. I will explain to you more about what it means to be a lord. He led Darian to a dark place surrounded only by silent mountains and clouds, illuminated only by the moonlight. It was then that he began to speak gently. Darian, since you were a boy, you've always said you wanted to be a lord, just like me, correct? Darian Gregg answered. Yes, that's right. Hearing this, Lyddon grew thoughtful and asked, And what kind of lord is that role model you envision? Darian smiled and replied, You, Father, are the lord who restored the city of Gregg, a place that was devastated by the war with the Dragon Clan. A memory of Lyddon Gregg arriving at the city of Gregg for the first time surfaced. He rode in on his horse, bewildered, and wondered to himself, So this is the city of Gregg, huh? Darian then continued, I was too young at the time, so I only heard the story when I was a bit older. Everyone told the story that way. It was unbelievable that the city of Gregg could be rebuilt so quickly from a pile of ash and ruins. So, it's only natural that I see you as my role model. Lyddon then asked him, So, do you know what the very first thing I did to restore the city of Gregg was? I begged. I begged for help from all the surrounding lords. Hearing this, Darian was completely stunned. He couldn't believe what his father was telling him. He recounted the past to his son, how he had gone to another lord and pleaded with utmost sincerity. Please, help me. Help the people of Gregg, who are suffering from starvation and hardship. Would you be able to provide us with some food and shelter? We need materials to rebuild our territory, he continued explaining to Darian. I was constantly begging others for help, just like that. He gently explained to his son, of course, for a lord to repeatedly bow his head before others. It is unacceptable, but if you can solve the problem yourself, that would be very commendable. Remember one thing, he said with a calm smile, all our worries are for the people of our domain. He touched the boy's shoulder and continued kindly, caring for the soldiers, and being willing to sacrifice for them is something to be cherished. Darian was choked with emotion and couldn't speak. He could only whisper, Father. Suddenly, Lytle pushed him away and said, So, don't you go frowning on a fine day like this. Darian was extremely surprised by his father's behavior. Bewildered and confused, he stammered, Huh? Wah, father, Lytle laughed and continued, ha ha. From now on, the city of Detran will be under your rule. Diran fell to the ground, crying out in pain, ouch. He asked in utter confusion, huh? What was that? Before he could understand what was happening, a sudden voice called out, he's here. Diran looked up and saw everyone sitting and waiting. Someone spoke up in welcome. What took you so long? Welcome, new lord. Dear and Allison laughed cheerfully and called out loudly, you're here. Come and sit, new lord. Rurine also chimed in playfully. Roll on over here. What a surprising entrance. Seeing the people before him, Diran exclaimed happily, everyone. Master Lighter stood outside, observing with a satisfied smile. He said gently, all right, cheer up, Diran. Isn't everyone enjoying the joy of today? Inside, everyone enthusiastically welcomed the new lord. They handed Diran a skewer of meat and said cheerfully, my lord, this is delicious. The boy exclaimed in surprise, oh my, so this is pelanki? Lytle, standing outside, thought to himself, if you hadn't asked for Sir Allison's help, I'm afraid some of them wouldn't be here right now. Just then, Kin shyly spoke to the female slave. You fight really well. Would you like to join our guard? The female slave smiled back. Oh my, would that be all right? Lytle saw the scene inside, a satisfied smile spreading across his face as he said, I am so proud of you, my son. You have become a capable lord. The next morning, the sun was high in the sky, which was clear and bright. Diran and Greg, after a night of fun, were now fast asleep on the table. A voice said, phew, it's finally over. Rurine said as she walked, I can't believe they drank until morning. Allison replied with a light laugh. It's because they've been through such a big campaign. He then asked, but Rurine, aren't you sleepy? I'm planning to go out for a bit. If you're sleepy, I can go alone. Rurine seemed surprised and asked, huh? Go where? Allison replied, to a place where I have a few things to ask and a few things to say. The scene changes to the Louvre Empire, the Royal Palace Library. Leon Harris is standing, engrossed in a book. A moment later, the sound of light footsteps approached. Hearing them, Leon Harris didn't look up, but simply said softly, oh, you're here, Medrin. She greeted him respectfully. Your Highness, the Crown Prince. She asked inquisitively, is there something you summoned me here for? Leon Harris didn't answer immediately, but paused for a moment before saying, it seems you are quite knowledgeable about history, aren't you? He continued to ask. The three heroes who sacrificed themselves to protect all races in the war against the Dragon Clan. Thanks to them, the casualties of the Louvre Empire were significantly reduced compared to what was expected. Elf Venin, Dwarf Darren. But the last one remains an enigma. He pondered for a moment, then said, no, to be more precise, there isn't any record of that person left at all. Even though I tried to investigate through the people who lived through that war, but their testimonies are very contradictory and inconsistent. Leon Harris's eyes glinted with suspicion as he continued. They said that person was a powerful archmage and a human. He voiced his speculation when I heard these two things. I immediately thought of one person. He pointed at the book he was reading and continued. The problem is this. Even though I've rummaged through all the military records on this Allison, I only found this one single line. After 15 years of dedicated service, as a mage of the Empire, I request permission to be discharged. The first time I visited Greg Castle, it's clear you seem to know him. Madrin felt a cold sweat break out on her forehead. She stammered nervously. "Yes, sir. A. Allison." Leon Harris's voice was sharp again. Despite you denying that you two have ever met, Madrin couldn't keep the tremble out of her voice as she replied, "Sir Allison is very different from what your highness imagines." In a certain room, a figure gradually appeared. Allison, with a vibrant smile, spoke cheerfully. "It's been a long time, your majesty," he greeted respectfully. The king spoke. "Has it been that long, Allison?" This person was the king of the Louvre Empire, Lemden Hellet. He continued joyfully, "It is an honor to have such a distinguished guest." Rurine smiled in response. "Indeed. It's been a long time." A fleeting thought crossed her mind. Who is this guy? Lemden Hellet continued to speak. "I never thought the day would come when you'd return to the palace. Have you visited the Magic Academy yet?" Allison sighed, his expression turning pensive as he replied, "Why would I go to a place like that? They'd probably go crazy if they saw me." Allison hesitated for a moment, then added softly, "I'm a terrible troublemaker." At that very moment, Madrin also mentioned his name, Sir Allison. To explain this, let's go back to the past to find out. Outside a magnificent castle, a voice announced, "Congratulations, these are the ones chosen to be members of the Imperial Mages Guild. Swear to develop your magic and dedicate yourselves to the Empire. You must constantly hone your skills." Archaon appeared and announced to everyone, "That is the meaning of the Louvre Empire, and it is the goal that all of you strive for. Be steadfast in your resolve here at this Royal Magic Academy." A shrill scream rang out. Again, held back again. That scream came from the Royal Magic Academy's headmaster, Astrabon. He angrily demanded, How long do you plan on staying here, Allison? Facing his teacher's criticism, Allison could only say, "Thank you, sir." Confronted by the headmaster's questioning, he hurriedly explained, "I've tried my best. But life isn't that easy, is it, sir? I remember a saying, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Isn't that right? Or is there no such saying here? Anyway, I hope you will look upon my efforts in a positive light." However, his words did not calm Esteban down, but rather made him even angrier. He shouted loudly, "Get out now!" Allison didn't dare to argue and just quickly replied, "Yes, sir." At the Royal Magic Academy, senior student Maradel looked at Allison and said with a smile, "At first, he was the senior I admired so much." Next to Maradel was senior student Zugan. He also looked at Allison with a weary expression and said, "Oh man, held back again? You got some real talent for that." Allison just smiled and replied in a self-deprecating tone, "I'm incompetent, so it's only normal for me to be held back." A critical voice chimed in, "What kind of logic is that?" Maradel couldn't hide her surprise. "I really can't understand the way you think." Allison just smiled and brushed it off, gently suggesting, "Let's go get something to eat." However, there was someone standing behind them, silently watching Allison with eyes full of resentment. She was a junior student, Madrin. She clenched her teeth and thought to herself, "Allison, that fraud." At the Royal Magic Academy's magic practice hall, a voice rang out. "Does everyone see clearly?" Astraban was demonstrating for everyone. He continued to explain, "This is a variation of the freezing spell. The way the magic circle is used is slightly different. Unlike the freezing spell that uses a medium to take effect, this type is much harder to visualize. Go practice on your own, remember to keep a safe distance." Allison stood there, watching intently, then said, "I can't do it." Astraban sighed, trying to be patient with his student. He had no choice but to show him a different technique. He said, "All right, let me show you something else. This is a basic spell that every final year student." Before he could finish his sentence, Allison cut him off. "Can't do it." Astraban's anger erupted instantly. He yelled, "Even first-year students can use that spell. Just try." But Allison still wouldn't try. He replied cheerfully, "Students these days must be much more talented than in the old days." Allison's words were the last straw, making Astraban so furious that he screamed, "Arg, you bastard, Allison." Despite being scolded, he didn't seem worried at all. On the contrary, he smiled smugly, thinking, "Ha ha ha. As if I'd ever use magic to help others. I just need to be lazy here until the war is over." Elsewhere, a professor was showering praises, his eyes shining with admiration. "Simply extraordinary. Where did this talent come from?" The professor witnessed Madrin casting a spell and couldn't hide his astonishment. "I can't believe it. A first-year student can perfectly execute a spell like that." Madrin replied humbly, "It is all thanks to your guidance, Professor." Around them, the other students were amazed and murmured in constant admiration. "Look closely. That's pure magical power, completely unhindered by any superfluous elements." The professor approached Madrin and said to her, "At such a high level that I wish that guy could learn something from it." The scene of Allison being berated by Astraban replayed as the professor's voice continued, "We once had high hopes for his future." Hearing this, Madrin couldn't hide her displeased expression. She frowned, her breathing heavy. A thought emerged. Pathetic. Returning to the present, a voice cut through Madrin's thoughts. "Wait, hold on." Leon Harris pondered for a moment before asking the restaurant owner, "Is that Allison, the one who can't use magic properly?" Madrin quickly replied, "To be more precise, he can only use one spell." Upon hearing this, Leon Harris spoke up, interrupting with a questioning tone, "Wait a minute. Then why do they still keep him at the academy and make him repeat a grade?" At that time, we were in the midst of a war, so we had no resources to waste on non-essentials. Those who weren't talented enough should have been sent to the front lines as common soldiers, right? Madrin replied with a hint of tension. "I later found out that the only spell he could use was more than extraordinary," she recalled, recounting it to Leon Harris. At that time, she and a friend walked in. One of the students, upon seeing Madrin, excitedly said, "That's Madrin. I want to ask her how to decipher a magic circle. Can I?" The girl had just made the suggestion when her friend next to her shut it down. "Hey, she's on a completely different level than us. Don't even dream about it." Madrin was praised by the professor again. "You got a perfect score on the test again. Truly phenomenal." Madrin, a once-in-a-hundred-years genius, an incredible talent. All eyes were on Madrin, with unconcealed admiration. The praise was endless. "I heard she's already started learning level 2 magic. It seems she has even surpassed the upperclassmen. She's going to become a mage who will turn the tide of the war." Hearing this praise, Madrin couldn't help but feel smug. She smiled, thinking to herself, "I really am a genius. All the underclassmen are left in the dust, and the older students don't scare me either. I'll catch up to them in 1 year, and by the time I'm a final year student, everyone in the academy will be." Outside, everything seemed to be in ruins. Allison's spell had immense destructive power. Headmaster Astrabon, seeing its terrifying destruction, praised him. Good, that's enough. A voice nearby called out, Allison. He replied excitedly, yes. Astrabon sighed and asked, why can't you use other spells like that? He didn't know how to answer, just grinning. Hey. Madrin happened to be passing by and saw it. She was also stunned, wondering to herself upon seeing that spell. What is that? The friend behind her explained, oh, is this the first time you've seen it? That friend continued telling Madrin, the student Allison can't use any other spells, but the destructive power of his fireball is unbelievable. The surrounding students were all praising it non-stop, discussing the power of the fireball Allison had just cast. Meridel said, wow, that fireball is definitely stronger than even the professor's. Allison replied, that's the motivation that keeps me at this academy, despite my other failures. Eugen also spoke up, a trade-off for your mistakes. The friend continued to tell Madrin, the professors always regret that they can't let him graduate, because he has the potential to become a great mage, if he could learn other spells. But when Madrin heard this, she couldn't hide her surprise and disappointment, muttering to herself, no way. She looked at the scene before her, unable to believe it, and spoke out, how can it have such immense destructive power? She told herself, but I'm the genius. These dense thoughts swirled in her head, the recognized future of the Magic Academy. I can't accept this. She resentfully recalled Allison's figure and thought to herself, especially, being pushed out of the spotlight by such a crude student. A ball of terrifying destructive power was unleashed. It seemed to destroy everything nearby. The professor praised her admiringly. Excellent work, Madrin. Your magical foundation is also outstanding, just as expected. Everything around her nearly collapsed under the powerful destruction of the spell she had just cast. But despite receiving praise from the professor, her face still showed dissatisfaction. Her disappointment was clear. She grimaced and muttered, no, that's not it. It's still not enough. A plate of food was brought out, but Eugen couldn't stand this dish. He frowned and complained of, even a magic academy can't do anything when it comes to food. Why is it always such terrible food? Mardel, equally disheartened, spoke up. They obviously don't think it's necessary to invest magic in agriculture. Allison appeared from somewhere, smiling and saying, you guys don't want to eat it anyway, right? A voice rang out, hey, going there again? The three of them walked by and dumped their food into the trash can. The person in the kitchen saw this and angrily shouted, is everyone throwing their food away? But they seemed to pay no mind to his words. They were engrossed in conversation. What? You're not going? A voice replied, of course I am. Madrin felt a surge of anger in her heart as she saw Allison and his group of friends, casually throwing away their meals without a moment's hesitation. She thought angrily to herself, it's that trio again. And they just left after throwing their meals away? Madrin's two friends, seeing her staring at Allison like that, started teasing her. Madrin, are you looking at Senior Allison again? You asked about him last time too. What a surprise. Could it be you like the bad boy type? Madrin's expression changed, annoyed. She growled, what? Can you stop? I hate people who wander around aimlessly, without any sense of responsibility. Her two friends quickly apologized. Sorry, it was just a joke. Ah, you're right. He's so different from you, Madrin. Allison is irresponsible in every way. I heard he doesn't even want to be a mage anymore. Madrin, who was eating, paused upon hearing this. She asked loudly, what do you mean? Can you be more specific? Her friend's face was covered in sweat, and she stammered, I mean, it's just a rumor. But the scene changes to another room, where two delicious pieces of fresh meat were levitating. The fragrant, well-cooked meat was being sliced. A piece was put into a mouth and chewed with relish. Eugen, having just finished a piece, praised it. Wow, this meat is so tender. You should have gone to culinary school, not a magic academy. Meridel also ate non-stop, adding, when I tried to cook this part, it was so tough I couldn't eat it. He saw Allison opening the lid of a pot. Meridel turned and asked, what are you doing? Allison replied, and a laugh rang out. Ha ha ha, there's always a right way to do things. The recipe for the meat is as follows. After marinating the meat with spices, I vacuum seal it and cook it sous vide the water at a specific temperature. Cooking it at a low temperature for a long time helps the meat retain its juices and not overcook, or become tough. Then, I sear the outside to give it an appealing color, and that's it. Eugen smiled and said, hey, look at this pot. How many types of magic does it have? From water circulation, temperature and steam control, to even a mana block to turn itself off after a while. Some of these magic circles, you wove them, mixed in with the old ones, right? Allison replied without hesitation, that's right. Marvel, having eaten his fill, cheerfully spoke up. Ha ha, and this guy brazenly lies to the professors that he doesn't know how to use magic. Allison retorted, do you want to starve or something? Why do you think I'm bribing you? Eugen suddenly spoke up, asking Allison, hey Allison, you still haven't changed your mind? You don't want to stop repeating grades and graduate? Allison was surprised by the question. Only then did he answer. To be honest, I don't know what I should be fighting for. He turned his back and continued, I don't want to be a soldier, but a chef. Magic, to me, is just a tool. I don't want to use it to kill anyone. Meridel immediately agreed. Allison, me too. I don't want to fight for some random country. Allison replied, I mean, no one's talking about protecting the country. I'm just an orphan. Yugen sighed and advised, just forget it. I'm just rambling because graduation day is approaching. Allison's face fell slightly, his voice deepening. Just wait a little longer. I have a feeling that if I have to repeat 2 more times, I'll be sent to the front lines. Meridel nodded gently and said, yeah, at least we tried. A voice echoed, by then, we'll probably have been promoted, right? Then we'll order you around nonstop. A burst of laughter broke the quiet atmosphere. Ha ha ha, that's a great idea. Madrin stood outside, silently listening to all of it. But inside, she felt confused. She frowned slightly, wondering to herself, what the hell? He's pretending not to know magic just to repeat a grade? On the day of the announcement, Headmaster Astraban appeared, and his voice echoed through the space, drawing all eyes to him. Congratulations to all of you. The students below were all waiting for his announcement. He continued speaking, although the study time here has been shortened due to the war. You have successfully acquired basic magic skills. This sign shows that you are now officially recognized as mages. Royal mages, remember that not many people can achieve this accomplishment. At the same time, know that there are still many more steps to climb. Consider the first grade as a humble beginning. To reach greater heights, Marudel stood solemnly, his eyes fixed on the headmaster, listening to every word he said. Astraban shouted, his voice echoing through the hall. Step forward, royal mages. Everyone in the schoolyard couldn't contain their excitement. Shouting in response, only Allison had no interest in this. He sat in a corner, watching everything around him, but had no interest in participating. After the ceremony ended, the students left. The hall area quickly became deserted, not a soul in sight. Astraban spoke up. What did you want to talk to me about, Madrin? Madrin immediately replied, yes, it's about student Allison. All the graduating students were overjoyed. They proudly pointed to the badges on their chests. Smiling with delight, amidst that jubilant atmosphere, a voice called out from the crowd, Class 312 graduates. Are you guys leaving? Yugen turned his head towards the sound and replied softly. Yeah, that's right, except for you. Allison gave an awkward smile and continued to ask, where are you guys heading? Marudel replied with an excited voice. We've been assigned to the same territory, the city of Delian in the north. Allison replied in awe, that's quite a long journey. Hugen smiled and replied calmly, yeah, we are real mages now, but we'll really miss your food. Marud picked up his backpack and said, then the two of them headed for the gate. Marud turned back and said goodbye to Allison. We're leaving now. El Hugen beside him also offered a few words to him. Try to graduate before it's too late. Allison smiled and waved at them, saying, don't worry. When the war is over, I'll open a restaurant. You guys have to come visit. Scene change to a campus. Allison walked inside alone. He was casting magic while deep in thought. Now the junior classes will soon be in their final year. I can definitely make friends in the next class, he thought, then said aloud. So, what kind of food should I try next? Suddenly, a deep voice came from inside. You're finally back, Allison. Allison was startled. He hurriedly looked at the figure who had just spoken. He couldn't help but be shocked when he realized it was Headmaster Astraban. He exclaimed in surprise, Headmaster Astraban. He looked around the comfortable space and spoke in a calm tone. What a comfortable space, huh? His eyes stopped on the magic formation that Allison had created at the door. Then continued, the magic at the entrance is very creative, I must say. You've combined illusion magic with a shield. Astraban continued to walk over and open the lid of the pot Allison was working on, looking at the complex spells around it and said, furthermore, these complex spells on this pot. Allison stood still in a corner, not daring to utter a word. Astraban continued, and it's this very person who made me believe that you couldn't use the simple spells I taught. He used magic to take a piece of meat out of the pot and said gravely, and this is. Then he put the piece of meat in his mouth, chewing noisily, praising it as he ate. Delicious, very delicious. Only then did he continue speaking. To Allison's astonishment, Jugen and Meridel told me about you. He turned his back to him and said, they said you don't have the aptitude to become a battle mage, and not just those two, but everyone who was close to you during your final year said similar things, a pacifist, who hates war and has a passion for cooking. Moreover, there's a rumor that you were drafted into the army due to a clerical error. Despite not being a citizen of the Louvre Empire, he paused for a moment, then voiced his conditions for him. Therefore, I will give you 2 choices. He stated the request firmly. 1. You will follow your classmates to the battlefield. As a first-rank mage, all the mistakes you have made during your time here will be overlooked, and no record will be left. You will have the chance to leave with honor and fight alongside your friends. The second option is to work at the academy as a chef. Upon hearing this, Allison's face showed clear confusion. Before he could think further, Astrobon continued, "However, you will have to do some additional work. You will be responsible for organizing a certain list. What will you choose?" Allison. Allison stood stunned, not knowing which choice was logical. His emotions were a jumble, impossible to sort out. Returning to the present, his voice rang out asking, "Which one do you think I chose?" On one side was a soldier, on the other was the chef I had always wanted to be. Moreover, he had agreed to let me leave when the war ended, Lendon Hellett replied, so there was no need for any further thought. Allison quickly replied, "That's right," he continued. "Of course, I said I would be a chef." Suddenly his face darkened. His voice also became sharp. Those were happy days, until I found out what that list meant. Returning to the past story, at a time 3 months later, Allison was still passionately engaged in his favorite job as a chef. He thought to himself, "Winseer." His eyes focused on the dish he was preparing, silently thinking about his technique. With this fire vortex, I can mix the ingredients and fry them at a high temperature. The delicious, aromatic food was poured onto a plate. However, thoughts still swirled in his head. Normally, it's very difficult to stir-fry a large amount of food because the quantity is too large and the ingredients are easily burned unevenly, but not with this method. He busily cooked the dish and brought it out to the customers. His face beaming, he introduced vegetable stir-fried with cuba. The 2 female students in front of him couldn't contain their excitement. They praised it profusely. "Oh, it's really delicious. I've never tasted anything this good in my entire life." Madison, while enjoying the food, thought to herself, "This is enough. I've reclaimed my position. As the most brilliant talent of the academy, it's a pity that Senior Allison was demoted to a chef. But that's his fault." She bowed her head slightly, thoughts constantly surfacing. With this, "I'm back in the first position." A voice of praise rang out, "Wonderful, Allison, everyone is excited about the new dish." Headmaster Astrobon said sternly, "Now I will leave the organization of this list to you." He gave his request to Allison. "Read them and divide them into groups of 200 people, as well as arrange them into books in order." Hearing this, Allison asked in disbelief, "Groups of 200. In chronological order?" He focused on the papers in his hand, read through them, and suddenly let out a gasp. "What is this?" Astrobon replied coldly, his expression unchanging. "Read carefully and ensure the arrangement has no errors. A new batch will arrive in the next 3 months. Hearing him recount this, Lemdan Helmet asked again, "Is the list you're talking about?" Before he could finish the sentence, he answered yes. His face grew solemn as he spoke in a deep tone. "It was the list of fallen soldiers, knights, infantry, mages, while I was still taking it easy here. The names of the dead are being recorded on these scrolls on a quiet, late night. Only the bright moonlight shone through the window into the small room. Allison was still diligently doing his assigned work. He thought to himself, I thought the war would be over within 2 years, and I would only spend a little time here. But now, before him were names, fates, each name a tragic story. The names of the fallen were written down. Cause of death, abdominal wound, Celine Eve, 23 years old. Cause of death, head wound. The thoughts continued to surface in his mind. And some very strong people would take care of the evil dragons. And finally, he imagined a peaceful, warm scene and thought on, and everyone would live happily. The war would end anticlimactically, and I would open my own restaurant. But real life is not like a dream. The beautiful picture he painted in his imagination never came to be. He wondered, why is this happening? This is a fantasy world. With brilliant knights and mages. When I first came here, they bravely fought against the dragons. Those words, he recalled the words of a man, a citizen of the Louvre Empire. The future of our nation is under threat. The mercenaries have fled and the knights are falling. He continued his train of thought, just lines announcing a crisis in manhwas and TV dramas. He continued to write down the name of each victim. Evan Hall, 18 years old, died amidst the rubble of the Taylor Batman building. 25 years old, cause of death, multiple stab wounds. Syrian, 17 years old, died on the battlefield with multiple body parts missing. Nadrin, 19 years old, cause of death, wound infection after being transferred to the rear. Marlon, 35 years old, cause of death, excessive bleeding. Allison's heart felt empty. He couldn't understand. He asked himself a question. Why? He sat stunned at the table, unable to believe these brutal truths. The thoughts kept swirling in his head. Why are there so many? His hand could no longer hold the pen to write. He gritted his teeth in agony. He crumpled the paper in his hand and screamed, Why? Why? He continued reading the information on the victims. Jugan, 20 years old, died with bruises all over his body during a mission. Meridel, 19 years old, cause of death, a neck wound during a mission. Scene change, Allison was preparing food, his face no longer smiling, replaced by a somber expression. He recalled the image of his 2 friends, Jugan and Marud, happily eating the food he cooked. He remembered them, his eyes growing deep with sorrow. He brought out the food and said, The food is ready. The female student then stammered, Excuse me, chef. She smiled and praised, Thank you for the delicious food. The girl beside her also shyly spoke to him. I missed your food after being assigned to the front lines. We're about to graduate, so we wanted to tell you. But Allison just stood there grim-faced. He recalled the words of Headmaster Astraban. Read them carefully and ensure the arrangements are carried out without any errors. A new batch will arrive in the next 3 months. He remembered this. He seemed to realize a hidden meaning in those words. In the night, a hand pushed open a door. Headmaster Astraban was already standing inside. Hearing the sound, he spoke up. What is it that you wanted to talk to me about so late at night? Allison. Allison stood silently for a long time without answering. Suddenly, he knelt before Astraban and exclaimed, Please, let me go to the front lines. I can't take it anymore. Hearing this, Astraban remained silent. After a while, he took out an item, handed it to him, and said, The fireball you used on the training grounds. I know you always control your mana. His voice was low but firm as it echoed. Show me your determination to graduate. In a space shrouded in darkness, something suddenly flared with intense light. Allison continued his story. That demonstration was not witnessed by any student or professor. Because it was late at night, the 2 female students sleeping in their room were also awakened by the immense power of the fireball. The 2 of them were startled awake, crying out in alarm. What was that? An earthquake. He continued his story. Headmaster Astraban explained that a small incident had occurred on the training grounds. Astraban stood watching his technique and then spoke. Please. He paused for a moment, looking at the terrifying destruction the fireball had caused, then said his parting words. Save as many people as you can, he continued. In the end, the question of who created that giant crater only fueled the students' imagination, and no one had a clear answer. That night, a first-rank mage, who had not yet officially graduated, quietly left for the battlefield. Back to the present. Madrin continued the story, her voice filled with contemplation and regret. Allison gave up his position as a chef and disappeared. Leon Harris's face was stunned, his eyes full of questions. Madrin went on with the story. Although the headmaster announced it was just an accident, that giant crater. Leon Harris then interjected, was created by Allison. Madrin sighed and stammered, I thought I would feel more relieved when Allison left, but I was wrong. She recalled the traces left by Allison's technique and continued, even though he's gone. The proof of his presence hasn't vanished. She closed her eyes and recounted in a low voice. The next time I heard news of Allison was a long time later. There was a rumor that he had become a soldier on the front lines, without officially graduating from the academy. One night on the front lines, a voice cut through the silence. So, you're Allison, Allison replied. I was contacted by the Magic Academy. The one who had just asked was Captain Dagos of the 8th Battalion, Churkin City Infantry Regiment. He continued to speak in a contemplative tone. They've never sent a mage this urgently before. It seems you're not very lucky. Allison's face was devoid of emotion. He stood still, listening to him speak. Since you've been dispatched here, he rubbed his forehead with a pen and continued. We are in a battle against monsters. Although people call this a war with dragons, it's the monsters that cause the most damage. They destroy villages and kill people whenever they find a weakness in our defenses, while we are dealing with the dragons. He advised Allison, it will be difficult for you to join the fight right now. Go to your tent, settle your things, and await orders. But Allison refused to compromise. He spoke softly, his tone full of determination. Please, take me to the place with the most monsters. Dagos exclaimed in surprise. What? An indignant voice rang out. Damn it, he won't last long either. One of the men from Team 5 expressed his confusion over Dagos' decision. About letting Allison join the battlefield, he asked him, why did you let him have his way? He's still just a rookie. Dagos replied, the situation is urgent enough. He continued in a low voice. Besides, he wasn't sent here just because he knows a few spells. Have you seen his class insignia? I can't do anything when he's wearing that badge. I don't have the authority to command someone like that. The man next to him also spoke up. But the graduates from the academy were already dispatched 3 months ago. Suddenly, a soldier rushed in frantically, calling out, Commander. Dagos asked, what is it? The soldier stammered in reply, Sir, it's a mage on the battlefield. You have to see this for yourself. On the brutal battlefield, the deadly scene left Dagos stunned. Countless corpses lay scattered about, with blood flowing like rivers. Dagos looked at the scene before him in disbelief and asked again, You're saying this was caused by a single person? Just then, a voice called out from behind, Commander. The person who had arrived was Allison. He spoke softly to him. Please tell me where the next battle will take place. Hurry, before that list gets any longer. Hearing this, Lendon Hellett spoke up and asked him, Do you ever resent Headmaster Astraban? Allison fell silent, then replied, What right do I have to do that? What should I be angry about? That he didn't teach me better while I was still living a comfortable life? Or should I be angry that he didn't transfer me and let me stay at the academy for all those years? His eyes filled with sadness, he continued. I'm sure he had read through those lists. I finally understand why he never personally appeared before the graduating students. I heard he couldn't take it anymore and joined the front lines a few years later. and Lendon Hellett continued his sentence. He passed away while trying to stop the dragons alone. Allison, recalling the memories of being scolded by him, said with regret, "Yes, I resent myself and everything that created those lists." Allison fell silent, his hands clenched, and he asked, "Do you know what happened after that, Your Majesty?" Lendon Hellett immediately replied in a melancholic tone, "I am truly sorry for what happened back then." His deep voice replied, "I know you had no other choice. If I could turn back time, perhaps I would have thought of a different solution instead of running away." Turning back to Prince Leon Harris, Madrin continued the story, but when Leon Harris heard that, he couldn't contain his surprise. He suddenly exclaimed, "What?" Allison deserted. Madrin, seeing he was a bit loud, gestured for him to be quiet. "Shh, keep your voice down, this is top secret." Hearing her reminder, he immediately covered his mouth and whispered, "Ah, sorry." Madrin continued the story. For the sake of his ideals, Allison decided to betray. She bowed her head slightly, her face grim, and said, No matter how I think about it. I shouldn't say any more. Just one small mistake, and our heads will roll." Leon Harris, feeling annoyed, spoke up. "You're stopping right after saying all that? How frustrating. I am the Crown Prince." Madrin's face showed a look of fear. She continued, "Although we aren't proud of our actions either, the ones involved in that event are the biggest problem. Even if you are the Crown Prince, I don't think I can say any more. I heard that person is currently in the capital." The sound of soft footsteps echoed. Suddenly, from behind the two of them, a voice spoke. "How interesting," causing both of them to break out in a cold sweat. The person who had just arrived was the third Duke, Malik Delian of the Luverne Empire. He stepped inside and said, "I never thought I would meet your highness here, and Madrin too." For a moment, Leon Harris felt a chill run down his spine, his expression worried. He thought, one of the three most powerful dukes of the empire. Why is Duke Delian here? I'm not strong enough yet. It's too early to reveal my intentions. With a hint of tension, Leon Harris tried to change the subject. He walked closer to Madrin, a forced smile appearing on his lips. Haha, indeed. Suddenly, he pulled her into his arms and said, "I believe anyone would jump into the fire when a beautiful woman is involved." Her ample chest pressed lightly against his. He bent down and kissed her hand. She shyly stammered, "Why, Your Highness?" Leon Harris thought to himself, "Please forgive me for this." Malik Delian sighed and said, "I will not comment on your private life, Your Highness. However, Madrin, I didn't expect you to act like this, Madrin." He pondered for a moment, then continued, "You are still greedy for power." Even though she had reached the pinnacle as a 7th-level mage, Leon Harris heard this and asked in confusion, "A 7th-level mage? I don't understand what you're talking about." Just then, Malik Delian spoke up to explain to him, "Do you see the emblem on her clothes? The one with 7 circles? It's not something just anyone can boast about." Leon Harris scratched his face and asked, "Really? I don't know anything about such complicated matters. I just asked Duke Tamaran to lend her to me for a short-term mission, simply because she's beautiful." Seeing his ignorance, Malik Delian thought to himself, "He's still just a child." He stepped out of the room and called back, "At least, make sure to spend your time together away from prying eyes. The Royal Library is not a place for fooling around. Even though we are in the palace, I worry that rumors will spread." Only then did Leon Harris breathe a sigh of relief. He let go of Madrin and said softly, "I apologize for my rudeness, Madrin. The situation was truly urgent." Leon Harris hesitated before asking, "And about Duke Delian, do you think he—" Before he could finish, Madrin let out a resentful sob. Hick. He paused, puzzled, and called her name Madrin. She recalled the words spoken before. This mage, for her entire life, has looked down upon everyone with her noble dignity and brilliant talent. A life wholly dedicated to the cultivation of magic. A place where relationships are considered unnecessary. And the noble status of a level 7 mage is enough to keep clumsy individuals from daring to approach. No one has ever had a deep relationship with her, only superficial ones for the sake of reputation. Madrin's resentful sob echoed, "Hick." Ah, those words kept swirling in her head. To put it simply, nothing like this had ever happened to her before. Her whole body trembled as she stammered, "A man and a woman," while tears streamed down her face. Her face flushed as she mumbled, "This close to each other." Suddenly, she collapsed. Leon Harris rushed to catch her, calling out her name, Madrin, you've got to be kidding me, right?" Outside, a voice called out, "Rurine, Rurine." It was Allison, gently calling to Rurine, whom he was carrying on his back. Time to wake up. Seeing her sleeping soundly on his back, he smiled and thought, "She's completely knocked out. I did ask her if she was tired earlier. We didn't get any sleep last night." He looked ahead, his thoughts continuing. "Well, I've said what I needed to. Now, let's head back and let her sleep." Suddenly, from inside, Leon Harris also came running out, carrying Madrin. He exclaimed in surprise, "Ah." Allison, puzzled, said, "Your Highness." And Mage Madrin? Harris was equally bewildered. He also spoke up, "Allison, And the girl you're with? Allison then asked him, are the two of you in that kind of relationship? He hastily tried to explain, no, don't get the wrong idea. They stepped into the library, and a voice rang out in surprise. I didn't expect to see you here, Leon Harris. His eyes filled with suspicion as he immediately asked, what brings you to the royal palace? Allison replied, I have some matters to discuss with His Majesty. But Harris couldn't hide his suspicion. With the Emperor? He asked again. Allison replied in a low voice, this matter may also be important to you in many ways. I hope he will tell you about it at some point. Allison smiled and continued, now I shall take my leave. If they were to wake up now, things will get noisy. But Harris stopped him. Wait. Allison replied, is something wrong? Harris gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, I'm sorry, Madrin. After a moment of silence, he said, I've heard about your past. With a somber expression, he continued, of course, I don't know the entire story, because Madrin was unwilling to tell me everything. Allison stood silently with a grave expression. Harris continued, when I finished my studies and returned to the Empire, I heard of a person so dangerous that even the Emperor, my father, dared not speak of him lightly. And I realized, you are that person. When I visited the city of Greg, the incredible skills I witnessed firsthand, and everything I've heard since. He recalled a scene from the past. His father had once said, we don't stand a chance against him, even if we join forces. He recalled this and continued, the more I hear about you, the more your image overlaps with that person's. Leon Harris's gaze grew heavy. He said in a somber tone, one of the three heroes of the war, and the supreme mage who disappeared. He couldn't restrain himself and shot to his feet, saying, the man known as the Dragon Slayer, protector of the people and the soldiers, the mage who surpassed the 7th level and became a 9th level mage. Suddenly, Leon Harris cried out in a strained voice, if that is truly you, please, lend me your strength. Allison, his face cold, didn't answer him. He called out his name earnestly. Allison, now back with the king, spoke up. I know you had no other choice, but if I could return to that time, perhaps I would have found another way instead of leaving. I wonder if, going back to the past, I could have made a different choice. In the palace, Lemden Hellet was deep in troubled thought. He suddenly glanced over as a figure entered and spoke. Your Majesty, I heard a rather interesting story on my way here. Melik Delion stepped forward and said, Allison, I heard that despicable mage has come to the royal palace. Is it true? He glanced around and surmised. Seeing the injured knights, it appears to be true. Lemden Hellet was silent for a moment before speaking. Duke Delion. I apologize, he continued, but I cannot answer that question. Melik Delion's gaze hardened. What do you mean by that? He strode closer to Lemden Hellet, losing his composure. You're not joking with me, are you? A guard knight stepped forward to block him. Please show respect in His Majesty's presence, Duke. Suddenly, one of his own guards appeared beside him. Melik Delion's eyes grew cold as he said, and who are you to dare stop me? The man swiftly blocked Lemden Hellet's knight. He continued nonchalantly, do you still think you're basking in the glory of the past? Melik Delion spoke with blatant disrespect. Know your place, you decrepit knight Jack. A voice suddenly cut in. That is enough, Duke Delion. A figure stepped in, speaking as they entered. This is the royal palace, if that mage is truly here, as you claim. This was Duke Bogo Temerin of the Rubin Empire, he remarked. Then, shouldn't we be more cautious in our actions? Melik Delion glanced over, seemingly contemplative. Temuran. He waved a hand. Fine, I will stop here for today. As Melik Delion departed, he didn't forget to add, you had best watch over that archmage carefully. It's unbearable seeing her hanging around. The crown prince. He concluded with one final remark. Do not bring any further dishonor upon the royal palace. Bogo Temerin fell silent once more. He asked respectfully, are you all right, Your Majesty? His Majesty's face was still mournful. Thank you, Duke Temerin. A tear rolled down his wrinkled skin, his voice filled with self-reproach. How shameful, my son, Leon. It's no wonder he's so disappointed in me. The curtains in the room stirred in the breeze. From inside, a voice spoke. Allison, you know this as well. Leon Harris leaned on the table and said, the Emperor's authority has crumbled, and the primary cause is the collapse of the 1st Night Division. He began his analysis. When the Dragon War broke out, the Emperor, my father, tried to minimize civilian casualties by dividing the 1st Night Division and sending them to different regions, because in other areas, apart from the borders, there were virtually no defensive forces. Thinking of Lemden Hellet, he paused. But that decision, Leon Harris said, turned out to be a mistake. A faint image of Lemdan Hellet watching the buildings below disappear into smoke flashed by. Leon Harris recounted, at that time, the royal palace was left with only the captain of the 1st Night Division and a minimal defense force. But that was far too little to stop the dragons. The 1st Night Division station at the palace was annihilated, and the captain disappeared. He sounded disappointed. The knights dispatched to the other regions were also defeated one after another. All of this happened less than a year from the start of the war. Allison turned to look at him and asked, do you know what that means? The answer came, I know all too well. Leon Harris's eyes were filled with sorrow. It meant losing control over the lords. That's right, he said in a low voice. When the First Night Division vanished, the palace's commands lost their authority. The lords hardly responded to the summons, sending only their weakest soldiers, and even used hostages to demand troop withdrawals. As a condition for negotiation, Leon Harris slammed his fist on the table, his voice low and hoarse with indignation. We put forth all our strength to protect the people in the regions. Yet those same people, in a fit of anger, he scraped his hand fiercely across the table, leaving imprints on the wood. He then growled under his breath about those very people. Leon Harris gave a bitter smile. Yes, in truth, I know that as well, he continued. The reason for my outrage is precisely this helplessness, this inability to do anything. Suddenly, Allison stood up. Leon Harris pleaded, his voice carrying on, it's the regret of being in a foreign land, of only being able to stand and watch when I should have been there. Therefore, I beg you, one more time. With tears of astonishment welling in his eyes, Allison exclaimed, no. At this, Leon Harris cast aside all dignity and knelt down, imploring, I beg you, Allison. Before he could finish his sentence, Allison quickly helped him up. Please, stand up, Your Grace. You do not need to kneel like that, Allison explained. The one before you is merely an innkeeper. Hearing that, Leon Harris pursed his lips, then he blushed with embarrassment and said, Is that so? I'm sorry, it seems I guessed wrong. He suddenly raised his hand and pointed at the sigil, then spoke, but the sigil immediately emitted a puff of white smoke. Leon Harris froze and exclaimed, Huh? From within the sigil, intertwined circles appeared. Allison said seriously, I have not yet abandoned my duty. He then stated bluntly, Let me make this clear. I will never eliminate political rivals under the Crown Prince's orders. I have no intention of taking any side in the royal palace. Allison touched the sigil and said proudly, If anyone dares to disrupt the Rubin Empire, threaten it, or plunge it into chaos. He departed coolly, his voice echoing. They will have to get through me first, not as a restaurant owner, but as a mage. A low chuckle was heard. Leon Harris's face couldn't hide his joy. That is the sigil of a 9th-level archmage, a flashback to the past. In despair, a glimmer of hope appeared. The laughter echoed again. Leon Harris froze when he heard a voice. I heard the London Empire is on the brink of collapse because of dragons. Huh. That Crown Prince, he's so stubborn. Now look. Outside, 3 guys were laughing heartily and gossiping. At first, he acted kind, but I nearly died from bowing so much. I heard he's clinging to some war hero title or something. There are really only 3 people shouldering on the fate of the nation. How did we come to this? Leon Harris angrily ran over and shouted, That's enough. Shut up. What do you people know? When they saw him, they ignored him. Now they've heard it. Hey, things will get messy if we get involved. Let's go. Leon Harris trembled with anger. How much do you think you know about the heroes who saved my country? Leon Harris muttered, I was right. I knew I was right. They say he went missing, he thought with certainty, but Allison has been that hero all along. Rurine was sound asleep, her face nuzzling against a soft, rising mound, a satisfied look on her face. Finally, I've caught you. Why have you been avoiding me? Suddenly, Rurine opened her eyes, drowsily looking at the thing protruding in front of her. Madron trembled and said awkwardly, You're awake? Rurine's expression changed as she enunciated each word. How dare you touch my body? She retorted, I didn't do anything. Madron explained, when I woke up, you were already hugging me. Just then, Allison walked in. I knew it. If I had been a little later, a disaster would have happened. Seeing him, Rurine joyfully cried out, You! Rurine threw her arms around him. Where did you go, leaving me all alone? Allison comforted her, saying, I didn't leave you. It's all over now. Let's go home. Madron spoke up. Even you, Allison, why are you here? Allison explained, I had something to do. You'll find out when Delian arrives. She hesitated for a moment, then still warned, Be careful. Duke Delian is in the royal palace. Hearing Madron say this, he suddenly became pensive. Allison said faintly, It's been a while since I've heard that name. Rurine gently smoothed his clothes, thinking to herself, Another name I don't know. Allison sighed, Don't worry, I'll complete my mission and be right back. She asked in surprise, Mission? He replied, You clarified everything about my past. Madron couldn't hide her astonishment. Allison raised his hand, and a powerful aura emanated from the sigil. He said with a stern face, You couldn't keep the secret about Castle Dedran, and now you've done this again. Madron stammered, I. He channeled his energy and moved closer, making her whole body tremble. She stammered an explanation. I didn't tell everything. Not all of it, although I would never reveal everything anyway. Just a little bit, she pleaded, begging, Please forgive me. Leon Harris, leaning against a corner of the table, muttered, I'm sorry, Madrin. Allison replied in a cold voice. Those were the Crown Prince's orders. Immediately after, only a tragic sound was heard. Outside the restaurant, the blue sky with its gentle, peaceful sunlight made Allison sigh in admiration. Now that I've had to be away from the restaurant for quite a while, upon returning, he didn't forget to praise the two, Lynn and Matt, for taking care of everything during the time I was absent. A round of applause for them. Allison didn't forget to add, and of course, thanks to Ment and Minton, too. The other two happily applauded. Rurine, however, was dissatisfied and pointed at herself. What about me? Lynn recalled a time when he was cooking and saw a dark shadow lurking outside the door. He said bluntly, "But Elle, you said you had left the restaurant, but you still checked on us from time to time, disguised with a trash bag, right?" Allison was startled. How did you guys know?" He replied, "We saw you." He then pretended to cough. "Anyway, you've all worked very hard until now. You deserve a little break." Allison announced, "We're going camping." Minton was extremely excited. "It sounds like we're going on a trip together." Rurine was stunned. "Camping?" As if thinking of something, she blushed and asked, "Are we all going together?" Allison grinned smugly. "Not just us. Who do you think I am?" "I'm the social butterfly of Drake City," he added. "I'm going to invite so many people, it'll be hard to tell if this is a camping trip or a festival." A woman processing a cut of meat stopped and said, "Camping? I don't think I can go. I'm also busy carrying things in." "Sorry, but lately, we've been getting so many orders from Didrin City that we've had to sacrifice sleep to work," she suggested. "But I can recommend a few good spots for you." Allison looked dazed and scratched his head, "But I don't have anyone else to ask." This is the Drake City Clinic. A simple-looking house stood in a small forest. Inside, a girl was yawning widely as she woke up. "I am Serena, the greatest being in this world." Elena checked the little boy's hand all over, then said cheerfully, "The wound is healed." The little boy smiled brightly and replied, "Thank you." That was Elena. She praised the boy. "You were very brave through the pain." Even though I told her not to worry about money because my vault is full of treasure, she still insisted on continuing to treat patients. Elena smiled brightly and said, "Serena, you're finally awake." Serena scratched her head in embarrassment. "You're so stubborn. I told you I could bury you in gold bars," she replied with a look of satisfaction. "But gold bars can't take away the patient's pain." Serena was a bit speechless and said helplessly, "I'm sure you're a fool." Just then, Allison suddenly peeked in. "Is Elena here?" Serena looked the man over, assessing him. Elena, with a shy expression, stammered out, Al." He quickly cut her off. "I have something to tell you," Serena thought in silence. "Look at that expression. It's clearly a smile, but it's completely different from when she talks to patients." Seeing Elena's radiant smile, she analyzed it. A little nervousness, joy, anticipation. It's a mixture of all sorts of emotions. Allison recounted the story and then said, "So, I decided to go camping with everyone who works at the restaurant, but I thought it might be an imposition, since you often eat at our restaurant. I came to ask if you'd be interested in joining us." Elena was just waiting for this and quickly agreed, "Yes, absolutely, I'll go." She then added, "Thank you for inviting me." Serena became even more pensive. "I want to know more about that expression," she mused. "Is it love, admiration, or something else entirely?" Then Serena suddenly tossed her hair charmingly and said, "Camping? All right, I will honor your trip with my presence." A voice rang out, "What is that?" Allison seemed surprised. "Huh? You want to go too?" Hearing that, she immediately got angry and said, "Hey, so you weren't planning on inviting me?" Light shone through the rock crevices. Allison's group was now standing in a place full of rocks. Rurine exclaimed in awe. "So beautiful! A stunning natural landscape with a waterfall cascading into a clear blue lake. Sunlight filtering through the canopy created a magical scene." Elena asked excitedly, "How did you find this place?" Allison replied with a self-satisfied smile, "I'm quite the people person. I just had to ask someone to recommend a good spot." Behind them, Matt and Lynn were whispering. "He says that, but only 2 new people joined the group." "Shh, don't say that out loud." Allison was struggling to carry his bags. "All right, let's unpack first." Next to the waterfall, 3 backpacks. Blankets, pillows, and cooking utensils were all laid out neatly. Rurine glanced around and looked at him. "I think we've finished setting everything up. Should we put up the tents now?" Allison, busy rummaging through his bags, answered casually, "We'll do that later." After searching for a moment, he joyfully held up a box. "All right, everyone, listen up. We're going to play a game called Luan Marble." Note: similar to the game Blue Marble, the Korean version of Monopoly. Ment walked over and asked doubtfully, "A game?" Rurine also sat down. "Isn't everything here in your native language?" Allison explained. "Don't worry, the important parts are in your language too." He handed each person a stack of money. "First, take your money." Ment wondered, "Lynn, is this just paper?" Allison then pointed to the game pieces and explained the rules. "This game is basically about multiplying your fortune. Everyone rolls the dice and moves their piece according to the numbers shown. You can buy land and build on it with your money, When other people land on your property, you collect a fee from them based on the value of the land and buildings, he continued. After all players have completed 10 rounds, the richest person wins. Or, you can also win by making other players go bankrupt before the 10 rounds are over. Rurine seemed very interested. In other words, this is a world domination game. Serena spoke up. You dragged us all the way out here just to play with fake money? Allison replied. There are rewards and punishments for the winners and losers, so look forward to it. Elena exclaimed, this statue really looks like me. Lynn seemed to be thinking, rewards? Huh. Well then, let's start. Finishing his words, he lifted 2 game pieces. One landed upright on a square, and a voice cried out, ah, that's my land. Serena furiously exclaimed, ha ha ha, how dare you set foot in my territory? Lynn was frightened by her. It's only the beginning, and it's already like this. Allison spoke up, it's all right, that land isn't worth much. Hearing that, he happily handed over the money. Oh, right, Serena was dissatisfied. This is too cheap. Rurine held up a card, grinning gleefully. Hey, come to me, special card. Her card was, Dragon Attack. All buildings on the land with the highest value you own are destroyed. At that moment, a dragon blew all the game pieces away. Rurine slumped. Oh my god, how unlucky to draw this card. She gritted her teeth and said, I'll kill that dragon. How dare it? Allison suddenly exclaimed, I've landed on Elena's property. She too was startled and looked over. Ah, he sighed. And she's already built a restaurant and a hotel there. This cost is going to be very expensive. Elena's face flushed as she felt secretly delighted. Eek, he's landed on my property. This made her mind wander to a scene under a tranquil sky. A small wooden cabin was brightly lit amidst the white snow. A sound echoed from outside. Elena seemed anxious. Welcome, huh? Allison entered, wearing a thick fur cloak that still couldn't stop the cold from seeping into his skin. His face flushed. He let out a sigh of relief and said, the blizzard here is really strong. He approached her and hesitantly asked, Can I stay the night here? How much is the fee? Elena shyly mumbled. A clear voice rang out, reminding her of a memory. She replied shyly, It's free. Please rest comfortably. Allison was stunned. What? Matt and Minton were discussing, should we invest here? The city of Ladder doesn't have much value, so a small shop here is enough. Compared to that, there's Cameron City. This is an individual game, you know. Lynn, you almost wiped this guy out. Ha. My dear sister, be generous for once. Matt laughed wickedly and said, Hey, what does family affection have to do with money? Calm down, this is just fake money anyway. Rurine, full of determination, vowed, I will break out of jail with absolute power. He tried to stop her, but couldn't, unless you roll 2 of the same number on the dice. A moment passed, then another, and it stopped. The game is over. Allison, sweating bullets, announced, Please count everyone's remaining money. He sighed to himself. They lack basic knowledge of board games. It's so tiring playing with them, but they should at least be able to count money, right? Minton is rank 5, Men is rank 4. It can't be that hard. Matt sat triumphantly on Lynn's back. Is this the life of a noble? He was rank 2, and you're rank 6, because the losers were clear. Serena, bankrupt. Rurine, bankrupt. The 2 of them looked crestfallen, as if they couldn't believe it. Allison cheerfully announced, Congratulations, Elena. Currently, I am in rank 3. He continued, You won with ease. Elena achieved rank 1. She was stunned and asked, Really? Allison then handed her a piece of paper. The reward for first place is a free wish. As long as it's within my power, I will do anything for you. Elena was astonished. A free wish? He asked again, What do you want? Elena looked at the paper in silence for a moment. Then she hesitated and spoke. Can I save it for later? Allison replied, Of course, there's no time limit. Serena, growing impatient, thought to herself, Foolish. What are you still thinking about? Seize the opportunity while you have it. He then announced, For ranks 2 to 6, you are free to enjoy your time here. Matt sat up, stopped daydreaming and get to work. Serena was still in shock. This is crazy, a free wish. Immediately after, Allison dropped the bomb, and the 2 losers will have to set up the tents. Hearing this, the 2 losers were shocked. In the end, only the 2 of them were left to set up the tents. Rurine flared up, Not there, you idiot. Serena stammered, I've never done this before. By this time, night was gradually falling. 2 tents had been set up. In the men's tent, Allison slept on one side. Lynn and Minton were talking in their sleep. If you take this, what will I live on? How dare you disobey me? In the women's tent, Serena and Rurine were fast asleep. Elena was still gazing at the piece of paper. Suddenly, she kissed it. Suddenly, Elena glanced over. A figure was sitting up. The person stooped down to open the curtain. She wondered, who's there at this time of night? A hand gradually pulled back the curtain. Dim light shone in, revealing Minton's face. She looked at the others who were sound asleep to confirm. Then, she walked away. Elena broke out in a cold sweat. She was stunned. Minton, what is she doing? At that moment, Minton left the campsite alone. Elena peeked out to look, her heart full of doubt. That's definitely her. Minton, where is she going at this hour? By the lake, a figure was sitting who then spoke. You're here? Soon after, Minton arrived. She replied softly, Yes, I'm sorry for calling you out at night. Minton happily threw herself at the other person, whining coquettishly. I couldn't bear being away from you. The other person was surprised. Oh. Under the bright moonlight, Men's blushing face was revealed. He spoke, Calm down, Minton. She giggled and replied, Senior. Elena, seeing this from a distance, was astonished. Miss Minton and Mr. Men are? I didn't notice because we rarely see each other. Men looked at her seriously and said, We agreed to keep this a secret for now. From the people at the restaurant. Minton said softly, I snuck out very quietly. No one knows. Elena thought to herself, What a relief that everyone is asleep. I have to keep this a secret. Right after that, Serena appeared from behind, looking surprised. How wonderful. Rurine naively asked, What are they doing? Elena was dumbfounded. Oh no, Serena said nonchalantly. I've been listening this whole time. What's secret? Rurine also chimed in, What secret? Everyone knows you two like each other. The two, caught in the act, stared wide-eyed and stammered incoherently, then made strange noises. The morning sunbeams shone down. Someone's exclamation rang out, Oh my God! Allison stopped chopping onions. What a great story to hear first thing in the morning. He asked, So, Mr. Men and Miss Minton are officially dating? The two of them bowed their heads and replied, Yes, I was planning to tell everyone soon. Allison continued, Why do you look so guilty? Congratulations to you too. On the side, Lynn, while carrying and wiping a pot, said, If I had known, I would have brought 3 tents. Matt looked bewildered. I didn't know anything. Our brother is so clueless. Allison said in a loud voice, Come on, let's hear the details over breakfast. I have prepared the perfect curry for camping. He skillfully used the pan, tossing pieces of onion up and down in a rhythm. Sauté the onions with oil over low heat for a long time until they turn brown, shrink, and develop a rich flavor. Move them to another pot, then stir-fry them with vegetables, meat, and butter. At this point, the heat is higher. The golden brown pieces of meat are mixed with the sautéed onions. Then, add water to the mixture and stir well with curry powder to prevent lumps. Finally, add seasonings like pepper, and the perfect camping curry is ready. Now, the glossy curry sauce was complete. Rurine stared mesmerized at the plate of curry. It smells so good, Lynn said excitedly. It's making me starving. Allison then served her a plate. There's a meatless portion of curry just for Elena. She replied shyly, Oh, thank you. Elena put a spoonful in her mouth, feeling a sweet warmth inside. I like this thoughtfulness. Allison, while serving food, suddenly spoke up. So, I'm curious, who confessed first? Minton, hugging Men's arm, smiled brightly and said, I confessed first. He replied seriously. I knew about Minton's feelings, but the age gap made it difficult for me to take it lightly. At first, I intended to refuse. She leaned on his shoulder, listening. But suddenly, I thought of something. Is it really right to hurt someone just to appear considerate? Men said sincerely, The most important thing is our feelings for each other. Hearing this, Elena froze. Rurine nodded, I think so too. Allison stroked his chin thoughtfully, then suddenly said, If that's the case. He said excitedly, The wedding will be held in the city square of Greg, right? Don't worry about the cost. Men said shyly, That. It's still a bit too early to talk about marriage. Serena suddenly blurted out, Kiss. Finish what you didn't do yesterday. The two were stunned. What? Matt and Lynn, full of anticipation, cheered. Kiss. Applause and cheers erupted. Kiss. Men stammered. Right now? Minton was already blushing beet red. Serena yelled, You're in love and you can't even do that? Matt joined in. Kiss. At this moment, Rurine suddenly grew quiet. Under everyone's expectant gazes, Minton looked up and gave Men a kiss. The crowd cheered excitedly. Awesome. Allison and Elena watched with bright smiles. Minton and Men's faces were as red as chili peppers, but full of happy smiles. Rurine glanced in their direction as if in thought. A moment later, a sigh was heard. The pot of curry had been scraped clean. Sounds of praise could be heard. Amazing. Lynn clutched his full stomach, smiling brightly. It was really delicious. Matt had a happy expression. Brother, this reminds me of the stew that we used to eat together. He replied. It could rival that dish, little brother. Rurine, holding a box, approached him and said, Play this game with me one more time. Meanwhile, someone asked, Since we've been caught anyway, shall we go for a walk? Allison replied with a smile. Still mad about losing, Minton and Men affectionately left, with her saying cheerfully, Yes. Serena rubbed her belly and let out a satisfied burp. This dish called curry is acceptable. Elena nodded along. I liked it a lot too. I'll go wash the dishes now. Suddenly, someone said, whatever it is, don't hold it in too much. Elena was startled. Huh? Serena advised pointedly. That wish ticket might not expire, but good guys certainly do. Someone could snatch him away, she continued. It seems like he made some kind of decision today. Allison's game piece landed on a square. A mournful voice cried out, Ah, I just landed in jail. Rurine tossed her piece up. Tough luck, he said. A rough start. Allison picked up his teacup and nonchalantly added, But I bet you're surprised too. Right, Rurine? About Min and Men. Rurine looked at the card in her hand and answered calmly, Who would have thought they'd get together while we were away? I'm not surprised. Min has liked men from the start, right? She suddenly added. What surprises me more is your reaction. Allison, who was sipping his tea, looked puzzled. She then said bluntly, I like you. The tea in Allison's mouth sprayed out. His face turned slightly pink as he stuttered, What? Why so suddenly? Why? Rurine spoke again. I've always thought just saying it out loud would be enough. She recalled everyone's smiling faces, speaking one's heart out, that atmosphere where they were both shy and grateful. But when I saw the feelings between men and Min being celebrated today, I feel that my relationship with you is a bit different. People congratulate them, admire them, and wish them happiness. Different in what way, Allison explained. That's a celebration for the start of their relationship, just like how we celebrated your birthday. Rurine's gaze was firm as she retorted, but that party was to celebrate my birthday, not my relationship with you, Allison tried to explain. Well, yes, that's true. You and I are like family, like it's just something normal. Rurine angrily shouted, It's not. She pursed her lips and continued speaking. I don't see you with those ordinary feelings, and I don't want others to see our relationship as something trivial. Rurine continued, It has to be a little more special. He fell silent, and the dice in his hand fell. Both of the two dice landed showing one dot. Allison forced a smile and changed the subject. Ah, snake eyes, how lucky. Should I try to escape from jail? Rurine held up a card. You're not getting away, honey. He looked at the card with an astonished expression. Allison almost cursed. What kind of rule is this? If both of the two dice show the same number, you can escape jail immediately. If you are in jail, you must kiss the black dragon to escape. There is no other way. Rurine's face flushed as she said softly, That action that everyone reacts so strongly to, no matter how I think about it. That's the only difference. Immediately after, she moved closer to him and said resolutely, If the act of our lips touching carries that much meaning, then there's no reason we can't do it. She grabbed his shirt. That's the only difference I can think of. Allison stammered. Rurine. A drop of sweat rolled down his face. As if she had made a decision, she said, I'll get you out of jail. As she finished her words, Rurine leaned in with her lips. Allison stared at her, stunned, and didn't pull away. Just as the two of them were about to get close, a stone flew by, making a clattering sound. At this point, his face was flush red. He stood up in a panic. Oh no! If I don't wash this right away, the curry will stain all the dishes. I'm going to go wash them, Rurine. She couldn't bring herself to call out to him. Seeing only Allison's back as he ran away in a panic, she spoke with a choked voice. What's so different about it, anyway? The stone lay on the ground, knees touching the dirt, trembling slightly, with a stack of dishes nearby. That person was Elena. She was still in shock. A few minutes earlier, a voice had spoken. I can wash these here, right? Elena was carrying the stack of dishes. She reasoned, if I wash them on the spot, the lake will get polluted, so I'll just draw some water. As she was walking, she suddenly heard a voice say, No matter how I think about it, that's the only difference. It was just in time to see the scene of Rurine moving in close to Allison. If the act of our lips touching carries that much meaning, then there's no reason we can't do it. She watched the silhouettes of the two of them from a distance. Rurine whispered, I'll get you out of jail. Allison was stunned. She picked up a stone, her head feeling like it would explode. What did I just do? Elena covered her face, a question echoing endlessly in her mind. Why did I make that noise and interrupt them? Why did I do that? Stupid Elena. Just then, a piece of paper fluttered down. Her attention was drawn to it. The wish ticket that would grant any wish. Elena hesitated, her thoughts drifting. She remembered Serena's words again. That wish ticket might never expire. But good guys definitely have an expiration date. Someone could snatch him away. Serena's voice echoed in her head. Today, he seems to have made some kind of decision. Elena picked up the paper and mumbled. At first, it was just curiosity and gratitude, along with a little interest. One of those slightly special relationships. She recalled each memory. The person who taught me the joy of cooking and helped me see the beauty of humanity. But as I got to know Allison more, I realized he wasn't just some strange person. She recalled a time when Neria turned and said, I heard that Allison used to be Beden's comrade, not just a comrade. Elena was shocked. Allison was Beden's brother-in-arms, one of the three war heroes, she said in surprise. That's why I never imagined he would be here. Elena fell silent, murmuring his name Allison. At first, it was just curiosity. The restaurant's lights now flickered through the window. The reason I came to the human world. The hero who, along with Beeden, saved all races without discrimination. Inside, Allison brought out a bowl of noodles and called, "The food is ready, Elena." She mused, but as I satisfied that curiosity, other feelings began to grow. Elena hesitated. She remembered when Serena asked with a serious face, "Huh, Elena, you still haven't gotten rid of that outfit?" Holding the maid outfit, she stammered, This is just for emergencies." And there was the urgency when she rushed me. "We're going to the restaurant today, right, Serena? Hurry up." Serena didn't budge. "Ugh, I just want to sleep." She hesitated, holding the wish ticket. Elena said firmly, "I've decided." Bright sunlight shone down on the lake. The belongings were neatly packed. A voice called out, "Well then, shall we head back?" I hope everyone had a good time. As everyone was preparing to leave, Min praised them enthusiastically. "This was the best trip I've ever had. The food was amazing." Lin also chimed in. "I definitely have to learn how to make that curry." Someone else added with a smile, "Me too." Serena glanced at Rurine, who turned away as if being scrutinized. She wondered, why does she look so exhausted? Did something happen with Allison? This might actually be good news for Elena. She's bringing out the dishes. Allison walked over and asked in surprise, "Elena, did you wash all the dishes already?" "I was supposed to do that," she replied softly. "You invited me, so it's the least I can do." He was suddenly startled. Elena hesitated. Finally, she held up the paper and spoke in a casual tone. "I want to use my wish ticket now." Allison smiled generously and replied, "Have you decided on your wish? Tell me." Elena looked at the paper, her face flushing slightly. A while later, back at the clinic, a voice called out, "I'm back," Elena said, stretching comfortably. "The vacation is over." It felt so short. She turned to the person beside her. "Serena, did you have fun too?" Serena replied calmly, It was all right." As she turned to leave, she said, "You go rest first. I'll finish the preparations for tomorrow's consultation." Suddenly, Serena called after her, "Hey," she asked bluntly, "why did you do that? Why would you waste an opportunity like that?" Flashing back to the earlier scene, a hesitant voice began, Elena finally said, full of hope, "I wish that Allison will continue to run his restaurant in the city of Rick for a long, long time." Afterwards, she smiled happily. "That's my wish." He looked at the paper and asked hesitantly, "The restaurant?" Elena then asked, "Is that too difficult?" Allison quickly denied it. "No, I was planning to keep running the restaurant anyway." At that moment, Serena, hiding to the side, overheard this. Allison asked again, "But are you sure?" She replied firmly, "Yes, I'm sure." Elena continued, "That's all I really want." Back in the present, Serena couldn't help but say, "Why would you do that? You should have at least wished for a trip, just for the two of you. Do you think an opportunity like that will come easily in the future?" Hearing this, Elena was stunned. She spoke, "But I saw," remembering the image of Rurine leaning in. His face was flushed, and he didn't resist. The look in Allison's eyes was so full of affection. Elena's eyes filled with tears. She sobbed. The look Allison gave Rurine, "I saw it. If I just keep my distance, it'll be okay, right?" Serena narrowed her eyes, thinking to herself, "I thought I could see it." For Elena, I thought that if someone with such a pure and sincere soul loved someone, it would surely be a beautiful thing. Her tears streamed down nonstop. "I just need to see him at the restaurant occasionally. That's enough for me." A hand reached out. I thought I could witness the true love that I've always longed for. Serena hugged her, saying helplessly, "You fool." Serena realized with disappointment, but all that was transmitted to me was this deep sadness. In a corner of the restaurant, Rurine carried a tray of dishes, lost in thought. Lately, Allison has been acting very strangely. She had noticed his odd behavior, mumbling strange incantations, frequently getting distracted. Allison was chopping a root vegetable while chanting Cabrio Satarava. Concerned, she asked, "Manager, are you all right?" There was a hint of hurt on Rurine's face. More than that, he's avoiding me. Even at night, he turns his back on me and flinches whenever I try to hug him. Before, he always accepted my actions so easily. Matt glanced at Rurine and asked, "Oh, Rurine, are you taller?" She thought, "Is he asking me again?" Matt replied, "Yes, you definitely are. I noticed it during the camping trip." She stared blankly at her hands. Could it be because the coming-of-age ceremony is approaching? Suddenly, Rurine asked, "Is height important?" Matt replied, Not really, but you look more mature." She pressed on, "Is that a good thing?" She replied, "I'm not so sure." "Over here," Lynn called out, "Manager." Seeing no reaction, she had to call again, "Manager." Allison was startled and replied, "Yes? What is it? What's wrong?" He reminded him, "Your hand. You've cut your hand." Only then did Allison come to his senses. "Oh, that's right," Lynn asked worriedly. "Where are the bandages?" He smiled brightly and replied, "Bandages? It's fine. Don't worry. A wound like this can heal on its own." He said in amazement, "This is." In his mind, Rurine's image and words appeared. "I will free you from my prison." Lin screamed in terror. "This isn't good at all." At that moment, agitated, the blood from his hands spurted out. Allison thought in silence, "It seems I've made a decision." He propped his hands on the table, just like Rurine. It seemed Allison had made up his mind. Meanwhile, at the sanctuary of the Black Dragons, the moon shone gently. The Black Dragon elder, Meridana, stroked his beard and spoke. "Are the preparations for Rurine's coming-of-age ceremony proceeding smoothly?" The Black Dragon elder, Dehema, replied, "Yes. Everything is proceeding favorably." He said with satisfaction, "Good, that's a relief," Dehema reported. "And regarding the traditional aspects of the ceremony, we are also ready." Meridana was skeptical. Traditional? His expression became pensive upon hearing it was about pairing the maturing Rurine with a mate. Dehema took out a scroll and said, "We have selected several candidates. Would you like to look them over?" Meridana glanced through them, his voice filled with regret. If Nice were still alive, he would certainly have been one of the finest candidates. He replied, "Perhaps so, the fool." Meridana seemed to see something and suddenly hesitated. "Dehema," Meridana probed, "do you still harbor any feelings for Allison, the one who killed your grandson, Nice?" Hearing this, he seemed startled. In the end, Dehema still replied, "Not really," Meridana suddenly said. "But knowing how Rurine feels about Allison," he interrupted, "I'll be blunt. I knew about Nice's plan to harm Allison." Hearing this, Meridana couldn't hide his astonishment. Dehema continued, "Of course, I did not support that plan, but I didn't stop it either. Because Nice was right about the decline of the Black Dragon lineage. In such a situation, entrusting a rare female member to a human, Meridana angrily questioned, "What are you really trying to say?" Dehema said seriously, "My top priority is the Black Dragon lineage itself, just like you, Elder Meridana." He brought up the old story. The sinner, Baron, who broke the clan's taboo and created the ancient Maven, even though she was your daughter. You still imprisoned her with your own hands. Dehema's eyes were cold as he spoke, but in that decision, there was regret and error. Understanding those feelings, I will share my true thoughts. Meridana fell into a deep silence. He said firmly, "Rurine must be paired with a fellow Black Dragon." The light from the restaurant shone through the window. A voice chimed in, "Did you have a nice holiday?" "Yes, it was really great." Clooney was devouring her food, Ren said with a smile. "Right? We wanted to go too. Sorry about that." Allison replied, "You two were busy, so it couldn't be helped. Next time, I'll call you both." She leaned close to his ear and whispered, "By the way, Rurine's birthday is coming up, isn't it? Don't you have any plans for it this time?" Allison didn't hide it. "Ah, I've already prepared everything." "It's something I've been working on for a very long time," Ren asked. "Oh, you've prepared so well. What is it?" He scratched his head shyly. A house," a surprised voice exclaimed. "A house." At this point, let's go back in time a little. Goza looked up and said to someone, "Everyone has worked very hard, haven't they?" Lurin pointed at himself, indicating he hadn't been praised. Lurin. He understood what it meant. Goza then gently petted it. "Of course, you've worked hard too, Lurin." He turned to the guards and said, "My apologies, everyone. Even though it's finished, I can't help but worry about the final details." One of them replied, "What are you saying, sir? Creating something this perfect brings us great joy." Under the dim lights in the middle of the magnificent palace, a tall structure could be vaguely seen. "This must be Goza's masterpiece. I wonder how they will react." A harsh voice rang out, "You are a disgrace to the clan." A crowd gathered as if delivering a verdict. "Your mother is a criminal. The war happened because you recklessly created an ancient orb." Rurine's tears streamed down as she sobbed and tried to explain, I only." Meridana's face darkened as he delivered the verdict. "Rurine, I hereby exile you from the sanctuary." She woke up in shock, covered in a cold sweat. Rurine sat up, completely unresponsive. She looked at the empty spot beside her and whispered, "Al, is that you?" Rurine ran outside in a panic. "Al, where did you go?" She silently prayed, "Please don't leave me alone." Allison noticed her. "Rurine, you're awake?" Goza said in surprise, "Oh, Lady Rurine, is something wrong?" She calmed down. "Ah, no, you're here." She said, "Your timing is perfect." Allison, appearing calm, said, "I was planning to tell you on your birthday, but I'll be busy this year. So now is the perfect time." Rurine tensed up unconsciously and let out an "oh." She asked, "What are you talking about?" Allison hesitated. Well, it's about your lair." Beneath the house, an underground door was revealed, leading to a corridor shimmering under the lights. "First, let me show you the entrance." Allison exclaimed in amazement. "It looks like a palace." Rurine also marveled. "The ceiling is so high." Lurin saw the newcomer and cried out, "Lurin!" He asked warmly, "Is this also Lurin's room?" He replied, "That's right, as its guardian, of course." To the surprise of the two, Goza continued the tour. In addition, there is also a wine cellar. A storage room connected to the dining room, a bedroom, and a treasury have also been prepared. He opened a door, and finally, if you look at the center, Goza said proudly, there is a large bath. A gasp of amazement was heard. A beautiful fountain. In the middle of the palace stood a multi-tiered fountain with streams of water flowing down into the large bath. Rurine ran towards it excitedly. Is this using the underground water source from last time? He replied. That's right, because you like the feeling of a hot spring. I created this. Seeing her so happy, Allison smiled. Lately, I've been avoiding her too much, and it's been written all over my face. Luckily, seeing the lair has improved her mood. Thinking of something, his face blushed pink. That's right. I can't keep avoiding this forever. When Rurine's birthday comes, I'll sort out these feelings. As he was lost in thought, Rurine suddenly said, What are you doing over there? Bring the cocoa here. Allison couldn't react in time and asked blankly. What? She said nonchalantly. Just like last time, let's bathe together. As soon as she finished speaking, she jumped in. His face turned beet red as he called out, Hey, wait a minute, Rurine. Stop. Goza covered his face. Oh, my. She soaked in the water, her head bowed, and mumbled, This is really awkward. After some time, Allison slumped down, still not having recovered from the shock. She's too fast. Couldn't even give me a moment to prepare myself. Now sitting outside, he suddenly shook his head to clear his thoughts. No, actually, perhaps Rurine is the one who feels awkward. He mused, We used to bathe and sleep together all the time. But now, we're suddenly keeping this distance. At that moment, a spatial vortex appeared, accompanied by a voice, bathe and sleep together. Allison exclaimed in horror, Elder Maradona. He emerged from the vortex, his expression dark, enunciating every word, bathe, together. Sleep. You bastard. What have you done to my granddaughter? As he was being choked, his face contorted, he tried to explain, this is a misunderstanding. No, to be precise, it's not a misunderstanding. Maradona was so furious he could cry. He growled, You are so dead. Did you think I wouldn't show up? A moment later, Maradona was walking through the palace, his voice rising as he questioned. You made a promise. Allison meekly followed behind him. He asked, Is this Rurine's lair? He obediently replied, yes. Seeing the empty bath, Allison guessed that Rurine had finished bathing and left. Maradona offered a bit of praise. I must admit, it's quite beautiful. I didn't think you could prepare a lair like this. He continued, To be honest, I never thought a man like you could prepare something like this. But, Allison, with a glimmer of hope, asked, Does such rare praise mean that I've passed? Maradona fell silent. Finally, he glanced at him and said, If I were to say you failed, would you accept it? Allison was stunned. What? Maradona made a request. Let's talk. He submerged himself in the water. Maradona soaked comfortably, while he, on the other hand, was not at ease. Allison broke out in a cold sweat, his internal alarm bells ringing. This is so awkward. Damn it. This pressure is completely different from the pressure from Rurine. He still forced a smile and asked, Elder, sir, what did you want to talk about? He began bluntly. Before I was born, Maradona continued the story. A very long time ago, there was a dragon lord, born after absorbing 3 ancient orbs. He recalled, his name was Balaka. He was the first and the worst dragon lord. Even humans knelt before him in fear, as Balaka considered all creatures other than dragons to be mere insects, of course. I'm not saying such dragons don't exist today, however, the difference is that Balaka had the power to act on those thoughts. The crowd looked up, stunned. As Balaka furiously breathed fire, he ordered the annihilation of all non-dragon creatures. And after many years of slaughter, nothing was left on the earth, beautiful nature, burgeoning civilizations. All of it vanished, the story continues. After everything was incinerated and only dragons remained. Ironically, Balaka came to regret his choices. That was when he realized dragons could only reign because of the existence of other creatures. With all of them gone, dragons degenerated into beasts that preyed on each other. Eventually, the dragons rose up against Balaka's rule. Those who had absorbed even a single ancient orb before Balaka became the overlord, led a rebellion. Under the assault, Balaka fell. They finally managed to kill him, ending his reign. However, when his control was gone, the remaining dragons saw them, fierce, with blood-stained mouths. The horrifying savagery was etched into their minds. All dragons swore an oath at that time. He hesitated, then continued, to prevent the birth of an absolute overlord in the future. And that is why we consider dragons who create ancient orbs to be criminals. Allison's expression changed slightly. Maradona stroked his chin and then said, What I am about to say is related to that. It's about Rurine's mother, my daughter, Baron. In the sanctuary of the Black Dragons, a clear voice rang out. Grandpa, she called out. Maradona looked in the direction of the sound. He asked in surprise, Rurine. She replied huffily, Who else would I be calling? Rurine was still a little girl at this time. She climbed onto Meridana's shoulder playfully. "Play with me," he asked indulgently. "Where's your mother gone again?" About 300 years ago, a mischievous Rurine was pulling Meridana's hair, shouting, "Ow! Don't pull Grandpa's hair." During a time of peace in the sanctuary, suddenly, a voice rang out. "Rurine, mind your manners." She stopped her actions. Rurine obediently apologized. "I'm sorry." "Grand Elder," the Black Dragon Grand Elder Serena said, "it's all right. Come down now." She approached and said helplessly, "You spoil the child too much. His hair was a mess," he said apologetically. "I'm sorry too." Just then, a powerful force rushed forward. A creature smashed through the wall and charged in, shattering the peace. It was Serena who furiously yelled, "What is this? Who dares do this in the sanctuary?" The dragon panted, "Sorry, is anyone chasing me?" An urgent voice called out, "Elder Meridana." He looked astonished, while Rurine cheered happily. "Ah, a black dragon." Baron, looking desperate and holding an orb, said hastily, "Hurry. We have to hide this quickly." He uttered, "That was my daughter," and the orb she carried was an ancient orb. It was placed neatly on a square cushion. Seeing it, Meridana and Serena were horrified. "This is an ancient orb." Baron looked at her holding the orb in her hands and asked, "Where did you get this?" Baron immediately confessed honestly, "I stole it," then corrected herself. More accurately, "I kind of snuck it out." Hearing that, Meridana furiously scolded. "What? This isn't something you can just say so casually. Don't you even realize the gravity of the situation? Do you have any idea what possessing an ancient orb means? Why would you cause such huge trouble?" At the side, Serena advised him, "Calm down, Elder." Then she narrowed her eyes and calmly requested, "Please explain clearly, in as much detail as possible." With a determined gaze, Baron replied, "An overlord may soon be born, somewhere in a dark, ancient fortress." Someone in a red cloak walked up the steps towards a monument. In front of him, he held a short blade with the tip pointed at himself. His left hand held an ancient orb, while on the tray before him were two other orbs. Then, flesh and blood sprayed from his back, following the blade's point. Baron, who was hiding behind a large pillar and witnessed this, recounted with wide, astonished eyes, "Although I'm not certain about the situation. There's no mistaking that ancient orbs have appeared." She lifted the orb with two hands and said, "I tried to bring them all back, but I could only get one." Then she spun it on her fingertip gleefully. "Even so, no one could keep up with my flying speed. But just one orb is already incredible." Seeing this, an elder asked, "Do you understand this situation?" Serena thoughtfully repeated, "Do you know what will happen now?" At one side, Meridana turned, looking worried. "Grand Elder, what do you mean?" She narrowed her eyes and replied, "Unless it's a dragon, the energy of an ancient orb cannot be concealed by magic. The principles must be upheld, Elder." She fiddled with the orb. Baron, hearing Meridana argue about that absurd tradition, spoke up, "It's all right. Father, I was well aware of the risks when I tried to bring this ancient orb back." She placed it on the table and continued, "But there is a condition, Grand Elder. If you accept it, I will willingly comply." Sometime later, a barefoot Rurine ran loudly down the hallway, grumbling, "You're such a fool, Grandpa." The little girl pouted angrily. "Mom's been back for a while now, and you won't even let me see her. You haven't even played with me properly." Suddenly, the girl stopped, suspicious, when she saw a group of people standing in front of her mother. Meridana, in front of the holy disciples, looked at his daughter and said, "Criminal Baron, listen carefully." Then he continued, "You have broken the pact among all dragon species and created an ancient orb, causing those around to break out in a cold sweat of astonishment." Created an ancient orb. "Oh my God." Baron calmly listened to Meridana's questioning. "Do you admit to this crime?" And replied, "I admit it." Then, with a dark and grim expression, Meridana declared, "You will spend the rest of your life in a place known to few, a place where no one can find you, and from which you can never escape. Do you accept this punishment?" Rurine struggled to push through the crowd, hearing Baron agree. "I accept," the little girl cried out in panic. "Mom," then whimpered, "Wait, Grandpa, stop." Meridana, with a firm and cold gaze, ordered, "Imprison her." Then he added, "When that place is complete, I will personally carry out the transfer." After hearing the story, Allison shot up in the bathtub and yelled, "And that was okay?" Meridana, sitting beside him and leaning against the tub's edge, wondered, "You didn't know about this?" He stood looking at him and bellowed, "I only knew that Rurine's mother was considered a criminal, but she didn't even create it herself, right?" Meridana turned his face away and advised, "Calm down." Although she was framed, the main reason was to protect the ancient orb from those who coveted it. Only Serena and I know of that location, and that rare place was constructed with layers of the highest level magic. It won't allow anyone to enter, but Allison was still unhappy and questioned. Even so, the fact that it's a prison doesn't change. Meridana sighed thoughtfully and said, "That's right, it doesn't change." With a grim face, he continued, "At that time, I acted as if I knew better. But in reality, my reaction wasn't much different. So, and looking at his reflection in the water, he added, I made a mistake I shouldn't have. Screams echoed from the bedroom outside. Some people were gossiping. I don't even know how many weeks have passed. What else can we do? Her mother has become a great criminal of the clan. Meridana opened the door and heard them continue. You have to understand that she's just a child after all, but even so, it's not something we can overlook. He started to speak, Rurine, but was immediately hit in the face with a pillow. The little girl sat on the bed sobbing. Get out. Ah, I hate you. I don't want to see you. Meridana still approached, placed the pillow on the bed, and comforted her. Calm down and listen to me, my dear. I need you to do something for me. But Rurine cried a river, demanding, bring Mom back. Meridana took her hand and said, Rurine, this is something only you can do. Do you understand? Don't tell anyone, which startled the little girl. Then he requested, go to the place I'm about to show you and bring back some herbs. Time flew by in a dense forest. Rurine sighed in frustration. Why is this place so troublesome? She fumbled her way through the forest, looking around and muttering, is he deliberately making things difficult for me? Whatever, I'll just grab some poisonous herbs and get out of here. Honestly. Suddenly, Rurine saw a small crevice at the foot of a rocky mountain. She squatted down, curious. Is this it? It was supposed to be in a small opening. Rurine crawled inside, grumbling. So this is why he said only I could do it. All right, a moment later, she saw the opening's exit, where a dazzling light shone, and she marveled. So bright. On the other side was a small waterfall. Sunlight shone down brilliantly, and an adult dragon was standing by the waterfall, enjoying it with its eyes closed. Rurine's eyes widened in astonishment. She gasped, huh, and looking at the large dragon, she called out, Mom, which startled it. It opened its eyes, turned its head to look, and stammered, Rurine, how did you? Seeing it was indeed her mother, the little girl's eyes filled with tears. She sobbed and ran over, crying out, Mom! Baron watched Rurine hug her tightly, thinking, my daughter must already know, and called, Rurine. The little girl looked up with tear-filled eyes, doubtful, while Baron worried silently. She knows this is wrong, and she has to leave immediately. Rurine, now covered in dirt with a grimy face, was still crying, seeing this. Baron. Frowning reluctantly, Baron hugged the little girl, wondering, what am I supposed to do? My daughter is just as disobedient as her mother. This was inevitable after all, she thought. Then, the two of them, mother and daughter, sat by the waterfall and talked. So, is all of this scenery an illusion? Yes, it is. The view is usually concealed by a wall. Letting the girl sit on her lap, Baron reminded her, Rurine, I told you not to come here. The little girl cheerfully comforted her. He's too foolish to even notice. Hearing that, Baron asked, is that so? Then who told you to come here? And she heard Rurine reply, he told me to go pick some herbs. Then, the little girl realized with a start, come to think of it, he's the one who led me here, and he told me to keep it a secret. Then, from inside the fissure, her voice rang out, it's okay, Mom. No one can see you. Baron gazed pensively into the distance and replied, I understand now. Father, you truly are a fool. In the present, a curious Allison sat down by the bath. So you left the entrance open? Meridana stroked his beard and admitted, yes, with an air of indifference. And with no natural enemies, a child like Rurine could disappear for months at a time without anyone even noticing. Rurine happily ran around Baron. Mother and daughter shared many happy moments together as time went by. And though it wasn't long by dragon standards, Rurine had grown up. They would roast meat together and sit by the fire, enjoying their meal. Unlike other young dragons, she didn't explore the world or learn magic. Instead, she spent all her time inside her mother's cave without a single word of complaint. As time passed, whenever Rurine grew a little taller, Baron would make a mark on the cave wall. Because of this, there was always a worry that she might be isolated from other dragons, Meridana lamented. However, one day, Rurine came running thunderously down the hall shouting, Elder, I'll be gone for about 2 years, while Meridana mused, just seeing my granddaughter smile again is enough for me. Seeing her cheerful demeanor, two men gossiped, Rurine has been more agreeable lately, hasn't she? Humph. She's still just the daughter of a criminal. A moment later, Ruri leaped from the citadel. She transformed into a dragon and swooped down, happily thinking, once I'm old enough to be independent, I'll stop visiting this holy land. Rurine spread her wings in the vast sky, feeling the freedom. Then she soared away, thinking, I'll keep living with Mom. Later, she entered the cave carrying 2 fish. She shouted, Mom, I'm home. This fissure is getting tighter and tighter. Look, I even caught some fish. But Rurine saw Baron kneeling beside the ancient gem, trembling, and asked uncertainly, Mom? Baron, dizzy and pale, let out a scream that terrified Rurine. She asked anxiously, Mom, what's wrong? Are you hurt? And heard her mutter, they. Baron, her face pale, explained, they've stopped searching for the 3rd ancient gem. They've abandoned their goal of becoming a complete lord, and lamented, now all that's left is. At the same time, In another place, mysterious figures in hooded red cloaks gathered in a building. A dragon wearing a red collar spoke, "The time of waiting has ended." The red dragon lord, Satalong, with bloodshot eyes, declared, "With the power of the red dragon, I shall restore this world." Then into the solemn silence he added, "The age of war has begun." Elsewhere, Serena sighed, "There has been no progress whatsoever." She placed a hand on a map marked with a few spots, saying, "The two ancient gems, aside from the one that Baron stole, and the search for the incomplete lord who absorbed it," Metadana remarked from the side. "It seems everything is unfolding just as we first predicted. They appear to be intentionally hiding their identity until they find the third ancient gem." Serena agreed with that assessment. "That means the purpose of this ritual is to create a complete lord." Just then, a tremor seemed to run through her ears, causing Serena to cry out in pain. Seeing this, Medidina hurriedly asked, "Are you all right?" Staggering, Serena replied, "I'm fine, but my ears keep ringing." This has been happening more often recently. Suddenly, a messenger bird landed on the railing, making Medidana suspicious. As he untied the message from the bird's leg, Serena asked curiously, "What is that?" And heard him answer, "It's from the red dragon's side. It seems the Holy Land has been sealed by magic." Medidana's jaw dropped in shock. "This is..." On the side, Serena heard him state that they wanted to share information about the Lord, and she questioned, "Now? At this very moment?" Somewhere in a forest, a circular magic formation, like a portal, opened up. Medidana appeared behind the man, with red hair, and greeted, "It has been a long time since we last met like this." This sudden request caught me off guard. Didanki turned his head as Medidana continued formally. "Elder Didanki, it has been a long time." Then he inquired, "Do you remember what you told me a very long time ago?" Medidana asked. With a grim face, Didanki replied, "Ah, yes, that the red dragons were planning to create a lord." "I asked you to investigate that," Medidana said. Didanki confirmed, "That's right. Back then, I naturally denied it. For nearly 300 years, everything was quiet, wasn't it? A lord. I thought it was merely a baseless rumor." This confused Medidana. "What are you saying?" Didanki admitted with regret, "I was wrong." He then continued, "The Lord's command has been given to all red dragons." Hearing this, Medidana broke into a cold sweat, stunned. "What?" Meanwhile, Didanki's eyes were shot with blood. With a surging, killing intent, he said, "The target is the destruction of the Rurine Empire. Please." He then roared, "Stop us." Suddenly, he transformed into a dragon and took to the sky, causing a panicked Medidana to yell, "Elder Didanki." And just like that, peace was shattered in the blink of an eye, Medidana thought. The war began. Red dragons soared through the sky, looking down at the king. The human king standing on the castle wall, gazing down at the smoke-shrouded town. The war among dragons to annihilate the Rurine Empire had begun. The royal palace was the first target, and it was destroyed. Didanki, despite being pierced by countless swords and arrows, still commanded his swarm of dragons to burn a town. The Red Dragon Lord, with his nearly immortal life force, led the campaign of conquest, destroying and obliterating the territories of the Rurine Empire, one region at a time. Even so, the war dragged on, thanks to a black dragon which stomped its foot, shattering the ground. It then roared, "Punish the Covenant breakers." After that, the black dragon opened its maw and unleashed a shockwave toward the red dragons, shouting, "Annihilate the Lord's minions." Medidana continued narrating, "Thanks to the support from us, the black dragons." His body covered in grime as he commanded his subordinates, and I thought to myself, throughout the war, I was fairly reassured about Rurine and Baron. The forces of the red dragons and black dragons were almost evenly matched, with no spare capacity to focus elsewhere. Somewhere, Rurine called out doubtfully, "Mom." The waterfall inside the cave still rushed down, along with her voice, "Mom, you were right." Medidana mused, and as I've said, Baron's den was a perfect fortress. Rurine, sweating, shouted, "The Lord has actually appeared." Baron listened thoughtfully as the girl said, "He said I have to stay here for some time." Medidana thought, "But it seems my daughter had other ideas." Then, to her daughter's astonishment, Baron produced a cluster of blue light and called, "Rurine, come here." Medidana silently guessed, or perhaps she had already somewhat prepared herself mentally. Baron conjured a circular magic formation between mother and daughter and instructed, "You must learn how to protect yourself. Starting now, we will begin to learn magic." In the present, Medidana got up from the bath and stated, "From that day on, Baron taught Rurine how to fight." He put on his robe and continued, "From magic to the fighting techniques of dragons, everything, non-stop, for the entire duration of the war." His next words shocked Allison. For 13 long years, Medidana turned his back to him and went on, "Do you know what that signifies? What happened at the end of that period? Let's go back to the past, shall we?" Rurine, in her dragon form, tilted her head back and fired a blast of blue energy at the magical barrier on the ceiling. Seeing this, Baron clapped and praised, "Excellent. You're learning even faster than I had hoped," which made Rurine beam with delight. Later, when she returned to her human form, Baron leaned down and told Rurine, "I have taught you most of the fundamentals of magic and combat." Rurine exclaimed excitedly, "Yes, and I'll learn flying techniques later too." Hearing that, Baron patted the girl's head and said, "There are still so many things I want to teach you," making Rurine's eyes widen in confusion. Then, Baron's brow furrowed, her gaze filled with sorrow as she spoke. "But, I'm sorry, Rurine." She embraced her daughter, and then, heartbroken but resolute, she thrust her hand through Rurine's abdomen. "We're out of time." Rurine coughed up blood, watching in shock as Baron withdrew her hand from her body, and collapsed, asking, "Mom," as she saw Baron take out the ancient gem. Then, through her blurry vision, Rurine saw Baron, holding the gem in both hands, causing it to radiate a brilliant blue-white light. Much later, in the darkness, she heard her mother call, "Rurine, Rurine." The girl opened her eyes, dazed and confused, as Baron urged, "Wake up." Rurine sat up in a panic, asking, "Mom, my stomach." Baron, kneeling beside her, calmly reassured her. "What about your stomach?" Rurine touched her abdomen in confusion. "Huh. Was it just a dream? My clothes aren't even torn." Baron asked Rurine, "Can you feel the mana overflowing within you?" As she spoke, Rurine began to emit a blue aura. Looking at her hands, she answered, "Yes. I don't know why, but I feel incredibly strong." And she was left speechless when Baron revealed, "The ancient gem has been absorbed into your body." Then, Baron placed her hands on Rurine's shoulders and advised, "In war, Rurine, your power will become important. Stay here in the sanctuary with your grandfather and support him." This left the little girl confused. "But Mom, isn't absorbing this gem forbidden?" Hearing this, Baron put her finger to her lips and shushed her. "That's why you must never tell anyone, understand?" Rurine probably didn't fully grasp the significance of it all. The little girl blushed happily as Baron entrusted her with the task. "This is a secret mission between mother and child." Rurine replied, "A secret mission." What was the meaning behind Baron letting Rurine absorb the ancient gem? Suddenly, Baron hugged her daughter and said, "Rurine, this was my decision. Always remember that as you move forward." Then, with a blush, she added, "Thanks to you. All my memories in this lair have been happy ones." Rurine also hugged her mother tightly, filled with sweet affection. "I'm happy being with you too, Mom." Then, Baron waved goodbye to her daughter, not forgetting to say loving words. "I love you, Rurine. Now, go." The little girl squinted her eyes into a smile, ran off, and replied, "Okay," and promised, "I'll be back." That was the last time. Time flew by. Flashing forward, Rurine, in her dragon form, stood frozen, her eyes wide. Dragon blood dripped onto the ground. The final conversation between Baron and Rurine. She looked at her mother's wounded dragon body lying in a corner of the cave, with tears streaming down her face. Rurine cried out in shock, "Huh, Mom?" Suddenly, someone approached from behind her. At that horrifying scene, Rurine sobbed, "No." Meridana said, "You must understand better than anyone, since you witnessed it yourself. The one who arrived at that moment was you, Allison." He sadly thought to himself, "Was I too late?" Meridana stated grimly, "I won't explain what happened afterwards, because you experienced it all." He continued sadly, "After countless sacrifices, the Lord was vanquished. Finally, the war ended." Allison, sweating, added, "And then, Rurine was exiled from the sanctuary." Following behind Meridana, he asked, "Why?" "Even after hearing this story, I still don't understand why." Rurine was abandoned and ultimately exiled, even though the war had ended. Then, Meridana's voice echoed in the space. "Before my daughter accepted her full punishment, she made one condition." He then recalled the moment she brought back the ancient gem. Baron had said in front of him and the Great Elder, "Just one condition. If you accept this, I will gladly comply with my punishment." Then, with pleading eyes, Baron continued, "I don't want Rurine to be treated like a criminal, as I am now. There is no other choice at the moment. But one day, please let her live proudly as a member of the Black Dragon clan." Back in the present, Meridana lowered his eyes and said, "At that time, Rurine was just a child. She couldn't completely conceal the aura from absorbing the gem." A blue, ancient energy radiated from Rurine's body as she walked. Meridana explained, whenever she became highly emotional, or during battles, the other dragons would immediately notice. Allison's face darkened, and his anger flared as he listened to the story. After everyone believed Baron was dead and the gem was gone, we couldn't just leave the child in peace. He then questioned Meridana, "Is that why you let me take Rurine home to raise? Because I had absorbed the Lord's heart and could suppress her aura?" He then exposed him further, and by using the clan's laws, "You intended to summon Rurine back to the sanctuary once she came of age and no longer had her own lair?" And heard Meridana admit, "I have disappointed you." At this, Allison raged, "How could you be so selfish? Sending her away on a whim, summoning her back on a whim. Have you ever once considered Rurine's feelings?" Suddenly, Meridana spoke, "Then you tell me, Allison," which left him startled and bewildered. As he saw Meridana turn to him, tears streaming down his face, and ask, "What should I have done? How was I supposed to act to do the right thing?" Then Meridana recalled how the crack leading to the cave had become a large opening, and said, "You saw how the lair of Baron was breached." "That's right, the small crack I created is what led to Baron's lair being breached and my daughter being killed." Overcome with grief, Meridana couldn't hold back his tears, bowing his head and sobbing, "Because of my foolishness, that child died. What else could I possibly do but accept her final condition?" Allison's brows furrowed in sorrow as he heard him add, "The war caused the number of females in our clan to drop significantly. There has never been, nor will there ever be, a better time for Rurine to return to the sanctuary and be fully accepted." Meridana walked to a trickling fountain and clenched his fist in determination. I know my words sound shameless, but even so, I implore you, Allison." Then, the fountain began to gush powerfully. He pleaded, "Please, give up this lair." Outside, the chamber door was slightly ajar, and Meridana's voice could be heard. "Not for my sake or for yours." Behind the door, the girl was stunned to hear her grandfather's words clearly, but for Rurine's. Allison spoke. "So, you're asking me to give up everything?" He turned away, his expression dark as he said, "This lair, and Rurine as well." Meridana, his eyes welling with tears, pointed out, "Rurine is a dragon, and you are human. No matter how strong you are, that cannot be changed." Then he asked a question that made Allison's eyes widen in shock. "Are you sure you can walk alongside Rurine for the long haul?" He remembered a time when he was sharing a drink and a quiet talk with Rurine. She had said, "It's only been 1 year since we came here." At that moment, he had corrected her. "Only 1 year?" he'd asked, confusing Rurine, then continued, "1 year may seem short to you, but it's different for a human." He then closed his eyes to savor the tea as she asked, "But didn't you absorb a dragon's heart? Won't that make a difference?" He had replied, "No one knows if it extends one's lifespan. I'm the only human to have ever absorbed a dragon's heart." Now, Meridana's words twisted in Allison's heart. He clenched his trembling hands. After a long moment, Meridana wiped away his tears and stood by the ajar door. He said, "Come out now." Inside, his granddaughter glanced over as she heard Meridana's call. "Rurine, I know you're behind the door." She stepped out, saying, "Meridana, Allison." The Black Dragon Elder grabbed his granddaughter's hand, glanced at Allison, and said, "From now on, Rurine and I are going to the sanctuary to prepare for her coming-of-age ceremony. Afterwards, we will find a suitable dragon to be Rurine's mate." This startled her, and she questioned it. "A mate? I've never heard anything about this." She turned pale and was left speechless as Meridana reasoned, "Rurine, you heard Baron's request." She then turned and shouted at Allison, "Why are you just standing there? Do something." Meanwhile, Meridana turned away and told Allison, "I know my place. I understand my pleas are not enough to stop you." He pulled Rurine out, adding, "In any case, you have the right to decide. If, after considering the differences between our species and this final chance for Rurine, you still cannot accept this, then stop me now. If you do, I will accept your decision." As she was being pulled into a spatial gate, Rurine kept looking back, calling out to him, while Allison stood there, petrified, muttering, "Rurine, I'm sorry." With tears streaming down her 2 cheeks, she heard him say, "I can't be that selfish," and asked in confusion, "What do you mean by that?" Then, as the gate slowly closed, Rurine screamed, "Allison!" That night, a bright full moon shone down upon the Dragon Clan's castle. Meridana instructed, "Stay here until the coming-of-age ceremony is finished." As he looked at Rurine lying sadly on her side on the bed, he said, "I've prepared your old quarters. If you need anything, just let me know." Then, he couldn't help but advise her, "As you know, you still aren't strong enough to completely conceal the aura of the ancient gem, and about sparring with others." But she cut him off, "I know already. Just go." "I have no intention of doing so." Meridana replied, dejected, "All right." When he stepped outside, someone spoke to him. "This situation is far different from what I predicted." Hema leaned against the wall with her arms crossed, remarking, "I never expected you to bring the girl here so easily. You do remember what you said, don't you?" But Meridana walked past her, exuding a sharp aura. "Nothing is certain yet. Proceed with the ceremony as planned." Meanwhile, elsewhere, someone cheered excitedly, "Yuba! Yuba!" Clon excitedly held up his fork, ready to eat, exclaiming, "Another day, another Yuba meal." Seeing this, Ren, sitting beside him, sighed, "Can't you ever speak normally? And why do you always eat the same dish?" "How could I? It's delicious," he said gleefully while stuffing his mouth with Yuba. But a second later, Clon frantically spat the food out in a spray of utter disgust. On the other side, Serena stuck her tongue out after a bite of meat, exclaiming, "This is terrible. What is this?" Meanwhile, Glow buried his face on the table, grumbling, "Huh, why does it taste so strange today?" Meanwhile, the kind Elena, still trying to eat her noodles, managed to offer some words of comfort. It's not bad. But But Serena had already put down her plate of meat and shouted, "Stop forcing yourself, you fool." "Allison, get out here." He stepped out and asked, "What is it?" But with a haggard face and tears rolling down his cheeks, looking utterly mournful. "What's wrong?" Seeing him, Serena and Elena were stunned, thinking, "What's with him?" Tran Lin, standing beside them, whispered, "He's been acting strange lately, but now he's completely lost it. He replaced all the spices with sugar. Then he poured it all over the food. He's finally lost his mind." This stunned the two girls, while Allison, trembling behind them, mumbled, "I'm such trash." Serena rested her chin on her hand, lost in thought. Come to think of it, that other person is nowhere to be seen either. Could this be related? Suddenly, someone opened the door and walked in cheerfully. "To celebrate, I'll treat everyone to a meal today." The potter, On, entered with a backpack and asked, "Sounds good. Is this the restaurant you mentioned before?" Beside him, the old orchard owner, Bennett, confirmed with a smiling squint, "That's right, and it's famous for being delicious." Then, Allison heard someone ordering, "Allison, get me 2 bowls of soup." "Huh? Why do you look so miserable?" Under the evening light, a questioning voice echoed in the restaurant. "Is there no soup today?" Allison stepped forward to greet them, explaining, "I'm sorry, I don't have the strength to cook today. Lynn knows how to cook too. She'll prepare something else for everyone." Hearing this, On gave a wry smile and said, "I'm fine with anything." "You look exhausted." Bennett, however, asked with concern, "Allison, what's wrong?" "It's not just about not being able to make soup. You seem very troubled." He listened sadly as the old man pressed him, "Tell me, didn't I receive a great deal of help from you before?" Allison then recalled meeting him at the orchard, thinking, "Now that I think about it, I once told Bennett to keep Min." He fell into a somber silence, mentally slapping himself. "What was I thinking, giving Bennett such confident advice?" He then replied, "There's a couple I know. The two of them are completely different." He imagined a girl living in a castle, explaining, "The woman comes from a prestigious family. Although she ran away and fought for her freedom, her family desperately wants her to return. It was also her mother's last wish before she passed away." Then, thinking of their different situations, he said, "But the man, his status is not worthy of her, and his health is poor. He might not live long. He could even die before her, leaving her all alone." Allison imagined another man approaching the girl, saying, "In a situation like this, there is a marriage proposal for the woman, from someone of equal status. This is a chance for her to resolve all conflicts and return to her family. Her family also wholeheartedly supports this." Next, he thought of the other man, speculating about the situation. If the man were to take up a sword? Allison asked desperately, what should he do? Bennett and Han listened as he continued. "Didn't Bennett tell you before? Act in a way that you won't regret, as if there's no tomorrow." Hearing that, the old man replied, "Yes, that's what he said." Allison asked them gloomily, as if questioning his own heart, "Then, if there really is no tomorrow, is it right to hold her back? Is it right to snatch away all the opportunities given to her?" Seeing this, Bennett glanced at him and said, "First, let me ask you a question." He was blunt. "Do you have a serious illness? Are you dying?" This startled Allison, who stammered, "What? What? Me? How could I?" Bennett continued, "How? This is clearly about you, isn't it? You never denied it." Then Bennett turned to Han and said, "Doesn't this story sound familiar?" Han chimed in, "I was just thinking the exact same thing." Then Han stood up, took his backpack, placed it on the table, and said, "Perhaps this will help you make a decision. So, why don't you hear my choice?" This confused him. Then Han took out 2 plates, one intact and one cracked, and began, "The choice that I made." Meanwhile, in another place, Meridana sat alone, looking incredibly lonely. He was silent and motionless. He recalled a previous conversation with Dihema. The old man had said, "Rurine must be with another black dragon of the same species. So, why don't we make a bet?" Hearing this, Meridana was skeptical. "A bet?" Dihema stroked his beard, raised an eyebrow, and offered his opinion. "I believe that with her black dragon bloodline, Rurine must be paired with another dragon. But you, Elder, seem to think differently. So why don't you tell Allison everything?" He continued, "including Baron's past and the reason why this opportunity is so important to Rurine. No lies." This stunned Meridana, who broke into a cold sweat and blurted out, "What?" However, Dihema wasn't finished. "If, after knowing everything, Allison still insists on taking Rurine away, then we will skip the ritual. The pairing ritual in this coming-of-age ceremony, despite tradition." His sharp eyes continued, "But if he makes a different choice out of misplaced compassion, then Rurine will be paired with one of the remaining male dragon candidates." He then asked, "Elder, where will you place your bet?" Sitting opposite him, Meridana replied seriously, "Of course." Now, sitting in his study, he reached for a glass of red wine. He sighed, "I believe in Allison," but his hand, holding the glass, trembled, betraying him. He grimaced, his face covered in anxious sweat, thinking, "That fool. Allison, you should have held her hand, you should have stopped her. You should have shouted and claimed Rurine for yourself. Then, Meridana let his mind wander, imagining a scene where Allison grabbed his arm and yelled, "Hey, old man, do you think I would give up Rurine? It's time to reset the Order of the Dragons." He would be scared. Oh, how terrifyingly imposing. And Rurine would call out to him, happy and joyful. Then Meridana would joyfully push his granddaughter towards Allison, declaring, "Well, there's no other way now, is there? Let's proceed with the ceremony quickly," and they would be happy. A happy ending. At this moment, Meridana thought miserably, "If only you had said a single word. I would have stopped it." He leaned back in his chair, tilted his head back, and drained his glass of wine, mumbling to himself, "Should I not have mentioned the lifespan issue? Or should I not have mentioned Burns' last wish? Or should I have held back my tears? You're such a fool, Allison, always overthinking things." Meridana then thought of Baron, when she had said, "I don't want Rurine to be treated like a criminal, like me. It can't be changed now, but one day, please let her be able to be proud of living as a member of the Black Dragon lineage." Meridana put a hand to his forehead, distraught. My daughter's wish might come true in the worst possible way. Time flew by, and the day of the ceremony arrived. Members of the Black Dragon clan gathered and gossiped. It's been a long time since the last coming-of-age ceremony was held. The child performing the rite this time is Rurine, right? Oh my, it's Rurine? The timing is perfect. While they were busy gossiping, everyone will welcome this ceremony. Meanwhile, in a small bedroom, a female servant pushed the door open and called Lady Rurine. Inside, she was having her hair styled by another servant when she heard the reminder. It is time to depart. Rurine turned her head and said, "Wait a moment." Suddenly, there was a loud commotion outside. The maid outside the door exclaimed in alarm, "Stop! Wait! You are not allowed in here, Sir Luhat." But he even brutally kicked the servant to the floor, shouting, "Get lost! Do you know who you're talking to?" This startled Rurine inside. Her eyes turned cold as she heard Luhat ask, "You're Rurine?" She immediately questioned, "Who are you?" He, holding a wine bottle with a face flushed from drink, replied, "It doesn't matter. I was just worried you might be ugly. I am Luhat." He then added drunkenly, "Your destined mate." Meridana doubtfully mentioned the name Luhat, then unrolled a scroll of information and asked, "You're saying this man is destined to be Rurine's mate?" Standing before Meridana's desk, Dihima confirmed with his hands behind his back. "That is correct." Then, Dihima explained, not only did the number of females decline due to the war, but of course, the number of males also decreased significantly. The survivors usually fall into two categories. He thought of either stout or stick-thin individuals and continued. Either they were too weak to participate in the battle, or, he added, they were strong enough to survive the war. Hearing this, Meridana sweated, questioning, "Clearly, Luhat is." Dihima immediately answered, "The second case. He is a hero of the recent war. Among the newly matured dragons, no one can match Luhat's strength." Dihima even assured, "Among the candidates, I believe he is the best one to entrust the Elder's precious granddaughter to." But Meridana shook his head and said, "I'm talking about Luhat's personality." His voice then took on a displeased tone. That brute massacred people during the war without any regard for human casualties. At that moment, Luhat chugged from the wine bottle, his eyes closed, mumbling, "What a relief. I had heard rumors, but I needed to see your face for myself." And with a lecherous tone, he praised Rurine, "You are even more beautiful than I imagined." Seeing this, she told her servants, "You may all leave." Then, Luhat approached her and confided, "Power, honor, women. I have never failed in obtaining what I want. After proving my strength in this war, there are only two things left." He lifted Rurine's chin, looking down at her. "By taking you, the Elder's granddaughter, I will have them both. Although your status as a criminal's daughter is a bit troublesome." Suddenly, Rurine grabbed Luhat's wrist tightly, twisted it, and asked, "Are you strong?" She emanated a rumbling, murderous aura, her eyes demonic. "With this level of power, what can you possibly prove? There is only one person in this world who is allowed to touch my body." Feeling the immense energy, Luhat's face turned pale, and he broke into a sweat, thinking in disbelief, "Hey, is this for real? This is not the kind of aura a fledgling dragon could emit," he thought, his gaze turning sharp. Lu-H declared war. "Good, taming you will be very interesting." But someone cut in. "Stop," as they walked up from behind them. The person told the two of them, "It's good to have expectations for each other, but your energy is excessive," which made them stammer, "Great," and looking at Saren, they exclaimed in shock, "Great Elder." She, in turn, squinted her eyes with a smile and reminded them, "Emitting killing intent within the sanctuary is forbidden." Then she sent her straight back to her room immediately. Afterward, a protective sphere formed, accompanied by Saren's voice. "The elders have warned you," she said, looking kindly at Rurine sitting in the chair, and continued, "Rurine, you know what you have absorbed, don't you? In this sanctuary, only the elders and I know that secret. Emitting that killing intent earlier was incredibly reckless, if Lu-H weren't so dull-witted." Hearing this, she lowered her gaze and replied, I apologize, Great Elder. Seeing Rurine like this, Serena grew sadly pensive, then she stroked her head comfortingly. I only stress this because it is extremely important. You look so radiant in this outfit, Rurine. She then mentioned her late mother. Baron would have loved to see this. This caused her to stiffen again. Then, Rurine spoke up, Great Elder. May I ask you something? Serena asked doubtfully. What is it? Rurine looked up with her sad eyes and asked. The Dragon King is dead and the war is over. So why is my mother still a criminal? Serena's old eyes narrowed at her questioning. You know my mother wasn't the one who created the orb of you die. But she turned to leave, replying, because it is the principle. Principles must be upheld, regardless of the circumstances. Then she explained, if we make an exception for Baron, others who create the orb of Udai will invent all sorts of reasons. Excuses like having found it somewhere else or taking it from someone. Hearing that, Rurine shouted, Great Elder. But she cut her off as Rurine said, but I already told you, and stated firmly, the principle of the dragon kind is to prevent the birth of a dragon king. Those who create the orb of Udai will be eternally imprisoned in a special lair, along with its essence. Serena's next words made Rurine jump in astonishment. Dragons who absorb the orb of Udai must be executed. She squinted and turned her head, adding, the only exception to that principle, distorted by Baron's sacrifice, is you, Rurine. I cannot let her be treated as a criminal like her mother. Thinking back, perhaps that condition was set from the beginning with this very intention, she thought as she stepped out the door. Serena reminded her, complete your coming-of-age ceremony safely. She was out of sight, but her voice still echoed. Only if you treasure that resolve. Elsewhere, Han asked him, do you want to hear a story? Then he presented 2 plates, one intact and one cracked, saying, the choice I made. Han said cheerfully, these plates are tableware I prepared as a wedding gift for my daughter, Tenna. I'm a plate artisan. When Tenna came of marrying age, 2 suitors were vying for her hand. My 2 apprentices, Getroa and Pina. Han thought of a kind man. He recounted, Pina had been close with Tina for a long time. They were childhood friends. However, he was poor and an orphan from a young age, possessing nothing. And recalling the other, he said, meanwhile, Jiro was the eldest son of a large workshop in Messi. He was wealthy, with high social standing. A perfect candidate that made everyone envious. Then An sat down and continued, what everyone would call a suitable life partner. Then he recalled an earlier time when, in his confusion, he knocked a plate over saying, should I choose Pina, the man Tenna loved, or Jetroa, who seemed to be the ideal choice? In my hesitation, I broke these plates, didn't I? In the present, An picked up the cracked plate and mused, so, as a test of their craftsmanship, I gave them the task of repairing these plates. It was originally just a simple request, but it made my choice clear. An held up the 2 plates, showing them off. Look, Allison, this is how Getroa repaired his, and this is Pina's. He scratched his neck, confused, as Han asked him, which plate? Seems better restored? He pointed to the intact plate and answered, this one, right? But Han squinted his eyes and said with a smile, Getroa's plate. Then, he shattered Allison's judgment. On the surface, it appears perfect, but as tableware, this restoration is a failure. He used an adhesive that is toxic to humans, making it impossible to use for food. And picking up the cracked plate from the table, he remarked, meanwhile, Pina's plate seems crude at first glance, but it has retained its essence. Though some might laugh at the visible cracks, it has been sturdily bonded. An cherished it, musing, just like Pina and Tenna. I have just approved their marriage. He then recalled the couple's happiness. He said, how radiantly they smiled, and it made all my previous worries seem so foolish. Then he handed the cracked plate to Allison, asking, when love is the essence, what else is important? I was blinded by appearances. Seeing him stroking the plate, An asked, what do you think? In your eyes, is this plate worthless? Given this practical example, Allison imagined a human and a dragon facing each other, thinking, I'm human. She's a dragon, we are 2 different. My own prolonged lifespan isn't even guaranteed, and Rurine's chance to go back is right now. Allison, like a black and white virtual entity, silently analyzed, isn't it absurd to worry about this, when we're of different species? What if I'm with her, and Rurine is left all alone? Suddenly, Rurine's radiant face appeared in his mind. He thought, a dragon should pair with a dragon. That is what will bring her happiness. Then he remembered when Rurine was worried about him when he was sick. Anything's fine, just let me take care of you today. Then something else came to mind. Rurine's mother's final wish was also, and he remembered the moment she smiled radiantly, marveling, it's so beautiful. He silently added, for her to return and live as a part of her tribe. Rurine happily intertwined her fingers with Allison's, saying, I'll stay here with you forever if you want. Allison thought, when I brought her back from the sanctuary, I knew this day would come. He remembered Rurine lying face down on her bed, muttering, punishment. Allison had decided, that's why I tried to let her go. But another image appeared, of Rurine leaning her head on his shoulder and saying, Allison's restaurant. He couldn't help but think that. Then he recalled when they sat together looking out the window and blurted out, "Our restaurant." Allison touched the surface of the cracked plate, and tears streamed down his face as he mumbled, "It really is a beautiful plate." Finally, he told himself, "Give me one more chance, Rurine." He once again said, "It's perfect," when someone tapped him on the shoulder, calling Allison. Then, Ganon punched Allison so hard his head snapped to the side, yelling, "You idiot!" He held his cheek as the man shouted, "After all that talk, it was all for Rurine. Why aren't you going after her?" He blurted out, "Gone." Suddenly, Minton also slapped Allison across the face, scolding, "You idiot!" She looked angrily at him sprawled on the floor and demanded, "Does our relationship seem silly to you? After everything you've done for us, you can't act like this." He, astonished, asked, "Minton, Mentai, when did you two get here?" Then he argued, "And silly? I never thought that," which made Bennett and An sitting at the table laugh cheerfully. "It seems we're all alike." Then Allison looked up doubtfully, only to be bonked on the head by someone else, crying out, "Ouch." Looking at the elf girl before him, Allison exclaimed, "Elena, hush." He was confused as she held out a knight's cloak. Elena pouted, sighed, and said, "This is cheating, you know. You wish for a restaurant, not a place to work all by yourself." Elsewhere, the dragon knights gathered, chattering animatedly. "Order!" Meridiana, in his dragon form, spoke out, "Silence." He glared and announced, "From this moment, the coming-of-age ceremony shall begin." And just as he said, "From now on, Rurine shall." She walked in through the great doors with maids lined up on two sides bowing to her. Though beautifully dressed, Rurine walked in looking utterly dejected. Seeing her, the onlookers praised, "How radiant. It is time to forget your mother's sins." Meanwhile, Lu H smiled and thought, "The more I look at her, the better. Farewell, you despicable lot." When she stood before him, Meridiana said, "Before the ceremony, release your transformed shape and resume your true form." But Rurine, with a bowed head and pale face, replied, "I refuse." The crowd then erupted into a commotion as she continued, "This is my true form." They were in disbelief. Good heavens, how dare she? Are you denying your draconic identity? Living with a human has corrupted her. Suddenly, Meridiana roared in anger, "Silence! Silence! Continue the ceremony," he commanded, then silently called out, "Rurine." He then resumed conducting the ceremony as Lu H stepped forward. He walked up to stand beside Rurine, hearing Meridiana declare, "As Rurine's mate, you shall participate in her ceremony." And he mused, "It is a true honor to be standing here." Then Meridiana looked at the two of them and said, "At midnight, Rurine will be recognized as an adult black dragon. According to the laws of our tribe, she will be protected within the sanctuary until she wishes to create a lair, bear offspring, or seek independence." Rurine simply listened with a distant, indifferent gaze as he continued, "According to tradition, unmated females must pair with a male who has come of age through the ceremony to lead the revival of our tribe. When the ceremony ends, the two of you will." But in her mind, she was thinking of him and longing. "Please, find me one more time." Then her mind drifted back to a time when she was knocked against the cave wall, hearing someone yell, "Didn't you hear me tell you to get lost?" Two black dragons, Nis and Hoburn, shouted from the side, "This is a criminal's lair. Your mother's sin cannot be forgiven by your merits." Then, they flew to the cave entrance, calling back, "Don't delude yourself, even after the war. You will never be able to hold your head high." Suddenly, Allison appeared amidst a blue magical mist and asked, "Why are you putting up with this?" In her struggling dragon form, Rurine heard him ask, "You could easily crush a few dragons." She then replied, "It's none of your business. Don't interfere." Nevertheless, Allison still pointed a finger, conjuring blue magic, and said, "I'm not interfering anyway, but a meal is a different story," and asked, "You haven't eaten anything, have you?" While Allison cooked, Rurine lay sleeping opposite him. A moment later, he dished out a large bowl of food and began to speak. He then brought the bowl in front of the dragon and asked, "Why do you just let them beat you like that? It's really strange." Suddenly, a dazzling yellow light burst forth, making Allison shield his eyes and exclaim, "My eyes!" Rurine, now in her human form, sat disheveled on the ground and snapped irritably, "I told you, it's none of your business." At that, as she reached for the bowl, he pulled it back, demanding, "Tell me." This angered her, and she cursed, "This damn bastard, it's so unfair." Allison's eyes widened as he listened to her explain, "It's because of the ancient orb my mother passed down to me for dragons. It's a grave sin." Rurine held her two hands over the fire to warm them and continued, "And because I'm still young, I can't completely conceal its presence. Perhaps that's why mother told me to go to grandfather at once. He recognized it immediately and set up some barriers to prevent others from detecting it." Rurine continued nonchalantly, "But even that isn't perfect. If I were to fight, they might realize it. That's why I just silently endure their attacks." Hearing this, Allison looked doubtful. "Then can't you just not fight?" Afterwards, Rurine's eyes widened in surprise as she heard him suggest, Or, how about I handle them for you? His words made her burst into a cheerful laugh, and she couldn't hold back a big guffaw, exclaiming, "You must be the only one who could say, 'Let me fight a dragon,' so casually." Allison, however, narrowed his eyes and affirmed, "I'm serious." Then he handed Rurine the spoon. "Here, take it." She took the hot bowl of food, closed her eyes, and said, "It's fine. We also helped end the war. And grandfather said there's still a way to restore mother's honor." Sipping from the bowl of soup, Rurine explained, "The day I return to the sanctuary, everything will be put right. Until then, I can endure these feeble punches." Then she said with determination, "As long as my mother's name is cleared, I can bear anything." Time passed quickly, and elsewhere, two people were in discussion. The war is over, and post-war negotiations with the Red Dragon clan are still underway. The noble houses are maneuvering to get their own bloodlines involved. "You're in for a rough time." Serena stood by Meridana's desk and asked, "Is Rurine still in the Cloud Cave?" He glanced at a scroll and replied, "Yes, that's correct." Hearing that, she suggested, "We should arrange a separate cave for her. That place is far too cramped." Meridana earnestly requested, "Clan leader, it is time to officially announce Baron's deeds and restore the girl's honor. The war has ended." Serena listened thoughtfully as he continued, "Even the ancient orb that we retrieve no longer exists in this world. We can't allow her daughter to continue being treated like this." However, she was firm. "Impossible. The law makes no exceptions, Elder." Serena even stressed, "Baron will still be regarded as a criminal." This made Meridana shout in anger, "Clan leader." Seeing his reaction, she covered her mouth and said, "Ah, a slip of the tongue. Actually, there are exceptions. 2 cases, if I remember correctly." She then twisted the knife in Meridana's wound, a small crack in what should have been a prison, perfect for a criminal, and turning a blind eye to Rurine's sin of absorbing the ancient orb. Then, looking at Meridana's tightly clenched and sweaty fist, she asked, "Those are the only exceptions that must be maintained, are they not?" Time flew by, and so, time passed. In the cave, Rurine etched another mark on the wall and exclaimed, "Today is the day." She stood cheerfully next to Allison, "The day I finally returned to the sanctuary." To one side, he looked at the tally marks on the cave wall. He mused, "Is it time already? Time flies so fast." Rurine, however, was excited. "Come on, cheer up." "Still," he said, "I'm a bit sad that we have to part ways." His words made Rurine's laughter die down, and she was taken aback. She then turned around and scolded, "You're talking nonsense again. The fact that I spent so much time with you is what's truly strange. I'm a dragon, for crying out loud. You could at least show me a little respect." This left him at a loss, so he just put on a sheepish grin. "Yes, your highness, you have worked very hard." Hearing that, Rurine turned her head pleased and said, "Well, at least the food here was good. If you like, I could bring you to the sanctuary as my servant." But Allison waved his hand in farewell. "I have other plans. Once I'm done here, I'll be on my way. Take care of yourself, and make sure you eat well." Sometime later, in the territory of the Black Dragons, a noble lady swung her hand and slapped her hard, screaming, "How dare you come here?" Tears streamed down her face as she wailed, "The daughter of the one who created that ancient orb. My son died because of the likes of your mother." Beside her, a middle-aged man held her shoulders to restrain her. "My lady, please calm yourself." Rurine held her stinging cheek in astonishment as she heard the woman continue, "Do you understand?" causing her to blurt out, "Huh?" The others around them began to whisper amongst themselves, "So, she's Baron's daughter. Now that I think about it, this war started because of people like her who created the ancient orb. What right do you have to just waltz in here?" Rurine cowered in fear, sweating as she heard their insults. "Even for a child, you have no shame." She stammered to her grandfather, "Something isn't right," and whispered, "Everyone still blames my mother." Suddenly, Meridana, his old face grim, declared in a loud voice, "Rurine, I hereby banish you from the sanctuary." Immediately, the crowd erupted, shouting, "Get out! Daughter of a sinner, you have no place here." The scornful voices echoed relentlessly, "How dare you defile our sacred land? Get out!" The words made innocent Rurine freeze in shock, tears falling from her eyes as she thought, "What was all my suffering for?" Nothing has changed at all. She remembered the scratches on the wall, marking every agonizing day in that cave. She lamented silently, "Everything is exactly the same. Nothing has changed." Then, an image of her mother, lying dead in the cave, flashed in her mind. It's as if no time has passed at all, Rurine thought. Time flew by. Allison was sitting in the cave when he heard footsteps. He looked up in confusion. "Rurine, why have you returned?" She walked past him grimly and replied, "I was banished from the sanctuary," causing Allison to ask in shock. What are you saying? Banished? But weren't they supposed to exonerate your mother?" Rurine said with a cold face, "Perhaps I've just outlived my usefulness to them." Allison listened with a sad expression as she lamented, "Everything we did, it was all for nothing." He tried to comfort her. "Rurine, I know how you feel." He watched her run a hand over the scratches on the wall and said, "But if you keep thinking that way—" She cut him off. "Understand what? Stop pretending." Rurine sneered. "Admit it. You found it funny watching me get hit by them, didn't you?" This made Allison frown and shout in dismay. "Rurine." Suddenly, she transformed into a dragon, radiating a purple aura, and whipped her tail at Allison, roaring. "Shut up!" He hastily raised a hand, casting a protective spell as she raged. "Don't you dare pretend to understand me. Do you have any idea how I waited every single day?" Rurine, in a blind rage, knocked the cooking pot off the fire and drove him out. "Get out!" Allison looked wounded as she yelled. "You're just a human. You had nowhere else to go in the first place. What could an outsider from another world possibly know?" At those words, he turned and walked straight out without a single look back, leaving her alone in the mess. In her dragon form, Rurine panted, muttering to herself, "You! What could you possibly know?" Remembering it now, Rurine thought with deep sadness, "I shouldn't have said that. Someone like me has no right to ask anything of you." Scene change. Meridana's voice rang out. Before the coming-of-age ceremony, Luhat was recognized for his contributions in the war and was selected for this position over the other candidates, and like him, Rurine, you, who also officially reach adulthood today, shall receive a blessing in this ceremony. Now, you two, in two completely different moods, turned towards each other as he instructed. Now, face one another. It was then that Rurine felt a pang of regret, thinking, but tears streamed down her face as she heard Meridana continue, and finally, the kiss of vows. She remembered, "You were the one who held me, even when I kept pushing you away. So, just this once." Luhath lifted Rurine's chin, ignoring her tightly closed, tearful eyes as she resigned herself to her fate. But in her heart, Rurine was only thinking, "Please, come find me again. Just one last time." Her tears dripped onto the floor. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed, causing the entire castle to tremble, causing Meridana and everyone else to become suspicious. Rurine turned her head back in astonishment, hearing someone shout, "What is happening? There's an impact on the barrier. We're under attack." There was no notification from the entrance. "Who is it?" she thought to herself. "It's him." Then, a series of loud rumbles echoed from outside the massive door. A man panicked and shouted, "Is there no news from the sanctuary's guard unit?" While the girl beside him shrieked in terror. The barrier is about to break. The building's door was thrown open, emitting a brilliant golden light. Someone, terrified, couldn't believe it. How could anyone possibly break a high-level barrier? One created by multiple dragons at once? Meridana spread her dragon wings, shielding Rurine and Luh, while he turned his head in fear, stammering, "Why? Who's there?" Outside the door, Allison stood on a pile of rubble, looking at the girl he cherished and calling out, "Rurine." Seeing him, her eyes welled up with tears as she listened. "Sorry, am I late?" Allison, wearing a knight's cloak with a hood up, paid no mind to who it was that was calling his name. He looked at her tenderly and said, "But this time, I won't hesitate anymore. I've made my decision." Dihema leaned against the railing on the upper floor, looking down and thinking, "Allison, you've finally come. One of the three great heroes of the war." He then added, "Humanity's only 9th-level mage." He watched Allison, who was emitting a boundless blue energy, walk with determination. The Dragon Slayer, Dihema mused. Meanwhile, Meridana's mind was blooming with boundless happiness as she exclaimed internally, "My grandson-in-law has finally arrived. You were so late, you made my heart nearly jump out of my chest. Quickly, take Rurine and go." Outwardly, she blushed, trying to restrain herself, and asked, "Allison, what is your reason for coming here?" Luh cut in as he began to speak. "You already know, but this place is. There is no need for an explanation, Elder. Not one human is permitted to enter the Holy Temple, except for their attendants." Then, he flared with a blue aura, raised his claws tauntingly, and said, "I've always wanted to meet you, Allison. Merely raising your head to face a dragon is a crime punishable by death, yet you dare to interfere with a sacred ritual and barge into the ceremonial area?" On one side, a group of people listened to Luh's interrogation. "Don't you realize that your mere presence here defiles the sanctity of this place? Is that so?" Then they chimed in, "That's right. Get out of here now. Shh, be quiet." But Allison replied fearlessly, "This is the first time I've heard that simply looking a dragon in the eye is considered a crime punishable by death." Suddenly, someone became so enraged that blue and red veins popped out all over their face as he continued, "More importantly, I apologize, but could you tell me where the preserve is?" Then, the guy transformed into a dragon, furiously cursing, "This human, does he think that taking down a few mediocre dragons is enough to go mad? How dare you insult Lord Luh?" Then, the guy bellowed, "I'll tear your mouth apart myself." But before he could even make a move, Allison pointed a single finger, conjuring a magic circle above his head that struck him down. His massive body slammed onto the floor, sending debris flying. This scene left those nearby gaping in stunned silence. Allison, with a cold, sharp gaze, said, "Ah, Lord Lu H, is it? You are not worthy of Rurine." The brown dragon with a green head named Lu H, after being hit by the new technique unleashed by Allison, was immediately on the defensive, continuously growling, the sound shaking heaven and earth. He was on guard, his face filled with panic, thinking, "What is this? It's just simple enhancement magic." Right after that, as that detestable dragon Lu H lay collapsed on the ground from his injuries, another white-haired dragon quickly appeared to protect him. The white-haired female dragon, Serena, cried out, "Allison, stop." Serena urged again. I said, "Stop right now." Looking up, a magnificent, grand structure was now gradually collapsing along with the lush green land. The white-haired dragon cried out, "The sanctuary is tilting." Allison approached with deliberate steps, speaking slowly as he walked. "I ended the war and brought peace to all races. Furthermore, I have absorbed the ancient jewel and the heart of the Dragon King." The two people standing behind him saw the surge of power from Allison, radiating with increasing danger, and they shrieked, shoving each other. "I told you we had to be careful. Ugh, deploy the nullification magic." The giant dragon form Lu H had taken earlier now reverted to his original shape. He was a middle-aged man. Lu H was now lying face down on the ground, his mouth continuously stammering, "Impasse." "Enough," Allison spoke, continuing to overpower everyone. "I use that power to protect the Dragon Clan's treaty, so who among you has the right to speak to me of authority?" Rurine, standing behind, watched everything unfold. She fearfully wiped away, the tears rolling down her cheeks, thinking to herself, "Allison is too agitated. If he accidentally kills Lu H, it will be a disaster." Right after that, as if losing control, Allison used his index finger to conjure and control a blue vortex. He seemed to say petulantly, "That's enough of this childishness." The vortex grew larger and larger, like the frustration boiling inside Allison. Suddenly, an elderly woman's voice spoke up. "That last attack wasn't enough to threaten his life, was it? Please be magnanimous and forgive him." This elderly female dragon who had just appeared was the matriarch of the Black Dragon clan. Her name was Serena. Immediately, everyone knelt respectfully and exclaimed in unison, "Greetings, matriarch." Serena gave a cryptic smile and said, "That's right, you are qualified to be here. But if you wish to wield the authority of the Dragon Clan, the punishment you receive will be commensurate. Don't you know that you weren't executed for absorbing the ancient jewel precisely because you are human?" This sudden utterance made Rurine anxious. She broke out in a cold sweat. After listening, Allison rubbed his chin, calculating his response to the dragon. That was a clause in the treaty. It was created to prevent the birth of a Dragon King. Even though I have absorbed the essence of the three, it does not mean I have the right to command you. In that situation, there is no reason to punish me, is there? In fact, my existence may be preventing the formation of a new ancient jewel. As soon as he finished speaking, his hand once again began to create a bright light, a new blue power. He continued authoritatively, "But I have also prepared myself for the possibility that you would say such things. Go ahead and try to punish me if you wish." Everyone present heard Allison's proposal so bluntly and without concert, they all became flabbergasted, their eyes wide and jaws dropped in shock. Rurine, agitated, spoke up to negotiate. "Matriarch, please don't do it. I will participate in the coming-of-age ceremony as required. Don't punish Allison." Hearing this, the female dragon reconsidered and replied, "I will think about it after I hear the answer to the elder's question." With that, she turned to Allison and asked, "What is your purpose for coming here?" He answered indifferently, "I came here to fix things." He turned towards the girl he was close with, preparing to expose her. "Ah, Rurine, the one who doesn't know the first thing about being neat and tidy." The dragon matriarch, hearing this, was taken aback and let out a surprised, "Huh?" Rurine, at this point, was so embarrassed by him that she blushed. Allison paid no mind and continued to ramble on. "She causes so many disasters that it's impossible to count the number of dishes she has broken." The crowd, hearing this confusing exposé, looked at each other quizzically. What is he talking about?" Allison continued. "Not only does she secretly drink a lot of beer, but she also doesn't use honorifics with guests. Her cooking skills are so bad that a criminal could be captured just by tasting it." Rurine, trembling with embarrassment, stammered, "Wait, hold on." But her efforts were in vain. He paid her no mind and continued to list Rurine's faults, and she has a hot temper. If you leave her alone for even a moment, she'll pick a fight. But Rurine is not the daughter of a criminal. Allison's words were suddenly cut short. The female dragon spoke sharply. "Think carefully, you brat. Your thoughtless words could destroy all the sacrifices that have been made." Allison replied without the slightest hesitation, "I'm sorry, but I finished thinking about this a long time ago." At that moment, he suddenly seemed to lose control and roared, "Baron did not create the ancient jewel." Seeing Allison so agitated on her behalf, Rurine was moved and called his name. Allison continued, "Baron stole the ancient jewel from the group that wanted to create a Dragon King. She is a hero. She completely prevented the birth of the Dragon King. Everyone present, hearing this news, was stunned and asked each other, what did he say? Oh my goodness, what is this all about? Then, they immediately turned to question the old female dragon. Is it true? Matriarch. So Baron isn't a criminal? Rurine thought with emotion. You finally did it, Allison. Just like 2 years ago, you've thrown the sanctuary into chaos. She remembered how 2 years ago, Rurine had been shunned by the very dragonkin of this place and constantly berated with harsh words like, you are the disgrace of our clan. Your mother is a criminal. Even the young ones like Nies didn't spare Rurine, chiming in to point out, the war only happened because of her. She created the ancient jewel, overstepping her bounds, and yet her daughter thinks she has the right to make such demands? The young men standing nearby laughed wickedly and gossiped among themselves. It seems Nies doesn't like her. That's just a lie, another one spoke up. Your habit of pestering the woman you like hasn't changed, has it? The previous person replied. He likes seeing her sad face. You're a pervert, aren't you? They said, looking over at poor little Rurine. Her eyes were already wet, with 2 streams of tears flowing endlessly as she stammered. To clear her name, I just want to restore my mother's honor, that's all. The Dragon King is dead, the war is over. The more he recalled, the angrier Allison became. He gritted his teeth and snarled at them. I don't need anything else. Rurine has endured so much injustice, both inside and out, for the sake of the tribe without breathing a word to anyone. She carried such wounds without blaming anyone, and yet now, after tormenting Rurine, you want to bestow a favor upon her? Accepting her because the tribe is in danger? Don't be so ridiculous. Suddenly, at that moment, Rurine's body collapsed. She let out a loud cry, bursting into tears from the overwhelming emotion, her hoarse voice mingling with the sound of her sobs. Sobbing, she cried out, Hick, it's just, oh. Rurine's heart ached as she remembered the past, when her mother was still considered a sinner, and I was cast out of the sanctuary. Now I have nothing left. The desperate girl was filled with negative thoughts. No mother, no tribe, nothing left. I am all alone. She looked up. The bowl of food suddenly overturned, spilling everything onto the dirt floor. Her eyes showed a hint of wariness. Rurine continued to recall how she had been ostracized by the tribe, the constant shouts of get out echoing in her mind. Get out of here, you sinner's daughter, get out. A purple dragon roared hatefully, warning Rurine to leave. At that moment, she remembered the image of Allison. She thought about the heartless words she had coldly thrown at him. You're the outcast, a human who was abandoned from the start. You're an outsider from another world. What could you possibly know? Unconsciously, her draconic tears began to fall. Rurine cried out in sorrow, No, I'm not alone. I was wrong. Please come back. The door isn't even bolted. Just as the young dragonkin girl finished her words, Allison loomed into view from out of nowhere, saying, I knew this would happen. Startling Rurine so much her eyes went wide. Allison looked at her with a mix of pity and playfulness. In his hand, he held a plate of food so fragrant it could split your nose. You weren't just cowering in here, were you? He asked, setting down the tempting plate of grilled meat. Allison suggested, Get up and try this. It's called a stewed steak pie, and it's delicious. I just got back from the sanctuary, but unfortunately, I didn't get to see Niz. Rurine was so taken aback by this scene that her eyes widened, tears still streaming down her face. She uttered his name, what is all this? What in the world happened? Allison smiled gently, raised a fork, and reassured Rurine. You weren't driven out. I took you away. Got it? I abducted you from the sanctuary. Back at the sanctuary, a chaotic storm was raging. Old man A7 asked, What has happened? The young boy replied in fear. Allison suddenly appeared and said he was taking Rurine with him. Back in the cave, Allison held out his hand and said, I'm going to open a restaurant, but it's difficult to manage alone. Come with me, Rurine. From now on, I'll make plenty of delicious dishes for you. Rurine took the plate of steaming grilled meat and began to spear a piece to try. She hesitated, asking Allison once more. From now on? The piece of food reached her mouth, but why did it feel so hard to swallow? Rurine, deeply moved, sobbed and asked for confirmation again. So, you'll continue to stay by my side, won't you? The timeline shifts to 2 years later. Allison said boldly, I took you away that time, and I will never send you back. But this time, I'm not going to use the restaurant as an excuse. He then pulled down his hood, striking a domineering, cool guy pose. He confessed, I just want you to be with me, Rurine. Oh, and by the way, no turning into a dragon inside the restaurant, especially when you're angry, okay? Rurine replied enthusiastically, I want to eat a stewed steak pie. It seems there really are dragonkin like that. So, about choosing a partner in this coming-of-age ceremony. At this, Rurine boldly embraced Allison, giving him a passionate French kiss. Then, pulling away, she said mischievously, Isn't it a little too late for that? My dear, I've been your dragonkin ever since then. Suddenly, from high above, the old dragon Meridana called out to them, Rurine, Allison, it is now past midnight. My lords, I have made it clear that if there is an adult female individual with without a partner. She will be paired with an adult male. But it seems we already have a wonderful couple here. Hearing Elder Meridana say this, the two of them blushed with delight, smiling happily. The old Meridana continued, "From this day forward, I declare Baron's honor restored, and I officially recognize Rurine as an adult member of the tribe. Thank you, Allison. I give you my sincere thanks. The coming-of-age ceremony is hereby concluded. May Rurine and Allison have a peaceful life in the future." The scene then flashes back to the past, to a time when Rurine was still full of innocence, as she turned to ask Allison, "Sir, what's a restaurant?" Allison replied tenderly, "It's a place where we make food and sell it. Does that mean I can eat all the stewed steak pies I want, like the one I just had? Well, the customers come first, but if there are any ingredients left over, then you may." Suddenly, Allison noticed something was different, so he asked, "You used to address me so casually, but now you're being so formal. Why is that?" Rurine answered awkwardly, "Well, aren't you my senior?" The scene changes to another location. The two plates of food on the table were now completely empty. The sound of Rurine's satisfied voice rang out right after. That was delicious." She looked up at the sky, which was now pitch black like ink. Afterward, she shyly said to Allison, "It's getting late now." The two of them were seated together on a comfortable bed, but they seemed a bit distant, sitting a whole meter apart from each other. Allison replied shyly, "I guess it's about time for bed, huh?" Rurine replied shyly, "Yes." Allison, flustered, rubbed his nose, hesitantly, trying to find something to talk about. He continued, speaking to the girl beside him, That's a beautiful dress." Hearing his compliment, Rurine lowered her gaze and replied, "You think so?" At that moment, she recalled the reason Allison had fled from the bathroom earlier. Normally, it wouldn't have been strange at all. But why is my heart pounding like this? Rurine shyly spoke up, asking for Allison's help. "This dress. Actually, the maids had to put it on for me, so it's not very comfortable. Could you help me take it off?" Allison was taken aback by such a suggestive request. He was so surprised he let out a gasp. "Huh?" Then he quickly composed himself and agreed. All right." Allison moved closer and pulled down the zipper on her dress. As the zipper slid almost to the small of her back, Rurine, for some reason, felt a strange change come over her. Her face was beet red, and she was breathing heavily in her shyness. Just as the romantic atmosphere was thickening, two uninvited guests suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The voices of two elders bickering with each other rang out. "Absolutely not. If you go now?" The elderly dragoness, hearing Elder Meridana, spoke up irritably. "We still have matters to discuss." Elder Meridana, standing beside her, called out helplessly, "Matriarch," but at this moment, the dragoness chose to say her farewells. "Elder, there is no need to escort me." A questioning voice from inside the room made both of them jump. The girl, her romantic atmosphere shattered, lost her temper, and couldn't resist punching Elder Meridana right in the face with a bam. The single punch made Matriarch Seren cry out in alarm. "Rurine," she angrily questioned the old dragon, "Elder, why are you here again?" The two people nearby, seeing Rurine so agitated, tried to stop her. The matriarch shielded the elder, admonishing her. "That's enough." Allison also exclaimed in alarm, "Hey, calm down." The old dragon, who had been knocked flat on his face, said pitifully, "Never in my life have I felt so miserable." They went outside to talk. Allison politely poured 2 glasses of liquor to entertain them. As he poured, he asked the old dragoness a question. "I was under the impression that the matriarch never leaves the sanctuary. Why are you here now, may I ask?" The dragon elder savored a sip of the high-quality liquor and commented, "Himph. This is a well-aged whiskey with a complex blend of flavors." The old dragoness calmly replied to Allison, "As I've said, my decision will depend on your answers." She then continued gravely, "Listen here, you have absorbed 3 parts of the ancient sacred jewel. As a result, you have gained the lifespan of a dragon. And if the ancient sacred jewels are no longer being created, then I can understand all of your recent actions." She contemplated this with her eyes closed. Revealing the truth about Baron does not endanger the birth of the next Dragon King. And as for you taking Rurine out of the sanctuary, that too can be accepted, provided you can live with the girl for the rest of her life. Therefore, you can be considered to have resolved those 2 issues. However, hearing her words, Allison slowly replied, "No, about that, I do not know. I am not certain whether I have the lifespan of a dragon, and I also do not know if the ancient sacred jewels will be created again." Hearing this, the dragon matriarch asked in confusion, "Is that so? So you have broken our principles and caused chaos in the world of the Dragonkin without being certain of anything? And you even stole Rurine's opportunity?" Allison didn't pay much heed to her words, instead asserting his own argument. "I only know one thing for certain." At this, Allison recalled a past conversation with a friend. "Allison, just one last thing. You once told me, remember? You said I already knew the answer to what I should do with Mayan, right?" Allison replied, "I can't be the one to tell you that. If you say that you might die before the one you love, then how could you possibly know what the right answer is? But you do know what the wrong answer is, don't you? Returning to the present, Allison spoke to the old dragoness, forcing Rurine into the sanctuary in violation of principles, and allowing Baron to be unjustly condemned. I am certain that those actions were wrong. Hearing her crimes listed like that, the old dragon's face darkened as she spoke with displeasure. Is it just a petty sense of justice? You have no idea how much Baron sacrificed. Originally, the dragonkin who creates the ancient jewel cannot absorb it themselves. That is why the sinner and the ancient jewel could be kept together in the territory. But Baron spent all that long time protecting it, even though it wasn't the ancient jewel he himself had created. It was all for loyalty to the clan. If you only knew the patience and sacrifice involved. Allison cut her off. So what? Did treating the dragonkin who created the ancient jewel like a sinner help in any way? Was a dragon king born from it? In the end, she died without receiving any help. The birth of a complete dragon king had to be prevented by transferring the ancient jewel to Ruri. The old dragon replied, this was also a form of mercy. I believe that you, at least, would understand that. Allison replied, as a human who has participated in more wars than anyone else, I am telling you that principle is wrong. You can't blame someone for something they never wanted to do in the first place. This sentence seemed to awaken something within the old dragon. Another fragment of memory resurfaced, but this time, it was the old dragon's. The voice of the young man from the beginning of the story rang out. Huh? Your name is Serena? This must be great fate. The young dragon Serena asked, what do you mean? The red-haired young man laughed heartily and replied, I'm Sadalin. Our names both start with Sa. It feels like we're meant for each other. Hearing this, Serena turned away and made a blunt remark. Red dragons have nothing to do with black dragons. Sadalin stubbornly continued, I don't care about that. The old dragon, a being who had lived for a very long time, spoke. It's been a long time since I've heard anyone say that. Allison then continued, I've been wondering since the last time we met, that crown. It looks exactly like the Dragon King's necklace. The dragon Serena didn't deny it, but replied, that's right, this is something he gave me a very long time ago. The two of them were startled by this information, finding it hard to believe. A memory of the past emerged. At that moment, the young Sadalin was eagerly hiding behind a tree, calling out in a playful, wheedling tone, Serena, come on out, Sa. Sadalin is here. Serena, with a helpless expression, slowly replied, you're here again? Don't you ever get tired of this? Sadalin answered, what are you talking about? Every time I come to see you, I feel happy. It's been a while. How was the harvest today? Serena sighed and retorted, you were here yesterday too, Sadalin persisted, and I'll be here tomorrow, too. Under the starry night sky, she watched Sadalin's departing figure. Serena called out faintly, Sadalin, wait a moment. He laughed and replied, look forward to it. I found a place with a magnificent view. I'm excited about it too. They sat by the beach, a field of blooming daisies behind them under the twilight of the setting Sunday. Sadalin called the name of the girl beside him. Serena, I love your black hair, Serena replied, and I admire your red hair. Returning to the present, the old dragon held the crown in her hand, lingering on the past, and said, I loved him very much, but in the end, we couldn't be together. On a moonlit night long ago, a flustered Sadalin cried out, telling me not to see you anymore. What are you talking about? I'm really worried, he pleaded in a panic. If I did something wrong, please just tell me. Serena replied with a heavy heart, I will be participating in the coming-of-age ceremony. My mate will be chosen there. Sadalin. Hurt? He questioned. You already have me, so why a mate? Serena turned her back and replied, from the beginning, the mixing of blood between different dragon clans is forbidden. If an incomplete dragon king were to be born, our resistance to the command would be weakened. It is a great sin against our clan, so please, just go. That day, a heavy rain poured down, each drop settling heavily on the leaves, as heavily as Sadalin's heart felt at that moment. In the downpour, the tears of a dragonkin streamed down his face. Heartbroken, Sadalin held the crown in his hand and spoke his final words. To the woman he loved most, the fact that we are two different types of dragonkin is merely a coincidence, but my love for you is an inevitability. And yet, simply because we are of different kinds, it becomes a sin? You can't blame someone for something they never wanted to do. Every word Sadalin spoke pierced Serena with such gut-wrenching pain that she couldn't help but clutch her chest and weep tragically. Sadalin, full of obsession, continued, if only you had given me any other reason, I might have been able to accept it. That phrase, it is the principle, pulled the old dragon Serena back to the present. The old wound in her heart, which had been closed for so many years, was torn open once more, and she couldn't stop the tears from falling. Tightly clutching the crown that held the memories of her youth, she choked out an explanation. It is the principle that I must follow. This sorrowful story made the elder and Allison sympathize with her more. The old dragon continued, your conclusion is not entirely correct. In the end, it is still a gamble. But I will pray that the path you have chosen is the right one. As Allison watched the old dragon slowly turn to leave, he called out, Great Mother. The Dragon King left one final message. A golden beam of light appeared like a path, leading to that final message. Following the beam of light, the Dragon King's last words gradually materialized. If I had known things would turn out this way, I would have run away with her that day. I have regretted my entire life for not kidnapping her and running away. Allison said sadly. At the time, I didn't understand the meaning of those words, but now I understand. It was a message for the Great Mother. Hearing the final, heartfelt words from the one she held in her heart, the old dragon broke into a contented smile and replied, "That sounds exactly like him." The elder scratched his head and spoke up. "Really? At my age, hearing about my own mother's love life is just strange." The old dragon reminded him, "Elder, you are talking too much." Watching them gradually depart, a puzzled Allison asked, "Huh? His mother? Serena is Elder Metadana's mother? Wait, you're just going to drop a bomb like that and leave?" At that moment, deep in a secluded forest, Rurine's frustrated sigh echoed. "Why can't they ever leave me and Elle in peace? And the elder chased me away again this time." Annoyed, Rurine continued to pace around the forest alone, muttering to herself as she walked. "I'll have to place an anti-teleportation spell near the territory." Just then, a white flower suddenly appeared, blooming and brightly illuminating the area. Curious, Rurine sat down beside it and said in confusion, "What is this? A flower blooming in the middle of winter? I like its noble air, the two-blossomed flower." Suddenly, Rurine's deep blue eyes widened in surprise. Immediately after, a green-haired girl chewing on a blade of grass appeared. She wore a white outfit and exuded an aura just like the flower from moments ago. Finding this strange, Rurine asked, "Who are you?" The pure, green-haired girl introduced herself. "I am Sally." It turned out this girl was the personification of the two-blossomed flower from before.